World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 381 to Chapter 412. The entire Nanjiang catacombs was in chaos. It was normal for a battle between high ranks. However, outside gigantic Willow City, the news of the three thieves madly slaughtering the civilian martial artists was constantly being transmitted into the city. A large number of giant Willow Divine Guards were mobilized. These bastards had to be killed, that was not all. Other than these petty thieves, a rank 8 powerhouse was also madly slaughtering the martial artists in the nearby towns. As a last resort, several powerhouses who had been guarding Cretaceous City were transferred back to besiege the strong man. The fire here had not been extinguished yet. On the other side, another rank 7s appeared and began to ambush gigantic Willow Divine Guards. The entire royal city seemed to be in a precarious situation. If it weren't for the guardian deity, chaos would have broken out. In addition to gigantic Willow City, the experts of gigantic Pine City had also begun to mobilize on a large scale. However, having learned their lesson, gigantic Pine City was now heavily guarded for fear that someone would sneak into the city. They were still quite far away from the passageway, so they didn't want to be completely caught in the quagmire of war for the time being. Fang Ping had no idea about any of this. He only knew that within gigantic Willow City, a large number of divine guards were out of the city, and high-ranked powerhouses were constantly flying out too. After waiting for half a day, there was not a single high rank left in the sky. The entire gigantic Willow City also seemed to be a little chaotic. The continuous departure of the high ranks made the people in Royal City somewhat anxious. Previously, there were supreme experts who were killed, commanders who died in battle, and many generals who died. If she could be comforted in time, it would be over very quickly. However, before they had even calmed down, someone had charged into Royal City, causing great losses. Many people had been killed, and the people of Royal City had been thrown into disarray. Things were not over yet. As soon as the Willow King returned, there were people killing the giant Willow Divine Guards outside the city. There were also people slaughtering cities and towns. All of this made gigantic Willow City, which had just experienced a war, a little chaotic. Unforeseen events after unforeseen events made people feel uneasy. In a place that Fang Ping and the others did not know. In the distant central mountain range. Several powerful auras rose in an instant. Someone noticed the changes in the 9 southern regions. Get lost. In the next moment, an enormous figure that shook the heavens and the earth soared into the sky. The sky trembled as numerous black rifts appeared in the sky. Get lost. The tall figure shouted again. Humph. Don't force me. Battle King, how dare you stop us? Scram. Since you broke the rules first, you're forcing us to fight to the death. Ridiculous. Give it a try. So what if I try? Buzz. In the next moment, far off in the central mountain range, several auras that shattered the void spread out. The tall phantom known as the War King shone upon the world and said coldly, "Then let's fight." As soon as the words left his mouth, it was as if someone from another world far off in the distance joined in and shouted, "Fight." His voice penetrated thousands of miles, his killing intent boiling, not just in one place, but in the places where the aura had appeared. There were people responding to it from afar. I've long wanted to kill to my heart's content. We martial artists fight the heavens and earth. When have we ever been afraid? Even if we're exterminated, we won't let you have it easy. Streams of aura that pierced through the heavens and earth appeared, traversing tens of millions of miles. On the other side of the mountain, there was also an extremely powerful pressure. After a long time, both sides fell silent and restrained their auras. A moment later, the forbidden broken mountain range became quiet once more. Some of the high-ranked beasts had been frighteningly quiet earlier. It was only now that many of them began to look around in fear. All of this seemed to have happened in another world. Fang Ping and the others knew nothing about it. At this moment, Fang Ping was still thinking about the energy shop. I'm not good enough alone. I have to create chaos. Fang Ping rubbed his chin. How could he create chaos? With the willow tree monster keeping watch in gigantic Willow City, it would be difficult for chaos to arise. There are also a large number of civilian martial artists in the catacombs. Do these martial artists really not have any ambition? Not greedy? Fang Ping thought of the square from before. Over there, a large number of civilian martial artists had gathered. If I were there and threw out a few hundred energy stones, would there be chaos? Fang Ping was not too sure. If there was order, then there might not be chaos. However, if there was chaos, then it would really be chaos. If the willow tree monster wanted to suppress it, then it would give him a chance. The key is, I can't bear to throw out the energy stones. Fang Ping muttered in his heart. Next time, he would see if he could get someone to make a batch of fake energy stones when he returned to the surface, the kind that emitted energy but did not actually have much energy. With human technology, it should not be difficult to make them, right? If he threw out a few hundred high-ranked energy stones, he did not believe that no one would be tempted. Not to mention the catacombs martial artists, even on the human side, if he really threw a few hundred cultivation-aiding energy stones on the ground, it would cause people to fight over it. Murder might not happen. But there was bound to be a fight. One should never look at the human heart too brightly. There's no other way now. If I can't fake it, then I'll make it real. Fang Ping pondered for a moment. Should he first rob a shop and then throw it out to try mixing a few high-ranked energy stones and then exploding the high-ranked energy stones? Would it be even more chaotic? It's worth a try. Thinking of this, Fang Ping hesitated no more. He strode into a small energy stone exchange shop. There were not many people in the shop, and it was divided into 2 rooms. Outside, 2 rank 3 martial artists were in charge of the exchange, and inside, a rank 5 martial artist was in charge of guarding the energy stones. These energy stones should be transported away on a regular basis. Fang Ping sensed that the energy fluctuations were not too strong. Fang Ping was currently wearing a rank 3 medal. The 2 martial artists in charge of the exchange did not pay too much attention to it. At this moment, there were 2 or 3 customers in the shop who were also exchanging. Fang Ping saw one of them carrying a small cloth bag. He poured at least 70 or 80 ordinary energy stones the size of a quail egg onto the counter. They weighed at least 2 to 3 caddies, more than a kilogram. In MCMAU, the lowest grade was 1 credit per gram, and the higher grade was 30 credits per gram. Fang Ping sensed it slightly. This was not the lowest grade. The lowest grade had an extremely low energy content. In MCMAU, this was worth at least 3 to 5 credits per gram. Even if it was 3 credits, that would be 90,000 per gram. There were so many, it was more than 100 million. In the end, the rank 3 martial artist in charge of the exchange went backstage. After a while, he took out a small energy stone about 5 grams and threw it to the other party. Fang Ping was dumbfounded. What kind of exchange ratio was this? More than 100 million in exchange for 5 million, 20 to 1, this was 2F** King Shady. The catacombs ordinary people were really miserable. Just like that, the rank 3 martial artist who was also a rank 3 nodded and bowed in gratitude, his face full of excitement. Ordinary energy stones could not be used for cultivation. Even if they were used for cultivation, because there were too many impurities, it would easily cause energy to be mixed up. This was extremely fatal to the catacombs martial artists. If they could not be exchanged, then they could only be used for daily life, such as cooking, lighting a lamp. Only after exchanging could they be cultivated. Even if they could not exchange much, it was enough to make the catacombs martial artists excited. At this moment, Fang Ping even had the idea of competing with the catacombs royal city for business. F***ck, if I opened an exchange shop too. I'll be rich. Humans could purify energy from energy stones. This was also the result of many years of research. Of course, the consumption was too high, and the energy loss was not small. This was also the reason why the difference between basic energy stones and high-ranked ones was as high as 30 times. The difference in the actual energy content between the two did not reach 30 times. Even the lowest grade raw ore had an energy purity of about 30%. The difference between it and high-ranked ones was only 3 times. The difference in value was 30 times, and this included the cost of purification. In other words, if Fang Ping opened a shop here, his profit margin could be as high as 20 times. This is faster than robbing. No, robbing is a business with no capital. This requires capital. That's not right either. This is a free miner. It's much more cost-effective than mining by myself. All kinds of thoughts appeared in Fang Ping's mind. Very quickly, Fang Ping thought of something again. No, this energy stone of about 5 grams was also his. He could not let the other party take it away. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, Fang Ping's mentality erupted in an instant. His mentality had broken through 700 hertz. At this moment, the eruption aimed at these 3 lower rank 3 martial artists was like a nuclear weapon. Instant kill. In an instant, the few rank 3 martial artists were frozen. The shop seemed to be slightly quiet. Fang Ping did not give the rank 5 martial artist in the inner room a chance to react. The range of a rank 7 martial artist's mentality was generally not less than 30 meters. Among them, there were powerhouses who could cover up to 100 meters. Of course, Fang Ping was not a rank 7 powerhouse, but the range of his mentality was close to 10 meters. The distance between the inner room and the outer room was also about this range. The next moment, Fang Ping's mentality fully erupted, a muffled groan came from the inner room. Without thinking, Fang Ping smashed the metal-made fence with a punch and rushed in instantly. Rushing into the inner room, the rank 5 powerhouse had already sobered up a lot. Seeing Fang Ping barging in, he opened his mouth to shout. This place was in the city, and the security of the royal city was still good. Even if there was some chaos at this moment, not all of the gigantic Willow Divine Guards had left. In addition, there was a large number of gigantic Willow troops. If anyone dared to cause chaos in the city, the gigantic Willow troops would definitely kill them. Just as he was about to shout, Fang Ping's mentality fully erupted again. His wealth constantly replenished his mentality. Around him, he had also set up layers of mentality barriers. The other party also struggled violently. Energy erupted from his whole body, constantly crushing Fang Ping's mentality. If it were Yao Qingjun, he would be helpless at this moment and could only fight it head-on. However, Fang Ping did not care about this. He had a lot of wealth. He could replenish his mentality and continue to consume it. A large amount of mentality kept gushing out. The intensity was not great, but it was enough to deal with a rank 5 martial artist. After suppressing the other party, Fang Ping did not delay. The chaos-vanquishing saber appeared out of thin air and slashed at the other party's neck. No. Although his mind was somewhat stagnant due to the mentality shock, in the face of the crisis of death, the other party still sobered up. A large amount of blood spurted from his mouth. In the next moment, the other party broke free from Fang Ping's control. The rank 5 powerhouse in charge of guarding was not too weak. He should be an upper stage rank 5 powerhouse. Now that he had broken free, the other party's eyes flashed fiercely. As a result, just as he was about to fight back, Fang Ping growled, "Explode." The silent explosion shook the surrounding space. A ripple also appeared in the surrounding mentality barrier. Then, the barrier shattered. Fang Ping's face turned slightly pale. This job was really not that easy. Sometimes, mentality self-detonation was too dangerous. A little carelessness, a little lack of control, and the explosion damaged the foundation. Even if he had wealth to replenish it, it would not be able to recover. I can't do this next time. Fang Ping warned himself in his heart. At this moment, the upper stage rank 5 martial artist was bleeding from the mentality self-detonation. Although he did not die, his mind was also blown to a halt. This time, Fang Ping did not hold back. With a swing of his Changdao, the head fell off. Killing an upper stage rank 5 is so easy. Fang Ping was a little smug, but he also knew that other than him, others might not be able to replicate this. Even if it was a grandmaster, would you dare to self-detonate mentality? Unless you had the determination to die, it was more or less the same as perishing together with the other party. After killing the enemy with one slash, Fang Ping was worried that more customers would come. Without delay, he quickly searched the other party's body and put a few high-ranked energy stones into his pocket. Then, with one slash, he cut open the iron door behind the other party. Bang! The sound of an explosion rang out. It was not soft, but Fang Ping did not take it seriously. He had already set up the surrounding mentality barrier again. At this moment, the mentality barrier set off a ripple, but the sound did not come out. This kind of warning device did not guard against high ranks. If a high rank really wanted to snatch it, they would not be able to stop it. Moreover, it was difficult for a normal martial artist to set up a mentality barrier without reaching a high rank. Even peak rank 6 martial artists might not do this. It consumed too much mentality. Fang Ping did not care so much. He quickly opened the iron door. Behind the iron door was a small secret room. In the secret room, a large number of low-ranked energy stones were piled up, as well as a small number of high-ranked energy stones. Fang Ping did not stand on ceremony. Whether they were high-ranked or low-ranked, he put them all into his storage space. In a few seconds, Fang Ping had completed the steps of killing and robbing. The next moment, Fang Ping walked out of the shop and closed the door. Of course, he could not hide it for long. Martial artists of the 3 lower ranks might not be able to detect anything, but once martial artists of the 3 middle ranks passed by, they would be able to smell the blood very quickly. Next time, maybe he should ask someone to design something to remove the smell and bring it over. He just did not know if it would be effective in the catacombs. As Fang Ping thought about this, he walked out of the shop calmly and blended into the crowd. This shop was not big, and there were not many energy stones. There were very few high-ranked ones. Fang Ping was considering whether to create chaos and continue to do big things, or to rob a few small shops now and stop in time. Very soon, Fang Ping made a decision. He would rob a few more small shops first. When he was discovered, then he would consider doing big things and creating chaos. Maybe, I shouldn't keep an eye on these shops. I should keep an eye on the giant mine below. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. If he messed things up a little more, he would pay a little later and bury a few high-ranked energy stones underground. Within a range of 10 meters, his mentality could explode. If he exploded, the ground would collapse. If there was an explosion, everything would shake. This was the outer city. Even if the willow tree monster sensed it, it would first sense the place where the explosion occurred. Perhaps he could take the opportunity to pass through the area where the willow tree roots were and sneak underground. He could find a place with a drainage outlet and go down without a sound. If I want to make money, then I have to be willing to spend. Fang Ping kept calculating the pros and cons in his heart. It was just a few high-ranked energy stones. If they exploded, so be it. He would not be able to catch the wolf without risking it. Anyway, he still had a lot, but there were too few high-ranked ones. He might as well dig up more low-ranked ones and take them away. Just as Fang Ping started planning to detonate the high-ranked ones and dig up the low-ranked ones, Qin Fengqing and the others were once again in the predicament of being hunted. At this moment, Qin Fengqing was holding a thumb-sized high-ranked energy stone in his hand. He was slightly reluctant to part with it. It was too extravagant. Absorbing high-ranked ones while running was really too extravagant. I'll absorb it. Qin Fengqing gritted his teeth. Absorb it. If it was a waste, so be it. Recently, he had absorbed too many low-ranked ones. There were too many energy impurities in his body. If he continued to absorb low-ranked ones, the vitality force in his body would rebel. While absorbing the energy stone, Qin Fengqing tried to be cheerful. Let's be extravagant too. That stingy Fang Ping has probably never done something like this in his life. If he encounters a high-purity energy stone, he won't be able to dig it out even if you beat him to death. It's quite extravagant. Li Hansong also started absorbing the high-ranked energy stone, but he felt quite satisfied. Using this kind of energy stone as a consumable for running was also a rare experience. In the future, he would be able to brag that he had once taken cultivation-aiding energy stones as normal vitality pills. It was a pity that Fang Ping was not here at the moment and did not see it. Otherwise, he would definitely despise him. He would not even bother to look at such a small energy stone. Thinking back to the time when he had trillions of life essence, he could just pour it out and explode it whenever he wanted. Even when he was poor and dejected, he could still explode 8 to 10 high-ranked energy stones the size of quail eggs. Did these people want to compete with him in being extravagant? In gigantic Willow City. Martial law. A loud roar sounded suddenly. Countless gigantic willow troops in armor were dispatched, blocking all the intersections. A large number of gigantic willow divine guards flew in the air, and several rank 6 generals looked gloomy. All lifestone exchange houses, stop the exchange. A peak rank 6 general shouted softly, and a large number of gigantic willow troops began to enter the various exchange houses for inspection. Inside the city, everyone was in a panic. Successive martial laws and city closures were not like this even when they went to war with Cretaceous City. Now, not even the shadow of the enemy had been seen, and the divine guards in the city were in chaos, which made many people worried. What happened now? In the outer city, in a place that looked like a restaurant, Fang Ping was drinking fruit wine that tasted pretty good inside. When the divine guards are dispatched, no matter how big the trouble is, it will be solved. There was a slightly vague accent mixed in, but the others did not care. The catacombs language was unified, but there were all kinds of accents in each city. As soon as Fang Ping's voice fell, a catacombs martial artist who was also wearing a rank 3 medal said worriedly, "I'm afraid that the divine guards can't solve it. Yesterday, a strong enemy came and several commanders. Be careful with your words." Yes, I dare not talk about the commander. The person who spoke, slapped himself a few times, still did not hide his worry, and whispered, "Is it another attack by the foreign powerhouses? These 2 days, the royal city is not very stable. I still have a house in Willowwood City. Willowwood City is not safe either, haven't you heard? In the past 2 days, the surrounding towns have suffered, and several small towns have been robbed and killed. How many powerhouses have come from the foreign territory? Can the king defeat the enemy? Now that martial law is enforced, the people from the foreign territory have entered the city again? I originally wanted to try the recruitment of the gigantic willow troops, but now I think it's better to forget about it. I heard that more than half of the divine guards are dead or injured." Everyone was still discussing when Fang Ping suddenly shouted, "The foreign powerhouses should be killed. It's a pity that the royal city does not recruit people from outside the city. Otherwise, even though I am a citizen of gigantic Pine City, I will also serve the king. I heard that my gigantic Pine City has also begun to expand its army. When I go back in a few days, I will definitely join the gigantic Pine army and massacre the foreign territory." Seeing that he was filled with righteous indignation, someone said, "Brother is courageous, but brother is only rank 3. I'm afraid it will be difficult to massacre the other side." Fang Ping's face was full of rage. He slammed the table hard and said furiously, "Although we're weak, we won't let the foreign martial artist show off. Ambitious." Some people praised while others shook their heads in silence. A level 3 martial artist was not considered too weak. But now, the foreign experts were attacking, and even the commander-level experts were under pressure. Just a few days ago, a venerable realm expert had even fallen. So what if a mere 3rd-rank martial artist was unyielding? As he spoke, a rank 4 armored guard walked in, glancing around with a cold and stern gaze. Fang Ping stood up and bowed. "Sir, is there anything I can do for you?" The armored guard glanced at him, and his expression became slightly better. Just now, when he was outside, he also heard this person's words, but it seemed that he was not from the city. Royal City did not recruit people from outside the city. The armored guard shook his head slightly and did not say much. He regained his indifference and said, "Report immediately if you see any abnormal people. Those who dare to hide will be killed without mercy." "Yes." Everyone responded one after another and responded carefully. Fang Ping's face was full of regret. After the armored guard left, he slammed the table again and said hatefully, "Despicable." Everyone was speechless. Were you sure you wanted to die? However, he had the heart to kill the enemy and protect the city. His courage was commendable. Fang Ping did not speak again. He drank his wine gloomily and stamped the ground with his feet. A high-ranked energy stone was stepped into the ground. There were many people in the restaurant. If this place exploded, it would also cause some chaos. Speaking of which, the catacombs martial artists reacted quite quickly. He had only robbed 2 houses, and he was already discovered? After this time, I'm afraid gigantic Willow City's city entry system will change. Fang Ping pondered in his heart. He had been infiltrated twice in a row. If nothing unexpected happened, gigantic Willow City would probably think of ways to target him next time. But, could they do it? A big city with millions of people, and it was also connected to other cities, it was difficult to eliminate these. I don't know if the catacombs powerhouses have a way to come up with a new set of identity verification procedures. Fang Ping felt that his existence was conducive to the catacombs' powerhouses promoting the construction of civilization. A good set of identity verification methods was still extremely necessary. It was conducive to the stability of society and increased the catacombs' jurisdiction over the general public. Willow King should thank him. His existence had also made gigantic Willow City realize that there was a huge loophole in their defense. For example, the underground drainage pipe should be blocked. For example, the willow tree monster should strengthen the strength of the end roots. The current strength was still a little lacking. Another example would be the rank 9 Willow King. He should not go out for a stroll if he had nothing to do. With a rank 9 powerhouse staying in the nest, and it was not a monster plant like the willow tree monster that could not be moved easily, the deterrent was still very strong. If Willow King was in the city, the rank 9 powerhouse's mentality could cover a large area. Fang Ping might not dare to be so arrogant. He was so arrogant that he was still drinking here even though the gigantic Willow army was right next to him. But I also have some loopholes. The catacombs accent is a little strong, and it's a little awkward. I have to work hard to learn. The Nanjiang catacombs has a Nanjiang catacombs accent. The next time I go to the Magic City catacombs, I have to pay attention to change it. I can't go back with the Nanjiang catacombs accent. Also, if I encounter a high-ranked powerhouse head-on, I'll be easily seen through. I have to be careful. He restrained his aura. It was fine to hide, but if he appeared in front of people, it would be particularly eye-catching. Therefore, at this moment, there were energy particles condensed from mentality on the surface of Fang Ping's body. These energy particles were not within the scope of the shield. Middle and low ranks could not see anything, but if he encountered high ranks, he would notice the problem if he looked closely. Guerrilla warfare is no problem. If I stay in the city for a long time and encounter a high rank, it will be troublesome. Fang Ping realized the shortcoming. The energy shield was not omnipotent. Of course, it was also very expensive. It consumed 600,000 wealth per hour, which was not a small amount. If he stayed permanently, he could not afford it. He buried a high-ranked energy stone. Outside the street, the gigantic Willow army's interrogation seemed to have weakened a lot. The rank 6 powerhouses high in the sky had also disappeared at this moment. Fang Ping looked at them with contempt. Who were they trying to fool? Not surprisingly, these people were now in the most vigilant state. If he went out to rob the shop, at least hundreds of people would appear in front of him in less than 10 seconds. This is child's play. Let's see who can outlast who. Fang Ping suspected that not only these middle and low-rank powerhouses were paying attention, but the willow tree monster might also be paying attention. There might even be high ranks hidden in the city that had not left yet. Previously, several high-rank auras flew out, but there were still many rank 7 powerhouses on gigantic Willow City's side, even if a few died. Fang Ping ignored these people and continued to drink. After drinking for a while, Fang Ping left the restaurant. Not far away was the big square he saw when he came yesterday. At this moment, the martial artists in the big square were much fewer than yesterday. In addition to the martial law in the city, there were even fewer people. However, this was a trading place for martial artists from the surrounding towns. Even if the city was under martial law, this place was not closed for the time being. Although it was not closed, there were many gigantic willow soldiers around. These city guards were quite domineering. They glanced at the martial artists who set up the stalls as if they were thieves. When they saw some wretched-looking people, a large number of city guards would soon surround them. Fang Ping glanced for a while, and several wretched-looking guys were taken away. What's the meaning of this? Fang Ping felt a little indignant. Why did they catch these wretched-looking guys? Were they catching people according to his template? With the arrest of a few wretched-looking guys, the gigantic Willow army did not pay too much attention to this place. They left some people on the periphery and did not bother anymore. Fang Ping walked around and looked. Sometimes he squatted down to look at the goods, but in fact, he was burying the high-ranked energy stones. Not only the high-ranked ones. While burying the high-ranked ones, Fang Ping also buried some low-ranked ones. When it exploded later, the high-ranked ones would explode, and the low-ranked ones would fly everywhere. Would these guys think that an energy mine had been blown up? If someone was greedy and thought that there was an energy mine below and dug down, then it would be fun. This was like a human pill company's production line exploding. A large number of normal vitality pills flew out. Fang Ping felt that if he were there, he would definitely think that there were still high-ranked pills inside. Taking advantage of the chaos to grab some for himself. That was not too much, right? As for energy fluctuations, martial artists below the high ranks would not be able to sense energy very clearly, unless they were very strong. Fang Ping was not afraid of being discovered by others. Walking and burying, he buried 7 or 8 high-ranked energy stones. In addition, he had also buried a few outside the square before, so Fang Ping stopped. As he walked out, Fang Ping was looking forward to it. It would be best if these guys dug down later. Willow Tree Monster would not notice his existence, right? Walking about 10 meters away from the place he had just buried, Fang Ping's mentality shook. Boom! A loud noise came out. In the sky, 7 or 8 rank 6 powerhouses aura suddenly rose. There was even a stronger aura coming. Rank 7. As expected. Fang Ping was not surprised. With the sound of the explosion, the crowd was a little chaotic. Fang Ping rushed out quickly. At this moment, there were people everywhere. Many people were also running out, so he did not attract much attention. As he ran, the sound of the explosion rang out all the way. The intensity of the high-ranked energy stone explosion was not low. Some of the low-ranked martial artists were blown to pieces. Life stone. Someone cried out in surprise. The mine of life has exploded. At this moment, some people had not realized what had happened. They thought that the underground energy mine had exploded. Now, even in the noisy crowd, Fang Ping could hear the clear sound of breathing. For these martial artists outside the city, the difficulty of obtaining a high-ranked life stone was too high. Even though there were many ordinary low-grade energy stones, they were not easy to obtain. High-grade monster beasts resided in the rich mines, while low-grade monster beasts occupied the small mines. Every energy stone, be it of high or low quality, was reeking of blood. When some energy stones were blown up in the square, some martial artists were tempted. Even if there were many powerful auras coming here quickly from the sky. Boom! The sound of the explosion did not stop. Fang Ping ran all the way, exploding more than 10 places in a row. Some shops and restaurants also exploded. On the periphery, countless gigantic willow troops and gigantic willow divine guards rushed over quickly. Some martial artists thought that the foreign powerhouses were attacking and ran out one after another, instantly colliding with the gigantic willow troops on the periphery. Screams, angry roars, and the scolding of the military martial artists rang out continuously. At this moment, Fang Ping had opened up a drainage outlet in a secluded corner of the street and dove into it without a sound. Just as Fang Ping dove down, countless crystal-clear roots suddenly rose from the square. These roots had turned into killing weapons. In the blink of an eye, the roots pierced through the bodies of countless martial artists. The noisy shouting from before seemed to have disappeared in an instant. After a while, some warlord powerhouses and a rank 7 powerhouse arrived. When they saw the corpses strewn all over the square and blood stained the square, the faces of several warlords changed slightly. There were at least hundreds of martial artists here, and now, all of them were killed. Willow Tree Monster's roots could even easily penetrate Fang Ping's body, let alone these mostly low-ranked martial artists. They were almost all killed instantly. A few middle-ranked martial artists were also difficult to resist, especially when Willow Tree Monster was angry. Some of the gigantic willow troops on the periphery were also trembling at this moment. The tutelary was angry. The royal city belonged to the Willow King, and in fact, it was also the tutelary's. At this moment, the royal city was constantly being destroyed, attacked, and the life essence was stolen. It was natural for it to be angry. In the void, an extremely powerful mentality swept over. It swept around the square, and soon, it went deep underground and began to sweep. However, it did not last long before this mentality receded. It was far from the inner city, and the consumption was too high. Moreover, there were mineral veins underground. If it swept deep, there would be energy fluctuations everywhere, and the interference would be too great. As the mentality receded, the rank 7 commander breathed a sigh of relief and then shouted, "Investigate strictly. Seal the city. Arrest all the people in the outer city. 3 people from gigantic Willow City will be the guarantors. After issuing a series of orders, the commander pondered for a moment, looked at several warlords and said, "The tutelary has sealed off the inner city. Mubai, bring people to gigantic Armor City and ask the Earth Armor Commander to bring the Earth Armor Beast here. The Willow King will reward you handsomely." "Yes, sir." The warlord called Mubai did not hesitate. Although he was not on good terms with the Monster Life clan, it was not a big problem to pay them a certain amount of benefits and let them help a little. General Mubai took his people and left quickly. Soon, someone whispered, "Commander, is it still the thief from yesterday?" 9 out of 10. The rank 7 commander's eyes were cold. Who else could it be other than him? Bring people to seal off everywhere. Also, send people to seal off all the main roads outside the city. I don't believe that he will never show up. Also, strengthen the defense of the underground mineral vein of life. Be careful of intruders. When the Earth Armor Beast arrived, let's see how you can still drill into the ground. Glancing sideways at the giant tree in the inner city, the rank 7 commander breathed a sigh of relief. The tutelary was still in the city, and the inner city was fine. Although the outer city suffered heavy losses, most of the people who died were people outside the city. If they died, they died. Without looking at the corpses, the commander rose into the air and quickly disappeared in front of everyone. As soon as the commander left, several rank 6 warlords were a little worried. Now, the city was not safe. If the king doesn't come back soon, it will really be chaos. Such thoughts flashed through their minds. The king had been outside, and the venerables were not around. Although the tutelary was strong, it could only guard the inner city. However, the outer city was destroyed, which was extremely serious. If the king kept watch in the city, the thieves would not dare to be so bold. However, at this moment, the king was still outside. Even the commander had to seek help from Monster Life clan. Gigantic Willow City would probably become the laughingstock of 9 Southern Territory this time. In the city, several warlords hoped that their king would come back soon. Outside the city, at the passageway entrance, Willow King's crown had fallen off. Cracks also appeared on his golden jade-like body. At this moment, Willow King was mad with hatred. What happened to the promised land of rebirth that no one too strong would come? Yes, no supreme king would come. However, this newcomer, even if he was not a supreme king, he was not far from it. This was how the bastard from the restricted area fooled him. Willow King was mad with hatred, but Zhao Xingwu was a little puzzled. Was it not a few rank 8s and dozens of rank 7s besieging him? Why was it that this guy was the only one holding the fort from beginning to end? Was the situation not so dangerous that they could not wait a moment longer? Why did it not feel that dangerous? If it were not for the trustworthy old Jing who went back to report, Zhao Xingwu would have suspected that the other party reported false information. It was not that dangerous at all, not to mention high ranks, even the middle and low-rank armies were not seen. The Nanjiang catacombs did not seem to attach much importance to the passageway. At this moment, Zhao Xingwu probably did not expect that among the few guys who appeared unexpectedly, 3 of them lured away hundreds of gigantic Willow Divine Guards, a fake rank 8 lured away a rank 8 and a few rank 7s. The other one also held up a large number of gigantic Willow Divine Guards and a rank 7 in the city. If it were not for the continuous changes at the back, at this moment, Willow King would not be here alone. There would at least be a few more rank 7 and 8 powerhouses. As for the allied forces in gigantic Pine City, because they were worried about repeating the same mistakes, there were also a large number of rank 7 and 7 martial artists staying in the city and not dispatched. It's not that great. Zhao Xingwu felt quite relaxed. It seemed that the situation in Nanjiang was much better than expected. The next moment, Zhao Xingwu roared. The Chongdao in his hand suddenly disappeared. In an instant, it broke through the air and slashed at a tree shadow above Willow King's head. Countless branches of the looming giant tree cut through the void, constantly surrounding and attacking the Chongdao. Vaguely, countless branches of the giant tree were cut off. The broken branches collapsed in an instant. Every time one of them collapsed, Willow King's expression became uglier. He was not a match. If he continued to fight, he might be in trouble. How do the other realms compete with the land of rebirth? At this moment, Willow King was a little suspicious. He heard from the people in the restricted area that in other realms, one city was enough to compete with the other party. Why were there so many accidents here? What Willow King did not know was that Zhao Xingwu was also puzzled. It was fine if the other party did not have reinforcements. At this moment, he had the upper hand. It seemed that there were no signs of anyone coming from the central mountains. There were so many accidents today. Glancing at Willow King, Zhao Xingwu did not think too much. This guy's strength was average. Of course, he might not be able to kill the other party. If it really came to a life-or-death situation, there should be someone coming to rescue him. However, even if he could not kill the other party, he had to severely injure the other party, at least so that the other party would not be able to come again. It would also reduce the resistance for the subsequent construction of the city. Taking advantage of the fact that the other party was alone, Zhao Xingwu did not delay. He attacked with all his might, causing the void to explode continuously. On this side, Willow King was still resisting with difficulty. In a faraway place, an earth-shattering loud noise came. A giant tree that seemed to reach the sky erupted with an extremely intense light at this moment. Something's wrong. Willow King's expression changed drastically. He could no longer care about the passageway. To hell with the land of rebirth. The people in the restricted area should go and guard themselves. I'm not doing this anymore. The next moment, Willow King turned and ran. Zhao Xingwu was stunned for a moment. He hurriedly chased after him. A hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. What was going on? Even the guardian demon plant had come out? At the same time, Fang Ping was fleeing frantically in the underground drainage pipe. He was in trouble now. He just wanted to get some low-ranked energy stones, fill up his storage space, and leave. Who knew that after a while, the guards from the catacombs arrived? Fang Ping did not think of blowing up the mineral veins. In fact, he could not do it. Low-ranked stones had low energy purity, so it was difficult to explode, even with mentality. What a coincidence! Yesterday, a large amount of life essence was released, and the energy concentration in the mining area increased a lot. Fang Ping also scattered a large amount of energy essence in the mining area later, causing the energy concentration in the outer mining area to be extremely high. The energy mineral veins were originally very high, and now it was even higher, probably not much worse than the core area. This was like the high gas concentration in a coal mine. In fact, everything would return to normal after 2 more days, and it would not cause an explosion at all. The people of gigantic Willow City did not expect Fang Ping to come again today. Even if he came, he just had to throw the high-ranked energy stones as a bomb. Now, it caused a chain reaction. A large amount of energy was ignited, directly igniting the surrounding areas with high energy concentration. Fang Ping himself was blown up by the huge energy explosion, and his injuries were not light. Not only that, the explosion spread along the periphery all the way to the core area with more energy. Seeing that it was about to cause an even more intense explosion, Willow Tree Monster finally could not hold it in anymore. Countless roots retracted from the outer city, causing a large area of the outer city to collapse. Not only that, in order to suppress the energy explosion, Willow Tree Monster had to cut off the connection between some of the exploding mineral veins and the core area. Strong mentality spread to the ground and began to seal and shield the energy explosion. The high-intensity energy explosion even blew up a lot of the roots. This time, Fang Ping had completely angered the other party. For hundreds of years, Willow Tree Monster had not suffered such a loss. In its anger, it could not care about continuing to guard the inner city. Willow Tree Monster's roots uprooted from the ground, and in its rage, it followed the direction of the energy explosion and chased after it personally. When he felt the monstrous momentum in the distance, Fang Ping really wanted to pee in his pants. He did not intend to blow it up. He did not expect the energy mine to be blown up so easily. If it was so simple, human grandmaster powerhouses would have come to blow up the city even if it meant risking their lives. However, he had blown up the outer city. Fang Ping did not know what else to say. It was true that a high concentration of energy could easily cause an explosion, but didn't it not explode yesterday? Yesterday, he also detonated it once. Why didn't it explode yesterday? Fang Ping had forgotten that there were a lot of high ranks among the people who went after him yesterday. The moment the life essence exploded, those high ranks had used their mentality to suppress the signs of explosion. If there were still a few high ranks keeping watch in the underground today, it would not be so easy to trigger a large-scale explosion. In the end, there was only one high rank in the city right now. He had not entered the ground yet, but was on the ground for interrogation. The Willow Tree Demon guarded the inner city and did not care about the outer city. After a while, Fang Ping really did blow up the energy mine. At this moment, even though only some of the low-grade veins in the periphery had caused explosions, as the explosions rang out, it also triggered a chain reaction, and large-scale collapses appeared in the outer city. The willow tree monster happened to be enraged again. It rose from the ground. This explosion was even more serious than the one caused by Fang Ping. The willow tree demon, which had not moved for 100 years, was now almost one with the inner city. In its rage, it rose from the ground, causing a large number of buildings in the inner city to collapse. In its rage, the rank 9 plant monster did not care about the catacombs humans anymore. It had long been infuriated by this little bug. Yesterday, Fang Ping had stolen its life essence, which had already made the willow tree demon want to kill him personally. Now, it had indeed done so. F*ck, so fast. Feeling the momentum behind him getting stronger and stronger, a wave of mentality that shook the void sweeping in all directions, Fang Ping's face was deathly pale. He did not even enter the inner city because he was afraid that the willow tree demon would attack. What was going on now? A rank 9 was chasing after him. The enraged willow tree demon not only swept its mentality, but also a large number of roots, constantly sweeping in all directions. The entire underground was almost swept away by it. So what if there was no aura? As Fang Ping ran madly, there would always be some movement. As long as it crushed all the way, no matter where that little bug hid, he would not be able to escape death. Under gigantic Willow City, Fang Ping fled frantically. In the city, a large number of residents were also fleeing. The tutelary had gone mad. Following the willow tree demon's movements, a large number of buildings collapsed, crushing countless ordinary catacombs humans to death. That was not all. Under the sweep of mentality, the willow tree demon would not care so much. There would always be some unlucky ones who were swept by the mentality and instantly turned into mud. A large number of roots penetrated the void, and also penetrated many catacombs humans. In the sky above the city, the rank 7 chieftain was silent like a cicada in winter. However, when he saw that the tutelary was a little crazy and was still chasing after him, he could not help but shout, "Tutelary, the royal city is about to collapse." The willow tree demon withdrew its own roots, and the underground was swept clean again. At this moment, a large area of collapse had occurred. In the distance, an extremely strong force soared into the sky, rushing in this direction. The willow tree demon also knew that Willow King had returned. However, it was still far away. It might still need some time. Perhaps it was worried that the royal city would really collapse. The willow tree demon's movements quieted down, but it still could not hide its anger. An extremely strong mentality swept in the direction where Fang Ping was fleeing. Along the way, almost all living creatures died in an instant. At this moment, the willow tree demon did not care about these people's lives at all. It did not care if it killed a group of people by mistake. The mentality swept in one direction, constantly sweeping. So strong. At this moment, Fang Ping no longer cared about hiding his voice. The mentality wave behind him that almost suffocated him made Fang Ping's expression change drastically. As the mentality swept in the way, the ground collapsed, the mud and stones shattered. Fang Ping even saw some mine rats that were not affected instantly disintegrated. Although he himself was still some distance away from the mentality wave, at this moment, he also felt that his mentality was being torn apart. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. As he ran madly, he constantly replenished his wealth. However, no matter how much he replenished, he could not withstand it. His mentality was still being torn apart continuously. Mother ***, how is this possible? Fang Ping's face was full of disbelief. How far had he run? The monster tree was at least 10,000 meters away from him, 10 kilometers. From so far away, the mentality wave had actually torn his mentality to pieces countless times. How could it be so strong? A rank 7 powerhouse's mentality could cover about 30 to 100 meters. Actually, Fang Ping did not know how far a rank 8 could cover. Compared to a rank 7, it was not much stronger. 300 meters, 500 meters, 500 meters at most, at rank 9, how could it be so strong? Was Wu Chuan this strong? Absolutely not. Not only Wu Chuan, Fang Ping suspected that the others would not be this strong either. This tree was definitely a little too much of a freak. The mentality attack behind him was still sweeping in. Fang Ping did not dare to stop, running madly. At this moment, the rank 7 powerhouse finally sensed Fang Ping's movement and chased after him. In its rage, the tutelary did not care about other people's casualties and launched the strongest mentality wave. At this moment, the ground collapsed, everything turned into dust. Under such circumstances, Fang Ping's whereabouts were a little conspicuous. With such heavy losses and the tutelary so furious, if he still could not catch the thief, he would not be able to answer to the king. Almost half of the outer city had collapsed. In the inner city, countless buildings had collapsed too. There were not many martial artists who were injured or killed in the explosion. The tutelary had probably killed thousands of people. Among them, many were martial artists. Just as the rank 7 powerhouse attacked, the towering tree trunk shone brightly, bursting with rays of intense light. Willow tree monster did not move anymore, but it refused to give up. Its mentality spread out continuously. At this moment, the distance was even further. Willow tree monster was no longer here to kill, but to guide the way. When mentality was not used to attack, but to investigate, it could be released even further. It was not that easy for Fang Ping, who was running vigorously, to avoid detection. Fang Ping's face was pale. His mentality had been shattered so many times that his head was dizzy. I just stole some low-ranked energy stones that you guys don't want. Why do you have to do this? The little bit I stole is not even enough for you guys to blow up yourselves. Is there a need for that? For this little bit of energy stones, the rank 9 tree monster personally chased after him, not caring about its reputation at all. Have you ever seen the boss of a coal mining company personally chasing after a little bit of stolen leftovers? Boom. Fang Ping was still running. In the sky, the rank 7 powerhouse attacked. A palm slammed down from the sky, and the ground cracked, a large amount of gravel came crashing down. Fang Ping's footsteps did not slow down at all, rushing straight through the gravel. His body was cut by the broken gravel. Where's Old Manly? Fang Ping was close to tears. At this moment, he was targeted. It was difficult to hide even if he wanted to. Yesterday, he could hide in the city because there were many underground passageways in the city. These rank 7 and 8 powerhouses did not want to destroy the royal city. But now, Willow Tree Monster had destroyed more than half of the outer city. Since they had already suffered heavy losses, this rank 7 powerhouse no longer had any scruples. With the determination to kill, he attacked without holding back. A large number of passageways collapsed. If this went on, once there were no more obstacles, the surrounding passageways would be blocked, and he would die without a doubt. Fang Ping did not think that he could really run faster than a rank 7, and that he could fight against a rank 7 martial artist. Just as Fang Ping was running, about 30 li outside of gigantic Willow City, Qin Fengqing and the others who were also running had their mouths wide open. What the hell was that towering tree, that big tree that exploded with a huge light? Is this the tutelary monster plant that they were talking about? It should be. Didn't they say that we can't move? Who knows? I can feel the pressure from so far away. It's gigantic Willow City. Did our people attack the city? 30 li was not considered close. The distance was extremely far. However, that big tree was still so dazzling, so suffocating. Qin Fengqing swallowed. He actually wanted to attack the city. He must be tired of living. If he angered the other party, he would not even know how he died. Luckily, we didn't court death. Qin Fengqing looked relieved. Previously, he had heard the catacombs martial artists talk about the tutelary monster plant. Of course, it was just hearsay. The guy who threatened him, who might be the mayor, was quickly beaten to a pulp by them. They were just hearsay. Who would take it seriously? However, at this moment, Qin Fengqing was extremely glad. Next time, he would not even think about entering the catacomb city even if he was beaten to death. Other things aside, with such a huge physique, it could crush them to death. It was too terrifying. Beside him, Li Hansong ran madly without a sound. Were you sure you weren't courting death? Behind them, there were still hundreds of catacombs martial artists chasing after them. They had been in the catacombs for 3 days. They had been running for 3 days, almost without a moment's rest. At this moment, Li Hansong could not be bothered with what was happening in gigantic Willow City. He just wanted to find a place to rest. He was really, really tired. If word got out, probably no one would believe that a rank 5 powerhouse would die of exhaustion on the road. 3 days, running for 3 days, if not for his strong physique and the fact that he had absorbed a lot of energy stones, he would have died of exhaustion long ago. Being chased by a few rank SIXs and a large group of rank 4s and 5s, what kind of experience is this? This thought came to Li Hansong's mind. He remembered Wang Jinyang's words again. A martial artist who was not chased was not a good martial artist. Now, he was considered a good martial artist, right? Maybe, from the beginning, I should have followed Fang Ping. At least I wouldn't have to run for 3 days and 2 nights. 30 li was actually not too far from gigantic Willow City. For Fang Ping and the others, the highest speed they could reach was close to 100 meters per second. If they ran as if their lives depended on it, they could run more than 10 li in a minute. Of course, running this fast usually could not last long. However, the potential of humans was always limitless. When faced with a life-threatening crisis, nothing was impossible. When Li Hansong had this thought, a loud roar came from afar. "Old Li, save me!" At this time, Fang Ping could not care less about exposing his whereabouts. He was being targeted. At this moment, he had already run out of gigantic Willow City. He did not drill anymore. Because his speed was very slow, he was almost shocked to death a few times. However, no matter how fast he was, he could not outrun a rank 7. At this moment, the rank 7 powerhouse in the sky attacked him with a cold murderous intent, wanting to kill him on the spot. The roar was also to let Old Manly know where he was. At most 30 seconds, he would be caught. If he was caught, then he would die. This roar came faintly from afar. Li Hansong's expression froze. Wang Jinyang's expression changed slightly. Qing Fengqing, on the other hand, had a look of realization. He said quickly, F***ck, I knew it. He must have gone to their lair. Stop talking nonsense. He's being chased. Same for us. It's not the same. The one chasing him is a high rank. As soon as Wang Jinyang said this, Qing Fengqing's expression changed drastically. He growled, quick, change direction. The next moment, Qing Fengqing did not even think about it. He turned around and ran from the side. As for rescue, don't be ridiculous. If they went there, they would be dead meat. Wang Jinyang did not hesitate either. He turned around and ran with him. This kid Fang Ping was more capable than them. They had to get away quickly, or else they would all die. Li Hansong subconsciously ran with the two of them. After running for a while, he could not help but say sadly, "We're not going to save him?" These people were crazy. Qing Fengqing said that Fang Ping might have gone to their lair. He did not quite believe it. Even if he went, he thought that Fang Ping would still be lurking in the dark. However, thinking of the explosion earlier, the towering trees rampage, and now there was a high rank chasing him. Was this considered lurking? This was really going to destroy their lair. Save my ass. Run quickly. The further the better. Qing Fengqing's face was red. This time, he really did not hold back and started to work hard. If he was caught, he would be dead. As for Fang Ping, who knew if that guy would die? Even if he died, there was nothing he could do. He was even more arrogant than him. What the hell did he do to gigantic Willow City? He had provoked that big tree to explode. When Li Hansong heard this, he also realized that he had asked a stupid question. If he could not save Fang Ping, they would only die together. Now, he could only pray that Fang Ping would quickly turn around and not run in this direction. Previously, he had thought that it was amazing that they were being chased by a rank 6, but now, Fang Ping was being chased by a high rank, and it was not just one. That tree had been chasing him before, right? It was too scary. Fang Ping was still alive now. Li Hansong found it hard to believe. "MCMA, you guys were really tough. If I don't die this time, I won't go into the catacombs with them next time. No, the next time there's a catacombs with them, I won't come even if you beat me to death. No, not only the catacombs. Next time, even if they're above ground, I won't join in the fun. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Li Hansong's mind. It was too exciting. It was so exciting that he could not stand it. He originally thought that Qin Fengqing and Wang Jinyang were considered weirdos. Now it seemed, they were insignificant. Just as Fang Ping roared, a streak of golden light dashed toward him at high speed. As soon as the explosion sounded, Old Man Li knew something had happened. At this moment, Fang Ping had just finished shouting. The golden light was extremely fast, rushing over quickly, shouting, "Coming!" In the next moment, Fang Ping leaped into the air and grabbed Old Man Li's shoulder. "Kill him!" Fang Ping panted violently, glaring angrily at the rank 7 chasing behind him. Old Man Li did not say a word, flying quickly toward Qin Fengqing and the others. "Bring them along and run," Fang Ping was puzzled at first, followed by a look of horror. "What did you do?" At this moment, 2 golden lights flickered in the distance, in addition to a few rank 7 auras soaring into the air. Old Man Li was also being chased. "I've been chased for a long time." Old Man Li was also helpless. First, a rank 9 was chasing him. Finally, he met Zhao Xingwu, but he was taken away. In the end, before he could return to the city, he was stopped by 2 rank 8s from gigantic Willow City, along with a few rank 7s. As for Zhou Dinghua and the others, it seemed that they were still being chased by the people from gigantic Pine City. In short, in the catacombs now, human martial artists were all being chased. No, Zhao Xingwu might be chasing after Willow King. Old Man Li had already felt the aura, but perhaps it would be reversed soon. If Willow King joined forces with that big willow tree, perhaps old Zhao would also have to escape. Humans are so miserable. Such a thought flashed through Old Man Li's mind. The sorrow of the weak, they were all being chased. How miserable. As for gigantic Willow City in the distance, half of it had collapsed. Old Man Li pretended not to see it. It was not him who did it. These were all trivial matters. The golden light was extremely fast. In a flash, it grabbed the 3 people on the ground in an instant. However, they did not feel the slightest bit honored. Qin Fengqing's face was full of pessimism. He turned his head and looked, saying sadly, 2 rank 8s, 5 rank 7s, they're going to die. If they were caught, they would definitely die. I provoked a few rank SIXS, and I'm already scared. What are these 2 guys doing? The key is that when you run, don't run this way. Now, it was great. Old Man Li was also a little anxious, shouting, "Give me something to drink." Old Man Li was also a little anxious, shouting, "Give me something to drink." Fang Ping's expression darkened. He said angrily, "No more. People will die. It's over even if you die. You brat, you caused such a huge commotion. Could it be that you didn't get it?" Old Man Li was a little surprised. "You almost destroyed their city. Did you not get the life essence?" Fang Ping said helplessly, "What's there to snatch? I accidentally blew up the energy mine when I went in. That giant tree went crazy and chased after me. Don't even mention it." Li Hansong was dumbfounded by the conversation between the 2 of them. At this moment, Li Hansong could not care less about the people chasing after him. He hurriedly interrupted, "What mine did you blow up?" "Energy mines, don't you know? There was a large energy mine under Royal City that could extract at least a few thousand tons of energy stones, maybe even tens of thousands of tons. I was going to dig a little, but I accidentally blew up a part of it." The other 3 were stunned. "You really went to mine?" Even Qin Fengqing, who thought he knew Fang Ping very well, could not help but ask, "You've been mining these days?" "No, I've been chased by people. I snatched some energy essence and was almost chased to the ends of the earth. I just entered the city this morning to do some small things and dig up some worthless common goods. I didn't expect that rank 9 giant tree to fly into a rage and insist on killing me. Common goods, tens of thousands of tons of energy stones, tons, not grams. Even if it was grams, it was enough to make them drool. Now Fang Ping was using tons to measure it. Was this brat kidding? Wang Jinyang thought that he was a rather steady person. At this moment, he gulped a little, his eyes flashing. Is there really a big mine? Yes, a royal city is a mine. They're all super big mines. Let me tell you, there are low-purity energy stones everywhere, just like rocks. Just pick them up casually, that's a few hundred caddies. But this time, I blew up a lot of low-purity stones. It's a pity that I blew up at least a few hundred meters of mine tunnel. I don't know if those energy stones were destroyed. Fang Ping lamented, this is actually nothing. In the core, there are plenty of cultivation-aiding energy stones the size of millstones, not to mention the ones the size of a human head. In the core, those are not energy stones, but energy essence. Do you know? It's all energy rivers and waterfalls, at least a few tons. That purity is about 100%. If you throw a person in and it doesn't explode, even a pig can become a rank 9, the few of them were lost in their fantasies. An incomparably huge energy vein, countless high-ranked energy stones, there were also energy rivers. Just thinking about it was too wonderful. At this moment, Li Honsong suddenly felt a little inferior. Once upon a time, he thought that snatching a lot of energy stones with Qin Fengqing and the others was a magnificent feat that he could brag about for many years. Now that he thought about it. Don't mention it, it was too embarrassing. Fang Ping continued to narrate, sighing. What a pity. Just now, I saw a low-ranked energy stone the size of a millstone. I wanted to take it away, but I couldn't. Later, it even exploded. It weighed at least 1 or 2 tons. Listening to Fang Ping's tons and tons, the few of them were dazed again. Since when did energy stones start to be described as tons? Gulp, the sound of saliva being swallowed was heard. Old Manly sighed at the wrong time. Don't think about it, you little bastards. Think about how we're going to run. Behind them, the figures were getting closer. 2 rank 8s and 5 rank 7s. If they caught up, they would definitely die. Seeing that Old Manly could not outrun the other party, Fang Ping's face was full of grief. He pretended to take off his clothes, only to realize that he was naked. With a dry cough, Fang Ping glanced at the few of them. Without waiting for Iron Head Li's reply, he tore off his shirt and wrapped it around himself. Only then did the few of them realize something. Li Honsong murmured, You. Why are you running? Why are you running naked? If you want to run, then run. Why did you take off your clothes? At this moment, the few of them were huddled together. When they thought of Fang Ping facing them just now, especially Li Honsong, they shuddered. What kind of special hobby was this? Fang Ping was too lazy to explain. He wrapped himself in his clothes, then felt around behind him. A small drop of crystal clear life essence was on his hand. He said painfully, Eat a little. Try your best to run. Old Manly looked at this small drop of life essence and could not help but scold, So little? Don't be discontented. It's at least 1 gram. It's better than 5 grams of high-ranked energy stones. Yesterday, I ate a few caddies. Now you're letting me eat this little? There's really nothing left. As the two of them spoke, Qin Fengqing and the others' eyes turned green. What rich energy, they did not need to eat it. Just by feeling the energy that emanated from it made them feel like they were walking on clouds. It was too rich. This was only 1 drop. What was Old Manly talking about? How many caddies did he eat yesterday? Motherf asterisk cur, how extravagant was this? They were ashamed of themselves. They were too ashamed to show their faces. Even when they sucked a thumb-sized high-ranked energy stone, they still felt like their flesh was being cut. How many good things did this kid Fang Ping snatch? The next moment, Qin Fengqing could not care less about the danger. He struggled to reach out his hand to touch Fang Ping. Fang Ping grabbed his hand and scolded, What are you doing? Fang Ping, Uncle Fang, let me drink a mouthful. Just 1 mouthful. Where are you hiding it? I'm dying. Save me. Just let me drink a mouthful. Qin Fengqing's face was full of desire and excitement. Let me drink a mouthful. Just 1 mouthful. Maybe I'll be peak rank 4, Li Honsong swallowed, too embarrassed to say anything. Wang Jinyang, on the other hand, said in a deep voice, Fang Ping, at this time, we don't know if we can survive. Let us drink a mouthful and recover our strength. Even if we die, we have to kill a few to break even. Yes, 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 Li Hansong immediately added, I'll drink a mouthful too. Just one mouthful. Let's go kill the enemies. It was too tempting, they had never seen something like this before. It was the essence of energy. Even if they did not drink it, they knew how good it would be just by thinking about it. Their eyes were red. Qin Fengqing had already started sticking out his tongue to lick Fang Ping's finger. There was still one drop, one lick would be worth at least 5 million. Thinking of this, the few of them suddenly thought of something. Where did Fang Ping hide this thing? He was not even wearing clothes just now. He suddenly touched his back. Qin Fengqing, who was still sticking out his tongue, suddenly retracted it. Where did he hide it? Where else could he hide something on the back of a human body? Their expressions kept changing. They were tempted, but they also thought of where Fang Ping was hiding. They looked like they were struggling. Could this still be eaten? Fang Ping, this bastard, was too disgusting. However, such a small drop was at least 5 million. Moreover, it was not the kind that money could buy. The value did not mean that it could definitely be bought. Fang Ping did not care so much. With a face full of vigilance, he stuffed his finger into Old Li's mouth and stirred it. Then, he wiped it on Old Li's body and warned, stop fooling around. We haven't run away yet. The few of them looked like they were struggling. Seeing Old Man Li swallow the thing nonchalantly with a satisfied look on his face, they felt a little disgusted. Did Old Man Li know where Fang Ping took it out from? If he knew, would he still eat it so happily? Fang Ping did not think too much at the moment. He said, there's no more. There's none left. I drank it all yesterday. I drank a few caddies. Old Li drank at least 100 caddies. Why don't you guys bite him and see if there's any left? Crunch, an ear-piercing sound was heard. Qin Fengqing tried to take a bite, but the ear-piercing grinding sound was heard. Qin Fengqing covered his mouth and tears flowed out. It was too keen painful. He felt a little disgusted when Fang Ping took it out. However, he felt that it was okay when he tried drinking the old man's blood. There was nothing disgusting about it. He did not expect it to almost break his teeth. Old Man Li unleashed his maximum speed again. He was a little tired. I can't even be bothered to make a sound. Bite if you can. If you can bite through it, you're awesome. Seeing that the few of them were almost forgetting that they were being hunted, Wang Jinyang finally calmed down and said hurriedly, Instructor Li, you've broken through? Although Old Man Li was not a NMAU instructor, Wang Jinyang knew all the powerhouses who came to Nanjiang to help. Li Chongqing was not this strong before. Moreover, when Qin Fengqing bit it, there was a crunching sound. This was considered a golden body, right? But breaking through. Rank 6 to rank 8, where was that? After he said that, the others finally reacted. They had almost forgotten about this after the excitement just now. Qin Fengqing and Old Man Li were very familiar with each other. At this moment, he said with a face full of shock, don't tell me you've become a rank 8 after eating a few hundred caddies of this thing? Having said that, he looked at Fang Ping and asked, glaring at him, what about you? Fang Ping said lightly, rank 5. F***ck. Qin Fengqing really could not hold it in anymore. He did not care where Fang Ping took it out from. In order to break through the ranks, martial artists would do anything, not to mention that it was taken out from there. Even if it was pooped out, he would still dare to eat it. Unable to suppress his excitement, Qin Fengqing growled, Fang Ping, give me a little, just a little, not much. Just let me break through to rank 5. This is a miracle medicine. Not only him, but the other two were once again aroused with endless desire. The rank 6 Li Chongqing became a rank 8 in the blink of an eye. The rank 4 Fang Ping became a rank 5 in the blink of an eye. If this was not a miracle medicine, what was? Especially Li Chongqing. He had reached the sky in a single bound. Before this, they had heard of this rumor. Unexpectedly, the rumor had become a reality. The few of them were emotional, completely forgetting about the pursuers behind them. They could die without regrets after hearing the truth in the morning. Now that Fang Ping had given them a little, they would feel that it was worth it even if they died. Fang Ping was helpless, saying weakly, there's really no more. I don't believe it. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. As Fang Ping said that, he patted Old Man Li, saying helplessly, hurry up, the life essence in your body is definitely not used up. Why are you dragging them around? Let's find a place to hide first. Old Manly had really swallowed a lot yesterday. Even if he had reconstructed his golden body, Fang Ping felt that there would definitely be some left. The old man was not willing to explode now, he must be waiting for Fang Ping to bleed. Did this old man still have a conscience? He only had a little left, yet he did not let it go. Where was his conscience? Old Manly heard that and sighed, saying, there's really not much left. He did not ask if there was definitely some left. If this kid Fang Ping was willing to spend it all, he would not believe it. There's no more left. Looks like there's really not much left, Old Manly sighed. The little left in his body was not enough to nurture his mentality. However, Fang Ping was not willing to bleed anymore, so it was hard to deceive him. Without another word, Old Manly's body emitted a brilliant golden glow. A powerful burst of energy erupted, and in the next moment, his speed increased by 30%, Xianxia's eyes turned red again. Such powerful strength, such powerful energy. It's infuriating to compare myself to others. Qin Fengqing looked helpless, but very quickly, he regained his fighting spirit. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. What was the reason why Fang Ping could get so many things? It was because of breath control. Fang Ping, how about teaching me breath control? I'll pay 1 million as tuition. Get lost, 5 million. Are you getting lost or not? 10 million. Qin Fengqing's eyes were red. He had learned all the tricks. Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. He turned around and glanced, waving at the few people in the distance. Goodbye. After what he had done to gigantic Willow City, he would not be able to go back in the short term. If he went again, the monster tree would tear the city apart and tear him into pieces. Fang Ping still had this thought in mind. It was not easy to make a trip to the city, but it ended up like this. Fang Ping was regretting it now. If he had known, he would have kept it down. That mine was originally his personal mine. Now, it was hard to say. There are other cities in the catacombs. No, I'm afraid they're all guarded here. Next time, I'll go to Skygate City or other places to steal. As he thought of this, Fang Ping looked at his storage space that was half full again, feeling slightly regretful. It was such a pity that he could not fill up a space. Just like stones, the energy stones that he had randomly thrown on the ground did not even fill up his storage space. It had to be said that he had really suffered a loss this time. Kagu. At this moment, a roar that pierced through the void rose from afar, shaking the void. That roar that was filled with anger and murderous intent made Fang Ping shudder involuntarily. Forget it. He really could not go to gigantic Willow City. Willow King was probably going crazy. Gigantic Willow City had countless casualties. More than half of the city had been destroyed, and a large section of the underground mine had been blown up. At this time, if the other party did not self-destruct out of anger, it would be considered as a powerhouse with a good mentality. If it were someone else, they might really explode out of anger. Fang Ping shuddered, and the others were not much worse off. They all quietened down and looked at each other. This time, they had really offended the city lord. The next time they met, the other party would not treat them like ants. He would definitely kill them. One had to know that a catacombs rank 9, even if they met some weaklings, they might not kill them. Then, the few of them looked at Fang Ping. This is your enemy. We've only killed some martial artists on the periphery. Fang Ping seemed to know what they were thinking. He said lightly, he has never seen me before. He did not even feel my aura. You guys, on the other hand, I'm afraid you've really been remembered. The King of Willow had never seen them before, but these guys had been hunted down for so long. Their appearances and auras were definitely remembered by the people. If he wanted to kill someone, he would kill them first. Even if Fang Ping stood in front of Willow King, he might not know that Fang Ping was the one who destroyed his royal city. Their expressions changed instantly. Li Hansong wanted to cry but had no tears. I promise I won't come next time. Not only did he not get many benefits, but he also took all the blame. He was only a rank 5. Being targeted by a rank 9, how would he dare to come again? Fang Ping also sighed a little, muttering, I have a little too many enemies in the catacombs. 3 rank 9s, a few rank 8s, a bunch of rank 7s, Willow King, Willow Tree Monster, these two must kill him. Skygate City Lord, Fong Ping must kill the other party. These 3 rank 9s were irrevocable enemies. They had not reached rank 9 yet. It was a little dangerous. They were speechless at the same time. Even Old Man Li did not say a word. You are the only one in the world. Many martial artists, when they were middle-ranked, did not even have a chance to fight a high-ranked. You, on the other hand, have a bunch of rank 7s and a few rank 9s. Boom, a violent explosion came from gigantic Willow City again. The furious Willow King and the big Willow Tree sensed Zhao Xingwu's aura. They did not care that they were in Royal City anymore. The big Willow Tree uprooted, countless branches like arms, whipping the void. In Willow King's rage, he gathered the endless energy in the sky and guided it into his body. With a thunderous strike, the void exploded, and a second sun exploded. The 2 rank 9 powerhouses exploded in anger. Even if Zhao Xingwu was extremely strong, he was still sent flying dozens of miles away. Without another word, he broke into a run. Crazy, were the Nanjiang Catacombs powerhouses crazy? He had seen the 2 rank 9s unleashing their full power. The ground was torn apart, the city walls collapsed, and countless catacombs people died instantly. So brutal. This was his first time entering the catacombs, right? Were all the powerhouses here like this? No wonder old Jing said that the Nanjiang Catacombs battle was extremely tragic. With the current situation, it was strange that Wu Chuan was still alive. The rank 9s did not even care about their own lair. They risked their lives when they saw anyone. It was really fortunate that Wu Chuan did not die. Zhao Xingwu was dumbfounded. Really, he had fought a few catacombs before. However, it was rare to see a city lord and a monster plant that risked their lives. He only chased after them to take a look. He did not think about risking his life. However, the other party did not say a word. They did not care about the people's lives. When they saw him, they unleashed their full power. They were too warlike. If it were other catacombs, he could understand. Everyone had been fighting for decades, hundreds of years, and there were heavy casualties. But here, he had just arrived. But, who collapsed the city? Looking at the faint golden glow in the distance, Zhao Xingwu suddenly thought of something. He muttered, "That's not right. When I first met Li Chongqing, what happened to him?" Zhao Xingwu was completely confused now. Li Chongqing did not die. Then, he lured a rank 9 over. This rank 9 did not surround and kill Wu Chuan. Instead, he went after Li Chongqing. This was a very strange place. Logically, if the other party wanted to kill someone, they should be going after Wu Chuan. For powerhouses, they would usually surround and kill the strongest first. The rest were all meat on the chopping block. However, the rank 9 he just met did not. Instead, he chose to kill Li Chongqing. Could it be because Li Chongqing killed the other party's rank 8? In addition, the enemy's city had been destroyed. Who could destroy the enemy's city when there was a demon plant guarding it? Wu Chuan, that wasn't right. He could still feel Wu Chuan's aura. It was far away. Li Chongqing did it? Li Chongqing could destroy a city right under the nose of a rank 9 monster plant? Zhao Xingwu was deeply puzzled. Forget it, he did not care anymore. These 2 rank 9s were in a berserk state now. This was his first time entering the catacombs, not to fight to the death, but to gain a foothold. At this time, there wasn't much meaning in risking one's life. Moreover, after he left, the 2 rank 9s did not chase after him. They just guarded their lair. What did this mean? Not going to the passageway? Not fighting anymore? The situation in the Nanjiang catacombs is really hard to understand. Zhao Xingwu had been to many catacombs in his life. He had been to almost all of the 23 catacombs in the country, including this one. Nanjiang's catacombs, on the other hand, was a little unfathomable. It was filled with a strange aura. In the city closest to the passageway, the 2 rank 9s in the city had actually retreated and stopped fighting. This was strange. Zhao Xingwu shook his head. Forget it. He did not care anymore. He would go and help Wu Chuan. Then, he would think about it after returning to the passageway, more than an hour later. At the passageway, Wu Chuan and Zhao Xingwu were bewildered. After a while, Zhao Xingwu could not hold it in anymore. He asked, "What's going on? Not fighting anymore? They're letting us build a city just like that? Is there a conspiracy?" It was not that easy. In the past, when opening a stronghold in the catacombs, the other party would not give up until they were powerless. This was because the catacombs had the advantage of time and place. Humans could not send too many powerhouses. Otherwise, more powerhouses would be drawn out. Therefore, under normal circumstances, there were only 1 or 2 rank 9s who entered. The second person rarely made a move, mainly to prevent the other party from making the first move. What about now? The situation in the Nanjiang catacombs was not good. Only when the 2 cities joined forces did Zhao Xingwu enter and make a move. However, Zhao Xingwu felt that he did not fight, and then no one came to attack. On one side, they were guarding the lair and not coming out. On the other side, they were also rushing back to the lair, unwilling to come back again. Wu Chuan was also at a loss. He frowned. Maybe there's a conspiracy. But let's not care. The most important thing now is to occupy the passageway and open a stronghold. The longer we drag this out, the more advantageous it is for us. As long as the passageway is completely stable and we're guarding this place, then our people can come and go as they please. When that time comes, we can attack and defend at will. It's better than now. Everyone took the risk to enter the catacombs for the sake of the safety of the rear. Previously, they were worried that the catacombs people would go out first, so they risked their lives to enter. Now, not only did the catacombs people not go out, but they were also guarding the lair without moving. Then, they would not take the initiative to look for trouble. They would just wait and see who could outlast the other. Although both of them did not quite understand why exactly, this was a good thing. If every catacombs person was so reasonable, then maybe they would not even have to fight. Thinking was one thing, but both of them did not dare to relax. Wu Chuan was even more afraid. He did not forget the importance this side placed on the passageway on the first day they entered. They turned out in full force, they almost surrounded and killed all of them, if it was not for Li Chongqing's outburst in the end, killing a rank 8 and messing up the situation. Yes, Li Chongqing, Wu Chuan suddenly said, "What's going on with Chongqing?" Zhao Xingwu looked at him with a puzzled expression. "You're asking me?" "I haven't asked you yet. What was going on with Li Chongqing?" Both of them looked at each other, their heads aching. What was going on? They did not understand the current situation. At the same time, 600 li away from the passageway, 300 li away from gigantic Willow City. A few of them crawled out from underground cautiously. Looking at Fang Ping's familiar look, Li Hansong could not hold it in anymore and said in a low voice, You dig holes pretty fast." Fang Ping glanced at him and said lightly, "It's a necessary skill for mining. If you don't know it, it means that you're inexperienced. Look at Qin Fengqing and the rest. Who's not good at digging holes?" Qin Fengqing did not think there was anything wrong with it. He spat out a mouthful of mud and shook his head, saying, "I haven't dug holes in a long time." "Why, you've never dug a mine before?" When he said this, Qin Fengqing saw that Li Hansong was a little strange. He clicked his tongue and said, "It can't be? I've dug a few times as a rank 3, but I didn't manage to dig anything." "You've never dug before?" Li Hansong felt ashamed of himself once again. It turned out that digging holes was a professional skill. He actually did not know how to do it. It was too embarrassing. As he said that, Li Hansong looked at Wang Jinyang. Nanjiang's catacombs had just opened. "You don't know either, do you?" Wang Jinyang chuckled softly. "Don't listen to their nonsense. Digging holes is mainly to avoid being hunted down. Our aura is too obvious. It's just a hole that's tens of meters deep. Most rank 7s will have a hard time finding us. In other words, I know how to dig holes too. I'm quite skilled at it. Do the other catacombs survive like this?" Li Hansong suddenly felt a little sorry for them. It turned out that the other catacombs' environment was so harsh. In his entire life, he had only been to capital cities' catacombs. Over there, martial artists were not like this. Over there, martial artists fought head-on. Over there, it was rare to be chased by others. It turned out that capital cities' catacombs were different. Old Man Li glanced at him. Idiot, who F** king relied on digging holes to survive, these little bastards were too reckless. They were hunted down all the time. From rank 3 to rank 5, they were still being hunted. How many of them were like this? In other catacombs, including Magic City's catacombs, even if humans went out of the city, they would not go too deep. Now, it had become a tug-of-war. There were not many times when they went deep into the enemy's territory to be hunted down. Did you think everyone was like these three guys, provoking high ranks when they had nothing better to do? Looking at Li Hansong's expression of admiration and sympathy, Old Man Li felt that this guy should go back as soon as possible. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would not even know how he died. These three people were used to being hunted down. They had experience in how to run, how fast to run, how to save energy, and how to maintain combat strength. Li Hansong obviously lacked this kind of experience. At critical moments, whoever ran slower, who lacked experience, would be the first to die. No one cared about Li Hansong anymore. Fang Ping exhaled and said, "There's no way to go to Gigantic Willow City anymore, but I know the location of Gigantic Pine City." Old Man Li shook his head and said, "The battle between rank 9s has stopped." In the battle between rank 9s, the energy tide surged. Even if there was no movement, there would still be a reaction. Right now, there was no movement at all. Fang Ping's expression changed. The people in Gigantic Pine City have gone back too? Probably. Then what should we do? Fang Ping's head hurt. He rubbed his chin and said, "Why don't we go to Cretaceous City? The monster plants guard the city, and their roots are densely spread underground. Actually, it's very dangerous to dig a hole to get there. Monster Life Clan, on the other hand, is not so troublesome." The other three people did not quite understand what he was saying. Old Man Li shook his head and said, "First of all, when humans enter the catacombs, they will never take the initiative to provoke Monster Life Clan. This is an iron law, except for the capital city catacombs. Second, Monster Life Clan, do you think they don't have any tricks up their sleeves? There are monsters living underground too, and some of them are extremely strong. I've encountered monsters living underground, high-ranked ones, and a whole nest of them." Fang Ping swallowed his saliva. Based on experience, having an old man at home was like having a treasure. He did not realize this, or rather, a large amount of wealth had made him forget this. That was true. If Monster Life Clan did not have any capital, would the underground energy mine not have been emptied by others long ago? There were high-ranked monsters underground, and they were more difficult to deal with than monster plants. Monster plants, in any case, only had their roots underground. In reality, they still lived on the surface. Like the willow tree monster, it could not unleash too much of its strength underground. It could only unleash its strength within the range of its roots. Monsters, underground monsters, were professionals. In terms of tunneling ability, Fang Ping was no match for it. If he really encountered one, he might be killed immediately. Fang Ping's head hurt again. He thought hard and said, "Who should we rob now?" Li Hansong could not hold it in anymore. He said immediately, "Are we still going to rob? Why don't we go to the passageway? Didn't Instructor Li say that the rank 9's battle has stopped? Why are your thoughts so unique? Why are you only thinking about who to rob? There is no place to rob." These fellows actually looked very lost, completely forgetting that they could go back to the passageway. Their main purpose for entering was to build a stronghold, was it not? Now that the rank 9's battle had stopped, Instructor Li also said that reinforcements had arrived, and Alliance leader Zhao was here. At this time, meeting up with the rank 9's was the safest. When Qin Fengqing heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he said unwillingly, "No. How about this, we go and rob a few more towns?" "No, Instructor Li is here. Let's go and rob a small city. I know the location of a small city. It's the one we went around last time. Let's rob that one." Fang Ping asked with interest, "Is it far from Gigantic Pine City?" "About 80 li away. It's a little close." Fang Ping frowned slightly. The rank 9 speed is too fast. They've broken through the speed of sound. In the catacombs, because of the rich energy, the speed of sound traveled slower. But Fang Ping felt that there was still a limit of 300 meters per second. A rank 9's all-out effort might be able to run 80 li in 3 minutes. It was very scary. Previously, Willow King was fighting at the passageway entrance. The distance was close to 500 li. Under the situation of all-out effort, the other party rushed back in less than half an hour. Of course, this kind of extreme speed, even for a rank 9, was enough to choke. However, 80 li, for Willow King, who was extremely angry now, no matter how great the damage was, he might still come back to kill. Within a radius of 300 li, everyone should take it easy. Old Manly sighed faintly. The few of you had killed so many martial artists, destroyed so many villages and towns, and even destroyed half of the royal city. If you move around now, Willow King might not even defend the city anymore. He would kill these guys even if he had to risk his life. Don't tell me we should go back? Fong Ping thought about it and sighed. Then let's go back first. Having said that, he looked at the others and said, you guys wait. I'll go get something. Instructor, bring me there. Old Manly knew what he wanted to do. He nodded and said, then we'll go. Don't run around. We'll be back later. Having said that, he grabbed Fong Ping and left. After the two of them left, Qin Fengqing said with a deep expression, guess, how many good things did he hide? Looking at the small bag on his body, Qin Fengqing knew without looking that there were about 20 grams of cultivation-aiding energy stones, about 200 grams of normal ones, a certain number of medicinal herbs, and a certain amount of metal that was kneaded into a ball. After calculating, the harvest was not considered low. It was still worth 30 to 50 million. Moreover, in these 2 days, he had also absorbed a lot of energy stones. In 3 days, he had earned quite a lot. Wang Jinyang and him were about the same. Li Hansong had slightly less because he did not rob as fast as them. As for Fong Ping, how much did he rob? Li Hansong thought about it and said, he was hunted down so badly. I don't think it's a lot. No matter how many good things there were, they had to be able to carry them. Fong Ping was being hunted down by high ranks. How many could he have hidden? The few of them talked for a while. Very soon, Fong Ping returned. At this moment, Fong Ping had changed back into his own clothes. He had a chongdao at his waist and carried an incomparably huge animal skin bag on his back. Of course, it was not too full. However, the three of them could not help but be shocked by the heaviness of the bag. Don't tell me it's energy stones, it's books, isn't it? It's normal metal, isn't it? It's beast meat, isn't it? Fong Ping did not care about them. He carried the animal skin bag and walked back, saying regretfully, there are energy stones everywhere. High ranks are all over the ground. I only carried a bag of normal energy stones back. I've really suffered a huge loss this time. Bang! Qin Fengqing was sent flying by a punch from Fong Ping. This guy is crazy. How dare you rob me right in front of me? Qin Fengqing was crazy. Even Wang Jinyang was jealous. He had never seen anyone carrying energy stones in an animal skin bag in his life. Even NMAU's inventory did not have that many. They were both human, both rank 5. No, Fong Ping was only rank 4 previously. They had been here for 3 days. The gap was too big. He wanted to rob too. Robbing Fong Ping should be easier than robbing the catacombs royal city. So, energy stones can really be described as carrying on your back? At this moment, Li Hansong did not want to rob him. He was just at a loss. In capital city, grandmasters would sometimes joke when they went out, saying, I'll wait for you to carry a bag of energy stones back. Of course, it was just a joke. But now, reality told him that it was not a joke. Energy stones could be described as carrying a bag on his back. Fong Ping stared at them like a tiger watching its prey and shouted, Stop fooling around. My bag is nothing. Under the royal city, there are mountains of energy stones. I can carry as many bags as I want. It's not a problem to fill a train. You guys, don't be so narrow-minded. You're so ignorant. Behind him, Old Manly swallowed quietly. He had seen a lot, but in all his years, other than MCMAU's warehouse, he had never seen them anywhere else. If Fong Ping was not one of them, he would have knocked Fong Ping unconscious and robbed him. This might not even be all of Fong Ping's, at least, he did not see any life essence. After deciding to return to the passageway and meet up with the rank 9 powerhouses, they did not delay. However, along the way, Fang Ping was extremely vigilant. Qin Fengqing noticed him glancing at him a few times. He could not help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. I'm not planning to snatch. The key was that he could not snatch. Right now, he really could not beat Fang Ping. He was sent flying by Fang Ping with one punch. Needless to say, he was miserable. Fang Ping ignored him. He grabbed Old Man Li's shoulder and reminded, "Be careful. We're not out of danger yet. If I'm not mistaken, there will be enemies ambushing us on the way back to the passageway." This place was 600 li away from the passageway. Human martial artists, no matter how far they ran, would definitely return to the passageway. The reason why he was so sure that there was an ambush was because his wealth did not increase. This meant that they were actually not out of danger yet. As soon as Fang Ping finished speaking, Qin Fengqing and Wang Jinyang were extremely fast. They grabbed Old Man Li's arm instantly. Although Old Man Li was not a true rank 8, his speed was extremely fast. He was not slower than a rank 8. Following him, they ran even faster. Li Hansong was a beat slower. Seeing that the three of them had grabbed Old Man Li's arm, he looked embarrassed. He stepped forward and grabbed Old Man Li's arm, saying apologetically, "Teacher Li, you've worked hard." Old Man Li did not waste any time. He raised his guard. As for Li Hansong's slow reaction, he would get used to it. He was unlike those three brats. As soon as he said there was danger, they could not wait to stick to him. Fang Ping's mentality spread out. While detecting the situation, he said in a low voice, "If there's no rank 8, can we kill them? If the ones ambushing them were rank 7, there might be a chance to kill them." Old Man Li shook his head slightly. He said in a low voice, "It's not a crushing advantage. It's not a siege either. It's hard to prevent the other party from escaping. Right now, even one-on-one, he might not be able to kill a rank 7 powerhouse." Fang Ping felt a little regretful. He sighed softly. "You killed a rank 8 as a rank 6. Now, you've become weaker." Old Man Li was speechless. He could not be bothered with him. After thinking for a while, he said, "My fist and leg skills are average. When we get back, make a divine weapon longsword for me. I'll nurture it for a while. I'll show you when we get back." Speaking of divine weapons, Fang Ping's interest was piqued. He asked hurriedly, "What are the requirements to forge a divine weapon?" A divine weapon was very powerful. Zhou Xingyang's self-destruction with a divine weapon was comparable to the self-destruction of a grandmaster. Zhou Xingyang, who wielded a divine weapon, was extremely powerful. Back then, Zhou Xingyang had fought 5 against 9, and Zhou Xingyang's contribution could not go unnoticed. Divine weapons are also known as illusory weapons. Just like the materialization of mental energy, they can be both illusory and real. The most important raw material is actually related to mental energy. Old Man Li said in a low voice, "At the very least, we'll need a rank 7 high-ranked monster's heart core and brain core to be melted into one." Some precious rare metals were added, and many other supplementary materials were added. For example, the bones of high-ranked demon beasts, the tendrils of high-ranked demon plants. Finally, high-ranked martial artists would use their own mentality and vitality to nurture and integrate it into their own bodies. This was a divine weapon. In other words, a divine weapon is equivalent to a complete high-ranked demon beast or demon plant. Fang Ping whispered, "Then can middle-ranked martial artists forge it?" "You're thinking too much. Right now, you're not qualified enough. You can't control it." Old Man Li shook his head. "Divine weapons are usually activated by celestiality. I should be able to use it, but I might not be able to unleash the divine weapon's full power. As for you, it'll be difficult to control it. Even if you get it, it might not be better than the current bandit-slaying saber. Chaos-vanquishing saber." Fang Ping corrected himself. It had been renamed a long time ago. After saying that, Fang Ping said again, "If that's the case, a divine weapon is worth more than a high-ranked monster's carcass?" "Of course. It's quite expensive." Did humans kill a lot of high-ranked monsters? Very few. Generally, humans would not go out of their way to hunt those high-ranked beasts. Some high-ranked beasts would gather in groups. The catacombs was a big enemy that had yet to be dealt with. If they killed the monsters now and caused them to go on a rampage, they would be provoking a big enemy for no reason. Of course, very few did not mean there were none. Some powerhouses would enter some dangerous places to explore. Sometimes, when they encountered them, they would also hunt them down. Moreover, in the catacombs, some powerhouses had monster mounts, or partners. Some human powerhouses also had mounts. Fang Ping had heard about this before, but usually only rank 9s had them, and there were not many of them. Some of the monsters that were hunted came from these people. Over the years, humans had also accumulated some stocks. There were not many martial artists who owned divine weapons, but there were not too few either. There were usually rank 9s, but not necessarily rank 8s. Rank 7s depended on family background and luck. Old Manly heard that and laughed. It's quite expensive. Fang Ping, think about it. How about getting me a sword? Old Manly felt that he might not be able to afford it. He was too poor. But Fang Ping was rich, an authentic tycoon. Everything else aside, energy stones and life essence were all worth a lot of money. If he had enough life essence, it would be enough to exchange for a divine weapon. Fang Ping's face darkened and he said nothing. Old Manly was also eyeing his little gold vault now. Was he not embarrassed? Fang Ping, think about it. If I have a divine weapon, killing rank 7s is like killing chickens. Killing rank 8s is not impossible. Killing rank 9s, alright. Old Manly felt that he could not boast anymore. If he continued, he was afraid that his heart would explode if Fang Ping really provoked a few rank 9s for him. It was not impossible. The possibility was very high. No money. Fang Ping did not want to pay attention to him. He said, right, do the Grandmasters of MCMAU have divine weapons? None. Old Manly shook his head. He was poor, even Wu Quishan, although he was the vice-chancellor, it did not mean that he was rich. Vice-chancellors were also very poor. Just look at the Grandmasters who entered this time. Zhou Xingyang was the only one who had those who were below rank 9. Why, he was rich. Upright Sun martial arts dojos were all over Nanjiang and all over the country. In total, hundreds of martial arts dojos might have them. It was not difficult for a martial arts dojo to earn tens of millions a year. That was $1 billion a year. Upright Sun martial arts dojo had been open for many years. Zhou Xingyang's net worth might not be 10 billion, but he definitely had a few billion. Others did not have his net worth. Moreover, Zhou Xingyang would also enter the catacombs to hunt. Speaking of divine weapons, Fang Ping thought of Zhou Xingyang. Among the rank 7 grandmasters, Zhou Xingyang seemed to be the only one who had a divine weapon. Fang Ping thought of it. So did Wang Jinyang. Fang Ping knew a little about the situation of the grandmasters' battle. Wang Jinyang, however, had left long ago. These days, he had been hiding from the pursuers outside. He really did not know the specific situation. From the time they met until now, he did not have the time to ask. At this moment, when Fang Ping mentioned the divine weapon, Wang Jinyang suddenly said, Instructor Li, during the battle that day, how are the other grandmasters doing now? Old Manly shut his mouth instantly. Fang Ping did not care. He said softly, I don't know about the others. Director Zhou died in battle. When he left, Zhou Xingyang had already self-destructed. Died, in battle? Wang Jinyang's eyes dimmed instantly. There were rumors in the streets that Wang Jinyang was backed by a grandmaster, not the NMAU vice-chancellor. That was not a rumor, it was a fact, and that grandmaster was not someone else, but Zhou Xingyang. Actually, it was not a secret. When Wang Jinyang had just entered rank 1, he was short of money. There were not many missions in Nanjiang. To earn money, working as a part-time instructor in a martial arts dojo was a faster way to earn money. And Nanjiang's largest martial arts dojo was Upright Sun Martial Arts Dojo. During the process, the old and the young saw eye to eye. Zhou Xingyang felt that he was a promising talent and gave him a few pointers. It was not too much care. Grandmasters would not specially take care of those geniuses. Even Fang Ping, even in MCMAU, was not considered special care. What should be given to you would be given to you. What should not be given to you, you had to fight for it yourself. Geniuses were geniuses not because they reaped without sowing, but because under the same fair conditions, they could obtain more for themselves. However, it was a fact that Zhou Xingyang thought highly of Wang Jinyang. Whether Wang Jinyang went south as a rank 1 or rank 3, Zhou Xingyang's existence reduced a lot of obstacles for him. A peak rank 7 powerhouse with a divine weapon was not much less influential than a typical rank 8. Otherwise, a single NMAU vice-chancellor might not be able to let him go north smoothly. Many people were walking the path of invincibility. However, these people who walked the path of invincibility, if you looked closely, you would realize that they all had powerhouses supporting them. Without powerhouses supporting them, you could fight whoever you wanted, you could humiliate others just because you wanted to, you could fight someone of the same rank, but others had to fight you of the same rank, you were just a low-ranked martial artist. Where did your confidence come from? Zhou Xingyang was not Wang Jinyang's instructor, nor was he his relative. They could barely be considered friends despite the difference in age. The older generation powerhouses favored and took care of the younger generation. Even so, when he heard the news of Zhou Xingyang's death, Wang Jinyang's heart still ached. Dead, his instructor was trapped in the catacombs and barely made it out alive. His friendly and honest elder had also died in the catacombs. What about the vice-chancellor, the governor, Nanjiang's high grandmasters? What about the others? Was this the tragedy of the week? Fang Ping's figure appeared in his peripheral vision. At this moment, Wang Jinyang suddenly felt jealous and envious. He did not even know what he was jealous of, however, he felt an indescribable pain in his heart. My instructor's life and death are unknown. My friend died in front of me, yet I can do nothing about it. Become stronger. I'm not strong enough. There was no moment when Wang Jinyang desired to become stronger more than he did now. If I were a grandmaster, if I were a rank 8 or rank 9, then my instructor would not have fallen into the catacombs that day, and Director Zhou would not have died in the catacombs. At this moment, Wang Jinyang was silent like a volcano that was about to erupt. Sensing that the atmosphere was not right, Fang Ping did not say anything else. Although he was also from Nanjiang, he started his martial arts journey in Charm City. The powerhouses and elders that he was friends with were all in Magic City. Li Chongqing, Lu Fengru, and the others were still alive. The change in Wang Jinyang's emotions made him understand that Zhou Xingyang might be related to Wang Jinyang. He did not ask about the specifics. That day, Old Man Li almost died in the battle. He felt bad too. When a martial artist that you were unfamiliar with died in the battle, you would admire, sympathize, and feel sad, but you would not feel the same sorrow. When a martial artist that you were familiar with or a family member died in the catacombs, you would no longer feel admiration, only helpless sorrow. Following Wang Jinyang's silence, the others did not speak anymore. The talkative Qin Fengqing still behaved carelessly, as if he did not care about anything. However, scenes flashed through his mind. Sorrow only belonged to the weak. He, Qin Fengqing, did not want to be weak. He did not want to be sad all the time. A long time ago, his father died in the catacombs. His mother washed her face in tears, which lasted for many years. After he grew up and entered MCMAU, he felt more sorrow and helplessness. Entering the catacombs, his captain died in the battle, his teammates died in the battle. Later, his father's instructor, half of his own instructor, the old man, also died in the battle. Setbacks, sorrow, and helplessness after setbacks made Qin Fengqing understand that the root of everything was that he was too weak. Therefore, he wanted to become stronger. He wanted to use all means to become stronger. His aptitude was not too good. Very few people knew that he, Qin Fengqing, was a once-honed martial artist, unable to achieve twice-honed. However, as a once-honed martial artist, he had achieved something that many people could not achieve in their lifetime. Before he graduated, he had achieved rank 4, moreover, he had a chance to achieve rank 5. This kind of progress made people forget that his martial arts aptitude was average. His progress today was obtained by risking his life again and again. Outsiders only knew that he, Qin Fengqing, was very arrogant and savage, daring to go hundreds of miles into the catacombs as a rank 3. However, those guys did not think that he could cultivate to rank 3. How could he be stupid? Was it not dangerous to go deep into the catacombs? It was very dangerous. However, only by going deep would he have a chance. In Magic City, if he did not go deep into the catacombs, there would not be many gains in the periphery. If he did not venture deep into the catacombs, perhaps he would still be wandering around rank 3 now. How could he achieve upper stage rank 4 so quickly? Before rank 3, his progress was not fast. He was still rank 1 in his sophomore year. However, after rank 3, his progress was faster than before. How many people cared about this? Martial arts powerhouses each had their own stories, and each had their own source of motivation. Today, Qin Fengqing had long been used to hiding all kinds of emotions. Powerhouses did not need outsiders' sympathy. In the silence, Old Manly started approaching the passageway at lightning speed. Fang Ping, who had been releasing his mentality, suddenly felt a jolt in his head. He growled, "Run!" Before his voice died away, 2 golden silhouettes appeared in a flash. Old Manly was already on guard. He had no intention of fighting. His body erupted with powerful energy waves. His feet leaped into the air, and in the blink of an eye, he passed the 2 rank 8's encirclement. Further ahead was where the passageway was. As long as he was within 100 miles of the passageway, these catacombs powerhouses would not dare to continue chasing, unless a rank 9 attacked. In terms of strength, Old Manly might not be comparable to any rank 8. However, if he only ran and did not fight, it would be difficult for rank 8 powerhouses to surround and kill him. Unless, he was really blocked. Old Manly only ran and did not fight. The 2 people behind him were also hot on his heels. Waves of powerful energy waves attacked from behind. Fang Ping and the rest did not keep silent anymore. They moved one after another. A few of them hugged each other tightly, scurrying to the front of Old Manly. They could not withstand a rank 8's attack. Old Manly's back exuded a strong golden glow. Regardless, he continued to run. At this time, the slightly sorrowful atmosphere from before had dissipated. Amidst the chaos, Qin Fengqing was still in the mood to curse. He scolded in a low voice, "Iron Head, don't block me. Block Fang Ping." At this moment, the 4 of them were entangled together. Fang Ping was at the front, hugging Old Manly's waist tightly. The 3 people behind him were also holding on to him, not daring to let go. Li Hansong was the outermost. Hearing Qin Fengqing scolding, he said helplessly, "You guys are faster than me. What can I do?" Qin Fengqing and Wang Jinyang's movements were not slow. The moment Fang Ping hid in front, these 2 fellows immediately circled to the front. He was the last one. If he did not stay on the outside, how could he squeeze in? Qin Fengqing mumbled, not scolding anymore. Forget it. It was good that this fellow was the outermost. If someone came from the front, he would be the first to die. He did not care too much even if he was blocked a few times. Old Manly, who was carrying 4 people, was not slow either. To a rank 7 and 8 powerhouse, the weight of a few people was nothing. Even if these fellows were quite heavy. While running, Old Manly exuded a strong vitality force, reminding the rank 9 at the passageway to come and support him quickly. Not long after, there was a response. In front, 2 powerful auras rose. Wu Chuan and Zhao Xingwu had already sensed the situation here. Following the movement of the 2 auras, the pursuers at the back gradually slowed down. "We're safe." At this moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Before the person arrived, Fang Ping quickly checked the growth of his wealth. Wealth, 11.98 billion vitality, 1,800 calories, 3,999 calories, mentality, 560 Hz, 729 Hz plus, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 6 bones, 90%, 23 bones, 30% plus, storage space, 1 cubic meter energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute. So little? Fang Ping suddenly let out a muffled humph, his face full of dissatisfaction. "What?" Qin Fengqing answered immediately. Fang Ping could not be bothered with him, but he was cursing in his heart. "I brought back a lot of energy stones, okay, there were at least 300 to 400 caddies. Of course, there were not so many in the animal skin bag. If there were 400 caddies, that would be 200,000 grams. Now that his wealth had only increased by 10 billion, did that not mean that it was only about 50,000 per gram? This meant that the purity of the energy stones he brought back was really very low. There were so many of them, but their value was only 10 billion, not to mention that there were still some high-ranked energy stones mixed in. Fang Ping's original plan was to bring at least tens of billions worth of energy stones. Now, more than half of it was gone. I worked myself to the bone, risking being hunted down by a rank 9, and in the end, this is what I gained, Fang Ping lamented in his heart. As for the number in front of him turning black instantly, he did not care. If it turned black, then so be it. How could he level up without it? This time, the speed of leveling up was much faster. Fang Ping initially thought that if he wanted to level up the system, he would have to wait until the company grew bigger and had completed financing. Now, it seemed like he did not need to go through so much trouble. Fang Ping was still talking when the golden body powerhouse behind him had completely retreated. Two figures also descended from the sky, landing instantly. Chongqing. Wu Chuan saw Li Chongqing, and his mood improved a lot. Li Chongqing was still alive. When he saw Fang Ping and the others, Wu Chuan was really a little surprised. All four of them were alive. After all, among those who came that day, these four little fellows were the weakest. He did not expect them to be all right. At this moment, Wu Chuan was full of doubts, such as why was Li Chongqing still alive, and if he was alive, how did he break through to rank 8? No, Wu Chuan faintly felt that something was wrong. Was Li Chongqing really rank 8? However, this was not the time to ask questions. Zhao Xingwu said quickly, "Go, return to the passageway first." The few of them did not delay and quickly flew towards the entrance of the passageway. Seeing Fang Ping and the other three pestering Li Chongqing like koalas, Wu Chuan could not help but say as he flew, "Perform flight step on your own. The other party isn't chasing after us." The few of them acted as though they did not hear him at all. If they were to fly by themselves, wouldn't they have to expend their blood and qi? Furthermore, if they flew too slowly, they might fall behind and get chased by others. Even Li Hansong didn't want to fly anymore. It was too tiring. These few days, he was really exhausted from running. A few minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the tunnel. Zhou Dinghua, who was guarding the area, heaved a sigh of relief. He could not help but look at Li Chongqing. This guy really didn't die. It was fine if he didn't die, but what was up with that golden body? At this moment, Li Chongqing's entire body was shining with golden light, appearing especially dazzling. Old Man Li looked reserved. He landed on the ground with a smile and did not say much. Fang Ping noticed the inquiring expressions on their faces. He chuckled lightly and said, "Instructor Li hasn't achieved rank 8 yet, but she has forged a golden body in advance. In addition, her mentality injury has also recovered." Wu Chuan could be considered the person who understood Li Chongqing the best. The rank 9 who diagnosed Old Man Li back then was Wu Chuan. At this moment, upon hearing this, Wu Chuan could not help but ask, "Her mentality injury has recovered? Chongqing, what exactly happened?" Old Man Li saw that his cheapskate senior was asking questions. Just as he was about to speak, Fang Ping answered, "Actually, it's not difficult to recover. Break and rebuild." That day, Instructor Li slashed with a sword. Her body was smashed, and her mentality was almost obliterated. After that, I saw that instructor's condition wasn't too good. I brought her to the Fountain of Life under the royal city to take a bath. After that, she was fine. The two rank 9s were silent instantly. After a while, Zhao Xingwu coughed softly. "Fountain of Life? You mean, those liquefied energy essences?" Fang Ping's pupils contracted slightly. The expression in his eyes changed a little. He smiled and said, "Senior Zhao, you've seen them too? Does our government have quite a lot of them?" Zhao Xingwu smiled without saying a word. Wu Chuan shook his head and said, "Energy essences are hard to come by. The government doesn't have many either. All these years, we've gotten some, but not much. Under normal circumstances, only rank 9 tutelary monster plants can gather them. Once the war starts, these energy essences will either be absorbed or consumed. At the last moment, it's normal for them to self-destruct. The military department has a little, but it's very little. Can energy essences recover mentality injuries?" Wu Chuan really did not know about this. Fang Ping smiled. "I'm not sure about that. Drinking a few hundred caddies should be enough to recover. How much?" A few hundred caddies should be enough. The corners of Wu Chuan's eyes seemed to twitch a little. He ignored Fang Ping. MCMAU's Fang Ping had always liked to exaggerate his own battle achievements. He knew it. As if he would believe him, Wu Chuan looked at Li Changxing. Old Man Li said with a reserved expression, "Not that much. 1 to 200 caddies should be enough. Also, a lot of it has been wasted. I think if we really want to heal, maybe 30 to 50 caddies will be enough." At this moment, Wu Chuan suddenly felt like killing these two fellows. "Are you sure you're not here to sing a two-man show?" Even Zhao Xingwu coughed softly at this moment. "Changxing, don't joke around. If it can really heal mentality injuries," Old Man Li said in surprise, "who's joking?" Having said that, a strong gush of energy appeared outside Old Man Li's body. He said casually, "If it really needs 100 caddies, don't try it easily. It might not be cured." He then said, "You don't say. Energy essence feels really good bathing. I'll go bathing again when I'm free." Wu Chuan and Zhao Xingwu were instantly speechless. Both of them also felt the aura of energy essence. Li Changxing's body seemed to still contain a lot of energy. Old Man Li ignored them. He looked at Fang Ping and smiled. "Fang Ping, give me another pot. I'll go back and brew some wine." As he said that, he winked at Fang Ping. "I'm just putting on a show for you. Don't be stingy. Give me a pot, then you'll show how awesome you are." Fang Ping said nothing. He pretended he did not see it. "Do you think I'm stupid?" While the two rank 9s were present, Fang Ping continued to claim credit. "Instructor Li's recovery is MCMAU's private matter. But this time I've made a great contribution to Nanjiang's catacombs. Senior Wu, Senior Zhao, we should be rewarded for killing the enemy, right? This time I've killed tens of thousands of catacombs martial artists, flattened half of gigantic Willow City, and dug up their underground mineral vein. Even that big willow tree was almost blown up by me." Before he finished, Qin Fengqing said immediately, "We've made a contribution too. I've killed thousands of martial artists, flattened 7 or 8 towns, and destroyed a few small cities. Can you reward me with a few billion?" The two high grandmasters were speechless. "Don't talk. Let us sort out our thoughts." These two middle-ranked martial artists told them that they had blown up gigantic Willow City, dug up their mineral vein, and almost killed the tutelary plant monster. They also brought Li Changxing to bathe in the Fountain of Life for a while. Then, Li Changxing's injuries recovered. This sounded fake no matter how you listened to it. Zhou Dinghua, who was at the side, was dumbfounded. What was going on? But Zhao Xingwu knew that half of gigantic Willow City seemed to have been blown up by someone. That big willow tree had really gone crazy. And Li Changxing had indeed recovered. It was a little messy. Zhao Xingwu rubbed his temples. His head hurt a little. Wu Chuan was about the same. He exhaled softly and said in a low voice, "Tell me everything in detail from the beginning to the end." Until now, he was still confused. What was going on? Fang Ping was not vague. Very soon, he began to narrate. As he spoke, it was inevitable that he would talk about sneaking into the city. Fang Ping did not hide anything about aura control either. This matter was actually very difficult to hide. Fang Ping explained as he spoke, "Maybe it's because I'm middle-ranked. My bone marrow is honed, and my mentality is extroverted. Other people might be able to do it too. If Brother Wang's mentality has reached the stage of extroverted, he might be able to do it too. If Yao Qingjuan's bone marrow can be honed, he might be able to do it too. As for whether it was possible or not, he would let them do it first. When they did it, Fang Ping might be a grandmaster, and he would not care about this." When Fang Ping was talking about this, the two rank 9s did not interrupt. There was no benefit in hiding this. They had never seen a middle-ranked with mutated bone marrow and mentality. As for whether it was possible or not, it felt like it was not possible. After all, rank 8 powerhouses had honed their bone marrow too. Their mentality was stronger than Fang Ping's. If Fang Ping could do it, why couldn't a rank 8? Fang Ping could not tell what the two of them were thinking. At least on the surface, these two should not do anything out of line. After Fang Ping spoke for a while, Wu Chuan said, "In other words, you used your aura control ability to sneak into the city, snatched away part of the energy essence, healed Changxing, and then wanted to steal the mine. Fang Ping denied the steal theory. Wu Chuan was speechless. After a pause, he said, then because the energy concentration was too high, you blew up the mine vein? Fang Ping laughed. I did it on purpose. I purposely scattered the energy essence just for today. I knew that the energy would not disperse so quickly, so I went to blow up the other party's city. It was hard to tell if this was true or not. The probability of it being a coincidence was as high as 99%. However, since Fang Ping insisted on saying so, the few of them did not refute. Wu Chuan listened for a while, looking slightly amused. Kid, you're extraordinarily lucky. It's not easy to be alive. Actually, we've thought about blowing up the mine vein under the royal city, but we need to enter the core area. However, entering the core area means that we've attacked the royal city head-on. You accidentally blew up the mineral veins on the periphery. It was a miracle that was hard to replicate. Fang Ping did not care what he said. He said immediately, Senior Wu, look, I've already destroyed half of the royal city. Shouldn't the government reward me at least a few billion or tens of billions? Wu Chuan shut up immediately. Zhao Xingwu laughed. I'm afraid that'll be difficult. But a few billion or tens of millions. Fang Ping did not waste any time. He placed the animal skin bag in front of him, opened it, rubbed his shoulders casually, and mumbled, it's quite tiring to carry this. It's only a few billion, but it's actually quite heavy. Beside him, Li Hansong felt a little embarrassed. There was no need to be so obvious. It was obvious that he did not care for that little bit of reward. Wu Chuan and Zhao Xingwu's old faces were also a little stiff. Kid, do you really think that we won't rob you? Before the two of them could say anything, Fang Ping smashed his fist down, smashing the sneakily extended claw into the ground. His face was dark. Was Qin Fengqing sick? I was just saying. Did he really think it was heavy? Qin Fengqing retracted his hand silently. I was just looking. King hit me just because you said so. You're too petty. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Chuan also skipped this topic. He muttered, if that's the case, gigantic Willow City might not attack for a while. How about this, the passageway will be stabilized for the third time tomorrow or the day after. Fang Ping, you guys go back first. Fang Ping hurriedly smiled. Senior, don't worry about us. We're fine. We can still continue to fight. Wu Chuan coughed softly. Beside him, Zhou Dinghua said gloomily, you guys better go back first. Right now, gigantic Willow City might not continue to attack. But if you guys are here, that will easily arouse the other party's hostility. You've already blown up half of their royal city. If you guys are here, who knows if those few rank 9s will be pissed. They'll risk their lives to kill people. Isn't that just adding to the trouble? Of course, when these words were said, it was somewhat of a blow. Fang Ping was speechless. Was he going to chase them away just like that? Qin Fengqing also looked unwilling. He immediately said, this has nothing to do with me. Fang Ping can go back. Didn't you say that you destroyed a few small cities? Wu Chuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. After thinking for a while, he said, it's better to go back first. I'm not denying your contributions, but it's really not safe to stay here. Once the rank 9s attack, it'll be very difficult to protect you when we fight. Coincidentally, both Governor-General Zhang and Vice-Chancellor Liu are also seriously injured. This time, you guys go back together. The situation in the Nanjiang catacombs is slightly better than we expected. If we can maintain the current situation, it can also give us more time to prepare. Wu Chuan's expression was somewhat solemn as he said, we can't really provoke the catacombs powerhouses to the point of risking their lives. Actually, if we really want to destroy gigantic Willow City, Sino Nation naturally has the ability to do so. However, if we do so, the other cities in the Nanjiang catacombs will definitely retaliate brazenly under the pressure of sympathy. Fang Ping fell silent. After a while, he snorted softly, I know. In short, the catacombs can kill our people and slaughter our powerhouses. We can only hold it in and bear it. Even if we can destroy the other party, we can't go all out. The overall situation is more important. The overall situation is to sacrifice a few people to help all of humanity. This kind of overall situation can sometimes make people crazy. This time, so many of our people have died. Wu Chuan was silent. Zhao Xingwu's gaze was downcast. Zhou Dingwu clenched his fists and said in a low voice, "Everything that you said, we can understand, and we feel the same way. However, the overall situation is like this. We can only follow the rules. Yes, we can destroy a few cities now, even destroy 1 or 2 catacombs. We can do it, and we can vent our anger. But what about after we vent our anger? We can only bear it, can only wait. And now, it seems that everything is worth it. You, the new generation of powerhouses, are rising. The number of martial artists above rank 7 is increasing, and more geniuses are emerging. Humanity needs time. Fang Ping, you are the president of Magic City Martial Arts University's Martial Arts Society, not just an ordinary casual martial artist. Sometimes, the overall situation that you say you hate is exactly what you should consider. Today, only a few people died, some older martial artists. However, if a full-scale war breaks out, thousands of MCMAU students will all have to enter the catacombs to fight. Countless people will die. Tell me, if you were to choose, what would you choose? Fang Ping said nothing more. The others did not speak either. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Jinyang said softly, "Commander Zhou, the Governor-General and the others." Zhou Dingwu glanced at Wang Jinyang and said in a low voice, "Vice-Chancellor Chen and Director Zhou have already died in battle, self-destructed. Not even their bones were left. I'm sorry. Governor-General Zhang and Vice-Chancellor Lu's injuries are not light. They are now recuperating. When the passageway is stable, all of you will go back together." Wang Jinyang clenched his fists. After a moment, he said in a muffled voice, "Understood." Everyone fell into silence once more. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Fengqing said lazily, "We haven't talked about the reward yet. Commander Zhou, with my contribution and such a great achievement, I don't think it'll be difficult to become a general with the military department's merit, right? I'm about to graduate. It's time to find my next job." Zhou Dingwu looked at him deeply. After a while, he said, "If it's a temporary position, a lieutenant is fine." "A temporary position? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a full-time position." Zhou Dingwu took a deep breath. After a long time, he said, "The military department is not short of people at the moment." These words could not be any more fake. There was never a time when the military department was not short of people. However, this kid Qin Fengqing actually wanted to be a full-time general. This also meant that he wanted to lead troops. What a joke! If you were given a military rank, the military department would not have any objections if you went out on your own. However, if you were to lead troops and even guard a place, Zhou Dingwu was a little scared. He was afraid that Qin Fengqing's troops would be gone in a few days. Qin Fengqing's expression darkened instantly. He gritted his teeth and looked at Wu Chuan again. His smile returned. "Senior Wu, is the House of Guardians still short of people?" Wu Chuan chuckled. "If you want to come to the House of Guardians, I welcome you at any time. However, the House of Guardians is currently only short of a garrison envoy." Qin Fengqing raised his eyebrows immediately. That was not sincere enough. The so-called garrison envoy was similar to the rank 6 martial artist in MCMAU's catacombs, who was stationed in one of the catacombs' strongholds. He did not lead troops, did not have any real power, and only played the role of a hired thug. Did he, Qin Fengqing, do this kind of thing? However, it was not that he could not consider it. Qin Fengqing pondered slightly. Wu Chuan said again, "Of course, you can't leave your post without permission. This is no joke. If you leave your post without permission, the House of Guardians will also enforce military law. However, you can choose to take a temporary position in the House of Guardians. You can also act alone." Qin Fengqing really could not hold it in anymore. He could not help but say, "Those guys who graduated before went to the military department or the House of Guardians. They were all generals who led troops. I'm not worse than them, right? Why can I only take a temporary position?" It was not that he had to lead troops, but at least he had to make himself feel like he was valued. Right now, he did not feel it. "Okay." Beside him, Fang Ping said lightly, "Don't hurt others and yourself. In my opinion, a temporary position is enough. Do you really want to lead troops and be stationed in one place? But there's a huge difference in treatment between a permanent position and a temporary position, okay? Qin Fengqing's face was full of displeasure. Who cared if he was leading troops or not? The key thing was that there was a huge difference in treatment between the two. A temporary position was just a gesture. He would only be given a little basic allowance. Fang Ping laughed. That's true. If you can achieve rank 6, I can consider letting you stay in MCMAU. Humph. Qin Fengqing let out a cold humph. He would not stay in MCMAU even if he was beaten to death, even if he had to take a temporary position. Life in MCMAU is getting better and better. When I go back this time, the instructor's treatment will increase. I've thought about it. In the future, the energy room will be open to the public for free. If there's no money, I can go down to the catacombs to mine. Energy stones are everywhere anyway. Qin Fengqing turned a deaf ear. He did not believe it. Energy essence. This kind of good stuff will also appear in MCMAU in the future. Too bad it's too little. I can only open it to our own people. After tempting Qin Fengqing with a few words, Fang Ping suddenly changed the topic, saying, forget it. Even if you want to stay, I don't want you to stay. You're too much. You, Qin Fengqing almost cursed out loud. Can I get into trouble like you? Fang Ping ignored him and looked at Wu Chuan, smiling. Brother Wu, the city will be built soon, right? Yes. Then, what do you think of the name Ping City? Wu Chuan was stunned. Fang Ping said excitedly, a city that pacifies the catacombs, a city of peace. Of course, Fang City can also. Wu Chuan's head hurt slightly. If you were my grandson, I would slap you to death. Wu Chuan did not answer. He exhaled softly and said, do you still have energy essence? No. Fang Ping's answer was straightforward. Wu Chuan did not ask further. He only said, Zhang Dingnan's injuries are not light this time. His mentality is also in a shattered state. I don't know if energy essence is effective. Old Manly pondered for a moment and said, if it's not completely shattered, there should be some effect. Moreover, he can achieve mentality-vitality fusion. With a large amount of energy essence, under mentality-vitality fusion, he should be able to heal his injuries. I hope so. Wu Chuan sighed. If Zhang Dingnan could not be cured in Nanjiang, there would be a lot of trouble. The support that the military department and the House of Guardians could provide was limited. There were no powerhouses stationed in the catacombs in Nanjiang. Even if the city was built successfully in Nanjiang, it would always be in a state of defense. After talking for a while, the sky darkened instantly. Another day passed. Night fell. It did not affect them much. Wu Chuan looked at Zhou Dinghua. Old Zhou, bring them back. When the passageway is stable, let them go first. Okay. Zhou Dinghua did not delay and left the passageway quickly. Zhang Dingnan and the rest were not here. Under the night sky, everyone quieted down. Even Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing, who were talkative, had no interest in talking now. They were actually very tired. Moreover, all of them were injured. Even Li Hansong's injuries were not light, much less Qin Fengqing's. It had to be said that this fellow's endurance was very strong, acting as if nothing had happened. In reality, his injuries were extremely serious. Even Fang Ping could feel that his qi was extremely unstable, showing signs of extinguishing at any time. Qin Fengqing was recuperating with his eyes closed. On the other side, Wang Jinyang was leaning against a blood-stained rock, staring at the sky in a daze. What was the future of NMAU? It was not that he was sentimental, but the future was indeed very uncertain. The only Grandmaster had died in battle. However, as the only full-time martial arts university in Nanjiang, NMAU had to take responsibility. In the future, this piece of land would have to be guarded by the local forces of Nanjiang. Not far from Wang Jinyang, Li Hansong was also recuperating. At the same time, he was thinking about something. What was the future? Should he stay in CCMAU, or go to the military headquarters or somewhere else? The situation in the other catacombs did not seem too good. CCMAU students were generally too optimistic. Even the powerhouses in capital city were too optimistic. Had there been any major battles in Jingdo in the past few years since that battle? On the other hand, in other places, there were endless bloody battles. Everyone was seeking survival, strength, and change. That night, a few young people were thinking about the future, while a few powerhouses of the older generation were watching them quietly. The future of humankind depended on these young people. How they hoped that these people could grow up as soon as possible. The older generation could no longer hold up the sky. The night was uneventful. At dawn, Qin Fengqing was full of energy. He began to circle around Fang Ping, looking like he wanted to take advantage of the situation. Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. He kept staring at the system panel. However, the upgrade was not completed yet. It was still dark. Fang Ping did not know when it would be completed, but he was not in a hurry. Not long after dawn, Zhou Dinghua and the others returned. Zhou Dinghua carried Zhang Dingnan on his back, while department head Hu from the Department of Investigation Services carried Lu Polu. The two rank 7 powerhouses had reached the point where they needed someone to carry them before they could move. It was obvious how serious their injuries were. Everyone hurried forward. Wu Chuan checked on the two's injuries and frowned slightly. Fang Ping asked hurriedly, "Brother Wu, how are the two grandmasters' injuries?" Much of Dingnan's mentality has been obliterated. Many of his bones are also shattered. His internal organs are also heavily injured. Zhang Dingnan was still conscious at this moment. He chuckled when he heard that. It's already beyond my expectations that he's still alive. That day, he held back a rank 8 powerhouse. The moment Old Manly drew his sword, that person began to struggle desperately. With all his might, he almost tore Old Manly into pieces in a short time. In the end, Old Manly killed the other party. Zhang Dingnan also lost his combat strength. After Fang Ping left with Old Manly, the remaining two rank 8s also fought with their lives. After all, the number of powerhouses in Nanjiang was much smaller. Lu Polu and Zhang Dingnan were about to be besieged and killed. Zhang Dingnan was also powerless to hold on. At this juncture, Vice-Chancellor Chen of NMAU chose to self-destruct. Zhou Dinghua seized the opportunity and led the others to escape. Although they ran, everyone was heavily injured. Zhang Dingnan's injuries were the heaviest. Lu Polu's injuries were not light either. His internal organs were almost completely destroyed. Even his skull had cracks. To a rank 7 powerhouse, this was a fatal injury. Old Lu needs to recuperate for a long time too. Wu Chuan checked Lu Polu's injuries and frowned slightly. Although Lu Polu's injuries were slightly lighter, he might need to recuperate for a long time this time. Moreover, his skull had cracks. The difficulty of bone honing would increase greatly. Rank 8 was a little uncertain. Lu Polu did not care too much. He had been stuck at rank 7 for a long time. A Grandmaster powerhouse still knew his own situation. Even if the skull cracks could not heal, it was not a big deal. Rank 8 did not have much hope in the first place. Both of them did not care too much about their own injuries. Instead, they looked at Old Manly strangely. This fellow, had he profited from a disaster? Old Manly grinned and said, "Zhang Dingnan, it's really surprising that you didn't die. I have to say, your life is really tough. The next time we go out, I can't go with you. Otherwise, when everyone else is dead, you might still be alive." This fellow's life was too tough. Before he left, he did not even die when he grabbed a handful of soil. There was no one else like him. Zhang Dingnan chuckled softly. "You surprised me too. I thought you were dead for sure. You're great, you even broke through. It's just SOSO. Fighting 10 of you is still no problem." Zhang Dingnan smiled without saying anything. He turned to look at Fang Ping and said, "I didn't expect this accident to happen to you. If it were not for Fang Ping, the current situation might not be like this. All these years, there was really no one who could sneak into the enemy's royal city. Low-ranked ones could not do it. High-ranked ones would be discovered if they went. Once discovered, they would attack the royal city by force. In the enemy's lair, with the guardian monster plant, even a rank 9 would not be able to take it down. There was no way to take down a rank 9 with a similar number. If there were too many of them, the catacombs still had a lot of rank 9s. If there were too many of them, then an all-out war would break out. On the other hand, Fang Ping was a middle-ranked martial artist. Even if he really destroyed the royal city, the powerhouses in the depths of the catacombs could not say anything. The royal city that was guarded by 2 rank 9s was attacked by a middle-ranked martial artist to their lair. What right did they have to say that humans broke the rules? The powerhouses in the depths of the catacombs wanted to intervene. However, at this juncture, even if they had to fight to the death, humans would not let the people in the depths of the catacombs act recklessly. Otherwise, the situation of humans would be even more dangerous. Zhang Dingnan looked at Fang Ping for a while. Suddenly, he laughed and said, "Have you considered returning to Nanjiang?" Fang Ping grinned and said, "It's really hard for me to reject the governor's kind invitation." When he said that, the others were a little surprised. Old Man Li and Lu Polu looked at Fang Ping one after another. Fang Ping said again, "Governor, how about this? What do you think about giving me the title of Nanjiang's honorary governor? I'll only earn and not lose. Of course, give me a little bit of authority when it's appropriate." Zhang Dingnan chuckled and said, "What kind of authority do you want?" "It's simple. You can close down Nanjiang's pill company and weapon company branches and name MCMAU to take over. In the future, all the Nanjiang catacombs resources can be handed over to MCMAU. We won't let you suffer any losses." Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Dingnan smiled bitterly and said, "Stop. Just pretend I didn't say what I just said." This kid, did he really think that he could stand on his own as Nanjiang's governor? No matter how much authority Nanjiang's governor had, it was still bestowed by the central government. Moreover, he still hoped that the military department would be stationed in the catacombs now. While the military department and the few major companies seemed unrelated, in reality, they could be considered as one entity. Most of the major companies' sources of raw materials were provided by the military department. Nanjiang's catacombs' future production would mostly be provided to the few major companies. That was not Nanjiang's harvest, but the military department's. Not only was Zhang Dingnan speechless, Wu Chuan and Zhou Dingguo were also speechless. This kid, he really dared to dream. Zhang Dingnan did not mention the matter of him returning to Nanjiang anymore. Qin Fengqing looked regretful. He was done for. Fang Ping was determined to stay in MCMAU this time. After they talked for a while, Wu Chuan said, "The current situation is not bad. Don't start a war for now, at least not before the other party initiates a war. So this time, Alliance Leader Zhao and I will stay. The rest of you go back. Don't let anyone enter again. When the passageway is fully opened, we'll build the city. Guardian Wu, I'll stay." Zhou Dingguo said, "Both of you stay." "What if?" Wu Chuan shook his head and said, "It's okay. Even if we're besieged, escaping is not a problem. With 2 rank 9s gathered together, even if they were besieged, escaping was not too difficult." After saying that, Wu Chuan continued, "Of course, unless it's absolutely necessary, we'll always guard this place to prevent catacombs powerhouses from barging into the passageway. We still need to strengthen the defense outside. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they would not leave. If they left, it would be even more troublesome if a few rank 9s barged in. So many people came in the early stages, fighting to the death just to guard the passageway. Both of them would not give up the passageway easily." After hearing that, Zhang Dingnan said with a straight face, "Then I'll have to trouble both of you." If these two really ran away, Zhang Dingnan would really curse their mothers. 2 grandmasters died in Nanjiang because they did not want the other party to barge into Nanjiang's territory. Now that the situation had taken a turn for the better, the other party still managed to barge in. Zhang Dingnan even felt like killing himself. It was a pity that Nanjiang's local strength was insufficient now. He was also a burden here. Otherwise, they would have left Nanjiang's local powerhouses to guard the passageway no matter what. "It's only right." Wu Chuan chuckled. Then, he said in a low voice, "We've already buried the others' corpses." But Jingyang and Jinzhong's corpses. Zhang Dingnan's expression dimmed slightly, but he said very quickly, "Before coming, everyone was prepared. We'll die here and be buried here. We'll continue to guard Nanjiang from being invaded by foreign enemies." Everyone said no more. At this moment, the passageway was not stable. They could not leave for the time being. They could only stay here and wait. Qin Fengqing was full of energy. He wanted to continue earning a sum of money, but the others were not going out. He was afraid of dying alone. Helpless. He could only flaunt his battle achievements to the others. Killing countless enemies, destroying dozens of cities and towns, rank 4 fighting rank 6, Fang Ping and the rest could not be bothered with him. The other powerhouses still had to patrol. They dared not be careless. In the end, only the 2 injured grandmasters were left. They had no choice but to listen to his rambling. After listening to him for an hour or two, Zhang Dingnan and Lu Polu wished they could slap this fellow to death. He was boasting to them. Did he really think that they were ignorant? What did he mean by killing a rank 6 with one move? Did he think they were idiots, seizing an energy stone the size of a human head? Where were the energy stones? Blowing up gigantic Willow City also became him luring the enemy outside the city. Fang Ping listened to his arrangements and entered the city. As for Li Hansong and Wang Jinyang who acted together with him, they had long become passers-by. Fang Ping, who was not far away, did not even have the mood to refute. Even if this fellow said it, someone had to believe it. Moreover, everyone here, other than the few of them, were grandmasters. If he said it, the others might not take it seriously. Even if he wanted to show off and boast, this was not the time. At this moment, Fang Ping was still waiting for the system upgrade to be completed. This time, the system upgrade lasted for a longer period of time. It was not until the afternoon that the system upgrade was completed. When the system upgrade was completed, Fang Ping checked it hurriedly. This time, what kind of functions had been added? Honing the internal organs was one thing. He had entered rank 5. This was not urgent. However, if spending some wealth could seal the Sanjiao gate, he was still willing. Or, you can give me the ability to increase my combat technique cultivation speed. His heart was filled with beautiful fantasies, but very soon, Fang Ping's fantasies were shattered. Wealth, 11. 98 billion, converted, vitality, 1,800 calories, 3,999 calories, mentality, 560 Hz, 729 Hz plus, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 6 bones, 90%, 23 bones, 30% plus, storage space, 1 cubic meter, plus, energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute. What's going on? Fang Ping was dumbfounded. An upgrade of 10 billion, the next upgrade would be 100 billion. This time, Fang Ping really felt that 100 billion was not enough. 10 billion might be his last chance to upgrade the system in the near future. But now, none of the functions that he wanted had appeared. The system had 2 more different places. First, there was an additional word, converted, behind the wealth. Second, there was an additional plus sign behind the storage space. Fang Ping could understand the second one. This was used to expand the storage space, but he did not know if the cost was high. Most likely, it was only possible to expand the space with wealth. Based on the system's nature, the fees might not be low. But what was the situation with the first one? Convert. How do I convert? How do I convert? All sorts of thoughts arose in Fang Ping's mind. Thinking of this, Fang Ping looked around, found a place slightly further away, and prepared to give it a try. Beside him, Qin Fengqing saw that he had left, and his eyes lit up instantly. Not long after Fang Ping left, Qin Fengqing could not be bothered to continue harassing the 2 grandmasters. He hurriedly ran to the place where Fang Ping had been. After looking for a while, he asked with a blank face, "Where's the animal skin bag?" When Fang Ping left, he did not see Fang Ping take it. Qin Fengqing looked around and dug on the ground for a while, his face gloomy. Not far away, Old Manly shook his head. MCMAU had embarrassed itself again. "Kid, you want to take advantage of Fang Ping? Is it really possible?" Although Fang Ping did not use the storage space, he had already thrown the animal skin bag to him. Okay. Old Manly held the animal skin bag in his hand, with a sigh. That kid did not even trust him. In the animal skin bag, there was only half a bag of stones and a few low-grade energy stones. Who was he trying to fool? Wu Chuan and the others could not be bothered to investigate. Otherwise, they might suspect that Li Changxing had embezzled Fang Ping's energy stones. If Fang Ping really shamelessly said that Li Changxing had exchanged his energy stones, The two rank 9s would probably take it seriously. This little bastard. Don't tell me that he's really planning this. Convert. He muttered in his heart. No response. System, convert. Still no response. Fang Ping was about to curse. What was going on? Do I have to say what to convert? How would I know what wealth points can be converted into? Wealth points could be converted into vitality force and mentality. This was a given. What else could it be converted into? Fang Ping pondered for a moment. Wealth points were related to strength. Whether it was mentality or vitality force, they were both a type of strength, or a type of energy. Could it be celestiality? After mentality-vitality fusion, it was celestiality. As he thought about this, Fang Ping began to chant. In the next moment, a few silhouettes descended instantly like phantoms. Wu Chuan and Zhao Xingwu looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy, probing everywhere. Then, they looked at Fang Ping. No, more accurately, at Fang Ping's hand. Mentality-vitality fusion? Both of them could not help but look at Fang Ping. Fang Ping looked indifferent. He waved his hand and smiled. Brother Wu, Senior Zhao, what's wrong? Wu Chuan frowned slightly, staring at his hand without saying a word. Fang Ping saw this and smiled. I'm trying out the effect of mentality-vitality fusion. Last time, I used the celestial bridge to compress it a little and realized that energy could be combined through the celestial bridge. I didn't expect it to be so easy after trying it just now. You. Don't mess around. Wu Chuan continued to stare at his hand. At this moment, a small ball of energy was condensing in Fang Ping's hand. It was not just vitality force, nor was it the catacombs martial artist's energy force. It was the true celestiality fusion after mentality-vitality fusion. Celestiality was a power that could be used after reaching the high ranks. Fang Ping's ability was not enough. If he rashly condensed celestiality, it would be very dangerous. Last time, this fellow almost crushed his own celestial bridge. Oh, got it. Fang Ping did not waste any more time, throwing the energy ball in his hand out. Boom, a loud noise was heard. A huge pit was blasted in front of him. Fang Ping looked confused. It was so powerful. No, it was also fast to spend money. Such a small energy ball had cost him millions of wealth points. This was not the point. Fang Ping looked at his arm. There were already signs of cracks. As expected, it's converted to celestiality. But it doesn't seem very useful. Fang Ping was slightly dissatisfied. Yes, the lethality of celestiality was not small. However, this thing could only be used as an energy bomb. Could it be that he also used the power of heaven and earth in battle? Then don't fight anymore. After fighting, he would probably explode. Of course, it wasn't as if there weren't any benefits at all. The power of heaven and earth was a higher level of power. Even if he were to change his occupation to a magician, it would still look very awesome. Fang Ping was still thinking about whether it was necessary to convert celestiality, and whether the function was useless. However, Wu Chuan was slightly surprised. You can really fight your way out? Am I wrong? Fang Ping was dumbfounded. If I condensed energy, of course I could attack. Wu Chuan frowned and said, it's not wrong, but, how do I put it? It's very difficult. For a typical rank 7 martial artist to release it completely. Do you understand what I mean? I don't really understand. Fool. Wu Chuan scolded and explained, that is to say, when they fight, don't look at how strong the celestiality outbursts are. In reality, there's a source. For example, their celestiality can only reach that domain if their mentality spreads to. Have you ever seen a rank 7 martial artist whose attack range exceeds the coverage of his mentality with a casual attack? Once it exceeds this range, it will overflow. Celestiality is the amalgamation of vitality force and mentality. If it exceeds the coverage of mentality, then it's pure vitality force. Fang Ping understood something instantly. He asked in surprise, in other words, rank 7 martial artists can only attack with celestiality when it's within their mentality territory? That's right. As he said that, Wu Chuan frowned and asked, what's wrong with you? Fang Ping's mentality earlier did not extend. The celestiality gathered and did not dissipate. Instead, it was unleashed. This was not something a typical martial artist could do. Of course, some powerful rank 7 martial artists could achieve materialization of their mentality. At this time, they could perform some mentality cuts and could also unleash it. However, there was no need for that. Although Fang Ping did not know much about it, he still reacted at this moment. He coughed dryly and said, I cut off my mentality directly and condensed it with vitality force. That's why I unleashed it. Cut off? When Fang Ping heard that, he immediately spread out his mentality. A small section was cut off by him. This made Fang Ping's face turn slightly pale. Wu Chuan wanted to say something but stopped himself. Zhao Xingwu could not hold it in anymore. He could not help but curse, you're courting death. You're a non-rank 7 martial artist. Damaging your mentality. If this is not courting death, then what is? It was very difficult to recover one's mental power, Fang Ping said indifferently, it's nothing. I often self-destruct my mentality to blow people up. Both rank 9s wanted to curse, you're really King awesome, a rank 5 martial artist. No, he was still a rank 4 previously. Often self-destruct his mentality to blow people up, you haven't become an idiot yet. You're not brain dead yet. Do you know that you've created another miracle? Wu Chuan took a deep breath, resisting the urge to smack him to death. This bastard who cut off his mentality at the drop of a hat made him feel very pained. You cut off your mentality. How long will it take for you to recover? Very soon. Fang Ping was a little slower this time. He gradually replenished his mentality, letting the 2 rank 9s see what it meant to be very soon. After spending about 5 minutes, Fang Ping was done replenishing his mentality. In reality, he could do it in a second. However, even so, both rank 9s were still a little dazed. So fast, Zhao Xingwu stared at his head for a while. Fang Ping was trembling in fear. Mother Cur. I don't want to die. Who knew that you guys would come so fast? I'm recovering so slowly now. You guys still want to cut off my head? Wu Chuan frowned. He thought for a moment and said, have you done a detailed examination of your brain? As he said that, he looked at Zhao Xingwu and said, do you think he has condensed a brain nucleus? Zhao Xingwu also started thinking. After a while, he said, the possibility is not low. It's really possible that he has condensed a brain nucleus. Brain nucleus? Fang Ping looked doubtful. Did these two fill in the blanks on their own and explain his system? Wu Chuan explained again, the brain nucleus is a kind of core body of the brain condensed by martial artists above rank 7. It's the same concept as the heart nucleus. The source of rank 7 martial artists' mentality is actually related to the brain nucleus. Of course, it's not completely related. Research in this area still doesn't have a specific answer. However, the brain nucleus does exist. When you kill martial artists above rank 7, you can condense their heart nucleus and brain nucleus and simulate the release of mentality pressure, Fang Ping said immediately, MCMAU's pressure room. That's right. Wu Chuan nodded and said, the brain nucleus should have the function of replenishing mentality. Your mentality recovers quickly. It's possible that you condensed a brain nucleus in advance. This also explains why you have psychic energy so early on. As for your bone marrow mutation, maybe it's the premature appearance of the brain nucleus that triggered your bone marrow mutation, Fang Ping said with a sudden realization, so the mutation of the brain is the extra brain nucleus. Is this thing useful? Wu Chuan was speechless. After thinking for a while, he said, however, there are still some unexplainable things. Unfortunately, the brain nucleus can't be detected. Similar to the Sanjiao gate, it exists in between nothingness. Unless you're killed, then the brain nucleus can condense and form. Fang Ping's expression changed. These two did not have such intentions, did they? Wu Chuan glared at him exasperatedly. He frowned and said, the brain nucleus is useless to us. You're more useful alive than dead. Fang Ping did not bat an eyelid. He did not say much. Now there were no more doubts, right? Wu Chuan thought of something and said suddenly, no, that's not what I want to ask. How do you condense celestiality? Fang Ping did not feel guilty this time. He smiled and said, it's simple. I just need to compress the celestial bridge a little. Pouring in vitality, force and mentality can compress it into celestiality. Both of you didn't watch the championship, right? I could do it before. Both of them did not watch it. Both of them were busy with a few middle-ranked competitions. Where would they have the time to watch it? After hearing what Fang Ping said, Wu Chuan frowned and said, "It's doable, but the damage to the celestial bridge is too great. It can easily cause the celestial bridge to shatter. Don't mess around." "I'm not messing around. My celestial bridge's tenacity is very high. It's not a problem." Fang Ping wanted to try it again and let the two rank 9s see it. However, just as he was about to try, he said suddenly, "Forget it. I won't try it today. My celestial bridge is too ugly, others have rings, mine is steamed buns. It's embarrassing. I won't try it." Behind him, Old Manly yawned and said, "Try it. Let everyone see it." "I won't try it. If you don't try it, then there's something wrong with it. Both of you, cut him up." Fang Ping's expression darkened. He said gloomily, "Stop it. My celestial bridge can compress celestiality. Everyone knows that. Iron Head, don't you agree?" Fang Ping looked at Li Hansong. These people were also attracted by the explosion earlier. Li Hansong was about to nod when Qin Fengqing said immediately, "Fang Ping, try it. I've never seen celestiality before. Try it." He felt that the more Fang Ping did not want to do something, the more he should let him do it. The two rank 9 martial artists were a little curious. Could it be that there were other secrets? Fang Ping glared at Old Manly angrily. "Do you have a guilty conscience? I saved you, and now you're tricking me?" Old Manly grinned, squinting his eyes. "Come on, try it. Don't be shy. It'll be fine." It was rare for this kid Fang Ping to make a fool of himself. It was fun. "I won't do it." "If you won't do it, then there's something wrong with it. I keep thinking that if your head is cut open, it'll be very interesting." "Stop it. You're the one with the problem. I've condensed a brain nucleus. Kid, think it through. We're all very interested. Think about it. There's only a few of us now. If you don't satisfy everyone." His words sounded very vulgar. Coupled with Old Manly's smile, it made one's imagination run wild. Fang Ping's expression darkened. He humphed and said, "I just want to see it, right? Fine, I'll show you. Do you think I'm afraid of embarrassing myself? What a joke. I, Fang Ping, have started a new cultivation era." The next moment, Fang Ping released his celestial bridge. "Huh?" Li Hansong and the others opened their mouths wide. Their faces were filled with shock. "What was this, celestial bridge? Don't tease me." Li Hansong released his celestial bridge subconsciously. It was magnificent. A circle of light shone brightly in front of him. Beside him, Fang Ping. The unknown thing that was squeezed into a lump was also shining. It was extremely ugly. This time, the two rank 9 grandmasters' expressions changed. If one looked closely, they would see that they were trying hard to hold back their laughter. The celestial bridge could usually be released at peak rank 4. Of course, at that time, there were only 5 bridges. There was no difference. Rank 5, it was actually just a fusion. But Fang Ping. He had also fused. The key was, how did this kid fuse them? Could it be that he had piled up the 5 bridges into a pile? Wu Chuan rubbed his forehead slightly to hide his expression that was a little out of control. Zhao Xingwu, on the other hand, was rather interested. He went forward to check it out, clicking his tongue. The energy capacity is very high. Interesting. Could it be that by squeezing it like this, it can increase the limit of the energy capacity? Fang Ping said with a straight face, "Yes. I chose to fuse it this way because I discovered this function. My current vitality is close to 4,000 calories, comparable to a peak rank 5 powerhouse. Even the fact that I can fuse mentality vitality has something to do with the strength of the celestial bridge. The path of the predecessors is suitable for the average person. It's not suitable for geniuses like us. In this era, only I, Fang Ping, can do it." Li Hansong said in surprise, can it really increase the limit of the energy capacity? Of course. But, if you don't believe me, compare it with me. Between our celestial bridges, whose energy is more abundant? You broke through earlier than me. Is your strength higher than mine? If we fight now, don't think that you have an iron head. I can beat you easily. Do you believe me? Li Hansong was starting to believe him. Fang Ping's lump seemed to have more energy than him. Then after fusing, can I change the form again? Li Hansong asked hurriedly. Fang Ping laughed. You can try. First, press your celestial bridge into a round pancake and see, compression? Li Hansong stared at the celestial bridge in front of him. Old Man Li saw that he was taking it seriously. Even Qin Fengqing looked eager. He was speechless instantly. Was he an idiot? Was he an idiot? Did he really believe what Fang Ping said? If he really learned from him, his celestial bridge would definitely collapse. Old Man Li scolded immediately, don't mess around. That's an accidental product. At that time it absorbed too much energy essence. After the excess energy, it kept collapsing and mending. Finally, it formed the celestial bridge that it is now. Fang Ping said seriously, you guys can do it too. Believe me. Otherwise, if we're at the same rank, you guys will definitely be weaker than me. I can hit 3,000 calories vitality with one move, no pressure at all. If you hit 2,000 calories vitality with one move, the celestial bridge might shake. It's not strong enough. You'll need to spend a lot of time to stabilize it. As he said that, Fang Ping punched. A large amount of vitality force passed through the celestial bridge and exploded instantly. Fang Ping finished his move and said, it's faster to replenish energy too. Pay attention, I've absorbed a large amount of energy. The few young people watched carefully, their faces full of caution. At this moment, Qin Fengqing could not care less about saying that it was ugly. He was not in the mood to watch a joke either. So what if it was ugly? It was practical enough, higher toughness, higher capacity, faster recovery speed. This was simply too tempting. Qin Fengqing swallowed and said quickly, in other words, if I swallow a large amount of energy essence, I can compress it, right? Fang Ping laughed. That's if you don't explode. I can't. Qin Fengqing blurted out. Old Man Li's head swelled. He should not have wanted to watch a joke. Qin Fengqing, this kid, was getting restless. However, after thinking about it, the possibility of him getting the energy essence was not high. Just as he thought about it, Qin Fengqing rubbed his chin and said, if, instead of using energy essence, I burn and release a large amount of energy stones, liquefied energy, after I swallow it, will there be such a change? At this moment, Li Hansong also said, we can nurture toughness. How do we prevent the celestial bridge from collapsing? Wang Jinyang pondered and said, your celestial bridge has been nurtured by mentality. We haven't. Is there a difference? Could it be that after mentality is nurtured, it will have a higher toughness? Qin Fengqing said hurriedly, don't ask first, Fang Ping. Is there a difference between energy essence and energy stones after releasing liquefied energy? Will there be a difference? Old Man Li was stunned. Motherf asterisk Ker, I was just watching the fun, and you guys really started discussing it. Fang Ping's words had fooled everyone, and they all believed it. Not only them, Wu Chuan also said in a low voice, if it can be popularized, does it mean that same-rank martial artists will be stronger? Stronger outbursts, stronger limits. If it can be popularized, the next generation of young martial artists will be stronger. Nurture a large number of same-rank peak powerhouses. Once they become high ranks, or even rank 9, they might be able to kill a catacombs rank 9. At this moment, they had long forgotten about celestiality. That was not a big deal, the change in martial arts was the real big deal. It was just an individual's mutation. That was nothing. This kind of mutation that could be popularized was something worth paying attention to. Zhao Xingwu said in a low voice, we can try, but you know what energy essence is. It's still different from energy stones. We can let the research department improve it. If it doesn't work, we can rob some. We don't have to go to the city. There are rank 9 monster plants in the wild too. We can kill a few and see some. Maybe we can experiment with some results. I think we should let Fang Ping try first, see if it can really make him stronger, and if it will affect his future breakthroughs, then we can try it. Makes sense. Old Manly was dumbfounded. Fang Ping explained to them while looking at him, revealing a scornful smile. Old Manly, it's not that easy to trick me. Easily done. Old Manly wanted to squat on the ground and draw circles. Why, didn't you see his ugly celestial bridge? It was a lump. Whose celestial bridge was so ugly? People nowadays are so gullible. No one understood Fang Ping better than him. This kind of mutation was not something anyone could do. Even if others tried, the probability of failure was extremely high. Wu Chuan and the rest might have to waste a lot of energy essence. Of course, it was not certain that they would fail, but Old Manly felt that the probability of failure was extremely high. At this moment, Fang Ping was still boasting shamelessly, in martial arts, it doesn't mean that following the path of the ancients is the right path. Of course, I don't mean to deny the path of martial arts. I'm only saying that on this path, we can go further. Yes, we can create our own combat techniques, then we can create our own cultivation methods. Cultivation is not something that is unchanging. Qin Fengqing strongly supported it. I want a celestial bridge like this too, to beat up my peers. Old Manly was exhausted. Forget it, pretend I didn't say anything. I'm so stupid. Everyone's discussion was in full swing. It seemed like they all wanted to give it a try. To a martial artist, there was nothing more important than improving their strength. On the contrary, low-ranked martial artists were not as anxious as high-ranked ones. The higher one's rank was, the more one would understand the magnitude of the crisis facing humanity. Now, it was already at its limit to maintain this situation. As time passed, as the powerhouses in the catacombs increased, as Monster Life and the Monster Plant clan gradually reached an agreement, if this continued, humanity would be in danger. For many people, it was extremely difficult to break through to the next realm. Therefore, it was very important to become stronger in the same realm. Seeing that everyone was eager to try, Fang Ping coughed dryly and said that. Actually, it's still very difficult. Don't worry, I'll give it a try. Let's give it a try. At most, I'll just suffer some injuries. How would you know if you don't try? Several people spoke up one after another, including the two rank 9s. Fang Ping looked embarrassed. Fine, there was no point in saying anything now. No matter how difficult it was, these guys would probably want to try it anyway. Fang Ping did not care about their discussion. There was no harm in trying. Most of the time, miracles happen unintentionally. At this moment, Fang Ping was still thinking about celestiality. Wealth points could be converted into celestiality. Having an additional function was a good thing. Celestiality's lethality was still very high. Moreover, the celestiality he had condensed now was little. If he spent more wealth, he should be able to condense more. If he really threw it out like a bomb and gathered enough, it might not be any weaker than a rank 7 powerhouse's attack. This was actually equivalent to a trump card that could injure high ranks. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for a middle-ranked martial artist like Fang Ping to injure a high-ranked martial artist. Old Manly was a peak rank 6, half a golden body, and had nurtured his sword for 10 years, with so many conditions combined. If that sword had encountered a rank 7 alone, he might not have been able to kill the other party. The gap between the realms was too wide. Old Manly was not the only one who could kill a rank 8. Zhang Dingnan was almost beaten to death. This was the result of a rank 7 powerhouse holding him back with all his might. But the power of heaven and earth is too strong, I can't bear it now. When he condensed celestiality, Fang Ping also had to bear the backlash of this kind of power. His physique was not weak, comparable to a peak rank 5 powerhouse. However, the backlash from the power of heaven and earth was also very difficult for him to endure. It would be fine if it was just a little less, but if it was too much, he would probably be heavily injured. Apart from being a trump card, is there any other use? Just as Fang Ping was pondering over this question, Old Manly stopped drawing circles and approached him to ask, when your mentality and vitality are converted into celestiality, what's the ratio? What? Fang Ping was at a loss. That is, how much mind energy and vitality force did I spend, and how much power of heaven and earth was condensed? Fang Ping asked hurriedly, does celestiality have a unit of measurement too? Of course. Old Man Li knew that he did not understand, so he explained, in order to better measure and judge a powerhouse's ability, a quantitative unit is the most convenient way to determine a powerhouse's strength. If there's an equation, then I can give you a theoretical equation, 10 Hz mentality plus 100 calories vitality force equals 1 C celestiality. Wheels? Why do you care about Luan? Do you understand what I mean? Fang Ping nodded. In other words, I have to consume 100 calories of vitality to fuse into 1 C celestiality, right? Yes. What about the difference in destructive power? About 5 times or so. Old Man Li continued, if you fuse vitality force and mentality into celestiality, 1 C celestiality is at least equivalent to a 500 calories vitality outburst. This doesn't conform to the law of conservation of energy. Fang Ping mumbled, 100 calories vitality plus 10 Hz mentality resulted in a 500 calories vitality outburst? Old Man Li's face was full of black lines. He said exasperatedly, Bullsh *T law. Even if it really exists, it means that you didn't unleash the full strength of your vitality force earlier. Do you understand? The power of your qi and blood isn't at its peak yet. It's like a hand grenade. If you throw it directly without detonating, how much destructive power can it cause? But if you explode it, then you can unleash its full power. The same goes for vitality force. By fusing with mentality, you can unleash an even greater force. This is celestiality. Fang Ping understood. Old Man Li's explanation was easy to understand. There was nothing he did not understand. After thinking for a moment, Fang Ping continued, in other words, if I expended 2000 calories vitality earlier, after conversion, it would be 20 C celestiality. The destructive power should be increased by 5 times, comparable to a 10,000 cal vitality outburst, right? Yes. Fang Ping frowned instantly. I don't think so. If that's really the case, I can kill a rank 6 with a 10,000 cal vitality outburst. Earlier, he had expended close to 2 million wealth points. After conversion to vitality force, it was also 2000 calories vitality. According to Old Man Li's theory, the energy ball he threw earlier should have a 10,000 cal vitality outburst strength. What a joke, if it was really that powerful, he could kill a rank 6 with just one energy bomb. Old Man Li coughed dryly. I said, it's like that in theory. In reality, powerhouses can't achieve a perfect fusion. The degree of control over the power needs to reach an extreme, perverse level. Under normal circumstances, this can't be done. Therefore, the actual consumption should be higher. Fang Ping was speechless. He still frowned. This power was not fused by him, but by the system should be quite reliable, right? Why could it not achieve a perfect fusion? No, maybe the celestiality that he had just fused did not even have 20 C. Fang Ping immediately turned his head to look at Wu Chuan. Senior Wu, the celestiality that I fused just now, roughly how strong is it? About 2 or 3 C. Wu Chuan replied casually. The corner of Fang Ping's eyes twitched slightly. He understood now. Expending 2 million wealth points, which was enough to replenish 2000 calories vitality, ultimately only fused into about 2 C celestiality, 1/10 of the ratio, or rather, 10 times the consumption. This, perhaps, was the price that the system wanted him to pay. After all, he was not a rank 7 martial artist. He knew that the system would not be so generous. If it was 2 C, then it would be easy to understand. 1 C celestiality, theoretically, was equivalent to 500 calories vitality outburst. The energy bomb that he threw earlier only had 1000 cal vitality outburst strength. Fang Ping himself could easily achieve the same result with this kind of strength. Looks like I can only use it as a trump card. I can only use it when I encounter martial artists who are stronger than me. If they're weaker than me, I might as well kill them myself. It's a cost-performance issue. However, if he really encountered a powerhouse, the possibility of him escaping was higher. Who would be so stupid as to think of killing them? Not necessarily. Sometimes, if I encounter a rank 6 powerhouse, I might be able to use it. I still feel like it's a little useless. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. Anyway, he still felt that this thing was a little useless. He was still thinking about it when Old Manly said, "You haven't told me yet. What's the conversion ratio?" Fang Ping said exasperatedly, "I used 1 or 2,000 cal of vitality and only caused such a little damage. Can't you see for yourself?" Old Manly did not care about his attitude. This kid had been very arrogant recently. It would not be too late to teach him a lesson later. Sweeping a glance at the crater beside him, Old Manly rubbed his chin and muttered, "For a rank 5 martial artist like you, being able to integrate celestiality is already extremely difficult. Now, it seems that you didn't waste too much. The conversion ratio is still considered high. Purely based on consumption, it's 2 to 1. Using 10 calories of vitality can cause about 5 calories of vitality damage." Fang Ping suspected that he was stupid. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Then I might as well just use vitality force. Why waste it? Idiot." Old Manly rolled his eyes at him. Then, he grinned and said, "Kid, I said that the strength of vitality force is not enough. For example, the value of 4 B-class weapons might be twice that of an A-class weapon. However, can 4 B-class weapons cut an A-class weapon in half? It's possible. One of them is attached to vitality force." "Shut up. I'm talking about purely based on toughness." Fang Ping shook his head and said, "It can't be cut. It's more or less the same for an A-class to cut a B-class." "Then that's it." Old Manly laughed and said, "So, instead of giving you 4 B-class weapons, it's better to give you an A-class weapon." Fang Ping retorted again, "Then I'd rather have a B-class weapon and sell it for an A-class one." "Get lost." Old Manly cursed. "I'm just making an example. What the F***ck are you thinking?" Fang Ping was only joking. He understood what he meant. He pondered and said, "In other words, after the conversion, although it looks like a loss, in reality, it's stronger. For example, before, my vitality force might not be able to break a peak rank 6 powerhouse's physical defense. But now, after I convert, I can do it." "Is that what you mean?" "Yes, and celestiality has more uses than just this." Old Manly laughed again and said, "Celestiality has many uses. Kid, have you considered becoming our energy engine?" "What?" Old Manly grinned and said, "Engine. Human engine. Do you know why so few rank 6 martial artists go to the energy room or the vitality pool in MCMAU? Because the energy concentration is too low. Celestiality is also a type of energy. Moreover, it's currently the strongest type of energy. But to ask a grandmaster to be our engine and supply machine, no one can bring themselves to do that, don't you think? You're only a rank 5 anyway, and you recover quickly. Kid, think about it. Go to the energy room and be our energy supply machine for a while. You can also provide us with a good cultivation environment." Fang Ping's expression was frighteningly dark. What a joke, Old Manly must be crazy. In the end, before he could say anything, Wu Chuan, who was beside him, also rubbed his chin and said, "Rank 5 martial artists can condense celestiality. It's indeed very useful. Fang Ping, nowadays, government agencies often need to use celestiality for research. However, most high-ranked martial artists have missions and are very busy. They can't get away, so many research projects are delayed. How about this, you work a little harder and go to some agencies to provide some celestiality for research. I'm very busy too." Seeing that they were eyeing him, Fang Ping immediately refused, saying with extreme vigilance, "Also, I can only condense a little. If I have more, I'll explode. The research agencies don't need a lot. You just need to provide a little each time." Wu Chuan was a little tempted. Grandmasters were really busy. Moreover, everyone had missions and had their own duties. How would they have the time to go to the research agencies to provide samples for research? Celestiality, once it left the martial artist's body, was also very difficult to preserve and would dissipate very quickly. Fang Ping, this humanoid supply machine, was still very useful. Anyway, he was only a rank 5. Whether there was one more rank 5 in the catacombs or one less rank 5, there was not much difference. Of course, Fang Ping, this rank 5, was slightly different. However, he was a young man. Capable people did more work. Wu Chuan felt that after Fang Ping returned to the surface, if he had nothing to do, he could run some errands. Old Manly objected from the side, saying, "That won't do. Fang Ping, I think you should just stay in MCMAU. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. Take more pills, replenish your vitality, then convert it into celestiality for us to cultivate. This kind of cultivation environment will help MCMAU's ability to improve." Beside him, Qin Fengqing asked immediately, "Are the benefits of cultivating with celestiality great?" Old Manly laughed. "You can't do it. Rank 6 martial artists can try. The biggest benefits are still peak rank 6. In this kind of environment, they can come into contact with the use of celestiality in advance, which will help with mentality-vitality fusion. Then why didn't our school use it before?" Old Manly said impatiently, "Nonsense. A few grandmasters have to cultivate themselves. Moreover, they're grandmasters. Do you have the nerve to ask them to be your supply machine?" "Oh, that's true. Fang Ping is only rank 5 anyway. It doesn't matter." Qin Fengqing and Old Manly echoed each other. Fang Ping's expression was so dark that it was unbearable. "A bunch of bastards, I won't be an engine, grandmasters can do it. Why don't you find grandmasters to be your supply machine?" But, maybe he could open a celestiality cultivation room. Charge a fee. Fang Ping thought about it and shook his head. Forget it. The consumption was too high. If he charged a high fee, people would not do it. If he charged a low fee, it might not be as much as his wealth consumption. Although he could earn some cash, he was not short of cash now. Is it helpful for peak rank 6 powerhouses to break through if they are constantly in an environment with celestiality? Fang Ping thought about this again. He could not help but ask, has the government not considered organizing grandmaster powerhouses to help those peak rank 6 martial artists? Old Manly shook his head. It's not that they haven't considered it. It's just not worth it. It takes up too much of a high-ranked martial artist's cultivation time. Moreover, the main thing is that mentality recovers slowly. The loss outweighs the gain. This requires a long period of supply. It's not something that can be done in 1 or 2 days. Of course, I suspect that there are people who are doing this. Others aside, the military department might be doing it. These few years, many of the old fellows in the military department have been in closed-door cultivation. A few rank 7 powerhouses have suddenly appeared. They might be trying something like this. Zhou Dinghua, who was beside him, glanced at him without saying a word. As a higher-up in the military department, of course, he knew some things. However, this was top secret. He could not reveal it easily. If word got out, there might be trouble. Doing this would consume a lot of mentality. A few old grandmasters often ran out of vitality. If someone found out who they were and ambushed them suddenly, they might die. Guesses were just guesses. Without a clear target, whether it was the evil sects or the catacombs, they would not attack recklessly. This kind of thing could only be done in places like the military department where there were many grandmasters. For example, MCMAU had 2 or 3 grandmasters. If all of them ran out of vitality and were ambushed, a high rank might be able to destroy MCMAU. Rank 6 martial artists would not ask for this either. Cultivation was their own business. Old Manly had his eyes on Fang Ping mainly because Fang Ping was too reckless. This kid's mentality and vitality force recovery speed were shocking. He was the most suitable person to do this. Moreover, it did not involve high-end combat strength. What a suitable candidate, Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. However, he did know that celestiality had another use. Fang Ping did not answer this question. Everyone just talked about it and let it go. If he did not want to do it, no one would think of forcing him to do it. If this kid was up to no good, he could detonate celestiality and blow up those rank SIXS who were cultivating. Moreover, Fang Ping himself needed to cultivate too. His probability of becoming a grandmaster seemed almost 100% now. There was no need to delay Fang Ping's cultivation time. A rank 5 martial artist who honed his bone marrow, externalized his mentality, and mastered celestiality. If it was said that Fang Ping could not break through to rank 7, no one present would believe it. At this moment, the only difficulty for Fang Ping to get close to rank 7 was the sealing of the Sanjiao gate. As for the other honing, it was not too difficult. It was just a matter of time. As long as Fang Ping could seal his Sanjiao gate, then he would definitely be a rank 7, he had even achieved mentality-vitality fusion. It would have been better if they did not think about this. Once they thought about it, forget about the few youngsters, even old man Li was jealous. Motherf asterisk Ker, this kid's rank 5 honing would probably not take long. If the Sanjiao gate was successful and the sealing speed was fast, maybe, he could really step into rank 7 soon. Zhao Xingwu and Wu Chuan thought about it too. Both of them took a look at Fang Ping, who was still plotting something. They looked at each other, unsure if it was bitterness or relief. Could this kid really be considered a rank 5 martial artist? They really wanted to dig open his skull and see how exactly he had mutated. Beside them, Fang Ping shuddered and subconsciously distanced himself from them. Alright, he should quickly return to the surface. Now that he was in the catacombs, he just did not feel safe. Amidst the clamor, the day passed in the blink of an eye. December 25th, the 5th day since Fang Ping and the others entered the catacombs. It's stable. Wu Chuan gave a low shout, startling the others awake. Zhang Dingnan showed some sadness on his face, but it disappeared in a flash. This time, the passageway was secured, but 2 grandmasters and 16 rank 6 powerhouses were sacrificed outside the passageway. Exhaling lightly, Zhang Dingnan looked at Wu Chuan and Zhao Xingwu and bowed deeply. Everything was understood without words. This time, I'm counting on you too. Wu Chuan and Zhao Xingwu also had solemn expressions on their faces. They did not say much, but their attitude was clear. They would definitely guard the passageway. Seeing this, Fang Ping smiled and said, "Seniors, don't be too sad. When we go out later, I think we need to make a big show of celebration. Right now, the people outside must be extremely worried and their morale is low. If we continue to act like a defeated general, then our morale will take an even greater blow. Everyone is already full of fear towards the catacombs. Don't be like this. I think that when we go out, we should just praise our merits and say how many great things we've done. All the seniors have sacrificed themselves here. It can be said that the blood of the heroes will not be shed in vain, but it cannot be said too much either." The others couldn't help but laugh. "Do I need you to teach me that?" Zhang Dingnan, on the other hand, felt less sad. He nodded slightly and said, "That's true. We can't increase everyone's fear of the catacombs. The catacombs martial artists aren't scary." With that, Zhang Dingnan exhaled and said, "Then let's go back." "Go." In the next moment, everyone stepped into the vortex. Nanjiang, outside the passageway. At this moment, everyone was deeply worried. Ever since old Jing came out, everyone had been worried and anxious. Some news could be hidden from ordinary people, but not everyone. MCMAU was one of Nanjiang's main reinforcements this time. Luo Yichuan had already received the news that Li Chongxing had died in battle, Lu Polu was seriously injured, and Fang Ping was missing. MCMAU was in trouble this time. If the other two also died in battle in the catacombs, then the blow would be too great. The news was also reported to MCMAU. At this time, even Tang Feng rushed over. The two of them stood outside the passage for 2 days. Behind him, the MCMAU students were also silent. At this moment, everyone knew that the problem was serious. It was worse than expected. Whether Fang Ping and the others could make it back alive, everyone was at a loss. In the crowd, Chen Yunqi's face was pale. For the past 5 days, she had been guarding this place. "The passageway is stable," Tang Feng said in a low voice. Inside, a few grandmasters were on high alert. They surrounded the passageway. Tang Feng and the others did not go near, but they did not go far either. Would anyone come out? Will Fang Ping come out? Chen Yunqi's voice was hoarse as she murmured softly. Lu Mingyao comforted him softly, "It'll be fine." At this point, who could not read Chen Yunqi's mind, but at this moment, everyone could only comfort him. This time, so many grandmasters went in, including a bunch of rank SIXS. When Fang Ping went in, he was only rank 4. It was hard to say whether he would be able to walk out alive. Just as the Grandmaster was on high alert and the others were worried, auras could be sensed from the alloy house. "Good news. A loud shout came from the alloy house and spread to the surroundings. Upon hearing this familiar voice, many of them heaved a sigh of relief. Fang Ping had returned. Outside the crowd, Xianxia could not contain her joy. She wanted to go forward, but she stopped in her tracks. Soon, the alloy house's door opened. Fang Ping was murderous at this moment. The Chongdao in his hand reeked of blood. As soon as he came out of the alloy house, he shouted, "Good news! The passageway has been established. In this battle, we killed a rank 8, 4 rank 7s, and 10,000 middle and low-ranked martial artists. We destroyed countless cities and towns and blew up the Catacombs Royal City. The Catacombs rank 9 cowered in the city and dared not come out. We won." When Fang Ping's voice spread to the surroundings, there was a moment of silence. Then, in an instant, there was a burst of cheers. "We won. We defended it. Humans will win." Everyone could not contain their joy. They had established the passageway. In the inner circle, a few grandmasters looked at each other. They could not help but look at the few people who came out from the back. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Zhang Dingnan and Lu Polu's injuries were indeed very serious. However, in the next moment, everyone was a little confused. Was that not Li Chongqing? Fang Ping did not stop there. He continued to shout, "In this battle, MCMAU School of Weaponry Deputy Dean Li killed a rank 8 and broke through to rank 8. We humans have another Grandmaster powerhouse. Sino Nation is happy. Mankind is happy. Congratulations to the Grandmaster." In the next moment, a loud voice was heard. Many people's eyes were brimming with tears. One more Grandmaster meant one more hope for mankind. Another powerhouse had broken through. As for the sudden breakthrough from rank 6 to rank 8, everyone really did not think about this. They did not think about it. The Grandmasters looked at each other. This was completely different from what they had expected. At this moment, Li Chongqing's body was also shining with golden light. He leaped into the air and shouted, "Fight for mankind, fight for Sino Nation. Congratulations to the Grandmaster." An even louder voice was heard. Below, Tang Feng and the rest were also stunned. What was going on? Did they not say that he died in battle? Rank 8. How did he suddenly become a rank 8? This surprise was a little too big. Outside the alloy house, the Grandmasters looked at Zhang Dingnan and the rest. What was going on? Right now, these people were almost suffocating. Zhang Dingnan nodded slightly but did not say much. This kid Fang Ping, no matter what he wanted to do, he was too lazy to think about it. At least he had to give the people of Nanjiang hope. At this moment, the surrounding martial artists' morale was high. This goal was achieved. As for those who sacrificed themselves, heroes, they could be remembered, but it was not appropriate to say much here. If everyone knew that 2 Grandmasters had died in battle, there might be panic. They had to slowly let everyone accept these facts. At this moment, Old Manly also landed, no longer showing off. Seeing everyone looking at him, Old Manly said lightly, "What are you looking at me for? You're really rank 8? In the crowd, some people were in slight disbelief. Old Manly smiled but said nothing. "I'm a fake. Can I tell you? I won't scare you to death. Whether it's real or fake, the golden body is here. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not." Although that was what he thought, Old Manly was a little anxious. He had to achieve real rank 8 as soon as possible. This fake one was not very suitable. The Grandmasters were talking. Fang Ping did not disturb them. He walked to the side and met up with the people of MCMAU. Before Tang Feng and Luo Yichuan could speak, Xianxia asked in a low, hoarse voice, "Fang Ping, are you okay?" Fang Ping glanced at her, laughed dryly, and coughed softly. "What can happen to me? This time in the catacombs, I almost killed a rank 9 powerhouse. Dozens of rank 7 and 8 martial artists chased after me, but I came out unscathed. If not for the situation, I could have dug up tens of thousands of caddies of energy stones this time. It's a pity that I was chased by 2 rank 9s, so I couldn't bring too much. This time, I only brought these few things back." As he said that, Fang Ping threw the animal skin bag down. The bag opened, and a large number of energy stones were exposed. Tang Feng, who was about to reprimand him, shut his mouth instantly. What was going on? Something did not feel right. You were chased by 2 rank 9s. Fang Ping did not even look at the animal skin bag. He smiled and said, Yunqi, help me hold this first. Carrying this thing is quite tiring. It's a pity that we were in a hurry. Otherwise, I was prepared to bring more back. Chen Yunqi quietly helped him pick up the animal skin bag, hugging it in her arms. Beside her, Qin Fengqing's eyes never left it. Damn it, you should have let me hold it for you. Seeing that there was no chance, Qin Fengqing did not stare at this anymore. He coughed softly and said, this time, I also killed a few hundred rank 5 and 6 martial artists. Guardian Wu insisted that we leave. Otherwise, we could even flatten the catacombs. Both of them were bragging a little too much. Everyone was skeptical. Qin Fengqing did not waste any more words. As if he had accidentally ripped open the bag, a rank 6 medal fell out. See, I didn't lie to you, did I? I really killed a rank 6. Of course, he would not tell everyone that this was something that everyone did not want. He just conveniently took it back. Whether it was the 2 rank SIXS that they killed together at the beginning, or the rank SIXS that chased after them and were killed instead, the others did not want the medal. Only Qin Fengqing collected a lot. Everyone's expression changed again and again. What did these people do in the catacombs? Fang Ping smiled as he walked. We won't disturb the grandmasters anymore. Let's go back first. Anyway, this time, we killed a lot in the catacombs. I also broke through to rank 5. In the city closest to the passageway, I blew up an energy mine that was tens of thousands of tons and killed tens of thousands of catacombs martial artists. Honestly, we're lucky that we came back. Otherwise, the catacombs would have been wiped out. Everyone was skeptical. Tang Feng could not help but ask, let's not talk about you first. What happened to Deanly? Fang Ping smiled. Actually, it's simple. That day, the situation was like this. Fang Ping repeated his heroic feat again. Finally, he said, it's a pity. We were in a hurry then. Otherwise, we might have achieved rank 9 directly. The catacombs really have a lot of good stuff. The others were silent again. Chen Yunqi whispered, then, you're not hurt, are you? I'm fine. Those rank 7s and 7s couldn't catch me. Those 2 rank 9s were also running around in circles. Could they hurt me? Beside him, Qin Fengqing wanted to say something but stopped himself. Forget it. I won't expose the fact that you were hunted down until you lost your pants. Big brother did not talk about second brother. He was also hunted down badly. Since he came back alive, of course, he could not embarrass himself. Could he tell everyone that the few of them had actually been running all the time in the catacombs, not to mention how badly they were hunted down? These painful past events should be forgotten with the wind. At the same time. On the other side, Li Hansong was also reporting the situation. Li Hansong sighed. He could not explain in a few words. He said bitterly, in the catacombs, we were constantly being hunted down. I ran for 3 days and 3 nights. Instructor, the people from other martial arts universities are really good at enduring. He wanted to cry. Now that he was back, he really wanted to find someone to talk to. Fu Guoxing was a little lost. He glanced at Fang Ping and the rest who were not far away. They were dressed neatly, in high spirits, talking and laughing as if they had just returned from an outing. Why were the elites of his school doing so badly? Li Hansong was a rank 5, among the few young people. His ability was not the strongest, but Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang should not be much stronger than him, right? Not to mention, there was still the rank 4 Qin Fengqing. At this moment, Fu Guoxing felt a little embarrassed. Could he not give CCMAU some face? Li Hansong did not think too much at the moment. He was still complaining, Instructor, the school's teaching needs to be changed. At the very least, we should teach the students how to dig holes as fast as possible when they are being hunted down, conceal their aura, and conceal their traces. Li Hansong was speaking from the bottom of his heart. This skill was really useful. However, in Fu Guoxing's ears, the more he listened, the more upset he felt. He forced a smile and said, we'll talk about this later. Hansong, did you gain anything this time? When we go back, we need to cultivate our stepping techniques well. Fu Guoxing did not ask anymore. This prodigy of CCMAU always felt that his mind was not clear. Others were praising and showing off their achievements. What were you doing, digging holes, learning stepping techniques? Li Hansong's words were really sincere. This time, he had really gained experience. In the catacombs, escaping was the priority. Killing the enemy was secondary. Preserving one's life was more important than anything else. CCMAU rarely talked about these things. If CCMAU students were to change to the catacombs, their ability to survive might be slightly worse than other schools. From Li Hansong's perspective, this was a big deal, not a small one. As for praising and showing off, there was nothing to show off. After being hunted down for 3 days, he had more injuries than Qin Fengqing. Was this something to show off? Fu Guoxing saw that Li Hansong still wanted to say more. His expression darkened slightly, and he ignored him. This trip to the catacombs had changed this CCMAU prodigy a lot. Even his drive seemed to have worn down a lot. In the temporary military camp, Fang Ping roughly talked about his experience in the catacombs. What he said were all honorable things. As for running naked and digging holes, being hunted down until there was no way out, he just brushed it off. He mainly talked about the rank 9 big willow tree's majesty. After he blew up the city later on, it was furious, yet helpless. River-like energy essence, energy stones that could be seen everywhere. These words also appeared frequently in Fang Ping's narration. Everyone was skeptical at first, but in the end, they all believed him. If they had not seen it or done it, they would not think that Fang Ping's words were so real. Tang Feng said with a sigh, "I didn't expect you to go through so much this time." Fang Ping laughed. "Actually, it's nothing much. At the end of the day, my ability is still a little weak. Otherwise, I would have killed a rank 9 directly. Honestly, I've always wanted to kill that willow tree monster and bring it back to MCMAU directly. Unfortunately, I'm only rank 5. At this moment, everyone suddenly remembered that Fang Ping was rank 5, Xia Lei and the others' expressions were extremely complicated. Rank 5 just like that, how long had it been since you were rank 4? This unintentional sentence deeply hurt everyone's hearts. Tang Feng and Luo Yichuan felt like their hearts were suffocating. This kid, was he really going to catch up to them? Beside them, Chen Yunqi's expression was also complicated. She murmured, "You're already rank 5, she was only upper stage rank 3, Fang Ping coughed softly. Without looking at her, he said, "Of course, this time I'm back, I'll also try my best to help everyone improve their abilities. I'll open MCMAU's energy room to everyone for free as soon as possible. The energy stones I brought back will also help everyone speed up their cultivation." Seeing how excited the others were, Fang Ping looked at Tang Feng and Luo Yichuan. He smiled and said, "Also, this time in the catacombs, I've mastered the celestiality integration method. I can master it skillfully. Maybe MCMAU will build a new celestiality cultivation room." What? Both of them were stunned. After Tang Feng fused with his blood essence, he could actually gather the power of heaven and earth. However, under normal circumstances, rank 6 martial artists would rarely do something like this. It was easy to deplete one's mental energy, but hard to replenish it. Right now, he still needed to focus on nurturing his psychic energy, so he couldn't waste it. The power of the heavens and the earth was extremely precious to him. Fang Ping's expression was nonchalant. He smiled and said, "The celestiality cultivation room. Of course, due to the high consumption, the school might need to subsidize part of it. We'll talk about this later. Also, I have a lot of things to do next, so I may not have much time to do them." Tang Feng and Luo Yichuan looked at each other in disbelief. Fang Ping wanted to build a celestiality cultivation room. This was not a simple matter. It was actually very difficult for a grandmaster to maintain a continuous supply of the power of heaven and earth. They would need to spend a lot of time to recover from the depletion of their mental power. If one wanted to build a cultivation room that could allow people to cultivate, they would need at least 2 grandmasters to take turns providing it. Furthermore, the amount of heaven and earth energy provided was actually limited. Could a rank 5 really do it? Fang Ping did not care about their doubts. If it was really built, these rank SIXS would definitely beg to enter. Now that I'm back, there are many things that I need to do. I need to reform MCMAU vigorously, so I hope that everyone can support me in doing so. As Fang Ping said that, he chuckled. Especially the two deans. Luo Yichuan and Tang Feng looked at each other. After a while, Luo Yichuan said, if it's beneficial to MCMAU, we will support it. Fang Ping laughed. Of course. Have I, Fang Ping, ever done anything that would harm MCMAU's interests? For example, Instructor Li broke through to rank 8, held a rank 1 martial arts competition, took the position of the top elite school, and expanded our school's industry. Speaking from the bottom of my heart, I, Fang Ping, only wish for MCMAU to be better. When have I ever harmed MCMAU? Everyone was rendered speechless by these words. Including the following series of policies, it's all to make MCMAU stronger. I, Fang Ping, am not so selfless as to think that everyone in the world will have a good life. I can't care about it, I don't have the ability to. However, I believe that I still have the ability to make the students and teachers of MCMAU feel better. Right now, I'm only a rank 5. When I enter rank 6, rank 7, I'll definitely lead MCMAU further, more steadily, and better. A declaration to seize power? Qin Fengqing, who was at the side, muttered to himself. Mother *Ker, you really want to seize power? Fang Ping did not hide it. He said loudly, what do you mean by seizing power? I respect the 3 vice-chancellors from the bottom of my heart. I hope they can focus on martial arts and improve further. Only now did I realize that without the 9th pin, I would be nothing. So what if he was a rank 8? If the rank 8 commander Zhou encountered a rank 9, he would be done for. How many rank 9s were there in the catacombs? 2 rank 9s in one city, Magic City Catacombs. I've done a rough count. 26 rank 9s. How terrifying, the vice-chancellor was now a rank 8. Rank 9 was just around the corner. If he still wasted time on other things, would he have the time to cultivate and break through? When the vice-chancellor reaches rank 9 and can no longer improve, when that time comes and he has to step forward to manage these trivial matters, I can't wait to throw them all to him. Ask Instructor Tang, which is more important, cultivation or these trivial matters? Do martial artists cultivate for power? Tang Feng said with a straight face, martial arts is the priority. All power is to serve the advancement of martial arts. This was Tang Feng's truest thought. What was power? Martial artists cultivated not to fight for power and profit, but to become stronger in martial arts, to pacify the catacombs. Luo Yichuan nodded slightly. For 100 years, all martial artists fought to become stronger, to pacify the catacombs. Power was only a point of leverage on the path of martial arts, not the end. Qin Fengqing, shut up. I won't say any more. I just know that everyone has been bewitched. Moreover, MCMAU's current situation was a little complicated. Li Chongqing would support Fang Ping no matter what. Lu Polu. It was hard to say for now. However, in the catacombs, Lu Polu was generous with his praise for Fang Ping. Lu Polu did not care about power, so he would probably agree with Fang Ping. Huang Jing and Wu Quishan. It was hard to say for now. These two might not care about these things. Otherwise, they would not have given Fang Ping so many opportunities to expand their influence. MCMAU is really going to be Fang. Qin Fengqing had a clear understanding. Forget it. This old man should go to the House of Guardians and try being a resident city envoy. However, what about the Celestiality Cultivation Room and the Rank 5 Celestial Bridge Fusion? Qin Fengqing was a little conflicted. If he went to other places, there would be none. No one would guide him on how to fuse them. Currently, Fang Ping was the only one who had fused such an ugly celestial bridge. Fang Ping ignored him and continued, I can't continue this time. This time I've offended a few rank 9 catacombs powerhouses. They will definitely kill me if I go down. However, the construction of the city is imminent. You guys can stay. Qin Fengqing, make a copy of the catacombs map and give it to everyone. Mark out which places have good stuff and powerhouses. In the catacombs, Qin Fengqing did not idle around. This guy was really a talent, at the very least, no matter how fast he ran, he could remember the place, the terrain, and the general situation. They ran for 3 days. After 3 days, Qin Fengqing had almost figured out the situation from the passageway to gigantic Willow City. Some places had benefits. He only cared about running and did not have time to look for them. Hearing Fang Ping asking him to draw, Qin Fengqing's expression changed. Fang Ping's gaze was dangerous. What? Do you have any objections? It's just drawing a map. Is it so difficult to contribute to the university? Can you bear to watch everyone go to their deaths? Can you bear to watch everyone gain nothing? Moreover, it's not good for us to go in now. If we're discovered, we'll be hunted down until we die. If you go in again, who knows when it'll be? Qin Fengqing looked helpless. After a while, he said, then at least reward me with some benefits, right? Of course. MCMAU won't ask students to contribute to the university for free. That's not MCMAU's purpose. Things that rely on favors won't last long. People's hearts are easily dispersed. I'll make the decision and reward you with 300 credits. Do you have any objections now? Sure. Qin Fengqing agreed readily. 300 credits was not a small amount. Unexpectedly, Fang Ping found his conscience for once. Fang Ping did not care. It was only 300 credits. When Qin Fengqing sold his spoils of war to the university, the profit would be more or less earned back. Then, the credits had to be spent in the university. Over and over again, Qin Fengqing did not get any benefits. MCMAU's profit was Fang Ping's profit. It did not matter. Everyone did not do anything to Qin Fengqing, but they all showed gratitude to Fang Ping. Having a clear map would bring great benefits to everyone. You guys must be careful. Don't run around and don't get too close to gigantic Willow City. Also, the catacombs have just opened. Many villages and towns actually have small energy mines. Fang Ping looked at Luo Yichuan and said, Dean Luo, please take care of us this time. We were in too much of a hurry before and didn't have time to care about these. This time, after you lead the team in, try to dig some back. At the moment, everyone can't care about this. Before we came back, gigantic Willow City had actually implemented the policy of strengthening the city walls and clearing the fields. A large number of residents outside the city began to gather in Royal City. Now, a large number of their rank 6 martial artists have died in battle. At the moment, they can't take care of so many outer cities and towns. Once these people migrate, the energy mines won't be completely dug out. These people in Nanjiang's catacombs haven't realized yet that in the next few years, they might not be able to return. They won't do something like destroying their own foundation. Today, humans entered the catacombs for the first time. In the catacombs, especially the residents in the cities and towns, they would never think that they might not be able to return to their original land and live in this lifetime. Those villages and towns would usually have the existence of small energy mines. And these would only be obtained by the first batch of human forces when the catacombs opened. The later ones would almost have no chance. As for official forces like the military department, in the short term, they would focus on building the city. At this moment, Luo Yichuan had almost forgotten that Fang Ping was a student and he was the dean. Upon hearing this, he immediately said, of course. This time, we will definitely dig more energy stones back. Tang Feng was also tempted. He said, then why don't I go down too? Forget about Instructor Tang. Your goal is still to break through at the moment. Tang Feng had already reached the stage of mentality-vitality fusion. He was close to rank 7. Fang Ping dared not let him go down now. If he died in battle, MCMAU would have one less grandmaster. Although it was very realistic, this was the real situation. Even those rank SIXS who entered before generally had no hope of breaking through. Those who really had a chance of breaking through would not enter in the early stage. All of you, be careful. Pay attention to your safety. Fang Ping looked at these students. Right now, the passageway was relatively safe. Perhaps the next time it stabilized, these people would enter. Fang Ping did not think of letting them all go back. There was no need for that. Martial artists had to seize opportunities themselves. Now that the catacombs had just opened, there were really many opportunities. Gigantic Willow City had also suffered heavy losses. They would not attack rashly in the short term. This time difference was also the best time for them to move. Everyone nodded. Fang Ping glanced at Qin Yunqi from the corner of his eye but did not say anything. While Fang Ping was making arrangements for everyone, Magic City. Mekmao. Lu Fengge returned to school covered in injuries. As soon as she returned to the villa, Liang Fenghua, who stayed behind, ran in excitedly, saying loudly, "Instructor, you're finally back. Good news." "What's wrong?" Lu Fengge was a little tired. Liang Fenghua was not the kind of person who could not sit still. Junior Feng came out of Nanjiang's catacombs and broke through to rank 5. He also helped Instructor Li break through to rank 8. Lu Fengge suddenly felt a little tired. "Are you kidding me? I fought for my life in the catacombs. I haven't even reached rank 7 yet." "Li Changxing, rank 8? Yes." "Who said that?" "Everyone said it. Also, when he came out of the catacombs, Instructor Li showed his golden body. The whole Nanjiang martial arts world knew about it." Meng Yao said that Junior Feng seized life essence in the catacombs royal city and let Instructor Li consume a few hundred caddies. Then, he broke through. "Wait. What's that?" "Life essence is energy essence." Lu Fengge's expression changed. She asked immediately, "How much?" "A few hundred caddies." Lu Fengge suddenly gritted her teeth. Her embarrassment turned into anger. What a Li Changxing! What a Fang Ping! Old. She did not curse, but Lu Fengge really could not hold it in. "Bastard, whose student are you?" She was almost beaten to death in the catacombs. All she wanted was to find an energy mine and go in to absorb some high concentration energy. She did not even dare to think about energy essence. In the end, that student of hers went to find energy essence for Li Changxing. She was so angry that her liver hurt. She did not worry about scarcity, but about inequality. Fang Ping did not get it. Lu Fengge did not think much of it. Cultivation depended on oneself. How could she rely on her own student? But Fang Ping got it, and gave it to that bastard Li Changxing. Lu Fengge felt like killing someone. Rank 7. How many years had she yearned for it? These two bastards, did they not know how to leave some for herself? Lu Fengge felt that her heart could not take it. It was too much of a blow. Her heart was broken. Fang Ping really got his hands on life essence? No, Lu Fengge suddenly did not have the mood to rest. She wanted to go to Nanjiang and catch those two. Others aside, she could not let that bastard old man Li take advantage of her. Before she finished speaking, Lu Fengge did not care about Liang Fenghua anymore. She turned around and left. To Nanjiang, Liang Fenghua was confused. What was wrong with the teacher? On this day, Nanjiang auspicious pieces martial artists spent their days in joy. Even the central government specially held a meeting of the titans for this matter. The stronghold of the Nanjiang catacombs was conquered. Not only that, they almost blew up a royal city. Fang Ping's name also appeared in the eyes of the titans for the first time. In the past, although Fang Ping was also a prodigy and the president of MCMAU's Martial Arts Society, he was not considered a low-level figure. However, no matter how outstanding he was still a young man, a martial artist who had just entered the middle rank. There were prodigies in martial arts universities every year. The titans really did not have the time to pay attention to a young man who had just emerged. But now, someone was paying attention. A middle-rank martial artist who had invaded the royal city and destroyed half of the royal city was worthy of attention. Of course, they only remembered Fang Ping as a person. They also remembered his breath concealment technique. At this moment, the central government had also sent someone to check and consult. This was not a small matter. In fact, it was more important than Li Changxing condensing a rank 8 golden body. Not to mention that he was not a real rank 8, even if he was a real rank 8, the impact on the war situation would not be that big. On the contrary, this kind of breath concealment technique would really have an earth-shattering impact. Lu Fengge rushed over, and there were powerhouses coming from the central government too. Fang Ping was not aware of any of these. At this moment, after Fang Ping had sent the others away, he saw Xianxia, who was deliberately left here by everyone, and felt a slight headache. Seeing this woman's head lowered, not saying a word, and a little embarrassed, Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. After a while, he said, "For martial artists of our generation, there is no tomorrow. Especially for people like me, who can't say for sure which catacombs I will die in one day. The catacombs are not fair, we are afraid, and we are in danger. Instead of living in fear day and night after I enter the catacombs, it's better to cut off those thoughts as soon as possible. It's the same for me. If you enter the catacombs and die in the catacombs one day, it will be a blow to me too. Yunxi, although you have a grandmaster grandfather, your grandfather can't protect you forever. Before we have the ability to protect ourselves, we don't have to think about these things. Chen Yunxi lifted her head and looked at him. She was not upset, and said softly, I know. I will work hard to cultivate, and strive to be worthy of you. Fang Ping's face fell instantly. I have already said this. Shouldn't you be heartbroken, then turn and leave, crying endlessly, and when you see me in the future, you will let out a loud humph and leave without looking back? What's with this strive to be worthy of you exclamation point? Girls, can't you be more reserved? Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. After a long time, he said, we'll see. Don't do stupid things next time. What's the use of standing for 5 days? With these 5 days, if you cultivate more, you might achieve peak rank 3. In this era, cultivating and becoming stronger are the first things you should do. Everything else is a small matter. Even if you die standing, I will still die in the catacombs. Do you think you can revive someone standing? Do you understand what I mean? Chen Yunxi nodded and said softly, then I will cultivate hard in the future, strive to become stronger, and accompany you to the catacombs. Fang Ping sighed. Girls, be more reserved, be more reserved. Fortunately, your grandfather is not here. If he is, will he hack me to death? Seeing that Chen Yunxi was about to leave, Fang Ping felt his heart ache. Suddenly, he gave her a slap and said impatiently, Go, I want to rest. Chen Yunxi was at a loss at first, then a bright smile appeared on her face. She said happily, what you injected into my body is life essence. Am I right? Fang Ping's expression darkened. He said exasperatedly, energy essence. Don't use the term carelessly. Alright, I'm going to rest. Then rest well. I'll leave first. Chen Yunxi's face was full of joy. She did not say anything but left happily. Fang Ping sighed again. This was a losing deal. Back then, he should not have tricked this silly girl into buying his pills. Now, she had even developed feelings for him. Women were so complicated. It's because I'm too outstanding. I'm handsome too, like a crane in a flock of chickens. Anyone who sees me will be moved. I need to restrain myself. Fang Ping shook his head. Men were too outstanding. It was frustrating. In this era, he could not find a good man who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. If I die one day, I'm afraid the whole world will be crying for me. Just thinking about it makes me sad. These words were said to himself. Outside the door, old Manly who was just about to enter suddenly stopped in his tracks. These words were really heart-wrenching, bullying an old man who was single, looking at Chen Yunxi who was leaving happily not far away. Old Manly felt that there was no need to go in. If he went in, he would be heart-wrenching. Maybe, I should find a wife. This thought suddenly appeared in Old Manly's mind. In the past, it was because he was focused on martial arts. Later, he did not want to hold others back. He was disheartened. Now, he had recovered. Rank 8 was at hand. At this time, was it time to find a wife? Who should I look for? Old Manly turned around and left. As he thought about these, faces flashed across his mind. Finally, a familiar face suddenly flashed across his mind. Old Manly was stunned. What was he thinking? Wu Quishan, that old thing, could beat him to death. Don't blame me, don't blame me. Look after your fierce wife. I don't want to. Li Chongqing. A few hours later. Old Manly was confused. Was he hallucinating again? He looked around. Wu Quishan was nowhere to be seen. Old Manly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was not here for revenge. Old Manly chuckled and said, Oh, Fengru, why are you here? Lu Fengru saw his happy smile and felt that something was not right. She snorted. You broke through rank 8? Probably. Old Manly's tone was uncertain. It was not easy to fool an acquaintance. Was he a rank 8? Of course not. However, Old Manly would not admit that he was a rank 6. If he said he was a rank 8, he was a rank 8. Probably? Lu Fengru frowned slightly. What kind of answer was that? She was already unhappy with this old man. Hearing his perfunctory answer, Lu Fengru did not waste any more time. Her fist was as fast as lightning, blasting forward instantly. Clang, a clear sound reverberated through the air. Lu Fengru took a few steps back. Her fist trembled slightly. She gritted her teeth and said, "You're good." The old man had really forged a golden body. Old Manly dusted his clothes lightly, his expression calm and relaxed. He let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was his fist. If he had used his mentality, he would have been exposed, even if Lu Fengru's mentality did not hurt him much. He smiled reservedly. Old Manly coughed softly and said, "It's just SOSO. Your student is still the best. Fengru, you've taken in a good student." What a stab, the corners of Lu Fengru's eyes kept twitching. That kid, is he really my student? Are you sure he's not yours? Lu Fengru took a deep breath and suppressed her urge to beat this guy to death. She asked urgently, "Is it really life essence?" "Yes." "A few hundred caddies?" "Not really." Old Manly denied. He then said, "Actually, he probably absorbed a few dozen caddies. The rest has all evaporated." Lu Fengru panted slightly for a moment. At this moment, she really wanted to beat this old man to death. "Do you have more?" "None." Old Manly denied immediately. He then smiled and said, "I don't have any, but that kid Fong Ping might have more. He might have hidden some." Old Manly had no qualms about betraying Fong Ping. That brat had consumed quite a lot of life essence, so he wouldn't need it for the time being. As for breaking through to the Supreme Power Realm, what that guy lacked now was not energy but time. Lu Fengru's breakthrough was imminent. Old Manly felt that if Fong Ping really had it, it would be more worthwhile for him to help Lu Fengru break through instead of wasting it on himself. Lu Fengru looked fierce and cold, but that was not the case. If Fong Ping helped her break through now, he would owe her a big favor. Lu Fengru would not let him suffer any losses. As soon as Old Manly finished speaking, Lu Fengru disappeared. The moment she saw the old man, she wanted to hammer him to death. However, considering that the old man had broken through, she was afraid that she would not be able to kill him. After some consideration, she decided to let the old man go for now. Seeing that Lu Fengru had left, Old Manly heaved a sigh of relief once again. She came so fast, and she was still as tough as ever. What was he thinking in the afternoon? Was he out of his mind, in the tent? At this moment, Fong Ping was talking to a few of Nanjiang's higher-ups. Zhang Dingnan, the commander of the Nanjiang military region, and Wang Jinyang were all there. On MCMAU's side, other than Fong Ping, Luo Yichuan and Tang Feng were there too. As they were talking, inside the tent, Tang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. The next moment, Lu Fengru pushed the door open and entered. Fong Ping was slightly surprised to see Lu Fengru. Then, he got up and smiled. "Instructor, why are you here?" "Don't worry about me, I'm fine." Lu Fengru shot him a look. "Am I worried about you?" She had just come out from Magic City's catacombs. She had only just found out that Fong Ping had entered the catacombs. Fong Ping really knew how to flatter himself. Ignoring Fong Ping, Lu Fengru glanced around. When she saw Zhang Dingnan, whose face was still pale, she frowned slightly. "Not dead?" Zhang Dingnan chuckled softly. "I'm lucky." "You're pretty lucky." Lu Fengru let out a soft humph. Then, she asked, "How's your injury?" "It's all right. I'll be fine after resting for a while." "I know you won't die." The two of them talked as if there was no one else around. Fong Ping was shocked. What was going on? Were these two really having an affair? Since when did old Lu care about others? She would even ask if his injury was serious. If Wu Quishan was seriously injured, Lu Fengru might not even ask, right? A long time ago, he had heard from Lu Fengru that Zhang Dingnan had also been drooling over her. Could it be true? Big news. Fong Ping's face was full of shock, but the others did not make a sound, as if they did not hear anything. Luo Yichuan and Tang Feng pretended not to see anything. Lu Fengru and Zhang Dingnan had a good relationship. They had been friends for many years. If not, it would not be strange for Zhang Dingnan, a Nanjiang governor, to have his combat techniques appear in NMAU. Why would he appear in MCMAU? Every school had combat techniques, and grandmasters usually didn't keep them to themselves. However, grandmasters' combat techniques could not be spread around. If they were to spread it, it would be a huge loss for them to teach evil teachings. The two of them did not say much. After Lu Fengru and Zhang Dingnan had finished their small talk, she said, "Talk? Yes, you came just in time. Sit down and listen." Zhang Dingnan smiled and invited her to sit. Lu Fengru did not stand on ceremony. She immediately pulled out Fang Ping's chair and sat down. Fang Ping looked helpless. There were still empty seats. Why did she snatch mine? He had no choice but to find another empty seat and sit down. Zhang Dingnan continued the previous topic, saying, Nanjiang's economy is not very strong, and the martial arts cultivation environment is only average. Now that Nanjiang's catacombs has opened, if it continues like this, Nanjiang will be in danger. Before this, Fang Ping and NMAU have talked about collaborating. This time, what I mean is that we can collaborate, but not just against NMAU. Zhang Dingnan probably saw that Lu Fengru had just arrived, so he said a few more words. Fang Ping waited for him to finish before saying, "We all understand what the governor means, but I don't think it's necessary for MCMAU to open a specially recruited class, right? NMAU can totally train Nanjiang's local martial artists," Zhang Dingnan said bitterly. NMAU is in a lot of trouble now. Vice-Chancellor Chen died in battle. It's still hard to say if they can find a high-ranked powerhouse to oversee NMAU. Even the Department of Education might not be able to appoint a high-ranked powerhouse to take over. In addition, with the opening of the catacombs, some of NMAU's instructors have to oversee the catacombs. Current teaching has been seriously affected. If we open a class to train casual martial artists, it'll be even more difficult. Actually, this kind of training doesn't take much effort. It's mainly to deepen the casual martial artist's understanding of the catacombs. This includes learning the catacombs language, the cultivation of some combat techniques, and of course, some practical knowledge of the catacombs. Nanjiang's catacombs has just opened. Currently, the construction of the city is still in preparation. That's why I want to let some martial artists enter Magic City's catacombs for practice. There's not even a place to stay here in Nanjiang. Also, MCMAU's teaching environment is better, including cultivation places like the energy room and vitality pool. Luo Yichuan frowned and said, "Governor Zhang, these facilities are already not enough for our MCMAU instructors and students." The collaboration that Zhang Dingnan was talking about included opening these facilities to Nanjiang's martial artists. Nanjiang did not build these. This was not a small amount of money. MCMAU allocated tens of billions every year. In fact, a lot of it was used for the construction of these facilities. Other things aside, the energy room looked simple. Burning a few energy stones to make the energy more concentrated and help everyone cultivate. Fang Ping had actually been looking at the energy stones. Little did he know that the real expensive part was the energy room itself. Every cultivation room could not let energy leak. The cost of building such a cultivation room alone was extremely high. The raw materials for the surrounding walls were not ordinary materials. Construction materials that could shield the release of energy. In terms of cost alone, it was not lower than the value of B-class alloy. It was made from energy crystals after a large amount of energy had been released, fused with some rare metals. Fang Ping did not care about these. That was because his judgment was lacking. In fact, the cost of MCMAU's energy room was at least more than 10 billion. This did not include the annual maintenance costs and the purchase of some high-end equipment, such as the energy release settings. These were all extremely expensive products. Nanjiang did not have the catacombs in the past. The government did not consider building this either. It was too expensive. The cost of tens of billions and a large amount of energy stones were needed. Even if it was built, they would not have enough energy stones to use. Currently, among the martial arts universities and military schools, only CCMAU, MCMAU, and First Military School had such facilities. Other martial arts universities, including other second-tier schools, did not build it. The vitality pool was the same. Not to mention, they had to capture catacombs powerhouses as raw materials for supply. Even if Nanjiang wanted to build it now, it would not be something that could be done in a short time. Moreover, funds were also a problem. Their finances were not abundant. Zhang Dingnan was not surprised by Luo Yichuan's words. He smiled and said, Dean Luo, MCMAU's energy stones are also limited. Those facilities are not always activated, and they are always overcrowded. The energy stones and other materials consumed will be provided by Nanjiang itself, not by MCMAU. Moreover, if this cooperation can be achieved, the annual output of Nanjiang's catacombs in the future, not to mention the military department, a part of the output of Nanjiang's martial artists can be used as tuition fees and the use of the venue. Honestly, this is a win-win situation for both parties. Nanjiang is not the only one benefiting. In fact, we can also cooperate with CCMAU or other institutions, including building our own facilities. Fang Ping smiled and continued, Governor, not to mention Nanjiang's current financial difficulties, whether they can fork out so much funds to build their own facilities. Even if they can, the price-performance ratio is not high. Do you think there is much hope in cooperating with institutions like CCMAU, Governor? Of course, the central government also has many such facilities, but the central government is also cultivating martial artists. If Nanjiang's casual martial artists want to enter, I'm afraid it will not be easy. Zhang Dingnan smiled and said, let's not beat around the bush. Whatever conditions MCMAU has, you can state them. Then I'll be straightforward. Fang Ping did not stand on ceremony and said, first, MCMAU can open a special recruitment class, no problem, but there is a limit to the number of people, no more than 300 every year. Those who are lower than rank 2 don't have to come, it's a waste of Nanjiang's limited resources. Second, MCMAU's facilities can be open to Nanjiang martial artists, but all expenses, including the venue fees, will be borne by them. Third, all expenses, including tuition fees, venue fees, training fees, materials fees. MCMAU will not accept cash, nothing else. Everything will be paid with herbs, energy stones, and rare metals. The price will be based on the purchase price of a few major companies. Fourth, students who enter MCMAU's special recruitment class, including Nanjiang Martial Arts University students, can order our pills and weapons from MCMAU's official website. They will not be paid with cash, but with various raw materials. This is MCMAU's benefit for Nanjiang. Of course, the price will not be the same as for MCMAU students. As Fang Ping said that, he smiled and said, just these few points, they are actually not considered difficult. This is also because Nanjiang is my hometown, I can't bear to see the martial artists from my hometown, Fang Ping. Wang Jinyang interrupted him slightly helplessly. After a while, he said, we're all from Nanjiang. Now that Nanjiang is already in a precarious situation, you're kind of adding insult to injury, President Wang. Fang Ping changed the way he addressed him, shook his head and said, you're wrong, I'm providing timely help. Business is business. Of course, this is not considered a business cooperation, but we still have to distinguish between public and private interests. MCMAU is not a unit under Nanjiang's jurisdiction. MCMAU has MCMAU's responsibility, and MCMAU is not a place where I, Fang Ping, have the final say. I'm only a student, and everything I'm doing now is actually fighting for Nanjiang's interests. This is already biased. A few vice-chancellors, including a few deans, originally did not agree to it. Actually, on this point, all the martial arts universities have the same attitude. Think about it from another perspective, if NMAU had these conditions, would they open it to the public? It's not that we're narrow-minded, it's that our conditions are really limited, and we're already tight on meeting our own needs. If we open up a portion to the public, this will cause a series of negative effects. Governor, you should know that the points I've mentioned are actually not meant to make things difficult for Nanjiang. Zhang Dingnan was slightly helpless. Even if he was a grandmaster powerhouse, at this moment, he felt like he was under the eaves and had no choice but to lower his head. The points that Fang Ping had mentioned were not actually harsh. However, everything was based on the catacombs' raw materials as the standard of settlement. Just this point alone was a huge problem. This was blatantly robbing the business of a few major companies, and Fang Ping's meaning was also very clear. This trouble needed to be handled by Nanjiang themselves. Nanjiang's martial artists insisted on using these things to make up for it, not MCMAU. They could not possibly refuse what they were offering, could they? The key point was not anywhere else, but how Zhang Dingnan was going to settle these troubles and achieve the cooperation. The output of Nanjiang's martial artists might enter MCMAU's warehouse in the future. This was not a small matter. Zhang Dingnan's original meaning was that the consumption of the energy room and the vitality pool would be paid for with raw materials, but not everything. It also did not include MCMAU opening up its own exchange system to the public. In reality, this was already MCMAU selling these outputs in disguise. The other powerhouses of MCMAU did not speak, obviously tacitly agreeing with Fang Ping's statement. If they could really purchase the catacombs output obtained by Nanjiang's martial artists, and then produce and sell them, one must know that pills and weapons were both profiteering industries. Even if they sold them at a slightly lower price than the major companies, it would still be a crazy profitable business. They did not want money, they only wanted raw materials. This was MCMAU's only request, and also the biggest trouble. Zhang Dingnan tapped the table lightly. After a while, he said, actually, the pill and weapon companies also have corresponding training institutions and cultivation facilities. Fang Ping laughed. I know, but to put it bluntly, these major companies are not professional training units. If Nanjiang's martial artists really go to them, who knows what they will be taught. Moreover, because the major companies are in a monopoly position, the conditions they offer will only be harsher than ours. Moreover, everything now is temporary. I believe that, because of the existence of the catacombs, it will not be long before Nanjiang's martial artists enter a period of rapid growth. Very soon, there will be a large number of talents and powerhouses. When that time comes, Nanjiang can prepare everything on its own, no longer needing to rely on external forces. It's just a short-term cooperation, but if Nanjiang relies on the major companies now, then it will always have to rely on them in the future. Nanjiang's martial artists will become workers for the major companies in the future. The existence of the major companies is a good thing, I don't deny this. In a situation where resources are limited, the major companies are actually meritorious by concentrating resources, unifying production, and supplying the whole country. Fang Ping said seriously, no one will deny this point. In the early days, the major companies made a great contribution to the prosperity and rise of martial artists. Including those profits, in the end, all went into the government's finance. That's why there are hundreds of billions of martial arts university funding and trillions of military department funding every year. But that was in the past. At that time, there were fewer entrances to the catacombs, and fewer outputs. But now, there are as many as 23 entrances to the catacombs, and the major companies are still in a monopoly position. Actually, it is no longer just for the sake of martial arts for all. At this time, actually, we should not continue to monopolize. Instead, we should reduce the cost of cultivating martial artists, so that more martial artists and powerhouses can emerge. In the past, cultivating a rank 1 martial artist required at least 1 million, or even more. How many civilian families could afford it? The price of pills is high and never goes down. It only goes up and never goes down. But in reality? In reality, our output is increasing every year. It is true that the opening of the catacombs entrance is a crisis, but it is also an opportunity for mankind. Moreover, we are actually doing artificial cultivation of some raw materials ourselves. Now, the energy concentration on Earth has increased. The pill companies have already set up many cultivation bases for medicinal herbs. But now, they are still constantly squeezing the benefits that martial artists deserve. This is basically neglecting the essentials for the sake of the trifles. I think the central government has also considered this point. That is why MCMAU's request to expand the on-campus production line was approved. MCMAU has started. I think that in the future, this kind of situation will continue to appear and continue to increase. Nanjiang must also be prepared for this. That is why Nanjiang cannot rely on the major companies blindly, but must consider Nanjiang's own interests. Fang Ping said a lot, and everyone listened in silence. Wang Jinyang and the others felt that it was quite reasonable, but Zhang Dingnan felt a little bitter. It was easy to say, and the logic was also reasonable. The key was that it was difficult to put into practice. Nanjiang's martial arts strength was not strong to begin with. It was not that easy to achieve self-sufficiency. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Dingnan pondered for a long time. Finally, he said, I can agree to what you said, but you have to think about it carefully. If this happens, MCMAU will also become a public target. Fang Ping said nonchalantly, if you want to become stronger, you'll have to violate the taboos of those with vested interests. But I believe that the central government still understands these principles. The government actually has the intention to reform. I believe that many people can see this. If you want everyone to learn martial arts, if you want more martial artists and powerhouses, the most basic point is to reduce the cost of cultivation. That is inevitable. Even if we do not steal business, the major companies will still have to lower their prices in the future. MCMAU is just the beginning. If the major companies, including some beneficiaries, really feel that MCMAU has violated taboos and robbed their interests, they will not do anything openly. At most, they will find some trouble in private. However, MCMAU is not afraid of anything. Do you think they will really dare to go to war with us? If they can't, then they can only suppress us through some channels, such as reducing the supply to us. However, when that time comes, MCMAU will not care about their supply. Actually, they are just paper tigers. Unless they risk universal condemnation and directly attack us. The key is that MCMAU is the top elite school. They have to think about the consequences. Zhang Dingnan said quietly, what about you? Me? Fang Ping chuckled. If they want to attack me, then they have to think about the consequences. Not to mention that I am not that easy to deal with. Even if they can, they have to think about whether it is that easy to withstand the wrath of several grandmaster powerhouses. As he said that, Fang Ping tilted his head and said, Dean Li has broken through. Next, Dean Tang will also break through soon. My instructor will also break through soon. This includes Vice-Chancellor Chen from SCMAU, the other 3 grandmasters from MCMAU, and even some of MCMAU seniors who have graduated. Also, powerhouses like you, Governor General Zhang, who have the heart to change. Will they be indifferent? I, Fang Ping, am nothing, but after I am dealt with, countless people will emerge. This is not my personal matter, but the entire martial arts world's matter, Tang Feng said in a low voice, this is MCMAU's matter, not a personal matter. If anyone dares to attack, then don't blame us for ignoring the big picture. Frontline martial artists are in a precarious situation. Back then was back then. It was only right for frontline soldiers to contribute more. They should contribute for the prosperity of martial arts. But now, it is time for change. If the price of martial arts cultivation is not lowered, how can more martial artists emerge? How difficult it is for a civilian family to produce a martial artist. 23 catacombs entrances have opened, not just 1 or 2 like back then. Since the government is prepared to make the catacombs public, then they must give civilians the hope of becoming martial artists, instead of just publicizing the news and doing nothing. How much is the raw material for a normal vitality pill? Even if you add in various expenses, the final price will not exceed 30,000. Right now, the selling price is 100,000. How many families can afford it? MCMAU cultivates martial artists, not only those martial artists who are passed down from generation to generation. We actually hope that there will be a large number of civilian students and civilian martial artists. Martial artists should not be products of the privileged class. Reform is imperative. Fang Ping could not help but glance sideways. Big Lion was really good at talking. He had not realized it before. This big lion was not playing dumb, was he? Zhang Dingnan glanced at the people of MCMAU and said no more. MCMAU having this intention was a good thing for the martial arts world. As for how the major companies would weigh it, it was none of his business. MCMAU was not to be trifled with. They had a few grandmasters, and there were also many grandmasters who had graduated. They were much stronger than Nanjiang. Zhang Dingnan felt that there was a high chance that the major companies would pinch their noses and accept it. Would they really start a war with MCMAU? If that happened, MCMAU would not have to do anything. The central government and the military department would destroy them. Both parties had reached an agreement, which meant that the cooperation between Nanjiang and MCMAU had officially begun. Zhang Dingnan and the others quickly left. After they left, Tang Feng and the others did not linger and quickly left. At that moment, Lu Fengru frowned and said, "Do you really think of yourself as the headmaster? Let others take the lead in these matters. What kind of bird are you? MCMAU is my home. Development depends on everyone. Don't bullshit with me." Lu Fengru cursed. She was full of dissatisfaction. He had nothing to do, asking for trouble. Fang Ping grinned. "I think MCMAU is still too weak now, whether it's in terms of martial arts strength or economic strength, including influence. That has nothing to do with you." "How is that unrelated?" Fang Ping retorted, "I'm the president of the Martial Arts Society. I'm governing MCMAU together with the university leaders. Have you considered the dangers?" Lu Fengru said with a straight face, "Don't think too highly of the human heart. Yes, humans have a great enemy now, and martial artists are also fighting on the front lines, risking their lives. However, don't treat everyone as a hero. A hero might not be without stains or selfishness. Who would dare to say that they had no selfish motives? No one dares. Do you? Did I? Are there any grandmasters who died in battle?" "Both." Fang Ping nodded and said, "Of course I'm not that stupid. I definitely have my own selfish motives, but on the surface, no one will touch me. I can't take the risk. As for entering the catacombs, to be honest, if they really did enter the catacombs, who knew who would be the one getting screwed over? Unless they joined forces with the catacombs martial artists. Otherwise, if they really have any ideas about me, I'll kill them all. I wasn't that careless. Once I entered the catacombs, I wouldn't easily trust anyone other than my acquaintances. Even if it's someone I know, I won't trust him completely without any ill feelings." Lu Fengru scoffed. "Think about it more. Don't blame me for not reminding you if you die. Don't worry, instructor. I'm already a rank 5. The next time I enter the catacombs, I might be a rank 6, or even a grandmaster. If I really become a grandmaster, unless it's a rank 9, who else can kill me?" "Humph." Lu Fengru snorted again, rank 5. It was hard to hear. "I'm still at the 6th pin." Fang Ping's progress was really unbearable. He could not even feel gratified. Could he at least wait until he reached rank 7 before breaking through? If she did not achieve a breakthrough soon, in a few days, the master-disciple pair would be at rank 6. If outsiders praised Lu Fengru for her teaching skills and for surpassing her master, would anyone consider her feelings? It was too sad. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Lu Fengru's gaze was unfriendly as she asked, "Do you have any more life essence?" Fang Ping coughed dryly. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Fengru cut him off. "Give me 180 caddies." Fang Ping was dumbfounded. He really dared to open his mouth. 180 Jin, did he really think it was plain water? "That's all." "Cut the crap. I'll buy it with money." "No, I'll use the shares of the pill company to exchange for it." "How about it?" "There's really nothing left." Lu Fengru's gaze was unfriendly. "Good lad, you're good. You let Li Chongqing eat a few hundred caddies. I wouldn't sell it even if I bought it from you." Fang Ping said with a bitter expression, "Teacher, think about it. It's not that easy to keep this thing. You didn't know that I was being hunted down by many people. I had no choice but to swallow so much of it for Teacher Li. If I don't swallow it, I won't be able to bring it away. How about this? I'll snatch some more for you next time." Lu Fengru's expression darkened. She ignored him. "Do you really think I'm stupid? How could it be so easy to get it?" Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. He pondered for a moment and said, "Teacher, if you want to break through, I don't think you need that much, right?" The energy of life essence was extremely rich. The difficulty for Lu Fengru to break through now was that she could not achieve mentality-vitality fusion, and nothing else. She wanted life essence because she wanted to use a large amount of energy to impact it and see if she could force the fusion. Lu Fengru stared at him for a while. After a while, she said, I don't know. I'll try. How much do you have? Less than 10 grams, Lu Fengru did not utter a word. She just stared at him. 10 grams. Do you think I'll believe you? Fang Ping looked pained. He said helplessly, all right, I'll tell you the truth. I still have a little, about 30 grams. Teacher, that's quite a lot. The energy concentration of life essence is extremely rich. 30 grams is at least equivalent to the effect of 300 grams of cultivation-aiding energy stones, and it can only be better. That's too little. I really don't have any more. Lu Fengru continued to stare at him. After a while, she said, give me 500 grams to try. Fang Ping's expression stiffened. I really don't have any. Teacher, I really don't have that much. How much do you have? 50 grams. All right. I'll be honest. 100 grams. Really, that's all I have. Lu Fengru muttered, I haven't tried the effects of life essence before. It's hard to say how it will be. Let's go back to MCMAU first and try it in the energy room. If it's not enough, you can continue to add more. Fang Ping almost vomited blood. You still don't believe me. I really don't have much left. The life essence that Fang Ping had left now was about 200 grams at most. It was really not much. While the master-disciple pair were talking, more people came. This time, it was Commander Zhou Dinghua who had brought people along. Fang Ping. Zhou Dinghua greeted him, smiling as he introduced, Minister Xue from the Catacombs Intelligence Department. He's here to understand the situation. Fang Ping's head hurt instantly. Trouble, he knew that once the matter of breath concealment was exposed, it would definitely be noticed. However, before using it, Fang Ping knew that he had to face this obstacle. This matter was indeed quite important. Zhou Dinghua came with a man and a woman. The man looked like he was in his 40s, while the woman was in her 30s. Neither of them spoke much. After entering the door, they looked at Fang Ping first, then nodded at Lu Fengru. After Zhou Dinghua finished his introduction, the middle-aged man called Minister Xue said, Student Fang Ping, we're here to understand the specific situation within 9 Southern Territory this time. As soon as he spoke, Fang Ping's eyebrows twitched slightly. 9 Southern Territory. Fang Ping dared to guarantee that among those who entered the catacombs this time, he was the only one who knew about this. The others were either being hunted or killing people. Who would have the time to understand these things? Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that Zhou Dinghua and the others had reported the news. They could also have captured some catacombs martial artists for questioning. Fang Ping exhaled and did not ask further. He would find out the inside story sooner or later. As Minister Xue spoke, he looked at Lu Fengru and said, Teacher Lu, can you step aside for a moment? Before Lu Fengru could say anything, Fang Ping said, it's not a big secret. I've also reported it to my instructor. Let's listen together. Minister Xue raised his eyebrows slightly but did not say much. The female martial artist beside him also frowned but did not say anything in the end. The few of them took their seats. Minister Xue said, let me introduce myself first. My name is Xue Ba. This is the Catacombs Intelligence Department's Southern Territory Division Chief, Wang Ying. After a few introductions, Xue Ba said, Student Fang, you can tell us in detail about everything that happened in 9 Southern Territory this time. Fang Ping heard this and did not hesitate. Soon, he told everything that happened in the catacombs. The other party did not interrupt. He kept recording and also turned on the recording device. When Fang Ping finished, Xue Ba said, you said that you snuck into gigantic Willow City and hid it from everyone, including the rank 9 monster plant? Yes. If it's convenient, Student Fang, can you demonstrate your secret skill of concealment? Fang Ping thought for a moment and said, the price I paid was not small. Xue Ba frowned slightly, then smiled and said, Student Fang, you can try it. If anything goes wrong, you can stop it in time. All right then. Fang Ping did not say much. Very soon, the celestial bridge appeared. This time, other than Zhou Dinghua, everyone could not help but frown. It was too ugly. Was this the celestial bridge? Lu Fengru was shocked. What was going on? Fang Ping did not care about them. A large amount of mentality and vitality force surged into the celestial bridge. Then, a large amount of celestiality appeared. As the few of them stared with their mouths agape, Fang Ping gritted his teeth and suddenly injected celestiality into his body. Blood flowed from his mouth. Then, a large amount of mentality emerged and began to surge into his body. Then, the bone marrow force emerged in his body. This happened again and again. Fang Ping activated the energy shield, his aura disappeared. Shui Ba and the others were confused. This was his method? Mentality, vitality force, celestiality, bone marrow force. Only then did Fang Ping open his mouth to speak. Actually, I only discovered this characteristic after randomly trying it out. The various forces fused and converged into the body. Then, the aura disappeared. As for the principle behind it, I'm not sure. Guardian Wu once deduced that I might have developed a brain nucleus prematurely. Then, the mutation of the brain nucleus triggered a series of chain reactions. Seeing that the other party was about to speak, Fang Ping immediately said, I've already reported it to the Southern House of Guardians, the Military Department, the House of Governors of Nanjiang, and Magic City Martial Arts University. This time, when I return to Magic City, I'll go to the Research Institute to do a detailed examination. Actually, I've done it before, but I didn't find anything. If the government needs it, I can sacrifice my life for the country. Cut open my head and take a look. After saying this, the few of them could not say anything else. Shui Ba was speechless. After a while, he said, Student Fang Ping, the method of aura concealment is very important. It might affect the entire war situation of the entire human race. Fang Ping was extremely cooperative. He said, I know. That's why I want to understand it too. This time, I'll go to the Research Institute to do an examination. If I still can't find anything, I'll cut off my head. It doesn't matter if it works or not. At most, I'll die. As martial artists, we fight for humanity and our country. Whether I die in the catacombs or on the surface, it's still a contribution to the country. Wang Ying could not help but say, Fang Ping, this is not a joke. I hope that you can cooperate with us to do a detailed investigation in Capital City. Fang Ping asked in surprise, Magic City can't do it? Could it be that the Research Institute in Magic City is too low level? I can report to the Magic City government and the military department. I can let the people from the government and the military department accompany me. It shouldn't be a problem, right? How about this? I'll cut open my head now and let both of you see if there's anything unusual. Maybe you can find something. As he said that, Fang Ping picked up the chaos-vanquishing saber beside him and was about to chop off his own head. Shui Ba and Wang Ying did not say a word. Did you really think that we would believe you? Lu Fengru, who was beside them, saw Fang Ping giving her a look. She glared at him impatiently before saying, What nonsense. When we get back to Magic City, go and do a thorough investigation. Don't be unaware that there's a problem. Alright, I'll definitely do a detailed examination. Fang Ping readily accepted her advice and immediately sheathed his saber. The two-man show between the two of them was too perfunctory. Shui Ba did not bat an eyelid, but Wang Ying looked displeased. Fang Ping, this is not a joke. Fang Ping laughed. Of course it's not a joke. I know it's not a joke, and I've never treated it as a joke. However, as a mutated martial artist, there are some things that even I don't understand. It's not that I don't want to cooperate. When I get back to Magic City, I'll go through an examination. I'll cooperate and be supervised by the government and the military department. Is there a problem with this? Both of you, don't you trust the Magic City government and the military department? The central government asked both of you to come here. Do you really want to cut me open and study it? I don't think that's the way to treat mutated martial artists. I'm very cooperative with everyone, and I really want to contribute to humanity. Otherwise, I wouldn't have exposed this at all. I just don't want too many humans to die. This time, everything I've done in the Nanjiang catacombs is for humanity, for the country, for everyone. I didn't shirk my responsibilities, did I? I didn't say that I won't cooperate, did I? Before this, I've already done research on compatibility. You might have gotten those research materials. Don't tell me that we have to force all mutated martial artists to hide their strength in the future. It's not like that. At this time, when the enemy is right in front of us, why should we hide? Why should we cause everyone to feel insecure? Mutation is also not something we can control. The stronger we are, the more help we can be to humanity. Isn't this the truth? The two people in front of him did not utter a word. Zhou Dinghua, who was beside them, did not speak either. Fang Ping smiled and sat down. He continued, whatever you asked, I've answered truthfully without hiding anything. Next, I'll also go for a checkup. If there are results from the research, then I'll be happy. If there are no results, then there's nothing I can do. Hiding these things from me won't do me any good. Shueba inhaled softly and said thoughtfully, in other words, student Fang Ping is not willing to go to capital city to do the research on compatibility? Fang Ping smiled. Magic City is fine. This is very important. I don't need Minister Shui to remind me so many times. I know it's very important. Isn't Magic City Sino Nation's territory? What are you worried about? Fang Ping said faintly, I'm not worried about anything, but I'm too outstanding. Now, I'm determined to change some things. I'm afraid that if I go to capital city, it'll be difficult for me to come back alive. I'll be frank. Both of you insist that I go to capital city. I have reason to suspect that you're colluding with someone. Of course, this is a little too serious. If both of you really want me to go, that's fine. How about this, I'll call the 4 grandmasters from MCMAU and a few other grandmasters. With their company, I can go. I'm a person who doesn't mind expressing my doubts. If it's really a coordinated investigation, it's not a big deal. I have nothing to hide from others. In a public situation, everything is fine. If it's still not enough, I can even call back the old MCMAU students and gather 10 to 20 grandmasters to accompany me. This won't be a problem. The expressions of the two people opposite him changed slightly. Fang Ping smiled again. Of course, I don't think it's necessary to go through so much trouble. How about this, both of you accompany me to Magic City. Under your supervision, I'll do the inspection. Is that okay? Lu Fengre did not say a word. Zhou Dinghua looked up at the ceiling. Fang Ping could not be blamed for this matter. He agreed to cooperate, but he chose to do it in Magic City. This was fine. Moreover, with the military department, the House of Guardians, and the Magic City government supervising, Fang Ping was not a nobody. He was also a rank 5 prodigy martial artist. With MCMAU's support, no one could say anything wrong. Shueba was still in deep thought. Wang Ying looked angry. She said unhappily, Fang Ping, are you threatening us? Fang Ping was shocked. He said in surprise, why do you say that? I'm so cooperative, and you say that I'm threatening you. Director Wang, don't think that you can talk nonsense and slander me just because you're a woman. As he said that, Fang Ping suddenly laughed. Right, I heard that Director Wang is related to someone from the pill company. Is that true? Don't tell me you want to go to capital city to kill me? But you need to find more people. You're only a rank 5. Do you believe that I can kill you with one hand? I've killed more rank 5 and 6 martial artists in the catacombs than you've ever seen. Don't treat me like a criminal. Ask Commander Zhou, am I a criminal? I bled for humanity. Do you expect me to cry? Ask if MCMAU agrees, if Magic City agrees, if Nanjiang agrees. Fang Ping snorted and humphed. Don't put on airs in front of me. Don't give me that. I've already consulted Guardian Wu and Alliance Leader Zhao. These 2 rank 9 high grandmasters said that we can do a cooperative inspection in Magic City. Do you really think that I don't know anything? I've seen many rank 7, 8, and 9 powerhouses. If you insist that I go to capital city, I have reason to suspect that you're spies from the evil sect. Fang Ping. Shueba said in a low voice, be careful with your words. You can't just say things like that. Fang Ping hurriedly apologized. Minister Shui, please forgive me. I said it in a moment of anger. Other things aside, I, Fang Ping, can be considered a hero, right? This time in Nanjiang's catacombs, I've destroyed half of Royal City. Don't tell me that I didn't contribute at all? Minister Shui, Do you think there's something wrong with what I said? Shueba pondered for a moment. After a while, he said, all right, you can go to Magic City for the inspection. Thank you very much then. Minister. Wang Ying looked indignant. This guy was too arrogant. Shueba pressed his hands together, stood up and said, thank you very much for cooperating with us this time, Student Feng. We won't disturb you any further. Take care, Minister Shui. Feng Ping sent them off with a face full of enthusiasm. After they had walked for a while, they had not gone far when Feng Ping said casually, I knew that someone would come. I didn't expect that it would really be the pill company and the weapon company who sent them. That Wang Ying, isn't her brother-in-law the vice president of the pill company? TSK, my MCMAU's intelligence is really powerful. I can actually predict that the other party will send people. Sigh, human hearts are not what they used to be. Do they really think that I, Feng Ping, can be intimidated? So many rank 9s couldn't kill me. Do they want to kill me with this small matter? What a joke. Bah. Forget about rank 5s, even if a real rank 9s come, can they kill me? If rank 9s were all like this, Sino Nation would have been destroyed long ago. Mankind would have been destroyed long ago. Sitting at the back, Mother ****, doing nothing but relying on my sister and brother-in-law to achieve rank 5. Those of us who go to the battlefield to kill the enemy are also only rank 5. This is so ***king unfair. Reform must be carried out. Under the irresistible force of the times, do you think an individual can stop it? Even a rank 9 will be crushed in this general trend. I, Feng Ping, am not one to be scared. Rank 9, Senior Wu and Old Zhao too. Try and touch me. In front, the few people's footsteps slowed slightly. Very quickly, they strode away again. As soon as they left, Lu Fengre let out a light humph. Trouble is coming. As she said that, she asked curiously, how do you know that there's a problem? Feng Ping grinned. Instructor, I'm not stupid. Actually, I guessed that someone would come long ago. As for the information, cough cough. Old Zhang said it. Old Zhang? Governor General Zhang. Feng Ping chuckled. I'm returning the favor. Old Zhang is still counting on me to help him guard Nanjiang. These people had just made their move when Old Zhang sent someone to inform me. I also did some research on them. They might not want to kill me. Probably not. But if I really go to Capital City, there will be a lot of trouble. Maybe they will deliberately torment me. I'm not stupid. Is Wang Ying really from the pill company? Feng Ping chuckled. Capital City is involved in too many things. Actually, it's just a wild guess. I think she has a distant cousin or something. She's somewhat related to the pill company. I just said it casually. Who knows if it's related or not? I can't be bothered with her. This woman glared at me the moment she came in. Her vitality is unstable. I don't like her, so I deliberately provoked her. Lu Fengre was completely speechless. You're really something. However, even after being scolded by Feng Ping, the other party did not say anything. Feng Ping might not be making wild guesses. This kid cherished his life very much. If he did not have some confidence, he would not have said those words on purpose. The negotiation with Nanjiang just ended. It hasn't even started. How did they know? Feng Ping shook his head. It might not be related to now. Maybe it's the aftermath of the last time. The 10 high grandmasters threatened them. Now they probably know that I instigated them, so they're trying to put me in my place. Lu Fengre seemed to have a slight headache. After a while, she said, let's go back to Magic City. Don't cause trouble. You've caused a lot of trouble now. Feng Ping did not deny it this time. He nodded and said, I know. That's why MCMAU wants to become stronger. I want to become stronger too. There are some things I can't hide. Tell me, if I really hide the matter of breath holding, will Instructor Li survive? Let's not talk about Instructor Li. To put it bluntly, if I didn't play a role, there would be a lot of fighting at the passageway. It wouldn't be as easy as it is now. If I don't do my best, people will die. Many people will die. If MCMAU doesn't reform, then we'll continue to suffer exploitation. How can we become stronger? How can we fulfill the dream of one school suppressing one catacomb? You've gained a student like me. How great is that? Get lost. It's difficult for MCMAU to grow stronger. In the tent, Fong Ping sighed once again. At this moment, Old Man Li and the others had arrived. Tang Feng was there too. Hearing that, he said in a low voice, "It's just a small number of people. There's no need to care. MCMAU instructors and students won't sit and watch." Old Man Li said casually, "What are you afraid of? Would they really dare to touch you? Even if you go to Capital City, it's nothing. I'm not going. Even if you kill them, what's the use?" Having said that, Fong Ping said in a low voice, "I won't take these things to heart. Instructors, other than Dean Luo who is leading the team here, the rest will return to MCMAU now. Also, summon all rank 6 instructors back to school. Prepare for the Celestiality Cultivation Room immediately, strive to make everyone stronger. Also, open the Energy Room and Vitality Pool to all students. As for the money, owe it for now. It's not too late to return it later." "Fees?" Tang Feng was stunned. Fong Ping said in surprise, "Of course, reaping without sowing is not a martial artist's way of thinking. Instructor, do you really think it's appropriate to be free?" This is also true, yes, that's what I mean. You guys can go back first. Also, I'll lower the price of the pills sooner or later." Fong Ping snorted, his gaze dangerous. Geniuses can also come from the civilian class. The price of the pills is too expensive, and this is called martial arts for all? Are you kidding me? The government will take these into consideration, Lu Fengru advised again. I know, but how soon is sooner? There will always be people who will be the vanguard of this reform. I, Fong Ping, am not talented, but I'll try being the vanguard. If I was still rank 3 or 4, or if I wasn't the president of MCMAU Martial Arts Society, I wouldn't have mentioned it. But now, I'm not. Moreover, I have a group of like-minded comrades. The future is ours. Breaking the old rules is what we should do. Our generation of martial artists is not willing to be ordinary, nor will we be willing to be unknown, to be on the defensive all our lives, to be oppressed by the threat of the catacombs all our lives. I'm not that great. I have my own selfish motives, but I don't want to see my children still fighting in the frontline years later. Fong Ping smiled. Also, I'm doing all of this to better take over MCMAU. Instructors, please support me. Lu Fengru had a splitting headache. After a while, she said, "Do you really want to take over MCMAU?" Of course, how could it be fake? Do you think Wu Quishan will agree? Why not? I didn't say I'd be the vice-chancellor. I just think that I should be in charge of MCMAU's big and small matters. Is there any difference between this and the principal? Of course there is. I'm serving the vice-chancellor. I'm not the vice-chancellor myself. Under Vice-Chancellor Wu's leadership, MCMAU will go even better. Lu Fengru was helpless. She asked again, what if he doesn't agree? It's not up to him. Fong Ping said casually, Teacher Li, you'll support me, won't you? Old Man Li said nonchalantly, I don't even understand why you have to poke your nose into other people's business. Let me tell you, if old Devil Wu flips out, I might not be able to stop him. It's okay. At most, I'll just get beaten up. Anyway, everything is for MCMAU. The crowd didn't say anything else and left. After they left, Fong Ping mumbled, Can I not take over MCMAU? If I don't, I'll always feel like I'm working for others for free. I'll always feel like I'm doing stupid things. If I take over, I'll feel like I'm cultivating my own power. Fong Ping was not so noble to be a hero who gave for free. He felt that it was too much of a loss. However, if he did not give for free, he still had some ability. He might be able to seize more energy stones and more cultivation resources in the future. Should he sell them for money? Why would he need so much money? What was the use of having so much money? Now that he had taken over MCMAU, he would take it as cultivating his own power. He felt much better. As for breaking the monopoly, it did not conflict with MCMAU's development. If MCMAU wanted to develop faster, this was also something that must be done. At the same time, he could buy some people's hearts and rope in more allies. It was something that was beneficial but not costly. That night, Old Manly and the others rushed back to MCMAU. Fang Ping was not in a hurry. The others were not too worried about his safety either. On the ground, they would not be so unscrupulous. Besides, they were in Nanjiang's territory. At this moment, many rank 9 powerhouses in the country were paying attention to this place. No one would act recklessly. Sun City. When Fang Ping opened the door and entered, the entire family who were eating could not help but look at him. Why did he suddenly come back? Fang Ping chuckled. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Round face, go and get me a bowl of rice. I haven't eaten in a long time. Fang Yuan puffed up her cheeks. Her excitement from earlier was gone. What a hateful guy. Hateful as she was, the little girl still went to get the rice gloomily. She was still counting on Fang Ping to protect her. Fang Ping chuckled as he sat down. He picked up a piece of pork rib and chewed it in one bite. Even the bones were chewed into pieces. He said happily, "It tastes good, Mom. Your cooking is still as good as ever." Li Yueying came back to her senses. She was both annoyed and amused. Every time you come back suddenly, you don't even say hello. My phone ran out of battery. I flew back. Ryan was not far from here. This time, he really flew back. Li Yueying did not think much of it. She thought he flew back by plane. Fang Yuan, who had just gotten the rice, said in shock, "You flew back?" "Of course. Your brother is rank 5 now. I fly really fast." "Rank 5? Fang Yuan's mouth was wide open enough to stuff an apple. Fang Ping. Rank 5, talent 699. Was it that terrifying? You're only in the first semester of your sophomore year, Fang Ping laughed as he ate. So what? When I return to MCMAU tomorrow, I'm going to take over. Age isn't a problem. As long as a person has strength and brains, everything else isn't a problem. Round face, don't call me that again. Fang Yuan was exasperated. She had scooped rice for nothing. Fang Ping laughed. Fine, fine, fine. You're a big girl now. You need your pride. I understand. Fang Ping said as he wolfed down his food. He had not eaten for a few days. After a while, Fang Ping asked, "How's your cultivation going?" "It's all right. I just checked a few days ago. Vitality is 175 calories now." "Oh, not bad. You're almost twice honing." "Good, you didn't embarrass me too much." Fang Ping laughed. He looked at his father, who was quietly watching him, and smiled. "Dad, is everything all right in Sun City recently? Commander Bai has been quite nervous these days." Fang Mingrong said softly, "Something seems to have happened in Ryan." "Yes, there was a small problem. It's not a big deal. It's already been resolved." Fang Ping chewed on the bone and continued, "Dad, Mom, sometimes I'm quite busy. My phone might not be able to get through. If you have urgent matters and can't find me, you can ask the Nanjiang House of Governors for help. This time, I did a big favor for Nanjiang's House of Governors. They won't reject me for normal things." As soon as he said that, Fang Mingrong's body stiffened slightly. What did his son do this time? Fang Yuan looked interested. She quickly sat down next to him and asked excitedly, "Fang Ping, what did you do this time? Why do you care so much?" As Fang Ping said that, he saw her round face stretching toward him. He pinched it and said happily, "You've put on some weight. It's nice to the touch." Fang Yuan was about to cry. She said angrily, "I didn't put on weight. Dad, Mom, I didn't put on weight, did I?" The couple could not help but laugh, but they did not say anything. Fang Ping laughed too. After a while, he said, "Don't mind this. Cultivate well and study hard. Your brother is getting stronger and stronger, and his status is rising too. Living in this world, people will always offend some people. They're not exactly enemies, but there are people who don't like your brother. They might not dare to vent their anger on my family, but it's better to be careful. I'm too busy and don't have time to take care of the family. You, on the other hand, are a little adult now, the pillar of the family. As long as you're stronger, I'll be at ease and feel at ease. I didn't say this before because I didn't want you to worry about me. Now, though, I'm getting stronger. I'm not worried about myself anymore. I'm worried about you. Some people are narrow-minded. They can't do anything to me, so they come after you. That's not good. If you've been wronged or bullied, don't hide it. Don't keep it in your heart. Tell me. It's necessary to make an example out of a few people. Fang Ping said it casually, but Fang Mingrong and his wife's expressions changed. They looked worried. Fang Yuan could not care less about getting angry. She said quickly, "Brother, did you beat someone up again?" "More or less, but it's more serious." "So, you really have to cultivate hard, okay?" "Yes." Fang Yuan nodded heavily. She was feeling the pressure. Fang Ping laughed for a while and continued eating. The living room fell into silence. After dinner, Fang Ping pulled Fang Yuan into the training room. He gave some of the remaining energy essence to Fang Yuan. This thing was a gentle type. If it was an energy stone, Fang Yuan might not be able to withstand it if the energy was too strong. She might even explode. Of course, he did not give her much, just a small drop. Fang Yuan was confused. She did not know what this thing was, so she did not pay much attention to it. When the siblings were talking, the little girl could not help but ask, "Brother, you said you want to take over MCMAU?" "Yes." "How is that possible? Didn't you say that there are grandmasters in your school?" "What's wrong with grandmasters?" Fang Ping laughed. "Little girl, when you enter the martial arts world, you'll understand how great your brother is. Of course, when that day comes, your brother will probably become a grandmaster too, so you don't have to think too far ahead. But my talent is only 160, cough, cough. That's nothing. The potion I gave you just now was to increase your talent. If you don't believe me, you'll know when you cultivate next." Fang Yuan was skeptical. There was a potion that increased talent? Don't doubt me. It's true. Really? Of course. How much is my talent now? It's almost 200. When I have good stuff in the future, I'll let you try them all. It'll rise to 400 or 500 sooner or later. When Fang Yuan heard this, her face lit up with joy. She was satisfied. Her brother was the best. Fang Ping continued to pinch her cheeks happily. The little girl was so gullible. She believed everything he said. The next day, Fang Ping said goodbye to his family and went back to school. At the same time, Fang Ping returned to school. Mekmao. Vice-Chancellor's office. Wu Kuxian stood by the window, looking at the students downstairs. He said softly, "We're old." Beside him, Huang Jing chuckled. "We're old to begin with. But we're not so old that we can't move, right?" Wu Kuxian said faintly, "He's about to seize power. Didn't I tell you to cultivate in peace and break through rank 9? Wu Kuxian did not know whether to laugh or cry. "So, I've cultivated to this point, and I still need this kid to plan for my future?" Huang Jing chuckled again. He said, "You can reject him. Would he really dare to force you to give up power?" "What about you?" "Me?" Huang Jing smiled faintly. "As long as MCMAU becomes better, I don't care. But I don't feel good about it. Beat him up until he's half dead, then say, 'You better watch over me, or else I'll kill you.' Say a few harsh words to appear more dignified. What does that mean? Be more dignified and let your power be seized. Your corny jokes aren't funny. Then reject him. Then think of a way to spend more energy on MCMAU." Wu Kuxian had a headache. "But I really want to cultivate. There's no other way. You want to cultivate to rank 9, but you also want to hold on to power. You have to choose one as your priority." "What about that kid? He doesn't cultivate?" "He cultivates very quickly. He's already rank 5. His bone marrow, mentality, celestial bridge. When his skull mutates one day, you'll realize that he's already rank 8 or 9. This stab made Wu Kuxian's face darken. "Don't joke with me. How could rank 8 or 9 be so simple?" Huang Jing said faintly, "Don't doubt me." If you don't believe me, just wait and see. This kid is a little demonic. Wu Quishan took a deep breath and said again, then from now on, can I retreat behind the scenes and cultivate honestly? Not to that extent. At critical times, you still have to stand up and take the blame. Wu Quishan wanted to curse. Alright, I'll let it go. I'd like to see what MCMAU will become. Some of the things he's doing now may not be a good thing. MCMAU has also been pushed to the teeth of the storm. This is an era where everyone is looking for change. If there's no change, MCMAU will continue to follow the prescribed order. If one school suppresses one catacomb, that's a beautiful dream. I don't believe he can do it. Can he do it just by relying on this little change now? Who knows what the future will be like? It's far from enough unless he can step into rank 9 Paragon. At that time, whether he can do it or not, I'll be convinced. Rank 9 Paragon, Huang Jing muttered to himself. Was it possible? That was a new realm. Zhao Xingwu claimed to be close to the Paragon, but in reality, there was still a huge gap. Could Fang Ping make it to this stage? No one could predict it. Huang Jing did not say anything else. It was impossible for Wu Quishan to have no grudge at all. Not to mention Wu Quishan, did he, Huang Jing, not have any thoughts? However, sometimes, he could also try and take a gamble. It might not necessarily not work. It was fine even if it really did not work. When the time came, he would stand up and reform the country. As for Fang Ping, if the reform failed, then he had to bear the consequences honestly. MCMAU could not possibly take the blame for him forever. In the afternoon of December 26, 2009, Fang Ping returned to MCMAU. On this day, the rank 5 Fang Ping called for a school-wide instructors meeting in his own name for the first time. At night, in the school's auditorium, thousands of instructors from both the civil and martial sciences had all arrived. After so many years, other than the old vice-chancellor who was appointed as vice-chancellor in the face of danger as a middle-ranked martial artist, Fang Ping was the first person to call for a school-wide instructors meeting as a middle-ranked martial artist. At this moment, Fang Ping was still only a sophomore. In the auditorium, Fang Ping stepped onto the stage, fully clothed. He bowed toward the audience without saying a word. The audience remained silent. Instructors, I have a few things to announce in this general instructor meeting. As Fang Ping spoke, he paused for a moment and looked around the stage. He continued, first, Vice-Chancellor Wu has entered rank 8 now, and rank 9 is just around the corner. He needs to focus on cultivation for the next few days and create a new history for MCMAU by giving birth to the first rank 9 High Grandmaster in school. Below the stage, Wu Quishan did not say a word. Whatever you say. I don't even know when I will enter rank 9. This is a slap in the face. Second, Deputy Dean Li of the School of Weaponry has broken through to rank 8, raising MCMAU's prestige and adding another Grandmaster powerhouse to MCMAU. Below the stage, there was a slight uproar. Rank 8, Li Chongqing did not say anything. He had to sit still. I'm not a fake rank 8, I'm real. I'll be real sooner or later. Third, Vice-Chancellor Wu can't waste too much energy on MCMAU's trivial matters because he is preparing for a breakthrough. The University Council and the Martial Arts Society will discuss and decide on the school's big and small matters. Nonsense. Fang Ping, the University Council and the Martial Arts Society will govern together. I think it's more like you are above the Vice-Chancellor. Below the stage, some people could not hold back anymore. Not everyone could accept this. What right did Fang Ping have to take over MCMAU, just because he was the president of the Martial Arts Society, just because he was a genius martial artist? Why? Fang Ping ignored the noise and continued. As for the University Council and the Martial Arts Society, they discussed and decided many things in the afternoon. They have made some decisions. I'm here to report to everyone. From next month, which is January 2010, all MCMAU instructors' benefits will be increased by 30%. Below the stage, many of the instructors' expressions changed slightly. Rank 6 instructors, other than the basic benefits, can have 60 hours of cultivation time in the Celestiality Cultivation Room every year. Celestiality Cultivation Room? Many people looked confused. Some rank 6 instructors could not help but ask, does MCMAU have celestiality cultivation rooms? Fang Ping smiled. Not in the past, but there will be in the future. Currently, they are in preparation for construction. But, no buts. This is the school's decision. If we can't do it, it means that the school has failed in its duty. The school committee and the Martial Arts Society will bear all the responsibility. Fang Ping continued, other than that, MCMAU's internal pill and weapon production lines will be expanded again. In the future, all the students and instructors of the school would have a certain amount of free cultivation time in the energy room and energy pool. Other than the free cultivation time, the instructors could also advance their future annual salary. If they continued to cultivate, the school would bear the initial costs. Students can also sign future employment agreements with the school or take out loans. The school's loan platform will continue to increase the loan limit and give all students a chance. Below the stage, sounds of discussion arose once again. It didn't sound like much, but it was actually a lot. The teachers' benefits had increased by 30%. This was not a small number. Although MCMAU only had 1,000 instructors, there were about 400 to 500 middle ranks and 400 to 500 rank 3s. But every year, even if the teacher's salary was not as high as that of some enterprises, it was definitely not low. It was close to 10 billion, an average annual salary of 10 million. In reality, it was really not that high. If these middle-ranked martial artists went to the enterprise, some of them could get even more. Yet, Fang Ping opened his mouth and increased it by 30%, at least more than 3 billion in expenses. That was not all. The Celestiality Cultivation Room was built. Rank SIXS could cultivate for 60 hours a year for free. What kind of concept was this? 60 hours was really not a short time. Even grandmasters would need to consume and replenish celestiality for a few times to continuously supply it for 60 hours. Even if there were not many rank SIXS in MCMAU, at the moment, there were close to 30 rank SIXS. The energy room and vitality pool were also open to the public. There was free cultivation time, and they could also advance their future time. All this meant one thing: burning money, burning a lot of money. According to Fang Ping, at least tens of billions of subsidies would be needed. It might not be enough. He also said to increase the loan limit. These loans might not be recovered in a short time. There might be an additional tens of billions of expenses. Where would MCMAU get so much money? Although they had obtained the reputation of the top elite university and had an additional tens of billions of funding, at the moment, MCMAU was also recruiting students. This was also an expense. Below the stage, the discussion was still ongoing. Fang Ping continued, these are just some of the current decisions. In the future, MCMAU will continue to implement various welfare policies. For example, providing some rank 6 instructors with life essence to help them achieve a breakthrough. Helping some grandmasters forge their own divine weapons. We will even build our own city in the catacombs. We might also seize some high-purity energy ores to help the instructors and students cultivate. Everything is possible. Today, everyone may think that I, Fang Ping, am talking nonsense and making empty promises. However, whether it is true or not, whether it can be done, we will naturally find out soon. Fang Ping spoke for a while, paused again, and said, now, MCMAU has a total of 4 grandmasters. Before I graduate, the number of grandmasters will definitely reach double digits. As for the instructors, we will strive to give more help to the rank 3 instructors, striving to break through to the middle ranks. As for the students, I believe that the embarrassing situation where the number of middle-ranked students is only in the single digits will not happen again. There will also not be a situation where more than half of the school is a rank 1 martial artist. MCMAU will become better and stronger. One day, one school suppressing one catacomb will become a reality. As for those who say that I, Fang Ping, want to seize power, I will not defend myself. Everyone, the Vice-Chancellor is a rank 8 powerhouse. Did I, Fang Ping, eat a bear's heart and leopard's heart to seize the Vice-Chancellor's power? Ask yourself, I, Fang Ping, am just a student, a mere rank 5. If what I say and do is harmful to MCMAU, I would not have the chance to say these things. I would have been beaten to death by the instructors long ago. There are several grandmasters and dozens of rank 6 in the school. In this era where the strong are respected, can meddling in other people's affairs make one stronger? If anyone thinks that they can do what I have just said, I, Fang Ping, will not say another word. The Martial Arts Society will fully support this instructor to be in charge of the school's daily affairs. I believe that the Grandmasters will not reject it either. Do martial artists cultivate for power? If it was really for power, you and the others might not have stayed in MCMAU back then. Many instructors receive a meager salary and risk their lives for MCMAU. What is it for? For dreams. To expel the enemy and pacify the catacombs. What is martial arts? What is a martial arts university? A martial arts university is not a place for power. It is a place to educate people. It is a place to nurture martial artists and nurture powerhouses. Fang Ping's voice grew louder and louder as he said, with great power comes great responsibility. Martial artists becoming stronger is not to act like a tyrant in a small martial arts university and be the master of the house. Our goal is not here, it is the catacombs. Everything I've done is for MCMAU to have more powerhouses, more talents. The next time I go to the catacombs, I might earn billions and billions. Everyone, do you really think that I, Fang Ping, am wasting my time doing these strenuous and unrewarding things just to poke my nose into other people's affairs? Instructors, when the day comes that you feel that MCMAU has become worse, you can point at me, Fang Ping, and call me, Fang Ping, a sinner of MCMAU. I have nothing to say. But today, I admit that I did not bring MCMAU to that stage. Everything is developing in a good direction. Of course, all of this cannot be achieved without the contributions of all the instructors and the support of the few vice-chancellors. Without the support of the Grandmasters, MCMAU would not be able to achieve this. No one can deny this. At this point, Fang Ping did not continue. He bowed and said, Instructors, if anyone still has any doubts or dissatisfaction, you can voice them now. MCMAU needs to work together. This is not someone's private force, nor is it someone's private garden. This is MCMAU that belongs to all of us. We have the same goal, the same dream. We are gathered together. Our hearts must be in the same place. Only then will MCMAU be better. If you have anything to say, don't keep it to yourselves. Otherwise, MCMAU will become disunited sooner or later. Off stage, there was a moment of silence. After a while, an instructor said, If we want to leave MCMAU in the future, will there be any restrictions? Fang Ping smiled and said, Instructor Chen, you must be joking. Everyone is free. No one is restricting anyone. In this era, do you think something like this will happen? If that's the case, you just need to shout. Those rank 9 powerhouses can kill us. Do you think they will do something like restricting our personal freedom? Someone else said faintly, then, Fang Ping, are you a school leader or a student in the future? I haven't graduated yet. Of course, I'm a student. Fang Ping smiled and said, There's no conflict. Shouldn't students contribute to the school? In the future, do we need to hand over what we obtain in the catacombs to the school? Instructor, you must be joking. You obtained this by risking your life. Of course, it belongs to you. Of course, try to sell it to the school. The school's purchase price will not be lower than the big companies. Now that the school's production line is expanding, we need raw materials urgently. Someone else said, I have a few graduates who want to return to the school as instructors. Is the school still hiring? Fang Ping beamed with joy and said, Of course, but, currently, the school is only hiring middle-ranked instructors. Of course, if they are upper stage rank 3 and above and are young, the school will also hire them. Will the school's credits lower the difficulty of obtaining them? I can't rule out this possibility. The possibility is very high. Will the pension system be changed for those who are injured or killed in the catacombs? Fang Ping said in a low voice, What I hope to see is that the injury or death rate will be further reduced in the future. Of course, the catacombs are too dangerous. No one can guarantee these things. The school will only take better care of the injured or sacrificed instructors and students. We will definitely not skimp on this. The school will take extra care of the descendants of the sacrificed instructors. They will enroll a batch of students in special enrollment or make an exception. Also, my suggestion for future students is not to enter the catacombs until they are upper stage rank 3. Of course, some special training will not be lacking. Also, to increase the students' sense of crisis, I plan to inform all martial artists about the real situation in the catacombs from next year onwards. I will even allow some students to drop out. If they can't accept the fact that they will have to enter the catacombs in the future, then drop out. Below the stage, there was another uproar. After a while, Wu Quishan, who had been silent all this while, said lightly, I heard that you are preparing to open a network sharing system with other schools. If other schools need to exchange for MCMAU resources, how will the price be determined? If MCMAU can't satisfy them, what should we do? Fang Ping smiled and said, as for the price, I plan to discuss it with the schools. We will use a unified credit system. The difficulty of obtaining them will be the same, and the price will be the same. Of course, if students from other schools want to exchange for MCMAU resources, they will have to pay twice as much as our school. Wu Quishan frowned and said, even if it's twice as much, it will only be equivalent to the value of our previous credits before the reform. MCMAU will definitely have a shortage of resources. In the beginning, we will use the raw materials exchange system. The pill and weapon companies will not let this go easily. You will attract a lot of unnecessary opponents for MCMAU. With the strength of martial arts universities, we are not afraid of these companies. Do you think the other martial arts universities will do their best? Of course, they will all benefit and form a new community of interests. Why wouldn't they? Also, I won't include all of them at once. The early stage is only a part of it. MCMAU will be under a lot of pressure. Without pressure, where will the motivation come from? If we are afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind, then we can't do anything. Of course, I also understand your worries, Vice Chancellor. When the time comes, I will stand up and take responsibility. If worst comes to worst, I will hide in the catacombs for a while and come out again. I want to see who will hold me, Fang Ping, accountable. Fang Ping's words were powerful and resonant. Many people who heard it felt their blood boiling. Wu Quishan did not speak anymore. After a pause, Huang Jing said softly, does anyone have any objections? Off stage, there was no sound. Since there are no objections, then it's decided. Huang Jing stood up and smiled faintly. Everyone, don't worry. Vice Chancellor Liu, and I will keep an eye on it. MCMAU will only get better. Fang Ping smiled too. Instructors, please supervise. If you have any objections, you can raise them at any time. If there are mistakes, then change them. If there aren't, then encourage them. After all, students are still young. There are some things that I haven't thought through thoroughly. Offstage, Old Man Li yawned and said, these are all trivial matters. Why are you so conflicted? That whatever celestiality cultivation room, get it done as soon as possible. Lu Fangru also said faintly, I don't care who is in charge of the school. As long as they don't deduct our benefits, everything else is up to them. Tang Feng also said, as long as the students become stronger and the casualty rate decreases, I have no objections. I hope the school will treat everyone equally and not discriminate against the School of Social Sciences. The School of Production only has this request. I hope we can increase the number of instructors as soon as possible. Currently, we are under a lot of pressure in terms of teaching. The deans and rank 6 instructors of the various schools spoke one after another. The instructors of the other ranks did not say anything else. No matter who was in charge of the school, as long as their own benefits were not affected and the students had more opportunities, then there was no problem. Fang Ping agreed to all of them. With a face full of smiles, he quickly dismissed the meeting. Things were simpler than he had imagined. After the others had left, the next moment, Fang Ping suddenly sprawled on the ground. Wu Quishan looked at him coldly and said softly, Kid, you can be in charge of the school, but, remember, if anything happens to the school, you will have to bear all the responsibility. The others looked on coldly from the sidelines. No one stepped forward to help. Even Old Man Li pretended not to see it. Wu Quishan was probably extremely stifled right now. If he did not let Wu Quishan vent his anger, what if a rank 8 went crazy from holding it in? As for Fang Ping, What were his plans? Fang Ping did not care. He sprawled on the ground without a care for his image. He grinned and said, "Don't worry, Vice Chancellor. I still have this much responsibility. If anything happens to the school, I will bear it alone. However, just like what I said, I will enter the catacombs to lie low for a while. When I come out again, I will teach those who bully me a lesson." These words were said through clenched teeth. "Old Wu, today you pressed me to the ground and I could not get up. Tomorrow, I will beat you black and blue." The corner of Wu Kuxian's mouth twitched slightly. He increased the strength of his mentality slightly. Someone was gradually pressed into the ground. "You're good, kid. You're still threatening me at this time." Moreover, from what this kid said, it was as if the catacombs were his home. Everyone else treated the catacombs as a dangerous place, but he treated the catacombs as a refuge. "Very good," Wu Kuxian said no more. He turned and left. As soon as he left, Fang Ping jumped out from the ground. He grinned and said, "From today onwards, MCMAU's surname is Fang." Old Manly and the others pretended not to hear him. Tang Feng, who was just about to leave, twitched his mouth. He had a nagging feeling that he might not have done anything good this time. This little bastard, could he really make MCMAU better? Everyone left one after another. Their feelings were indescribably complicated. Although it was said that the Martial Arts Society and the University Council would govern together, in reality, the other members of the University Council had given up on the idea of governance. Now, MCMAU had truly become Fang Ping's word. "I hope we're right." At this moment, many people had this thought in their minds. Even Old Manly was a little worried when he saw Fang Ping's cheeky expression. He was only 19 years old, he was still a young man. "I hope that when I die, the instructor won't beat me up." Old Manly was a little uncertain. When he died, would he be beaten up by the old vice-chancellor? When he thought about it, the possibility was not low. December 27th, Sunday. MCMAU had not entered the holidays yet. At this moment, it had only been a few days since the second National Martial Arts University Championship. The students were still immersed in the joy of winning first place among the elite schools. Not many people knew that in these few days, many changes had taken place. Although many people didn't know what was going on, the students could feel that something was different with the announcements and appointments on the 27th. On the morning of December 27th, MCMAU announced several appointments to the public. First, the Vice Dean of the School of Weaponry, Li Chongqing, was officially the Dean of the School of Weaponry. Vice Principal Huang Jing was no longer the Dean of the School of Weaponry. Second, the President of the Martial Arts Society, Fang Ping, was also the Secretary General of the University Council. Thirdly, Instructor Lu Fengru would be appointed as the Deputy Dean of the School of Weaponry. These three job changes were dazzling, and some were even dumbfounded. Many people did not know Li Chongqing at all, but now he was the Dean of the School of Weaponry, which was MCMAU's biggest and strongest school. As for Lu Fengru, it was still alright for the older students, but not many of the new students actually knew her. Most importantly, Fang Ping, a student, had become the General Secretary of the School Council. What was the School Committee? In MCMAU, a few Grandmasters and the 4 Deans formed the University Council. Before this, there had never been a Secretary General, so the University Council existed in name only. The so-called joint governance of the school leaders and the martial arts club meant that the school leaders were the members of the school committee. Now, Fang Ping had entered the school council as a student. Although he was still a student, he could already be considered a school leader. Secretary General of the school council? Martial arts club. Qin Fengqing was dumbfounded. There's such a move, did he really succeed in seizing power? What is this? Qin Fengqing felt that he needed to sort out his thoughts. How did it suddenly become like this? Right now, the only rank 4 martial artists left in the Martial Arts Society were Zhang Yu and Liang Fenghua. Zhang Yu saw Qin Fengqing's dazed expression and could not hold it in any longer. He did not know if he was gloating or something else. He said with a smile, "Qin Fengqing, the MCMAU now is not the MCMAU of the past." Back then, Qin Fengqing was so arrogant. When he was the president, this brat would find trouble with him and challenge him to a duel. What about now? Wither away, challenge Fang Ping to a duel, continue to be a thorn, I'll beat you to death. when Zhang Yu fought with Qin Fengqing back then, he was really merciful. However, when Qin Fengqing found trouble with Fang Ping could beat him until he cried for his parents. Qin Fengqing's expression kept changing. Suddenly, he snorted and said, "What does that have to do with me? I'm going to graduate soon anyway." "It doesn't matter." Zhang Yu glanced at him and smiled lightly. "Qin Fengqing, even if you graduate, are you sure you want to leave?" "Nonsense, of course," Qin Fengqing replied. Zhang Yu chuckled. "I heard that the Academy's mentors' benefits have increased by 30%, and that's just the basic benefits. Facilities like the energy room, blood chi pool, spiritual pressure room, and heaven and earth energy room are rare outside. Even if there is, will it be your turn? Also, MCMAU's pills, weapons, and combat techniques are the cheapest. Once you leave the university, you won't be eligible to return to the university to exchange for these resources." Qin Fengqing's expression changed again. These things could be found outside, but they were not cheap. Even in places like the government, the military department, and the Department of Investigation Services, resources were actually cheap. They were all at cost price. Most importantly, there was a limit. The government would not allow everyone to buy these things at their cost price without limit. Depending on the grade and job rank, the amount of money that could be exchanged for each month was limited. In MCMAU, as long as you had credits, there was no such thing as a limit. Qin Fengqing had a lot of credits in places like the energy room, so he could stay in a hotel. However, it was different in the outside world. No matter how rich he was, with his rank 4 ability, he could only cultivate for 10 hours a month. There were too many people. Everyone had to take turns. As he thought of this, Qin Fengqing snorted. "What's so great about it? When I reach Grandmaster, I can go wherever I want. When that time comes, these things will be useless to me." Zhang Yu saw that he was not afraid. He smiled brightly and nodded. "That's good too. If you stay in the university, I'll have a headache. It's good that you're leaving. MCMAU's atmosphere will be much better in the future." "Get lost," Qin Fengqing scolded. His embarrassment turned into anger. "Don't provoke me. I'm almost peak rank 4. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up." During this trip to the catacombs, he had absorbed a lot of energy stones. The honing of his 5 viscera was almost complete. In addition, he had earned 1,000 credits from the championship, 300 credits from drawing a map, and close to 3,000 credits from exchanging the things he brought back from the catacombs. At this moment, he could be considered to have a small surplus. His net worth was close to 5,000 credits. If he went to the energy room and stayed for a few days, he should be able to reach peak rank 4. Zhang Yu was still indifferent. He smiled faintly. "I should be close." It took time to go from middle stage to upper stage rank 4. It was much faster to go from upper stage to peak. Zhang Yu was also a genius martial artist. Ever since he stepped down as the president of the Martial Arts Society, his cultivation progress was not slow. As early as October, he had broken through to upper stage rank 4. Now that 2 to 3 months had passed, he was almost at peak rank 4. "I'll beat you up even if I'm in the same rank." Qin Fengqing snorted disdainfully. Zhang Yu smiled without saying a word. This arrogant fellow. "Do you really think that I can't do anything to you just because you run fast?" However, he could not be bothered with Qin Fengqing. He could continue being arrogant. Sooner or later, he would be taught a lesson. On this day, Qin Fengqing and the others were not the only ones talking about it. It was not just MCMAU students either. Even outside the university, there were many people talking about it. MCMAU Fang Ping, a sophomore, not only was he the president of MCMAU Martial Arts Society, but he had also entered the university council. This signal was actually quite thought-provoking. The probability of Fang Ping staying in the university was very high. It was not as simple as staying in the university. Now he was the Secretary General of the University Council. What about in the future? Moreover, MCMAU's Li Chongqing entering rank 8 had also shocked many people. However, Li Chongqing did not hold a Grandmaster banquet. It was a little low-key. Under normal circumstances, when a person had broken through to Grandmaster, even if he did not hold one himself, the local government or affiliated organizations would hold one. It was not just to boast and show off, but also to celebrate the growth of human strength. Every Grandmaster powerhouse was the pillar of humanity. The difference in strength between Grandmasters and those below Grandmaster was huge. Even a rank 6 who had not reached the stage of mentality-vitality fusion would find it difficult to escape from a Grandmaster. The outside world was talking about it. Inside the university, Old Manly was sighing. It was not that he did not want to hold one, but he did not dare to. How embarrassing, now he had boasted that he, Xianxia, was a rank 8 powerhouse, but the point was, he was not, a rank 8 whose mentality had not reached the stage of external projection. If this was a Grandmaster banquet, normal people would not be able to tell. However, when one reached the Grandmaster level, if one really wanted to observe, they could still notice some differences. If a rank 7 or 8 martial artist came to the banquet and released their mentality pressure, and Xianxia released his vitality to resist, then it would be so embarrassing. In the energy room, Old Manly glanced at Fang Ping and sighed. Kid, you boasted, but it'll be exposed sooner or later. I'm embarrassed, but don't think you'll have it easy too. Fang Ping chuckled. What's the rush? It'll happen sooner or later. Right now, your vitality is extremely strong, and the speed at which you nurture your mentality is also extremely fast. The honing of your skull is complete, and you're close to external projection. Go to the pressure room and stay for a while, and mentality manifestation will be a matter of time. Easy for you to say. Old Manly let out a humph. It would be great if it was that easy. Fang Ping ignored him, turning his head to look at Xianxia beside him. He grinned and said, Instructor Song, how many of the Sanjiao gates have been sealed? Xianxia had broken through to rank 6 a few days ago. Back then, Old Song was very proud. When Fang Ping broke through to rank 4, Old Song told him that he was rank 6. Now, Xianxia's expression was dark. He said sullenly, none of your business. I'm still early stage rank 6, so what? Not convinced, how could it be that easy to break through to rank 6? The sealing of the Sanjiao gate was not something that could be done in a short period of time. His first Sanjiao gate was not even 1/3 sealed until now. If he wanted to reach middle stage rank 6, he would need at least 1 or 2 years. As for completely sealing the Sanjiao gate and achieving peak rank 6, Old Song initially thought that about 10 years or so should be enough. Achieving peak rank 6 before the age of 60. After that, it would depend on luck and opportunities. Whether he could enter Grandmaster in this lifetime, that was really something that could not be guaranteed. Fang Ping grinned. Instructor Song, what are you saying? As the Secretary General of the University Council, it's my duty to show some concern for Instructor Song. Also, Instructor Song has been in the energy room for a few years. Have you considered changing your working environment? Xianxia said nothing, but his gaze was sharp. Little bastard, what are you trying to do? This health management department of the logistics department seems to be lacking a director. Get lost. I won't do it. Xianxia was furious. I want to hack you to death, health management department. Sweep the floor and the toilet. If you ask me to do that, believe it or not, I'll hack you to death. Fang Ping said with a straight face, Instructor, as the saying goes, there's no distinction between high and low in work. Everyone is serving MCMAU. How can you do this? Xianxia let out a humph. Stop talking nonsense. I won't do it anyway. Instructor, are you really not going? If you go, you can go to the Celestiality cultivation room and cultivate for a few more hours. Xianxia continued to maintain his silence. The salary and benefits are actually not worse than now. There's also additional subsidies. I heard that there are quite a few beauties there. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll fight you. Xianxia's face was full of hostility. Do you think I'm stupid? There are no beauties in the health management department. Beside him, Old Manly instigated, Lil Song, if you're a man, don't just talk without action. Are you afraid of him? He's only rank 5. What's there to be afraid of? Fight him. I'll be your referee. Old Manly wanted to beat Fang Ping up now too, but he was too embarrassed to do so. No matter what, this kid had saved his old life. Xianxia continued to maintain his dark expression. MCMAU had changed. It was no longer the peaceful and friendly MCMAU that he remembered. Li Chongqing had become the dean, Lu Fengru had become the deputy dean, Fang Ping, this bastard, had even become the university council's secretary-general. He was very pessimistic now. What unknown direction would MCMAU go in? As they were chatting, Lu Fengru arrived. At this moment, Lu Fengru's expression was solemn. Behind her, the white-haired Wu Quishan also arrived silently. Vice-Chancellor. Seeing Wu Quishan, Xianxia was almost in tears. You're finally here. Today's MCMAU had changed. He used to think that Wu Quishan was sinister. Now that he thought about it, no matter how unreliable he was still more reliable than Fang Ping. Wu Quishan nodded slightly and did not say much. As for Xianxia's aggrieved look, Wu Quishan did not bother to ask what had happened. He just had to get used to it. Without saying much to Xianxia, Wu Quishan looked at Fang Ping and said in a low voice, "Sorry to trouble you." It was extremely rare for a rank 8 to be so polite to a rank 5 student. Although Fang Ping had written down the account book and would beat old Wu up sooner or later, he hurriedly bowed and smiled. "Vice-Chancellor, don't be so polite. My business is my business. It's just a little life essence." As he said this, Lu Fengru tilted her head and said, "I'll try mentality-vitality fusion later. Remember to keep your energy at full capacity." Fang Ping's expression stiffened. He laughed dryly. "That. Instructor, I only have that much. If you take too long, this," Lu Fengru turned a deaf ear to him. "That's none of my business. You have to do it even if you want to." Fang Ping pulled a long face. "I really don't have that much." Lu Fengru did not care about him. She took a deep breath and walked into the innermost cultivation room. Xianxia hurriedly made the wall transparent. Then, he pressed a button. A small platform appeared next to the console outside the door. On top of it was a funnel-like transparent workbench. Later, Dean Lu will need a lot of energy to replenish when you force mentality-vitality fusion. You can pour your life essence here directly. The cultivation room can prevent energy and mentality from overflowing, Xianxia explained. Beside him, Wu Quishan took a deep breath and exhaled. Fengru's mentality has now exceeded 900 Hz. Her vitality has also reached the limit of 10,000 Cal. It can be said that she has reached the limit of peak rank 6. Under normal circumstances, at this stage, she would have completed mentality-vitality fusion long ago. Peak rank 6 martial artists' mentality had reached the stage of external projection. Their vitality force had reached the limit. Although mentality-vitality fusion was a little difficult, it was not too difficult. Lu Fengru, on the other hand, had almost reached the stage of materialization. Yet, she had not completed mentality-vitality fusion. Fang Ping frowned slightly. "It's dangerous to force the fusion, right?" Wu Quishan nodded. "It's definitely dangerous. She has a barrier in her heart. Every time she tries mentality-vitality fusion, her mentality will be unstable. Now, we can only hope that life essence can help her stabilize her mentality." What Lu Fengru lacked was not energy. The real flaw came from herself. Fang Ping did not say anything more. At this moment, inside the room, Lu Fengru's expression was solemn. She began to release her mentality. Then, Lu Fengru's aura changed. Her vitality was released instantly. Even through the energy-shielded cultivation room, Fang Ping could feel that her vitality was extremely thick. Fang Ping and Wu Quishan could feel the invisible mentality clearly. At this moment, Lu Fengru had already tried to integrate her mentality into her vitality, converting it into celestiality. Fang Ping stared for a while. Lu Fengru's mentality and vitality force began to come into contact and fuse. However, as he watched, Fang Ping realized that something was wrong. These two did not show signs of fusion. Instead, they were clearly separated. As soon as mentality entered the range of vitality force, it repelled vitality force. The next moment, a halo appeared on Lu Fengru's body. That was her celestial bridge. Lu Fengru was ready to force the fusion. A large amount of vitality force entered the celestial bridge first, dyeing the sparkling halo red. The red was dazzling and extremely beautiful, as dazzling as a blood jade bracelet. Fang Ping could not help but feel inferior. My celestial bridge is really ugly. There was no time to think too much. Very soon, a small section of transparency appeared in the red halo. That was the integration of mentality. However, it was clearly separated. There was no sign of fusion. On this point, she was different from Fang Ping. Fang Ping's mentality and vitality force entered the celestial bridge. Very soon, there was a fusion. Lu Fengru did not. This was actually extremely unique. Fuse. An angry roar came from the cultivation room. At this moment, Lu Fengru was sweating profusely. Her face was also full of anger and dissatisfaction. Why not? Why not? Others could do it. Why could she not? She only wanted to enter Grandmaster. Why was it so difficult? Among rank SIXS, her mentality and vitality force were definitely the strongest. Why couldn't she integrate them? How unfair was God to her? He gave her hope. Why did he destroy it? A trembling sound was heard. At this moment, Lu Fengru's celestial bridge was alternating between red and white. Mentality and vitality force were colliding fiercely in the celestial bridge. The dazzling celestial bridge had already begun to show signs of cracking. Quick! Wu Quishan looked nervous. He shouted in a low voice. Fang Ping did not delay. At this moment, a small crystal-like bottle appeared in his hand. This bottle was given to him by Old Manly. It was also a special product of the big forces. It was made of the same material as the energy room's wall. It could stop the energy from overflowing. Fang Ping opened the bottle cap and quickly poured some life essence into the funnel. As soon as it was poured in, a large amount of energy began to seep out from the top of the cultivation room, overflowing in the cultivation room. When the cracking celestial bridge came into contact with this energy, it began to repair slowly. The speed of the cracks also began to slow down. The other energy was also absorbed by Lu Fengru. Lu Fengru, who was sweating profusely earlier, no longer looked ferocious. She was much more relaxed. However, this situation did not last long. In the cultivation room, the energy concentration was gradually decreasing. The two forces in the celestial bridge were still colliding with each other. Cracks appeared on the celestial bridge again. Continue. Wu Quishan looked at the room nervously. Seeing that the energy was decreasing, he shouted again. Fang Ping exhaled softly and continued to pour in life essence. In the cultivation room, life essence could be used to the greatest extent. If Old Manly had swallowed life essence in the cultivation room back then, he would not have needed so much. He might not even have used 1/10 of it. Fang Ping poured in the life essence painfully while thinking about this. Until now, he still felt a little heartache. He had wasted too much back then. Continue. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. He only had about 200 grams of life essence in total. At this moment, he had already poured almost 100 grams. However, Lu Fengru, who was in the room, still could not complete the integration. At this time, everyone was a little nervous. Lu Fengru's path of mentality-vitality integration was really very difficult. Her mentality was starting to become unstable. The white half of the celestial bridge was already showing signs of shrinking. Without daring to delay, Fang Ping poured in again. Each time, it was about 20 grams. 1 gram of life essence might only be equivalent to 5 grams of cultivation-aiding energy stones. However, the repairability within it was something that energy stones did not possess. In terms of real value, it was not something that could be represented by the literal value of 5 times. This time, the consumption was even faster. This was because not only did he have to repair the celestial bridge, but he also had to help Lu Fengru stabilize her mentality. After a while, the continue voice was heard again. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and poured in again. If this doesn't work, I'll have wasted so much life essence this time. Fang Ping's eyes were full of helplessness. In the cultivation room, Lu Fengru was also going crazy. Why? I can't accept this. Crack, a light cracking sound actually came from the room. Wu Kuxian's expression changed drastically. Old Manly also shouted, "Don't be reckless. Instructor, don't rush, don't rush. There's still a lot of life essence. Take it slow, take it slow." Fang Ping also shouted hurriedly. Lu Fengru almost broke her own celestial bridge. She was too impulsive. Energy room. Instructor, don't rush. Xianxia said she wants to recognize you as her godmother. Slap. Fang Ping had just finished shouting when Wu Kuxian gave him a slap and scolded, "Don't cause trouble." Fang Ping looked gloomy and explained, "Didn't they say that Xianxia is a little like my senior sister?" Wu Kuxian frowned slightly and ignored him. No matter how similar they were, she was still someone else's daughter. Inside the room, Lu Fengru was not sure if she had heard it. She was still forcefully fusing the two forces. Fang Ping looked helpless. He did not need Wu Kuxian to say anything and continued pouring in the life essence. At this moment, there were less than 30 grams left in the small bottle. Instructor, I'm already rank 5. Rank 9 is only a matter of 1 or 2 years. I'll help you kill the Skygate City Lord sooner or later. Really, don't you know my cultivation speed? My internal organs are almost done honing. I'll be middle stage rank 5 in a few days. Reshaping the bloodline is a small matter. Rank 6 is just around the corner. After sealing the Xianxia gate, I might be rank 8 directly. It's really fast. Shut up. Outside the room, a few people shouted at the same time, F***CK, you're hurting me, do you know that, you're hurting everyone. Inside the room, Lu Fengru's expression changed slightly. She was probably hurt. What Fang Ping said made sense, this little bastard might really be rank 8 soon. Fang Ping felt that it was still effective. He shouted again, I've been avoiding rank 9 since I was rank 4. When I reach rank 7, killing a few rank 9s is easy. If you're still not satisfied, I'll help you beat up the Vice-Chancellor? Seeing that Wu Kuxian was looking at him, Fang Ping said softly, I'm comforting the instructor. It was true that Lu Fengru wanted to kill the Skygate City Lord, but it was impossible to say that she did not hate Wu Kuxian. She had always felt that it was Wu Kuxian's fault. He should not have brought his daughter into the catacombs. He should not have failed to stall the Skygate City Lord. Everyone else was dead or crippled. Only Wu Kuxian was fine. This made Lu Fengru even more furious. If Wu Kuxian was really dead or crippled, Lu Fengru would not hate him. If he was really crippled, Lu Fengru would not hate him. Seeing the change in Wu Kuxian's expression and his silence, Fang Ping shouted again, if beating him isn't enough, I'll help you break his legs. The corners of Wu Kuxian's eyes twitched. This is your true thoughts, right? Shut up. This was Lu Fengru's roar. After yelling, Lu Fengru shouted, is there any more? Pour more at once. Fang Ping's expression stiffened. I don't have much left. Gritting his teeth, Fang Ping poured some more in. After some thought, he gritted his teeth and poured the rest in. The concentration of energy in the room instantly rose. Lu Fengru's 7 orifices were bleeding profusely, and her celestial bridge was much dimmer than before. No more. Fang Ping looked at Wu Kuxian and said helplessly, Vice-Chancellor, why don't you try infusing some celestiality? Wu Kuxian frowned and said, it's not that I don't want to, it's just that, the power of heaven and earth is too domineering. She is forcefully trying to break through. Once I inject the power of heaven and earth and she forcefully absorbs it, it will easily collapse the bridge. Fang Ping pondered and said, I can only try this. Using hardness to overcome hardness, perhaps the power of life essence is too gentle, and it will not be able to fuse the two forces. Although Wu Kuxian felt that it made sense, he was still hesitant and did not dare to try. If he really collapsed the celestial bridge, Fang Ping saw the situation and gritted his teeth. If it collapses, then so be it. At worst, I will drop to rank 3. Instructor has been stuck here. The more it is like this, the more extreme she is. If Lu Fengru had broken through a long time ago, she might not be as extreme as she was now. However, the more she could not break through, the more anxious, the more impatient, and the more extreme she was. Fang Ping felt that he might as well give it a try. If he could not break through, then he would collapse the celestial bridge. At worst, he would be heavily injured and drop to rank 3. Death. With Wu Kuishan here, the probability of death was not high. If he dropped to rank 3, there would be no hope for revenge. Lu Fengru might not continue to be so extreme and wholeheartedly focus on breaking through. Seeing Wu Kuishan's hesitation, Fang Ping said unhappily, indecisive. With a humph, Fang Ping said loudly, "Instructor, I will channel celestiality directly. You absorb it as much as you can. At worst, you will collapse the celestial bridge. Life and death are up to fate. When you achieve rank 3, I will protect you from now on." Pfft. Inside the room, Lu Fengru spat out a mouthful of blood. It was unknown whether it was from anger or from the backlash. Beside her, Song Yingji's face was full of sorrow. MCMAU was really different now. Fang Ping. Every word he said hurt people's hearts. Fang Ping did not care about them. He spoke casually, but his expression was extremely solemn. He took a deep breath and said, "Anyway, it's already like this. It depends on luck. If I achieve mentality-vitality fusion, if I lose, I will collapse the celestial bridge. It's no big deal." Having said that, Fang Ping quickly condensed a ball of celestiality in his hand. Wu Kuishan and the others' expressions changed slightly. So fast, even old man Li was a little stunned. This kid condensed too quickly, Fang Ping could not be bothered to look at them. He directly channeled the celestiality in his hand into the funnel. This time, there was no explosion. As soon as celestiality entered the funnel, the walls trembled slightly for a moment. Then, a domineering force suddenly appeared in the room, pushing away the remaining life essence in the surroundings. Even Lu Fengru's celestial bridge began to tremble when it came into contact with this force. "Instructor, use celestiality to envelop the celestial bridge and press it inward. If it explodes, then it will shatter. If it doesn't explode, then it's time to fuse." Fang Ping. Wu Kuishan's expression changed again and again. This matter concerned Lu Fengru. He could not do what Fang Ping did. Fang Ping turned his head to look at him and said in a low voice, "Let's take a gamble. Vice-Chancellor, do you really want Instructor to go to the catacombs every day and look for energy mines every day? If he falls to rank 3, then he can just retire." Wu Kuishan's expression changed for a while. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and condensed a celestiality that was much stronger than Fang Ping's in his hand. He slammed his palm into the funnel. At this moment, the walls of the cultivation room began to tremble. "Fengru, I will definitely kill the Skygate City Lord. Believe me, I definitely will." Wu Kuishan's voice trembled. "Yes, I was useless back then. I couldn't protect Duo. It's all my fault. Duo is gone. It's not your fault. It's not because of you. I should be the one to blame, not you. Shut up." In the room, Lu Fengru opened her eyes instantly. She said angrily, "Get lost. Fengru. Get lost." Wu Kuishan looked pained. Fang Ping saw this and said immediately, "Instructor, ignore him. Absorb celestiality. Don't worry. It'll be fine even if the celestial bridge collapses. At most, we'll start all over again. You shut up too." Lu Fengru was about to collapse from anger. Were these two bastards purposely trying to piss her off? Old man Li did not say a word. Song Yingji was also very embarrassed at this moment. It was supposed to be an important matter of breaking through to Grandmaster, but Fang Ping made it sound like a joke. "Instructor, then you should absorb it." Fang Ping said sorrowfully, "I've spent so much life essence on it. If you don't break through, I'll suffer a great loss. I might as well break through to rank 3. At least I don't think I've wasted my money. At least there's some effect, even if the effect isn't too good." "Shut up. It's really a lot of money. I've already poured half a caddy in. 500 grams. Even if I sell 1 gram for 10 million, people will buy it. It's 5 billion. Who wouldn't break through after spending 5 billion? Enough." Lu Fengru was about to collapse. Without another word, she began to absorb celestiality madly into the celestial bridge. Cracks appeared on the celestial bridge in an instant. Wu Kuishan did not know what to say. Old man Li and the rest looked like they were about to collapse too. At this time, you still have the mood to extort people? You really poured 500 grams, Fang Ping pretended not to see it. What did Lu Fengru know? She was inside anyway. Seeing that Lu Fengru's celestial bridge was starting to collapse, Fang Ping took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Prepare for the worst. Save people first. Save their lives first." Everyone stopped talking. Since things had come to this, they could only take a gamble. Wu Quishan did not say anything either. He continued to condense celestiality and pour it into the funnel. In the cultivation room, large amounts of celestiality were being absorbed continuously. The dazzling celestiality bridge gradually dimmed. The cracks became more and more obvious. Lu Fengru did not care anymore. She continued to absorb forcefully. Inside the celestial bridge, under the forceful suppression of celestiality, the two forces gradually began to merge into one. However, this kind of fusion was like water and oil. Even if they were mixed together, they were still in a state of wei-wei. Seeing this, Fang Ping frowned again. He shouted, "Try detonating your mentality." Bang, Wu Quishan sent him flying with a kick. Anger was written all over his face. "Do you really want to kill your instructor?" Old Manly could not help but scold, "Shut up. Self-detonating mentality. Do you think everyone is like you? You will really die." However, it was too late. At this moment, Lu Fengru was already furious to the extreme. Since she could not break through, she would just die. As soon as Fang Ping's voice fell, a soft, muffled sound was heard, "Kacha," a crisp cracking sound was heard. A small part of the celestial bridge collapsed instantly. In the remaining half, mentality was cut and self-detonated. This time, it really merged with vitality force. As for Lu Fengru, she was completely covered in blood. Large amounts of blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. Her body was swaying slightly. At this moment, Fang Ping ran back. Seeing the situation, he shouted, "It's fused. Fix it quickly." The life essence energy that had just been poured in had not been completely consumed yet. It was repelled to the side by celestiality. Lu Fengru's head was a little dizzy. She did not care much. She shook off the surrounding celestiality and began to absorb the life energy. The collapsed celestial bridge was also starting to be repaired. Wu Quishan, Old Manly, and the rest were so nervous that their foreheads began to sweat. Old Manly inhaled and exhaled. He turned to look at Fang Ping and said, "Continue pouring in some life essence, there's really no more." Fang Ping was speechless. There was no more. It's not enough. I'm afraid it can't be repaired. Old Manly's eyebrows were tightly knitted. Wu Quishan looked worried too. If it was not repaired well, even if there was some fusion, the celestial bridge would collapse completely in no time. Not knowing what he was thinking, Old Manly gritted his teeth. His palm cracked instantly. A bloody scar appeared. A large amount of blood began to seep into the funnel. Seeing this, Fang Ping also thought of something. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's true. You're also considered half an energy person." Old Manly ignored him. He had absorbed too much life essence that day. Until now, he had not finished using it. Right now, his vitality force was also mixed with a large amount of life energy. As for the effect, it was definitely slightly worse than pure, but not by much. A half-golden body powerhouse's vitality was already extremely powerful. Their recovery ability was strong. As a large amount of blood and vitality force seeped in, the collapsed celestial bridge's repair speed increased significantly. However, Old Manly could not take it anymore. After all, he was not a rank 8. At this moment, Wu Quishan seemed to have thought of something. He pushed Old Manly away. His palm began to crack too. Some golden glow seeped into the funnel. Old Manly's expression changed. He said in a low voice, "Imperishable substance." A rank 8 golden body powerhouse's body actually contained a large amount of imperishable substance. This was also the guarantee of a rank 8 golden body's strong recovery ability. Legend had it that even if a rank 8 golden body powerhouse was killed, as long as the imperishable substance was not completely obliterated, these imperishable substances would still gradually grow and recover themselves. Perhaps, they could come back to life. Of course, this was only a rumor. This was because when the owner of the imperishable substance died, it was difficult to replenish it. It was difficult to continue growing. As for whether it could come back to life again, it was only a theoretical deduction. Perhaps it would take thousands of years, or even longer. Perhaps there was no way to come back to life at all. Legends were just legends after all. When Old Manly shouted, Fong Ping could not help but take a look. He only saw a faint golden glow. He did not feel too much. Imperishable substance? Fong Ping murmured. Was this thing really imperishable? Old Manly frowned. He said in a low voice, Old Wu, the imperishable substance was the foundation of a rank 8 golden body. Once it was depleted too much, not only was it difficult to recover, but it was also easy for the golden body to be incomplete. Take the old vice-chancellor for example. After many years of fighting, too much of the imperishable substance had been obliterated. Hence, he had always been seriously injured, and it was difficult for him to recover. Wu Quishan did not say anything. As the imperishable substance surged in, his face turned pale. Inside the room, Lu Fengru's celestial bridge gradually began to condense again under the influx of many streams of energy. As the imperishable substance surged out and was absorbed. In the next moment, Lu Fengru's celestial bridge emitted a faint golden glow. Gather! A loud roar sounded. Inside the room, Lu Fengru was bathed in blood. However, the celestial bridge outside her body emitted a brilliant glow. Immediately after, a gush of celestiality emerged inside the celestial bridge. It was not Wu Quishan or Fong Ping who inserted it. It was her own. Boom, an explosion sounded. The cultivation room began to tremble. Lu Fengru's mentality and vitality force emerged again. This time, they did not go through the celestial bridge. Instead, they emerged outside her body. Immediately after, the two forces merged instantly. A gush of celestiality appeared, replacing the other forces. It's done. Fong Ping's face lit up. It was done. She had fused. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Old Manly pushed Wu Quishan away. If he continued to infuse the imperishable substance, he might not even be able to maintain his golden body. Wu Quishan's face was pale. He did not say anything. He looked inside the room, a weak smile on his face. Fused, Song Yingji, who was beside him, also began to breathe heavily. It was done. It was not easy. Life essence, celestiality, imperishable substance, the difficulty of Lu Fengru's mentality-vitality fusion was simply mind-blowing. If everyone was like her, there might not be many human grandmasters. How could there be so much life essence to expend? How could there be so many rank 8 powerhouses who would disregard their own health and even infuse a rank 8's foundation existence? In the cultivation room, Lu Fengru opened her eyes again. Seeing her celestial bridge, which seemed to be emitting a golden glow, she frowned slightly. No one knew what she was thinking, but her expression kept changing. After a slight pause, Lu Fengru did not heal herself. Instead, she stepped out of the cultivation room. Seeing the few people outside, she swept her gaze over them one by one. Finally, her gaze landed on Wu Quishan, whose face was still pale. She let out a soft humph and strode away. Fong Ping was stunned for a moment. He said hurriedly, Instructor, I forgot to ask. How many shares do you have in the pill company? Lu Fengru's footsteps halted. The next moment, she did not stop at all, leaving in an instant. This little bastard. What was going on in his head? Fong Ping saw that she was leaving in a hurry. He could not help but say, What is this? We agreed on exchanging shares for life essence. The other three pretended not to hear him. Wu Quishan and Old Manly left in an instant too. Although Song Yingji could not leave, he did not look at Fong Ping anymore. He returned to his own station and started playing games. Of course, his heart was not so calm. Lu Fengru had not entered Grandmaster yet, but now that the mentality-vitality fusion was completed, with the strength of her mentality, she could materialize it very soon. MCMAU was going to have another Grandmaster. Song Yingji did not know whether he was happy or sad. Not long after the old Vice-Chancellor left, MCMAU had 2 more Grandmasters. MCMAU's high-end strength was finally not weak anymore, but, why was there still a hint of sadness? He glanced at Fong Ping from the corner of his eye. The sadness probably came from this kid. He always felt that he was unreliable. Now that this kid's instructor was about to break through, and Li Chongqing was also supporting him, MCMAU had really changed. 5 high grandmasters, he murmured in his heart. If Tang Feng broke through again, then there would be 6 high grandmasters, surpassing CCMAU's 5. Yesterday, when Fang Ping said that grandmasters had broken through 2 digits, everyone might not have believed him. But now, there were already 6 grandmasters or powerhouses who were about to become grandmasters. As for the other 4, this kid Fang Ping maybe he could reach them soon. As for the remaining 3, the few peak rank 16s might not stand a chance. Or perhaps they would appear among the new generation of powerhouses? December 27, Lu Fengru completed Mentality Vitality Fusion. The news was not disclosed to the public. Fang Ping felt that there was no need to disclose it until Lu Fengru had reached rank 7. Lu Fengru's mentality was above 900 Hz, and her vitality was complete. She could officially become a rank 7 powerhouse in 3 to 5 months. December 28, Zhao Xuemei sent a share transfer agreement. 100 shares? Fang Ping was dumbfounded. What was going on, so little? He was not surprised that Lu Fengru asked Zhao Xuemei to send the share transfer agreement. Lu Fengru was like this. What surprised Fang Ping was that he had always thought that Lu Fengru would have a lot of shares in the pill company. The pill company was not listed. A monopolistic enterprise like this did not need to be listed. However, 100 shares was too little. It did not match Lu Fengru's father's status as a grandmaster. Zhao Xuemei's gaze was complicated. You don't know the situation of the pill company, do you? Since its establishment, after a few stock increases, the total capital stock is only 200,000 shares. The pill company's actual value is probably more than 10 trillion. Yes, 10 trillion, it was that scary. The pill company was too profitable. Moreover, it was a monopoly. Its annual sales were astronomical. The value of each share was probably no less than 50 million. The pill company did not give out many shares. The value of a single share was so high. Actually, those who held the shares would not sell them. In fact, it was very difficult to sell them. Those who were strong did not need them. Those who were weak might not be able to get the pill company's approval. If it was a gift, it could avoid some problems. 100 shares would probably be worth no less than 5 billion. Lu Fengru's annual dividends from the pill company would not be less than 100 million, this was the lowest case. Sometimes, she could get a few hundred million in dividends. The profits were huge, Fang Ping swallowed. So valuable, 100 shares was worth 5 billion. Did old Lu really believe it? He said that he poured 500 grams in. In reality, it was not that much. 200 grams was the limit. Thinking of this, Fang Ping suddenly said, right, do you know how many shares our university has in the pill company? Zhao Xuemei shook her head. How would she know? Fang Ping did not say anything. He took out his phone and made a call. Teacher Zhang, how many shares does MCMAU have in the pill company? 800 shares. So little? As Fang Ping said that, he thought of something again. After calculating for a while, he said immediately, it's worth more than 40 billion. It's not a small amount. Thinking about it this way, Lu Fengru's father was able to get 100 shares back then, which was quite a lot. After all, one was an individual, and the other was MCMAU. The two could not be compared. MCMAU might not have 8 grandmasters, but MCMAU had so many instructors and students. In the past, almost all of their annual gains from the catacombs had been provided to a few major companies in exchange for 800 shares. After thanking him, Fang Ping hung up. In the past, the pill company would supply us with a batch of pills every year. It sounds like it's worth a lot, but the actual cost shouldn't be more than 1 billion. Now that we've expanded our production lines, the raw materials that MCMAU is providing to the other party are decreasing. The pill company might not continue to supply us with pills for free. Fang Ping paced back and forth for a while. After some thought, he said, what do you think about selling all these shares now? Sold? Zhao Xuemei was surprised, what about the future? Will the university agree to it? Fang Ping said he would sell them without hesitation. After all, this was the foundation that countless MCMAU instructors and students had laid down over the years. If we sell them for 40 to 50 billion, it's enough to cover the pill company's supply for the next few decades. I'm worried that if we don't sell them now, we might not be able to get any money in the future. After saying that, Fang Ping frowned and said, not just the pill company, but the weapons company too. There were three major companies: pills, weapons, and energy. MCMAU did not have any shares in the energy company. The energy company did not have much interest in MCMAU, because most of the energy stones that MCMAU obtained were used for their own use. If they sold the shares of these two companies, they might be able to get 100 billion worth of wealth. The problem was, could they sell them? Would the two major companies agree? If they could get 100 billion worth of wealth, in addition to the 40 billion allocated next year, some of MCMAU's own business profits, and other income, the university's liquidity might reach as high as 150 billion by next year. With that much money, they could do a lot of things. They could expand their own industry, increase the instructors' benefits, increase the subsidies for students, recruit more new students, and hire a batch of middle-ranked instructors. More than 100 billion was more than enough. Thinking of this, Fang Ping could not help but think, if he were to take all of it, would he not have 100 billion wealth points? Shaking his head, Fang Ping stopped thinking about it. Looking at the gift agreement on the table, Fang Ping did not say much. He did not even mention that he did not want it. Lu Fengger had no use for money. She could use it to make more money. When he earned enough wealth points, he could share some of the good stuff with old Lu in the future. Seeing that Fang Ping was deep in thought, Zhao Xuemei said softly, "I'll go back first." Fang Ping raised his head. Zhao Xuemei swallowed the words she was about to say and forced a smile. "It's all right. Congratulations on becoming the University Council Secretary General." "It's nothing." Fang Ping laughed and said, "You should also cultivate hard and strive to achieve upper stage rank 3 as soon as possible. It should be soon." Today, among the sophomores, Chen Yunqi and Zhao Lei were both upper stage rank 3. Just 2 days ago, Fu Changding had also achieved upper stage rank 3. Yang Xiaoman was still a little behind, but she would be there soon. The remaining people like Zhao Xuemei and Tang Jingsong were also middle stage rank 3. Their cultivation speed was also extremely fast. By the next semester, these people would probably enter upper stage or peak rank 3 one after another. Compared to the previous years, it was really much faster. This had something to do with a series of changes in the university. Credits were easier to obtain, and many people even borrowed from the university. Right now, they were all cultivating hard. It had only been half a semester among the freshmen, but there were already a few rank 2s and many rank 1s. MCMAU was becoming stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fang Ping actually knew that it was not that he had done very well. He did not actually change anything. He only changed the way he did it. In the past, MCMAU actually had the capital to cultivate a large number of student powerhouses, but the university was not built overnight. It was a long-term thing. Many resources were hoarded and not all of them were used. As for Fang Ping, he was actually overdrafting some things in the future. For example, the shares of the pill company and the weapons company. These were originally industries that would last for decades or even centuries in the future. However, Fang Ping wanted to sell them directly in exchange for improving his current strength. In Fang Ping's opinion, there were more and more catacombs. Who knew what would happen in the future? Instead of counting on long-term development in the future, it was better to cash in now and improve everyone's strength as soon as possible. The stronger one's strength was, the more initiative they would have in the upcoming changes. Zhao Xuemei's eyes dimmed again when she heard Fang Ping mention her strength. She had improved very quickly. She was a once-honed student who was not too far behind Zhao Lei and the others in the 3 lower ranks. In reality, it was not easy. However, compared to middle stage rank 3, the gap was too big. Next semester, there was hope for her to enter upper stage rank 3. Peak rank 3 might only be in her junior year. Even if she entered rank 4 in her junior year, she might still be rank 4 after graduation. By then, what rank would Fang Ping be? Thoughts flashed through Zhao Xuemei's mind. Finally, she revealed a smile and said, "All right, I will cultivate hard and strive not to be a burden to everyone." Zhao Xuemei did not stay for long and left quickly. Fang Ping did not have time to think about this. Holding the gift agreement, he thought for a while and strode out of the dormitory. "You want to sell the shares?" Vice-Chancellor's office. Huang Jing frowned slightly. Wu Quishan's vitality was greatly damaged yesterday. Now, he had gone into closed-door cultivation. This time it was a real closed-door cultivation, not a breakthrough to rank 9 like Fang Ping said. "Yes." Fang Ping said softly, "We've already offended a few major companies. What's the point of keeping it if we don't sell it?" But, as Huang Jing said that, he suddenly said, "I'm just afraid that we won't be able to sell it. If the pill and weapon companies don't agree, we have no right to buy or sell it." Fang Ping laughed. "Then let's do it. We've already come to this point. We're not afraid of offending them anymore. If it really doesn't work, then we won't provide any raw materials for the two major companies anymore. Also, we won't deduct the annual dividends from pills and weapons. We'll pay them in cash." Huang Jing frowned. Things would get out of hand this way. The offense now was only done in secret. Everyone had not shed all pretense of cordiality. However, if Fang Ping made a scene like this, they would really shed all pretense of cordiality. "Fang Ping, is this really necessary?" Fang Ping nodded. "It's not necessary. It's just that I'm preparing to continue recruiting new students. There are indeed more places to spend money. Next year, I'm planning to recruit 3,000 people. After that, it'll be the same every year. Let the number of students in the university exceed 10,000. As he said that, Fang Ping continued, "With more people, the subsidies will be bigger, and we'll spend more money. This won't do." Dean, Vice-Chancellor, based on the current situation, how long do you think the stalemate between us and the catacombs can last? In the past, it was always one city against another. But recently, there have been changes in many places. First, it was Magic City Catacombs. Then, it was Nanjiang Catacombs. I heard that the other catacombs are not too stable now. In addition, there was a huge change in the Tiannan Catacombs previously. The situation is already different. If we say that the catacombs were training us before, then now, there's a trend of a large-scale attack. Maybe some change in the higher-ups has caused the situation to collapse. I'm guessing that it might have something to do with the monster life and monster plant clans. Or, other changes have happened. Vice-Chancellor, do you understand these things? Huang Jing frowned slightly. After a while, he said, "Actually, I felt what you said. However, I'm only MCMAU's Vice-Chancellor after all. There are some things that I haven't touched on. The deterioration of the situation might have something to do with the higher-ups." As he said that, Huang Jing seemed a little hesitant. Still, he said, "Previously, the change in the Tiannan Catacombs was because a peerless powerhouse had fallen." Huh? Fang Ping's pupils constricted. What did he mean? Our peerless powerhouse? Rank 9? Rank 9 Paragon. Huang Jing said in a low voice, "In 08, a rank 9 Paragon died unexpectedly. I don't know what happened exactly, but after that powerhouse died, the war in Tiannan broke out. It might have broken the balance." Huang Jing exhaled and continued, "As for the change in the monster life and monster plant clans that you mentioned, I don't really understand it either. Maybe you're right. Previously, West Phoenix City had some intentions of joining the war in the Magic City Catacombs. Maybe this is a signal." Fang Ping frowned. "Is there a huge difference between a rank 9 Paragon powerhouse and a normal rank 9 powerhouse?" "Very." Huang Jing said in a low voice, "Let's put it this way. If a rank 9 Paragon powerhouse goes up against a normal rank 9, even if it's 1 against 3 or 5, he might still be able to kill all of them. It might even be more than that. I don't know the specific comparison. Back then, when Commander Li fought 1 against 3 and killed a rank 9, he had just entered a desperate situation. Do you understand? Moreover, the 3 rank 9s he fought with were not the weakest rank 9s. All 3 of them came from the depths of the catacombs. In fact, they are much stronger than the castellans we've met now. Even so, the three of them joined forces and one of them was still killed by Commander Lee. If not for some scruples, all of them might have been killed. If Commander Lee fought with those castellans, he might be able to kill them very quickly. You have to know that it's very difficult to kill a rank 9. This is a process of qualitative change. I don't know about the rest of the 13 cities in Magic City Catacombs, but if the Skygate City Lord meets Commander Lee, he might not last 3 moves. Fang Ping's expression changed. The difference was too big. A rank 9 could not last 3 moves in the hands of another rank 9. Commander Lee is so strong? Even a rank 9 Paragon is so strong. How many rank 9 Paragon powerhouses are there in Sino Nation? Probably not Alliance leader Zhao, then the 7 above him. I don't know. Huang Jing shook his head, saying bitterly, don't be fooled by our strength. Just like rank 7s and rank SIXS, in the eyes of those Paragon powerhouses, we might be the same, or even weaker. They won't tell us some things. Moreover, MCMAU is just a school after all, not a real Sino Nation leadership organization. If you want to know about these, I'm afraid you'll need to step into this level to truly understand everything. Huang Jing exhaled softly, continuing, the catacombs didn't go all out previously, it should have something to do with these Paragon powerhouses. The incident in Tiannan stemmed from the fall of a Paragon powerhouse. I don't know what the current situation is either. You said that a great war will break out soon. Maybe that's the truth. Actually, we've considered these before. Now that the government is gradually guiding public opinion, it's also a clear proof. The pressure is coming. Otherwise, the previous policies were all closed off. At that time, it shouldn't be the time to be nervous. Don't think that there's a big gap between us and the other party, that we're at a disadvantage, but the government still has the confidence. Now, the confidence is somewhat lacking. Fang Ping frowned again, saying slightly irritably, they're hiding everything, we can only rely on guessing, what's the use of guessing? At the end of the day, they still think that we're too weak, it's useless even if we know. But, is not telling us necessarily a good thing? We don't know how the peak combat strength compares. We don't know the details of the catacombs. We don't know what the catacombs' objective is. They only know to make us risk our lives, only know to say that they're protecting humans, fighting for humans. Is it interesting? Also, what's the situation with the evil sects? Since Sino Nation has powerhouses stronger than rank 9, why haven't they exterminated the evil sects? Could it be that the evil sects also have powerhouses of this level? When I reach this level, I'll settle the score with them sooner or later. Huang Jing did not know whether to laugh or cry. Maybe when you reach this level, you'll also want to hide it from everyone, just like now. Have you thought of revealing the catacombs to your family? Fang Ping's tone faltered. That was true. Right now, his family was already worried about him, but at least they did not know about the catacombs, so they were at ease. If he said that there were a lot of powerhouses in the catacombs, and countless martial artists died every year, then his family might not be able to eat or sleep well. Fang Ping took a deep breath, humphed, and said, it's okay to hide it from others, but people like us should know. No matter what, I'm still the most talented martial artist of this era, you'll have to wait until you reach rank 7 first. He had not even reached rank 7. In the eyes of those people, perhaps he was just a child, and Fang Ping was indeed a child. As parents, they did not want their children to be under too much pressure, they would be crushed. Those peak powerhouses might also have the same mentality. Anyway, I'm not happy. Fang Ping complained, and then said, forget it, let's not think about it for now. Since you think so too, then it's imperative to sell the shares. Anyway, the 2 major companies have money. If it really doesn't work, they can give us a batch of pills and weapons to offset it. Of course, we'll have to do it at cost price. If we can get our hands on so many pills and weapons, MCMAU's strength will increase a lot again. Having said that, Fang Ping suddenly said, oh right, last time I provided a batch of books to the military department, have they been translated? Vice Chancellor, help me urge them, see if I can get some information. Other things aside, at least I have to understand the situation in Magic City's catacombs clearly. Every time I'm muddle-headed, I'll be tricked to death sooner or later. If one day I accidentally provoke a rank 9 Paragon powerhouse, according to what you said, no matter how fast I run, I'll still be killed with one slap. I have to be careful. Huang Jing was speechless. You're really something, kid, you're just a rank 5 martial artist, and now you're thinking of provoking a powerhouse of this level. You really don't know how to spell the word death. Alright, I'll urge them for you. Also, remember to do a body checkup. About aura control, you have to explain clearly, so that people don't find excuses for trouble. As for the shares, I'll test the two major companies' attitudes first, then we'll see how to deal with it. Alright, then I'll leave first. If Vice-Chancellor has nothing to do, when you're free, go to the cultivation room and provide some celestiality for everyone. After saying that, Fang Ping strode away. Huang Jing gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to break. You're really something, kid, asking me to do this, don't I cultivate? He had suggested it, and now he was being tricked into becoming a supply. In the next 2 days, MCMAU did not make many moves. Fang Ping went to the research institute and did a detailed examination. Both the Magic City government and the Magic City military department sent people there. Most of them agreed with Fang Ping's explanation. If it really applied to all humans, there was no need for Fang Ping to hide it. If he wanted to hide it, he wouldn't use it. As long as the Shanghai side didn't pursue the matter too much, it could be considered to have passed. On December 31st, Fang Ping received a few messages. First, Xianxia and the rest had entered the Nanjiang catacombs. Secondly, Nanjiang Martial Arts University's peak rank 6 vice-chancellor would take over as vice-chancellor. The peak rank 6 from the School of Weaponry would be the vice-chancellor. It was the first time that the deans of the 4 major academies did not have a peak rank 6 powerhouse. Wang Jinyang, the president of the Martial Arts Society, did not change his position. Instead, he was given a nominal position, Nanjiang's deputy governor. This matter was rather eye-catching. Nanjiang was a large province after all. Even if Wang Jinyang held a nominal position and did not actually hold any real position in the Nanjiang governor office, it was still unimaginable for a young man who was only 21 years old after the new year to be the governor of a province. Compared with this, the other matter pales into insignificance. In CCMAU, the Martial Arts Society took the lead and established a special training class. As for why the special training class was established, not many people in the outside world knew. Fang Ping knew, it was mainly built to accommodate the catacombs. All in all, they mainly taught stepping techniques and hole-digging techniques. Of course, hole-digging techniques were not something that could be put on the table. According to what Li Hansong had said in the phone call, it was for the purpose of researching survival techniques in the catacombs. Ironhead Li was really provoked this time. When he returned, he strongly advocated for the establishment of special training classes. The leaders of CCMAU did not agree. They did not agree. Ironhead Li threatened that if they did not agree, he would bring some students to MCMAU to learn. Of course, they were not transferring schools. They were just bringing people to MCMAU to learn the ways of survival. As soon as he said that, even if the leaders of CCMAU were furious, they still pinched their noses and admitted it. If this bastard really brought her to MCMAU, could he really bring her back? As a result, CCMAU gained a special training class. Martial Arts Club. Fang Ping was so amused by Li Hansong's actions that he laughed so hard his stomach hurt. Ironhead Li was really something. What was he thinking? Did Ironhead Li really think that these rank 3 and 4 students had the opportunity to go deep into the catacombs and be hunted down by a large number of powerhouses? Or did he think that these guys had a chance of finding an energy mine? What happened in Nanjiang's catacombs was a special case. If Ironhead Li had not entered with Fang Ping and the others in the first batch but had entered later, such a situation would not have happened. A large number of rank 5 and 6 powerhouses were hunting him down. In the end, even high ranks were provoked. Like Xianxia and the rest, this kind of thing would not happen again when they entered the catacombs this time. Being hunted by a large number of powerhouses would not be the norm. If the pressure was too great, they would retreat in advance. Li Hansong's phone call made Fang Ping's worries about the people from MCMAU who had entered the catacombs dissipate slightly. Fang Ping did not know if anyone from MCMAU would die when they entered the catacombs. Although Luo Yichuan was a peak rank 6 powerhouse and had brought many middle-ranked instructors with him, accidents were everywhere in the catacombs. In the catacombs powerhouses were not the only threats. Demonic beasts were a danger zone and also a threat to human experts. Fang Ping did not encounter them more than a few times because he rarely entered the catacombs. In total, he had only entered the catacombs 3 times. Even so, he had encountered the rank 8 Jiao. As he was thinking about this, Qin Fengqing pushed the door open and entered casually. He leaned on the sofa, crossed his legs and asked, "Where's the stuff?" Fang Ping glanced at him, raised his eyebrows and said, "It hasn't been delivered yet." "So slow? How are you doing things?" Fang Ping raised his eyebrows again, grinned and said, "Are you saying that I'm not doing things well?" Qin Fengqing seemed to hear the unfriendliness in his tone. He coughed dryly and laughed. "I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about how the military department does things. They're not reliable at all. The books have been delivered for so long, and there's still no results. Soon. It'll be here today." After saying that, Fang Ping asked again, "How long will it take for you to reach peak rank 4? Qin Fengqing glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. He deliberated for a moment and said, "Before the end of the year." Fang Ping knocked on the table lightly. After a while, he said, "How about this? When you reach peak rank 4, we'll go and dig that energy mine together." "No." Qin Fengqing refused immediately. "Absolutely not," Fang Ping said lightly. "Do you think I'm interested in this bit of energy mine? The energy stones I've seen are more than you can ever hope to achieve in this lifetime. I'm doing this for MCMAU's sake. From tomorrow onwards, the energy room will be officially open to the public. The school will pay for it first. Maybe there aren't that many source stones. Even if you spend money, you might not be able to buy so many. Although I have some on hand, it's not enough. Am I, Fang Ping, doing this for my own sake? If it wasn't for MCMAU, would I need to beg you? Qin Fengqing, don't be so selfish. Moreover, if I don't go, are you sure you can dig away these energy mines? With a high rank holding the fort, even if it's just a rank 7, you'll still die." Qin Fengqing said sullenly, "I don't care. Don't try to fool me. I need to cultivate too. You have so many cultivation resources that you can't finish spending them, but I don't. If other people want to cultivate, then they have to fight for it. Didn't I risk my life to fight for the cultivation resources? Don't try to fool me. I'm not like those idiots. Even Big Lion was fooled by you. Instructor Tang, you're here." Fang Ping stood up and greeted him. Qin Fengqing did not even turn his head. He humphed and said, "Don't give me that. Is it useful? Even if you use grandmasters to scare me, it's useless. I dare not." "Who can scare you, Qin Fengqing?" Behind him, Tang Feng's indifferent voice rang out. Qin Fengqing's expression froze instantly. "Mother asterisk Kerr, are you kidding me? He really came. This was the martial arts society. What was Big Lion doing here?" Fang Ping glanced at Qin Fengqing with a half smile and said, "Instructor Tang, why did you trouble yourself to deliver these books personally? Just find someone else. I just happened to pass by. Some information is not convenient to reveal to others." Tang Feng smiled, then looked at Qin Fengqing and humped softly. "Qin Fengqing, you're putting on airs now. You don't even want to greet me?" At this moment, Qin Fengqing's movements were stiff. He was still sitting on the sofa. Hearing this, Qin Fengqing stood up slowly. He turned his head and smiled, saying flatteringly, "Instructor Tang, you're here. Sit, sit. Don't. Calling me Big Lion makes me sound distant, Instructor Tang." Qin Fengqing's old face stiffened again. He said dryly, "How can that be? I say, you, Mad Lion, are so famous that everyone knows about you. Sooner or later, you'll have to add a king. Mad Lion King. No, Lion King." Tang Feng glanced at him again, his eyes unfriendly. In the past, there was Fang Ping. He was not very reliable and was very prickly. Tang Feng's attention was on Fang Ping. Now, Qin Fengqing was very prickly and very arrogant. These were not the main points. Could this kid not be more considerate? No matter what, he was a prodigy cultivated by MCMAU. Did he not think of doing something for MCMAU? Of course, Qin Fengqing's mastery of a small energy mine was his own ability. Tang Feng did not want to force him to say anything, but people were afraid of comparison. Look at Fang Ping. He took out his own energy stones just like that. Although it was not free, he did not say that he would charge for it now. Give everyone some time to cultivate and prepare. Sooner or later, they would be able to pay for it. Being stared at by Tang Feng, Qin Fengqing was about to curse in his heart. I didn't do anything to you, did I? Bullying me again. I did not call you Big Lion first. Before Fang Ping, no one called you Big Lion. After Fang Ping started, everyone called you Big Lion. Okay, this Big Lion in front of him must have been fooled silly. Did he not think that the initiator was right in front of him? Qin Fengqing felt that MCMAU's environment was worsening. His days were getting harder and harder. In the past, he could bully whoever he wanted. Now, anyone who wanted to bully him could bully him too. In his heart, there was a hint of sadness. I, Qin Fengqing, have been doing so badly. Fang Ping is 100 times worse than me. He only knows how to pretend and fool people. Now he's doing so well. He's a university leader. It seemed like he still had to learn. This was something worth learning. Ignoring Qin Fengqing's thoughts, Tang Feng did not continue to look at him. He walked to the sofa and bumped Qin Fengqing with his butt. Only then did he sit down and say, I'm here to look at the information. When the military department sent it over, they said that the profits this time are not small. Let me see. Do you two have any objections? Fang Ping chuckled. How can we? It's not a secret. The military department already knows. Why would they hide it from their own people? Qin Fengqing, you don't have any objections, do you? Qin Fengqing, who had been sent flying, squatted at the side with a sorrowful expression. Could he have any objections? Would he dare to have any objections? As he was thinking, Fang Ping said again, why are you squatting? Come, let's take a look together. Qin Fengqing really wanted to hit someone. Did I want this to happen? It was Big Lion who knocked me here, okay. I won't stay in MCMAU anymore. I won't stay even if I'm beaten to death. Definitely not. Even if Fang Ping begs me on his knees, I won't stay. After roaring countless times in his heart, Qin Fengqing made up his mind. He would never stay in MCMAU. He glanced at Fang Ping, then at Tang Feng. Just you wait. Before I leave, I'll show you. It's fine if I can't beat Big Lion. I'll beat Tang Wen. As for Fang Ping, doesn't he have a sister? Qin Fengqing began to consider if he should go to Nanjiang to take up a post. Being a commander in Nanjiang was actually not bad. He could also suppress Fang Ping's family at the same time. Also, should he court Fang Ping's sister? As he thought about these things, a smile appeared on Qin Fengqing's face. Yes, it was okay if he could not beat them. Revenge did not necessarily have to be sought out personally. Fang Ping glanced at him. Seeing his wretched smile, he knew that this guy was starting to let his imagination run wild again. He comforted himself and did not bother to care about him. When Qin Fengqing walked over, Fang Ping picked up a translated book and started reading. Qin Fengqing and Tang Feng each took a book. This time, there were only 6 or 7 translated books. Fang Ping and the others had submitted more than 100 books, and some of them had not been translated yet. Of course, it did not mean that they had not been translated. Fang Ping suspected that some of the information, even if the government and the military department had translated it, they might not provide it to them. Without thinking about this, Fang Ping opened the book and started reading. Year 3882 of the Demon Emperor's calendar. A great war broke out. The heavens fell and the earth split. The Forbidden Sea appeared. The 2 kings led the remnants and fled to the desolate border. Year 4105 of the Demon Emperor's calendar. The Forbidden Sea no longer rebelled. The divine land disappeared. The 2 kings mourned. The heavens and the earth grieved. Year 4137 of the Demon Emperor's calendar. The 2 kings disagreed. Each led the remnants and became independent. Year 4185 of the Demon Emperor's calendar. The Forbidden Sea rebelled again. The two kings joined forces to set up a barrier, year 4307 of the Demon Emperor's calendar. The two kings fought and a great war broke out, year 4312 of the Demon Emperor's calendar. The two kings reached an agreement and stopped the war. In Fang Ping's hands was a book that might be similar to historical records. The more Fang Ping read, the more he frowned. Some parts were not translated. He did not know if it was really impossible to translate or if it was deliberately erased. In short, the records were intermittent. The book might look thick, but in reality, it was full of ellipses. Fang Ping was speechless. You might as well write it on a piece of paper. Is there a need to get such a thick book? Demon Emperor's calendar? Fang Ping fell into deep thought. It was not strange that the catacombs had a calendar. The key was, who were the two kings? From 3882 to 4312, the two kings appeared in the records. During this period, more than 400 years had passed. After more than 400 years, these two could still fight to the death. How old was the current oldest human powerhouse? Immortality? Fang Ping was actually very curious. How long could powerhouses live? Grandmasters were known as land immortals in the past. Could they live forever? Probably not. However, a rank 8 golden body would probably live for a long time. Unfortunately, the rank 8 martial artists he knew were all modern martial artists. There was no such existence of those old ghosts. Is the Forbidden Sea the sea in the south? God's land disappeared. Is God's land a restricted area or something else? Demon Emperor's calendar. Is Demon Emperor just a name or does it really exist? Is it not a human from the catacombs? Is it a monster? The Forbidden Sea riot. How did it riot? Countless thoughts flashed through Fang Ping's mind. For a while, he could not connect them because he lacked some key information. At the back, there were some records. The last record was already at year 4895 of the Demon Emperor's calendar. Year 4895 of the Demon Emperor's calendar. People from the restricted area opened the resurrection passageway and entered the land of rebirth. Fang Ping's pupils contracted. The land of rebirth. The land of rebirth. Is the land of rebirth Earth? Fang Ping took a deep breath and looked at Tang Feng immediately. Instructor Tang, when was the Magic City passageway opened? 49 years? Yes, it opened in 49 years. Tang Feng nodded. Fang Ping calculated for a while and mumbled, 60 years ago. If 60 years ago was year 4895 of the Demon Emperor's calendar. The key is that the passageway recorded in this book refers to the passageway here in the Magic City catacombs? It has been more than 1,000 years since the first recorded war. If 4895 is 1949, then more than 1,000 years ago would be more than 900 AD? 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms and Song dynasty? Fang Ping shook his head. Why was he thinking about this? Right, according to the previous lesson, the first catacombs entrance appeared in 1303, more than 700 years ago. If the timeline is correct, then it should be around year 4190 of the Demon Emperor's calendar. That's not right either. The passageway to the land of rebirth has opened. Maybe it's the first passageway? Fang Ping's thoughts drifted away, thinking of many, many things at once. Demon Emperor, God's land, Forbidden Sea, restricted area, two kings, the land of rebirth. Fang Ping was still thinking when Qin Fengqing, who was beside him, suddenly said excitedly, F***CK, it's true. There's a large mineral vein under Royal City. Fang Ping was speechless. Why were you so excited? Didn't you already know this? Qin Fengqing looked excited. He lifted his head and said, Fang Ping, you didn't lie to me. I thought. Fang Ping's expression darkened. What was this bastard thinking? Why would I lie to you? Did you suspect that I was lying all along? Qin Fengqing ignored him and continued, this is the introduction of the cities in 7 Southern Territory. Fang Ping, Magic City Catacombs is actually not Magic City Catacombs. They call themselves 7 Southern Territory, 7 Southern Territory. The people in Nanjiang Catacombs call themselves 9 Southern Territory. Fang Ping's eyes moved. If that's the case, there's also 8 Southern Territory. These 3 catacombs should be adjacent to each other? Tang Feng muttered, 8 Southern Territory. Between Magic City and Nanjiang, there is indeed a catacombs, Donglin Catacombs. Fang Ping blurted out. He then asked, could it be that Donglin Catacombs are 8 Southern Territory? Tang Feng shook his head. I really don't know about this. I don't know much about Donglin Catacombs. It's also my first time hearing that our side is called 7 Southern Territory. 7, 8, and 9 territories. Fang Ping mumbled, if that's the case, maybe we can go directly from Magic City Catacombs to Donglin Catacombs, then to Nanjiang Catacombs? Qin Fengqing said nonchalantly, who cares? We can't even run through one catacombs. How many more do you want to run? Fang Ping, come look. This book introduces the names of each city and information about the monster plants and beasts guarding them. East Sunflower City. Not East Sunflower City. Call it Monster Sunflower City, okay? The monster plant guarding Monster Sunflower City is really a sunflower. F***ck, it even bears sunflower seeds. Qin Fengqing read for a while. He suddenly swallowed and murmured, eating sunflower seeds seems to be able to nourish mentality. Fang Ping heard that and snatched the book hurriedly. He skimmed through it quickly and frowned. Where? Idiot. Qin Fengqing scolded. Look. Isn't it written that seeds can nourish mentality? Fang Ping looked at it immediately. It really was. Mentality. Mentality is mentality? Duh, of course it is. Fang Ping murmured. If that's the case, if we conquer East Sunflower City and kill the sunflower monster, we might be able to nurture a large number of grandmasters? Qin Fengqing also murmured, I want to eat sunflower seeds. If I eat them, I'll become a grandmaster. Seeing their hopeful faces, Tang Feng felt a headache coming on. He said, both of you, that's a rank 9 monster plant. Let's not talk about whether it has this effect. Even if it does, are you sure you can kill it? What were these two thinking? Qin Fengqing said reluctantly, that's hard to say. Right, Qin Fengqing suddenly looked at Fang Ping and said, Fang Ping, can't you sneak in? Sneak in and steal some back. Get lost. Fang Ping cursed. Magic City's catacomb cities had been at war with humans for many years. They were very familiar with the humans' situation. This was not something gigantic Willow City could compare to. They did not have the slightest awareness of defense. If he wanted to sneak into East Sunflower City, the difficulty and risk would increase greatly. Qin Fengqing egged him on. What are you afraid of, Fang Ping? Think about it. If you snatch the sunflower seeds and sell them back, how much can you sell them for? Stop talking nonsense. Fang Ping ignored him. He snatched the book from his hands and started reading. This book was probably an introduction to the 7 Southern Territories' customs. Other than East Sunflower City, there were introductions to the other cities. As Fang Ping read on, he had a clear and three-dimensional understanding of the situation in Magic City's catacombs for the first time. The raid on the old lair last time was not in vain. According to the book, there were 13 cities in the Magic City catacombs. 6 of them belonged to the Plant Monster clan, while the other 7 belonged to the Monster Life clan. There were also hundreds and thousands of small towns of various sizes. Almost every city had a demon plant or demon beast guarding it. The reason why it was almost was because the book did not introduce all the guardian monster plants and beasts of each city. Fang Ping did not know if they were not recorded or not. Other than introducing these cities, the book in Qin Fengqing's hands also introduced some of the more famous dangerous places in the 7 southern regions. One of them was the Forbidden Sea. Fang Ping's guess was right. The sea in the south was indeed the Forbidden Sea. It was also the most famous dangerous place. Those who enter the sea, no one survives. This was what the book said. Over the years, there were catacombs powerhouses who entered the sea, but no one survived. The book did not introduce the Forbidden Sea much, only warning people not to enter it. Also, the 10,000 Ants Desert, Mount Royal Sea, and 100 Beasts Forest were all forbidden places. As for the Jiao's forest, the book did not mention it. Maybe because the Jiao was too weak. After all, it was only a rank 7 beast, not yet a forbidden place. After reading for a while, he frowned slightly. It seems like the areas we're involved in are just the tip of the iceberg. I've never been to these places. Qin Fengqing looked at him with disdain. Of course you haven't. How many times have you been to the Magic City catacombs? Only twice. Qin Fengqing curled his lips slightly and said calmly, I'm fine. I've been to the 100 Beasts forest mentioned in the book. Tang Feng tilted his head and looked at him. After a while, he said, I know about the 100 Beasts forest. There are countless monsters there. Have you been there? Seeing that he was doubted, Qin Fengqing said indignantly, I've been there. I even lured hundreds of monsters out. Forget it if you don't believe me. He had been there once. Of course, it was just the periphery. There were a lot of herbs there. Qin Fengqing wandered around and found a bunch. Just as he was about to pick them, a monster discovered him and chased him for a day. Qin Fengqing did not dig a hole that time. Instead, he hid in a giant tree for 3 days. He was almost scared to death. After that, he never went to the 100 Beasts forest again. It was too scary. Tang Feng believed Qin Fengqing's words. He paused for a while, as if deliberating what to say. After a long time, Tang Feng choked out, You didn't die in the catacombs. It really wasn't easy. What else could he say? Since the 100 Beasts forest was known as a danger zone, it naturally had its own dangers. There were probably no less than 2 digits of high-ranked monsters and monster plants, and there were definitely rank 9 monsters. A place that couldn't threaten a rank 9 monster couldn't be called a danger zone. Even if Qin Fengqing had only wandered around the periphery, he was still able to come out alive. This was his ability. In the past 2 years, this kid had entered the catacombs no less than 30 times. Even Tang Feng admired him a little. For most middle-ranked martial artists, entering the catacombs 4 or 5 times a year was already considered quite a lot. Qin Fengqing didn't retort. He was even a little smug. I can't die. Are you convinced? Ignoring Tang Feng, Qin Fengqing said happily, Monster Sunflower City has sunflower seeds that can increase one's psyche. Demonic Bamboo City had an undying 10,000-year bamboo. Its main trunk could be used to forge weapons that could be called divine weapons. One could even eat the bamboo shoots. Although he did not know the specific effects, it was definitely very awesome. There's an orchid in Monster Orchid City that has turned into a spirit. It's said to be able to condense the essence of heaven and earth. I'm guessing that it's probably something like the life essence that Fang Ping snatched. On the other hand, Monsterwood City, which is also Skygate City, is really trash. Their Skygate tree doesn't seem to have any special effects, Fang Ping laughed. You can't say that. All rank 9 monster plants are good stuff. I think these plants that have turned into spirits are much more precious than animals that have turned into spirits. Take Gigantic Willow City's Big Willow Tree for example. It may seem useless, but it's full of treasures. As he said that, Fang Ping continued, last time, you mentioned that Skygate City might be moving and merging with Monster Sunflower City. Instructor Tang, is this reliable? Tang Feng nodded. There are signs of this happening. Of course, it's definitely not that fast or that simple. After all, it's not that easy to move a big city with millions of people. The distribution of power is also not a simple matter. Skygate City's City Lord is still alive, and the Skygate tree is not dead either. Even if the migration is confirmed, it might not be completed without 8 to 10 years. Fang Ping tapped the coffee table lightly and said, Skygate City currently only has a rank 9 City Lord, a rank 9 tutelary monster plant, a rank 8 Commander-in-Chief, and 5 rank 7 Commander-in-Chiefs. This strength is not too strong. In the last battle, Skygate City had suffered heavy losses. More than half of the rank 7s and 7s were dead or injured, and countless middle ranks were dead or injured too. Today's Skygate City was really not too strong. Of course, not too strong was relatively speaking. After all, there were still 2 rank 9s. However, excluding these 2 rank 9s, the remaining high-rank strength might not even be comparable to MCMAU. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly and said softly, maybe, we can really destroy Skygate City. Instructor Tang, when you break through to Grandmaster, if you can call on Guardian Wu and Leader Zhao, plus Magic City Catacombs Elder Fan, what do you think? Tang Feng suddenly frowned. Now that Skygate City and Monster Sunflower City have teamed up, if we really attack Skygate City, the other party will definitely help. Fang Ping chuckled. We don't necessarily have to destroy Skygate City. Actually, I can see that here in the catacombs. Rank 9 is the king. Those below rank 9 can only be considered thugs. Killing rank 9s is very troublesome. But killing rank 7s and 7s, to be honest, if they die, they die. Find an opportunity to destroy the remaining 6 high ranks in Skygate City. It can be considered as revenge for the old vice-chancellor. At this moment, Fang Ping had his eyes on Skygate City. That place was too close to Hope City. Of course, the key was still in the interests. If he could really destroy Skygate City, other things aside, if he could snatch the underground mineral vein, then he would really be rich. Seeing that Fang Ping kept talking about Skygate City, Qin Fengqing said somewhat unwillingly, Fang Ping, I think it's better to go to Monster Sunflower City. Sunflower seeds can increase mentality. Fang Ping glanced at him, too lazy to care about him. He continued to flip through other books. Among them, Fang Ping even saw something that looked like a diary. This should be the record of the powerhouse from Wolf Head Mountain. Fang Ping flipped through it casually. Suddenly, his gaze stopped. Yesterday, the Wood King gifted the Divine Wood Order. After much hesitation, he gave it to my son. Although the restricted area is dangerous, it is also a place of opportunity. When my son returns, perhaps, he can also be named a king? Fang Ping paused and continued to flip through it. After a while, he said, the Wood King is Skygate City's city lord, right? These city lords can enter the restricted area, and they also have the authority to send people into the restricted area. As Fang Ping said that, he said softly, these city lords have named themselves kings. No, maybe the restricted area is named a king? Is the restricted area what we call the central area? Tang Feng thought for a moment and said, probably. Also, I've told everyone before that the catacombs also have genius martial artists and prodigy martial artists. But have you met them before? The same ranked catacombs martial artists we met seem to be slightly weaker than human geniuses. Is the catacombs really that weak? Previously, we judged that these people entered other cities in the catacombs to train. Now, it seems that they might have entered the restricted area. Restricted area, Fang Ping murmured. Honestly speaking, he had not met a decent same-ranked martial artist in the catacombs until now. However, there were countless powerhouses and martial artists in the catacombs. How could they all be so weak? There were so many martial artists. There must be a few same-ranked powerhouses, but Fang Ping had not met them before. Now he roughly knew that they should not be here. Whether it was 7 Southern Territory or 9 Southern Territory, they might really be remote places. Those rank 9 Paragon powerhouses should also be in the restricted area. Fang Ping exhaled lightly and smiled. That's good too. I'll go to the restricted area sooner or later. I want to see how strong the catacombs geniuses are. After reading for a while, they chatted for a while. Finally, Fang Ping looked at Tang Feng and said, Instructor Tang, roughly how long will it take for you to break through to Grandmaster? Tang Feng pondered for a moment. After thinking for a while, he said, it depends on whether it's successful or not. If it's successful, about a year. If it's not successful and my mentality is stuck at the materialization stage, then it's hard to say. Mentality could be materialized at 1000 Hz. However, it was not that there were none who were stuck at 900 Hz. Mentality materialization was a challenge for many rank 6 martial artists. Today, on MCMAU's side, Old Manly, Lu Fengru, and Tang Feng had already perfected their vitality a long time ago. They were all lacking in mentality. Among them, Lu Fengru's mentality was currently the strongest at more than 900 Hz. Tang Feng was second, currently at 600 to 700 Hz. His growth rate was also very fast. Old Manly was the weakest. Until now, he had not even reached the stage of 500 Hz external release. Mentality, Fang Ping murmured. As expected, mentality was the biggest difficulty in becoming a Grandmaster. Perhaps he really needed to get some sunflower seeds from Monster Sunflower City. Fang Ping did not say anything more. Tang Feng also had something to do, so he left quickly. After he left, Qin Fengqing could not help but let out a sigh of relief. He scolded, Big Lion is almost fooled by you now, Instructor Tang, is there anything else? Fang Ping ignored him and stood up again. Qin Fengqing's body was completely stiff. He turned his head and smiled. Instructor Tang, that's not what I meant. Halfway through his sentence, he looked at the door again. It was empty. Where did this person come from? Qin Fengqing's face was purple with anger. Fang Ping had already sat down at this moment. His face was indifferent, as if he had not spoken at all. Seeing Qin Fengqing looking at him, Fang Ping smiled calmly. All right, calm down. Let's continue the previous topic. Have you thought about the mining matter? No way. Then pay me back. It's time for you to pay me back my 100 million. Qin Fengqing's face was dark. What 100 million? Who owed you 100 million? Could gambling debts be counted? Fang Ping saw that he did not utter a word and said, I won't ask you for money now. You break through to peak rank 4 first. By then, I'll be at middle stage rank 5, or maybe even upper stage peak. Just lead the way. If you lead the way once, I'll forgive your debt. 100 million to lead the way once. There's such an easy deal. Are you sure you don't want to do it? Qin Fengqing felt a little tired. He owed more than 100 million just like that. Why did he not feel anything? He did not say whether he would do it or not. Qin Fengqing did not even bother to stay. He left quickly without saying goodbye. In the blink of an eye, it was 2010. On the 1st of January, MCMAU made a new move. From that day onwards, the on-campus loan platform was open to all students. The total loan limit was as high as 1 million credits. If converted to money, it was as high as 30 billion. There were less than 7,000 MCMAU students. After splitting it evenly, everyone received an average loan limit of close to 5 million. MCMAU contributed more than half of this 30 billion. Fang Ping, in the name of Distance Company, provided close to 10 billion worth of energy stones. Those who knew about Fang Ping's supply of energy stones were all shocked. This guy was really rich to the point of overflowing oil. As for Fang Ping himself, other than keeping more than 10 cultivation-aiding energy stones, he threw all the normal energy stones to MCMAU. These normal energy stones, to put it bluntly, did not have much use for Fang Ping now other than taking up space. Other than increasing the loan limit through the loan system, MCMAU made many other moves. MCMAU began to expand the energy room. Originally, the energy room could only accommodate about 100 people. This time, the scale of the expansion was not small. It was estimated that after the expansion was completed, it could accommodate 500 people to cultivate. Of course, it was not a small amount of money. The construction of the energy room was not cheap. Even if MCMAU had the original foundation, some of the infrastructure was very complete, and the equipment was complete. However, to build an energy room that was a few times bigger, the minimum investment would be more than 10 billion. In addition, the expansion of the pill and weapon production line, the purchase of equipment, and the increase of manpower were also huge expenses. There was also the increase of instructors' benefits and the expansion of other facilities. On the first, just the few policy changes announced alone would require MCMAU to provide at least 40 billion in funds. The 40 billion was also the financial allocation that the government had given to MCMAU since the beginning of 10 years. According to this calculation, before the financial allocation was in place, Fang Ping had already spent this money in advance. The students rejoiced, but some of the university's higher-ups were deeply worried. The attention of the outside world also fell on MCMAU. Recently, MCMAU had made a lot of moves. To put it seriously, there was a hint of militarism in it. Fang Ping did not care about what the outside world was talking about. At this moment, he did not continue to busy himself everywhere. Instead, he began to focus on his own cultivation. At the end of the day, it all came down to ability. Without ability, everything was empty. On MCMAU's side, he seemed to be in charge of everything. However, Fang Ping knew that when it came to the crucial moment, if Wu Quishan and the others felt that his actions were not in line with MCMAU's interests, as long as they stood up and said a few words, he, Fang Ping, could get lost. A rank 8, a rank 5. If it were up to Fang Ping himself to chase away a rank 8 golden body powerhouse or a rank 5 middle-ranked martial artist, he would not choose the rank 5 martial artist either. Even if this rank 5 was a genius, it would still be the same. Southern area, seaside. The sea was calm, but the sound of crashing waves could be heard from the shore. However, if one observed carefully, one would realize that this was not the sound of waves, but the sound of a powerful vitality force surging. On the shore, Fang Ping's entire body was enveloped by vitality force, as if he was wrapped in a blood cocoon. The vitality force outside his body was constantly surging, constantly interacting with the inside and outside, honing Fang Ping's internal organs. At this moment, Fang Ping did not care about the consumption of vitality. In addition, his body originally contained a large amount of life force. If someone could see through it, they would realize that Fang Ping's internal organs were being honed at an extreme speed. His 5 internal organs had completely turned into a crystalline state. The other internal organs were also showing a semi-crystalline state. Even his flesh and blood had some changes. The flowing blood was like blood jade, full of luster and beauty. Vitality surged. After a long time, the surging vitality force gradually calmed down. Fang Ping opened his eyes and stared at his system data. Wealth, 11,920 billion, converted, vitality, 3,455 calories, 3,999 calories, mentality, 590 Hz, 739 Hz plus, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 6 bones, 90%, 23 bones, 30% plus, storage space, 1 cubic meter, plus, energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute. These few days, his mentality had once again grown a little, but other changes were not too big. However, Fang Ping knew that sometimes, whether one's strength increased or not was not purely based on these data. The honing of his internal organs was progressing extremely fast now. Once he completed honing all his internal organs, he could step into middle stage rank 5. When that time came, when he fought with others again, his internal organs would not be like before, suffering heavy injuries easily. Bang! Fang Ping slammed his palm on the ground. The ground shook, but there were no potholes or cracks. However, in the next moment, the ground where Fang Ping had slammed just now, which originally seemed normal, suddenly collapsed. That slap just now had shattered the mud and rocks below. I still have so much wealth. It's useless to just leave it there. I'll use it when I need to. Fang Ping looked at the data with a plus sign and was slightly tempted. At this moment, what he could increase were mentality, cranial bone honing, and the size of the storage space. If I increase my mentality too much, I'm afraid there will be a short period of discomfort. Fang Ping was very familiar with these now. After a few increases, he knew what kind of abnormal reactions would occur after increasing it. However, the discomfort was also short-term. Forcefully increasing mentality by 1 Hz limit only required 10,000 wealth. It was very cheap. Fang Ping did not think too much. Very quickly, he began to increase his mentality. 740 Hz. 750 Hz, all the way to 799 Hz. At this time, the plus sign only disappeared. Fang Ping shook his head slightly, muttering, "It feels alright." Much stronger than the first time. The first time he increased it, he lost control for a few days. However, now, other than feeling a little swollen in his head, the discomfort was not too great. In just a short while, his mentality had increased by 60 Hz. If word of this got out, those grandmasters would probably be envious. After being envious, they would probably want to smash his head to see what was going on. It's close to 800 Hz. Materialization doesn't seem too far away. Fang Ping's gaze moved slightly. Would he achieve mentality materialization before he had even sealed his Xianxia gate? If that was the case, what was his situation? Was he a grandmaster or a rank 6? If I hone my skull, will my mentality still increase? If I hone the remaining 23 skulls to 90%, then my bone honing degree will actually be higher than old Li's. Currently, all his bones are only honed to 90%, but his physique is stronger than mine. His flesh and meridians have all been remodeled, and his Xianxia gate has also been sealed. Whatever, I'll give it a try. If all the bones in my body are completely honed, then I won't have to be envious of Iron Head Li's Iron Head anymore. Skull honing. Last time, he honed the smallest ossicle. Honing one ossicle to 90%, increasing the degree of honing by 60%. The consumption was 6 million wealth. This consumption was actually very low. If the other 23 bones were also at this consumption, it would only be 138 million wealth in total. Whatever, even if I increase it by 10 times, it'll only be less than 1.4 billion. Right now, Fang Ping was really rich and imposing. He did not care about this little consumption. What he was considering now was whether or not he could withstand the tempering of his skull. I should be able to. Fang Ping muttered. The plus sign was still there, which meant that he had not reached his limit yet. If he had really reached his limit, the plus sign would disappear. Even if he could lose control, it should not be life-threatening. I want an iron head too. Fang Ping was really envious of Li Hansong's iron head. In the next moment, Fang Ping stopped thinking. He gritted his teeth and began honing. There were a total of 29 skulls, which could be roughly divided into 3 parts. 6 ossicles, 8 cranial bones, and 15 facial bones. The head was at the back, and the face was in front. Fang Ping, who had completed honing his ossicles, chose to hone his brain this time, mainly because he felt that his back could prevent him from being ambushed. After tempering his brain, the back of his head would be able to defend himself even if he were to be chased after the next time. The size of the 8 bones in the brain was not comparable to that of the ossicles. The ossicles were the smallest bones in the human body. In terms of size, the bones at the back of the head were dozens of times bigger than the ossicles. Fang Ping guessed that the consumption was greater than honing the ossicles, which was not unexpected. When Fang Ping tried to cultivate 1%, his wealth decreased by 1 million instantly. It really is 10 times. Fang Ping was slightly speechless. The cost of honing these days was getting higher and higher. Although he said that it wouldn't matter even if he spent 10 times more and spent more than 1 billion, how could it really be fine? Over 1 billion to temper my skull. Oh well, it's not a loss. Fang Ping exhaled. 1 billion or so was not a loss. It was much better than old man Li's. The old man had expended so much life essence to hone his skull. Fang Ping felt that this bit of expenditure was still bearable. Time passed slowly. At this moment, the back of Fang Ping's head began to flash with a faint golden light. As the most important part of the human skeleton, the skull was closely related to the golden body realm. As Fang Ping honed his skull, the changes this time were much greater than when he honed his ossicles. The other bones are also changing. When Fang Ping had finished honing a piece of the brain, he discovered an anomaly. As he tempered, the other bones seemed to resonate with him. The dormant bones seemed to be awakening at this moment. In the past, Fang Ping really could not make his bones emit golden light. He had only seen 2 people who were not grandmasters emitting golden light. One was Li Hansong, and the other was Old Man Li, who used to tinker with half a golden body. Both of them were very special. For the others, even if Wang Jinyang had tempered his bone marrow, they would only emit a bloody glow instead of a golden glow. At this moment, Fang Ping realized that he was also starting to emit golden light. No, could this be a sign of the appearance of the imperishable substance? Fang Ping suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the tempering of the skull was related to the creation of the imperishable substance? Fang Ping suppressed the thought and continued honing his skull. As the number of tempering increased, the changes became greater and greater. When Fang Ping had finished honing 3 of his bones, the back of his head was already shining with golden light. At this moment, Fang Ping was like the incarnation of Buddha, MCMAU Southern Area. Old Man Li, who had just arrived, almost dropped his jaw. He came to find Fang Ping to ask this kid to activate the celestial cultivation room. But at this time, how could he care about this? What the hell? Old Man Li felt that he could kill himself by banging his head against the wall, if he could. He's tempering his skull. Impossible. Old Man Li really wanted to vomit blood. What rank was Fang Ping at? When Fang Ping first entered the university, there was really nothing special about him. Thrice honing was a little eye-catching, but it was not like no one could do it. Compared to people like Wang Jinyang, Li Hansong, and Yao Qingjun, Fang Ping did not have any advantages. But after that, Fang Ping first achieved the stage of externalizing his mentality. Then, he said that his bone marrow had turned jade-like. Alright, no one believed him at the time. Old Man Li snorted. This bastard could lie to others, but among the powerhouses who had interacted with Fang Ping before, who did not know his background, but soon, Fang Ping went down to the catacombs and came back, bone honing. At that time, Old Manly just wanted to kill him. It was too exciting. Just 2 days ago, everyone was talking about Fang Ping. A few powerhouses were still teasing him, saying that Fang Ping was only missing the skull that had not been honed. Now this little bastard was honing his skull. Old Manly rubbed his eyes. For the first time, he thought that he might be hallucinating. How could it be? No, it's not impossible. Honing the skull is using celestiality to hone. He can do it. Old Manly continued to shake his head. How did Grandmasters hone the skull? It was to convert mentality and vitality force into celestiality for honing. The skull was too hard and sealed, it was difficult to complete with normal strength. Old Manly could complete it because there was too much life essence, forcefully completing the transformation. As for Li Hansong, who knew how his brain came to be? It was really hard to explain. He's honing the skull. This means that the bones in his body have been honed. Externalizing mentality, achieving mentality-vitality fusion, converting it into celestiality. Am I the potential rank 8, or is he? Why do I feel like he's more like it than me? Old Manly mumbled to himself. Really, there had never been a moment where he felt so inferior. Between the two of them, who was the potential rank 8, Fang Ping's Sanjiao gate was not sealed, so he was more like it than him. Seeing that the golden light was getting brighter and brighter, Old Manly took a deep breath and released his vitality force, overshadowing the golden light. The other people in the southern area felt the vitality force here. They must have recognized Old Manly's aura, so no one came to check. Today, Li Chongqing was the dean of the School of Weaponry. The only person in the school who could control him was Wu Quishan. Even Huang Jing found it hard to control him. Fang Ping actually sensed Old Manly's arrival. However, at this moment, he was not in the mood to care. He had a lot of secrets, but Old Manly knew a lot too. Or rather, MCMAU's higher-ups knew quite a lot. Especially when Fang Ping's bone marrow was honed just like that. Everyone was just pretending to be ignorant. This idea was given to him by Lu Fengru. In the end, when Fang Ping finished honing his bone marrow, Lu Fengru was stunned. He had honed his bone marrow. Now, Fang Ping was only honing his skull. He just had to get used to it. At this moment, Fang Ping had finished honing his 4th skull. The honing of a bone now consumed 10 times more than the ossicles, 60 million wealth. However, Fang Ping felt that it was really worth it. It was really worth it. At this moment, all the bones in his body were reviving. It was as if the core had been activated, making the originally somewhat lifeless skeleton come to life. Originally, only the back of his head was glowing. Now, Fang Ping's whole body was shining with golden light. The vitality in his body was surging to the extreme. Fang Ping could even hear the sound of his bone marrow surging. On the surface of his bones, a layer of something that looked like dead ash was falling off. Skull. I didn't know skull honing was like this. At this moment, Fang Ping did not care about the swelling pain coming from his head. This kind of rebirth made him give up his previous plan of honing only a little. As long as he did not die this time, he would complete the honing. Fang Ping believed that when he finished honing his skull, he would have a qualitative change. As for why that weakling Li Hansong was still so weak, Fang Ping guessed that Li Hansong might not have been reborn. His skull was born. Maybe Li Hansong had not completely revived his skull. 5 pieces. 6 pieces, 8 pieces. The moment his skull finished honing, it was as if he had completed a stage change. Fang Ping's whole body shone with golden light. Crack crack, all the bones in his body were trembling and vibrating. On the surface of his bones, a large amount of the gray layer fell off, revealing golden bones. At the periphery, Old Manly did not think about anything else. Instead, his expression was solemn. Fang Ping was forging a semi-golden body. In other words, he was forging real golden bones. A golden body powerhouse referred to the golden body of the entire body, including flesh, bones, meridians, internal organs, bone marrow, and even blood. Old Manly's flesh, meridians, bones, and blood were all completed now. What was left was the bone marrow. As for Fang Ping, he was now starting the first step. His bones were about to complete the golden body. Crack crack, the sound of his bones trembling grew louder and louder. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping's left arm suddenly shone with golden light. At this moment, his flesh seemed to have become transparent. Old Man Li could even see his golden jade-like arm bones. The golden left arm is complete. Old Man Li murmured. Then, Fang Ping's right arm also experienced the same change. Huh. At this moment, Fang Ping's expression was ferocious. With a roar, he hammered the ground with both fists. Boom, a loud sound was heard. The area within a radius of more than 10 meters collapsed instantly. Fang Ping also fell into the deep pit. In the southern area, the sound of a powerhouse in the flight step could be heard. Seeing this, Old Man Li shouted, "I'm cultivating. Don't come over." As soon as he said that, the powerhouse in the flight step retreated and did not come over again. As for Fang Ping, after his arms had completed the golden bone transformation, his legs and other bones began to transform too. Fang Ping did not stop the honing process. He was still gritting his teeth, continuing to hone the 15 bones in his face. At this moment, as he began honing, Fang Ping's teeth began to change, rapidly turning golden jade-like. His face was also glowing like gold. When he honed the lacrimal bone, Fang Ping felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Tears instantly dripped from his eyes. Fiery golden eyes? This thought suddenly flashed across Fang Ping's mind. Although the honing of his bones did not change his eyes, at this moment, the area around his eye sockets was indeed emitting golden light. The performance was extremely similar to the fiery golden eyes. Clairvoyant, clairaudient, fiery golden eyes, Buddha glowing behind the head. Are these really legends? There was not a moment when Fang Ping doubted more than now whether those legends were really legends. Those who had these performances were probably powerhouses who had completed honing their skulls, rank 8 golden body. Do those people exist or not? Are they alive or dead? Or perhaps, he had entered the catacombs long ago? Back then, the ancestors of Guangxing Temple discovered the catacombs and thought that it was the immortal realm. The people of Guangxing Temple discovered the catacombs, but what happened to those people? Did those experts also discover the catacombs, think it's the immortal realm, and go there to seek immortality? In the history of Cathay, the last immortal was widely believed to be Patriarch Qintuan. That was during the Song dynasty, around 900 AD. If the almanac recorded in the catacombs books is as I've guessed, a year's time is equivalent to, then, does this explain the disappearance of the immortals? At this moment, Fang Ping thought of many, many things. If the time was consistent, around 900 AD, a great war broke out in the catacombs, and God Land disappeared, the disappearance of God Continent. The legends of Cathay's immortals were rarely recorded after the Song dynasty. Could it be? Could it be that the war back then had something to do with the disappearance of the ancient deities in Hua? No, it can't be. Even immortals are only at the Grandmaster realm. How could they destroy the catacombs? Fang Ping felt like his head was about to explode. It wasn't that he was thinking too much, but he was really about to explode. The tempering of his skull and the metamorphosis of his golden bones were a little too much for him to handle. The celestial bridge had already appeared outside his body. Above his head, the 3 gates of the void appeared too. It was unknown where the gates of the void led to. Perhaps it led to Fang Ping's body. Waves of energy emanated from the open gates. Fang Ping, who could not seal his own energy, felt the loss of his vitality force. His flesh was cracking, and his meridians were also suffering from a huge pressure. From afar, Old Man Li growled, "Stop, your flesh isn't enough for you to completely transform into golden bones." If this went on, Fang Ping's flesh would crack. When that happened, only a set of golden bones would be left. Iron. Iron Headley, didn't you also hone your skull? As Fang Ping spoke, his oral cavity began to crack. Blood that resembled blood jade seeped out continuously. He's different from you. He didn't transform into golden bones. He only honed, not changed his bones. Old Man Li explained quickly. Li Hansong and Fang Ping were different. Li Hansong's bones were actually also golden bones. However, Li Hansong did not activate his core. His golden bones were still in a dormant stage. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was activating this core. Both of them were different. Just a little more, at this moment, Fang Ping had already honed 8 cranial bones. He had also honed 8 facial bones. There were only 7 bones left. There's no hurry to cultivate. Don't mess around. Old Manly scolded again. Was there a difference if it was a day earlier or a day later? Fang Ping had this ability. He could do it at any time. That makes sense. Although his words made sense, Fang Ping did not stop. He continued honing madly. Large amounts of mentality and vitality force emerged, quickly converted into celestiality, and continued to hone other bones. 17 bones, 18 bones. When the 20th bone was completely honed, Fang Ping let out a roar and slammed his head into the ground. Boom! The originally deep pit was once again smashed into an even bigger pit. After a while, Fang Ping shook his head and crawled out from the ground. At this moment, his whole body was shining gold. The flesh on the surface of his body was still cracking, but it quickly began to reform. The life essence in Fang Ping's body was also constantly repairing his physical injuries. The life essence he swallowed in the catacombs previously had been completely used up. Fang Ping had no choice but to start converting his wealth points into vitality force to continue repairing. This time, the consumption was indeed huge. Of course, the rewards were also incomparably huge. Fang Ping could not care less about Old Man Li's strange gaze. He began to check the system panel. Wealth, 10. 7 billion, converted, vitality, 1000 calories, 4600 calories, mentality, 590 Hz, 825 Hz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 26 bones, 90%, 3 bones, 30% plus, storage space, 1 cubic meter, plus, energy shield, 10,000 wealth points/minute. His wealth points were still decreasing, constantly being converted into vitality force to repair his physical body. Previously, his vitality limit was 3,999 calories. There was no plus sign, which meant that his physique had actually reached its limit. However, now that he had honed 20 skulls, his vitality limit had increased by 600 cal. This meant that his physique had become stronger, even surpassing the physique of a typical peak rank 5 powerhouse. Of course, this also came with a price. At this moment, Fang Ping had lost control again. Other than the increase in vitality force, his mentality had also increased. It had exceeded 800 Hz, reaching a new height. Both had broken through their limits, causing Fang Ping to be even more unable to control his own strength. Climbing out from the ground, a loud rumble was heard. Fang Ping had cracked the ground with 1 foot. Fang Ping did not care at all. He lifted his head and looked at Old Manly. His eyes suddenly exploded with a golden glow, shouting, "Demon, show yourself." Bang! Old Manly did not hold back. He kicked Fang Ping, sending him flying. He scolded, "Demon my ass." If it were any other time, Fang Ping would have used flight step and flown up long ago if he could control it. This time, Fang Ping could not control himself. In the next moment, Fang Ping fell to the ground. A loud noise was heard again, and the ground was smashed into a huge pit. At this moment, Fang Ping's weight might have exceeded 500 caddies, or even heavier. When his bones had been honed to this stage, there had already been a qualitative change. Fang Ping did not care at all. He continued to climb out of the deep pit. He grinned, revealing his crystal-like teeth. At this moment, his teeth were no longer white, nor were they gold. Instead, they were somewhat crystal-like. After a laugh, Fang Ping suddenly said seriously, "If I kiss someone now, I'm afraid I might break their teeth in an instant." "Oldly, are we destined not to be able to get a wife?" Old Manly was stunned. "Why are you thinking of this now? Also, why do you have to use your teeth to break other people's teeth when you kiss? Are all youngsters like this nowadays?" Fang Ping was just joking. Very quickly, he ignored this point. He bared his teeth and said, "I think I can crush alloy with 1 bite now." "Absolutely." Old Manly was mentally exhausted. This kid's thinking was completely different from others. At this moment, shouldn't you be more concerned about your bones becoming golden? My head is extremely hard now. I think I can smash a rank 5 to death with my head. Boom, on this day, MCMAU's southern area was filled with endless explosions. Fong Ping's entire body was shimmering with golden light, swaggering along the way, arrogant to the extreme. The members of the discipline department of the martial arts club were all stunned, again. Furthermore, it was even more excessive than last time. Just how many places were they going to trample on? Also, why is the president glowing with a golden light? Behind him, Old Manly did not utter a word. He actually wanted to fly Fong Ping back, but Fong Ping refused. He insisted on walking on his own, saying that he wanted to control his strength. But no matter how one looked at it, it seemed like he was showing off. After walking for a while, Fong Ping shouted suddenly, "Qin Feng Qing, don't move." The next moment, a beam of golden light shot out from Fong Ping's eyes. Qin Feng Qing, who was in front of him, jumped away hurriedly, his mouth agape, unable to speak for a long time. Heavens, who can tell me what happened? Why is this guy emitting golden light? The golden light in Fong Ping's eyes radiated a few meters away. Beside him, Old Manly felt tired again. Was it worth it? Glowing would consume a lot of blood qi, alright? Fong Ping did not care about this now. The back of his head was also emitting a dazzling golden light. He looked at Qin Fengqing and said, "Don't you know how to salute when you see a golden body powerhouse?" Qin Fengqing looked at him, then at Old Manly beside him. After a while, he said in a daze, "The golden body, who is it?" Old Manly had yet to shine. "Take a guess?" "Guess your ancestors." Qin Fengqing really wanted to curse at this moment. What the F***ck was he guessing? What was wrong with this guy? He was about to collapse, not to mention Qin Fengqing. Even Song Yingji, who had just come out of the energy room to watch the show, had a dull look in his eyes. He felt like he was dreaming. What was wrong with MCMAU? Why was Fong Ping emitting golden light? It wasn't just them. Everyone who saw it was dumbfounded, and their minds almost stopped working. It would be fine if martial artists of the 3 lower ranks did not know anything. Martial artists of the 3 middle ranks generally knew what this meant. At the same time, a large number of experts flew over. Even Wu Quishan, who was recuperating, was dragged out by Huang Jing. Something big had happened. Fong Ping appeared in the southern area, his entire body glowing. When he heard the news, Huang Jing almost broke down. A few days ago, he was still chatting with Wu Quishan, saying that Fong Ping might become a rank 8 or 9 someday. In the end, this fellow really wanted to forge his golden body. Wu Quishan and Huang Jing descended from the sky. As soon as they landed, Lu Fengru, Tang Feng, and the rest quickly landed as well. Other than Lu Polu, who was still recuperating, almost all of MCMAU's higher-ups had arrived. Seeing Fong Ping's entire body glowing in golden light, Lu Fengru's eyes went blank at first. Then, without saying a word, she stepped forward, grabbed Fong Ping's neck, and used flight step to leave. The others were also dumbfounded. "We haven't even said anything yet. What's going on with you taking people away?" In midair, the golden glow on Fong Ping's body became more intense, so blinding that the people below could not see clearly. It couldn't be helped. It would be embarrassing if others saw it. Lu Fengru did not care about her reputation at all. She did this every single time, causing Old Manly to imitate her and do it a few times. How annoying! His golden light shone brightly, but Lu Fengru gritted her teeth and growled, "Put it away. I can't stop it." Fong Ping looked innocent. It was not that he could not restrain himself at all, but he had really lost control a little. Now that he was emitting golden light, even if he tried to restrain himself, it was still possible. Lu Fengru took a deep breath. Without another word, she quickly brought him to Villa number 8. As soon as they landed, Fong Ping was not careful and stepped on the doorstep, breaking it into pieces. Lu Fengru frowned slightly. Fong Ping said immediately, "I'll get someone to fix it." As for compensation and fines, it did not matter to him. He had a net worth of 10 billion now. Who cared about this? The school still owed him 10 billion. Deduct it. See when he could finish deducting it. Currently, the shares of the pill company had not been sold yet. The pill company was not listed either. He did not know if the system could not determine the value of the shares, or if it was difficult to appraise the value of the shares. Fong Ping was not in a hurry. These few days, the school had already started negotiating with the 2 major companies. If he sold it later, he could earn another few billion. Money was a small matter. Lu Fengger did not say anything. Seeing that he still wanted to step on the ground, she lifted him up again and walked into the house. As she walked, she asked, "What's going on? Can't I convert celestiality? I tried honing my skull today, and I've honed quite a lot." Lu Fengger tilted her head and looked at him. Her gaze was dangerous. "Do you think I'm an idiot? No matter how amazing you are, no matter how much celestiality you have, how could you hone your skull to this extent in one day? That rank 7 grandmasters could achieve rank 8 in 3 days, Fang Ping said innocently. It's true. I suspect that my skull was honed naturally too. It was just that it was covered in dust before. Now that I've honed it slightly, it's revived directly." Lu Fengger was suddenly speechless. Was this possibility possible? Was it possible? It was really possible. However, how was this possible? Did Fang Ping encounter all the good things in the world? Was he a mutated martial artist? No, Lu Fengger's gaze was extremely complicated. She said faintly, "Now I suspect that you're the existence of a rank 8 golden body powerhouse who revived after death." When she said that, Fang Ping was stunned. The few people who had just followed were also stunned. Wu Kuxian looked shocked. He said suddenly, "It's very possible." Huang Jing swallowed too. He said in a low voice, "How long will it take for a rank 8 to revive? Which era's powerhouse is he from? If a rank 8 golden body died in battle and the imperishable substance was not obliterated, there was a possibility of revival. As for how many years it would take, no one knew. Because it was only in theory. No one knew if a rank 8 could really be revived. But the Fang Ping now really fit all of this too well. If he was the remnant imperishable substance of a rank 8 golden body powerhouse after death, then it entered Fang Ping's mother's body and was revived. Now that he was reviving, everything could be explained: his mentality mutation, bone marrow mutation, skull mutation, and even the premature appearance of the brain nucleus, all had a perfect explanation. There was nothing more fitting than this explanation. The next moment, Old Manly said suddenly, "Mutated martial artists are all like this." In the past, everyone had not considered this point. Because the other people's mutations were all local and too few. Now, however, Fang Ping's appearance suddenly made everyone realize this point. The revival of an ancient powerhouse. Will it bring along the original memories? Are there other powerhouses like this? The few powerhouses' faces were full of shock. Almost all of them agreed with this judgment. This was the only way to explain all of this. Fang Ping, perhaps hundreds or thousands of years ago, was already a rank 8 or even a powerhouse above rank 8. The imperishable substance that year was not obliterated. As time passed, Earth's energy concentration increased, and he was reviving. The others were stunned. Fang Ping was stunned too. F*ck, the hole in her brain was so big, it was so big that if he did not have the system, he would believe it himself. What better explanation was there than this? The existence of a rank 8 reviving after death was too reasonable. Lu Fengger's brain hole was almost breaking through the sky. How did she think of this? Lu Fengger's expression kept changing. She looked at Fang Ping and said, "Do you have unfamiliar memories? Will the memories be revived with the imperishable substance?" Obviously, old Lu was convinced that he was a rank 8 resurrected powerhouse. Fang Ping looked like he was breaking down. "Yes, I have the memories of my past life. I did not have martial arts in my past life." "Do you believe me?" Wu Kuxian also said in a low voice. "Fang Ping, do you still remember the past?" Fang Ping looked innocent. After a while, he said, "I remember. In my era, rank 9s were as common as dogs. Paragons were everywhere. We even built the heavenly court. I should have been the first heavenly emperor." Smack, Lu Fengger slapped him so hard that he sank directly into the ground. She said angrily, "Even if you're a resurrected powerhouse, you definitely don't have the memories of your past life. Which powerhouse would be as unreliable as you?" The others' expressions were dark. "Were you F*** kidding me? Heavenly court, heavenly emperor?" Fang Ping looked helpless. He said gloomily, "You're all staring at me like I'm an ancient powerhouse. What can I do? I'm almost doubting myself. Am I really an ancient powerhouse resurrected? After what you said, I'm going home to go to the hospital with my parents to do a paternity test." Old Manly said faintly, a paternity test might not be useful. At your level, you've been reborn. Actually, you've already changed your original body. Fang Ping was stunned again. Was there such a thing? Wu Kuishan did not care about him anymore. He said in a low voice, I'm going to report to the higher-ups and continue looking for mutated martial artists. If our guess is right, that means that these mutated martial artists are very likely to achieve rank 8 in no time. Or even higher. Fang Ping heard that and his eyes moved. He said quickly, Vice-Chancellor, are you sure that rank 8 can be resurrected? Wu Kuishan frowned. It's hard to say. The imperishable substance does have many functions, including regrowing broken limbs. We can do it by consuming a certain amount of imperishable substance. Of course, it's also difficult to recover imperishable substance. If we can regrow broken limbs, why can't other things? It's not a baseless guess that rank 8 can be resurrected. It's because of the series of performances of the imperishable substance that we came to this conclusion. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. If that's the case, it's possible that these mutated martial artists are powerhouses resurrected? Vice-Chancellor, why don't we look for some too and recruit them to MCMAU? We'll nurture more rank 8 and 9 powerhouses. Whether it was true or not, mutated martial artists were very strong. This was a fact. Yao Qingjun, Wang Jinyang, Li Hansong. Who was not a powerhouse? Wu Kuishan shook his head slightly. It's very difficult to find them. If it's that easy, there wouldn't be only a few of you now. Many people only experienced these changes after they started cultivating. Wang Jinyang was discovered because he honed his bones extremely quickly after he reached rank 1. Li Hansong was about the same. Yao Qingjun reached rank 4 and suddenly released his mentality. That's why people noticed the difference. As for you, Wu Kuishan did not know what to say. Kid, you change every day. You mutate every day. We're almost confused by you. At this moment, the powerhouses all had complicated expressions on their faces. Old Manly stared at Fang Ping. After a while, he said, Kid, are you really a few thousand years old? Then, aren't you much older than me? Yes, I'm the ancestor of mankind. Bang, this time, Old Manly did not hold back. With a slap, he sunk deeper into the ground, leaving only half of his body on the ground. The others did not care about him. He deserved to be beaten to death. Huang Jing chatted with the others for a while. Suddenly, he said with some resentment, if that's the case, maybe, he can really achieve rank 8 quickly? As soon as he said that, everyone's heart was bleeding. Was rank 8 so simple? They had cultivated for so many years. Were they really going to be surpassed by this kid in no time? Lu Fengru suddenly felt a little tired. She said weakly, get lost. Don't appear in front of me for the time being. When she saw Fang Ping, she really wanted to beat him to death. I'm about to break down because of the breakthrough. You, on the other hand, have it easy. Today, your bone marrow mutates. Tomorrow, your skull mutates. I'm so angry that my heart hurts. Fang Ping was speechless. Did you bring me on a flight just to say a few words? Are you sure that I'm an ancient powerhouse resurrected? Fang Ping did not waste any more words. He crawled out from the ground, leaving behind deep pits along the way. He sighed and said, I can't believe I've become the ancestor of mankind. Don't tell me I have to look for my descendants in the future? Who knows, my acquaintances might become my descendants for countless generations. How embarrassing. The faces of everyone behind him darkened. However, if the speculation was true, it might not be impossible. That would be really embarrassing. After leaving the teacher's dormitory area, Fang Ping suddenly laughed out loud. These old men and old women were about to break down, right? But the speculation might not be wrong. Could it be that old Wang and the rest are really ancient powerhouses? Shaking his head, Fang Ping dared not think about it anymore. Recently, as he got to know more information and understood more things, he was about to break down now. I don't care about them. Anyway, my ability has become much stronger again. After adapting to the current changes and further refining his combat techniques, Fang Ping felt that he could really beat up a rank 5 without any pressure. If he encountered a rank 6, he could also fight it out. If the other party did not unleash their full strength, they might not be a match for him. Right, I can also cultivate Old Man Li's fake golden body cultivation method. Maybe I'll be able to cultivate it soon. When the time comes, although my Xianxia gate is not sealed, I might not be weaker than a peak rank 6. As he walked, Fang Ping returned to the students' dormitory area. At the same time, Qin Fengqing had just returned from the southern area. When he saw Fang Ping, Qin Fengqing turned around and left without another word. Now when he saw Fang Ping, he felt very sad. Fang Ping did not care. He said loudly, "Sigh, cultivation is so fast. So troublesome. If I don't restrain myself, I might really become a rank 8 tomorrow. It's too fast." At this moment, the students passing by felt so inferior that they wanted to crawl into a hole. Qin Fengqing's pace was much faster. His face was purple. "If you continue to be arrogant, I've decided. Today, I'll apply to be a commander in Nanjiang, of course." Deep down, he was really a little envious. Why exactly? This kid's ability was increasing even when he was eating and drinking. There was really no way to live like this. Not long after Fang Ping returned to his dormitory, Wu Quishan still decided to report to the higher-ups. The rank 8 powerhouse reported the news. Very soon, the news was passed to the center. Mutated martial artist, suspected to be the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse. When this speculation came out, even the higher-ups were shocked to the extreme. No one had ever thought of this kind of speculation and judgment before. Before this, there were not many people who were mutated martial artists. Moreover, these people's family backgrounds were clean. They were all born and raised by their parents. That was an undeniable fact. If it was a mutated martial artist who appeared out of nowhere, perhaps these powerhouses would still consider it in this direction. But the point was not, however, MCMAU also reported some things about Fang Ping, about his mutation process. Now, even the higher-ups were starting to believe it. It was really like the reincarnation of a powerhouse. Could it be that rank 8 and above could really be resurrected? If that was really the case, then some things would be complicated. At this moment, Fang Ping did not care about this. They could guess whatever they wanted. At most, there would be more supervision. On the surface, he did not do anything illegal. In the catacombs, supervision was useless. At this moment, Fang Ping remembered that there was still something he had not added. After returning to his dormitory, Fang Ping quickly began to expand his storage space. After a while, Fang Ping stopped expanding. At this moment, his data changed again. Wealth, 2 billion, converted, vitality, 1000 calories, 4600 calories, mentality, 590 Hz, 825 Hz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 26 bones, 90%, 3 bones, 30% plus, storage space, 4 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute. It's too expensive. Fang Ping added it 3 times. Each time he added 1 cubic meter of space, it consumed 500 million wealth. After 3 times, Fang Ping completely gave up on continuing to add more. 1 cubic meter cost 500 million. This price was shockingly expensive. It's a pity I can't make it. Otherwise, if I can really turn it into a storage ring, 1 cubic meter in size, I can sell it for more than 500 million, right? Powerhouses were all very rich. If there was really storage equipment that could be carried around, Fang Ping had no doubt that even grandmasters would fight to the death for it. After using up his wealth, he could add another 18 cubic meters. That would be 22 cubic meters in size. This was not a small space. 11 meters long, 2 meters wide, 1 meter tall. This kind of space was comparable to a standard small-sized container. I can't be too wasteful. Moreover, I said that the Celestiality Cultivation Room is going to open soon. I can't really rely on old Huang and the rest. This was suggested by Fang Ping. It would be a little too much to ask Huang Jing and the rest to keep supplying it. If Fang Ping did not suggest it, these grandmasters would rarely do this. After all, they also needed to cultivate. If the consumption was too high, they would not be able to bear it. 4 cubic meters is enough. I can even store 4 tons of water. Fang Ping did not care about the storage space anymore. Instead, he was thinking about his next arrangements. There was still some time to deal with the school's matters. He also needed to cultivate, at least until middle stage rank 5. After that, he had to think about the next catacombs. Magic City Catacombs. Of course, at this stage, Fang Ping did not plan to do anything big. He was also waiting until Old Man Li achieved rank 8, waiting for Lu Fengru and Tang Feng to break through, waiting for Lu Polu to recover from his injuries. The explosive growth of mentality and vitality, as well as the recovery of golden bones, required a lot of time to get used to and control. However, Fang Ping's ability was much stronger than before. The stronger his ability, the easier it was to adapt. After spending close to 200 million wealth without caring about the cost, Fang Ping spent 5 days to get used to all of this. In these 5 days, not only did Fang Ping adapt to the explosive growth of his ability, but he also had a huge breakthrough in honing his internal organs. His 5 organs had been completely honed to the limit. In terms of the 6 organs, his stomach, large and small intestines, and gallbladder were also completely honed. At this moment, only his bladder and a few internal organs had not been honed. In a few days, Fang Ping could officially complete the honing of his internal organs and officially enter middle stage rank 5. As for Wang Jinyang and the others who broke through at about the same time as him, they might still need some time. In the cultivation room, Fang Ping checked the changes in his data again. Wealth, 9 billion, converted, vitality, 2,450 calories, 4,699 calories, mentality, 650 Hz, 829 Hz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 26 bones, 90%, 3 bones, 30% plus, storage space, 4 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute vitality and mentality have increased a little. There are only 3 bones left in the skull that haven't been honed. Fang Ping calculated. After the last 3 bones of the skull were honed, there might be another stage change. The current him might not be able to withstand another transformation. For the remaining 3 bones, he planned to wait until his flesh and meridians were honed. In other words, when he reached peak rank 5, he would try to completely activate the transformation of golden bones. In terms of combat techniques, I haven't been cultivating much. I really need to put in more effort. Fang Ping had a plan in his mind. Now, he actually knew many combat techniques. Manic Explosion, Royal Decapitation, Vajra Fist, Maha Fist, Flight Step, as well as some basic combat techniques and Puncturing Kick. Including the special secret technique Blood Arrow Method and Old Man Li's Sword Nurturing Technique. The 2 saber techniques and the 2 fist techniques were actually of the same origin. And the advantage of the same origin of combat techniques was that it could be combined internally and externally, cultivating it as one combat technique. Middle-ranked combat techniques focused on the external, while high-ranked combat techniques focused on the internal. With both internal and external cultivation, there was no need to cultivate them separately anymore. In that case, it's actually saber techniques, fist techniques, and footwork techniques, plus a few secret techniques. Fang Ping was not prepared to give up on these secret techniques. It was the same for the blood arrow technique. Although it was only a medium-grade combat technique, in fact, even those level 7 Supreme Power Masters could be killed by a sneak attack as long as their faces were not completely tempered. His footwork is not bad, but his other skills are lacking. Fang Ping summarized the results of his cultivation. Ever since he entered rank 4 and then rank 5, he had improved too quickly at this stage. In mid-August, he had just entered the 4th rank, and by December, he was already at the 5th rank. It had only been slightly more than 4 months since he became a middle-ranked. During this period of time, he had been catching up on his cultivation progress. Indeed, he did not pay much attention to combat techniques. In the catacombs, he mainly focused on escaping. Defeating the enemy did not depend on the strength of his combat techniques, but on his physique, vitality, mentality, secret techniques, and many other aspects of crushing. If someone had the same foundation as Fang Ping, such as Qin Feng Qing, his combat techniques cultivation was actually not bad. If his foundation was the same as Fang Ping's, Fang Ping might not really be his opponent. I can't always rely on my strong foundation to suppress others. If I really encounter a martial artist like me, I'll still be crushed. If Wang Jinyang and the others also mutate a little more, I really won't be able to defeat them. Fang Ping shook his head. This was not an unwarranted worry. According to Lu Fengru and the other speculations, these people might mutate a little more. If that was really the case, it would be embarrassing if their combat techniques were more profound than his. Just as he was planning how to cultivate next, there was a knock on the door outside. Fang Ping tidied up briefly and stepped out of the cultivation room. He did not open the door, but the door opened automatically. Fu Changding, who was standing outside the door, saw that there was no one behind the door. Fang Ping was still sitting on the sofa. He was slightly stunned, then smiled bitterly. Mentality? Yes. Fang Ping nodded slightly. Fu Changding's face was full of envy. There was no way to compare. Look, he did not even need to get up to open the door. Have a seat. What made you think of coming to my place today? The two of them actually lived opposite each other, but recently, everyone had been cultivating. It was not just Fang Ping. Fu Changding and the others were under too much pressure. Nowadays, they were studying hard day and night. These days, Fu Changding had been staying in the energy cultivation room and did not come out much. This guy had also made up his mind this time. He did not ask for money from his family, but went to borrow 3,000 credits himself. There were not many martial artists who dared to borrow so many credits in one go. Fu Changding took a breath and sat on the sofa. He thought for a while and said, I just came back from the Martial Arts Society. You haven't been there these few days, so I brought you some news. What is it? It's about Nanjiang. Brother Zhang Yu and President Liang also rushed over 2 days ago. Yesterday, some of President Xia's group came out. Fang Ping perked up and asked, how's the situation? Fu Changding frowned slightly and said, those who came out were teachers and students who were injured. This time, many people were injured. Although Nanjiang's catacombs has not started a war between high ranks, many battles between middle ranks and low ranks have broken out. Some of the martial artists who went in have also died. Nanjiang's local middle-ranked martial artists have died more than 10 this time. On our side, Fang Ping's expression was solemn. People died? Not really. Before they left, everyone brought a lot of resurrection pills, but a few of them were seriously injured. It had to be said that the outcome was different whether one had money or not. Many martial artists, because they did not have life-saving pills, lost their lives after their internal organs were seriously injured before they could be treated. Although Nanjiang had also bought a lot of pills, there were many people. It was good enough for everyone to get one resurrection pill. However, in the catacombs, one might not be enough. Fang Ping heard that and breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that they're not dead. Are the injured people back? These few days, he had been adapting to the situation and did not have time to pay attention to these things. They're back, but Dean Luo and the others are still inside. As he said that, Fu Changding laughed and said, Xianxia is still inside and hasn't come out. However, the seniors who came out said that she's fine. Also, Xianxia is very powerful now. In the catacombs, she's called the Fairy Sword. 2 days ago, she killed 7 to 8 martial artists above upper stage rank 3 with one sword. Her? Fang Ping was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled faintly and said, that's normal. After all, she's a martial artist who is close to being thrice-honed. Her vitality is stronger, she has more pills on her, and her weapon is good. After a few words, Fang Ping did not continue. Fu Changding saw this and found it funny. He said, aren't you worried at all? None of your business. Fu Changding chuckled. After a while, he did not continue to tease him and said, also, Dean Luo had people bring a lot of energy stones. Fu Changding said excitedly, I heard that they went down this time and dug up 7 to 8 small mineral veins. Dean Luo wants to sell these energy stones to the university at half price. Fang Ping shook his head and said, there's no need for that. We'll take what we deserve. Everyone risked their lives to get it. The university's purchase price is not high to begin with. Moreover, if we sell it to the students have to pay too. The university won't profit from the difference. After saying that, Fang Ping said, that's good too. I was worried that the consumption of energy stones is too high. I'm afraid it won't last long. Now that we have an income, we can last for a while longer. Fu Chongding heard this and nodded, then hesitated slightly. Fang Ping was not surprised. He smiled and said, "Say it. What's the matter?" Fu Chongding did not come looking for him just to tell him this news. Otherwise, when Fang Ping came out of closed-door cultivation, someone would report to him very soon. Two things. Fu Chongding did not hesitate anymore and said, "First, it can be considered as half business and half personal. I have an older brother. He's 32 years old this year, early stage rank 5. He's also considered a genius martial artist. He's been working in Capital City's Department of Investigation Services. However, there aren't many missions in Capital City's Department of Investigation Services and there aren't many things to do. My brother mentioned it to me 2 days ago, so I mentioned that MCMAU is recruiting instructors." Fang Ping said with a faint smile, "Your grandfather is working in Capital City Martial Arts University." Fu Chongding laughed. "Does that matter? My grandfather is my grandfather. I'm still studying in MCMAU. Just tell me, are you recruiting or not?" "Of course. Rank 5s aren't cabbages. If your brother is willing to come to MCMAU, MCMAU welcomes him. Just go through the normal procedures. It just so happens that in a few months, the next batch of new students will enter the university. Right now, I'm still worried that the number of instructors in the university is too low." As he said that, Fang Ping said, "What's the second thing?" "I want to go to Nanjiang." Fang Ping raised his eyebrows and said thoughtfully, "You've just entered upper stage rank 3. Upper stage rank 3 isn't considered weak." Fu Chongding took a deep breath and said, "In the past, early stage rank 3 martial artists would enter the catacombs. Because of your opinion, early stage rank 3 martial artists in MCMAU are all cultivating now. They don't go into the Magic City catacombs anymore. I'm already upper stage rank 3 now. Until now, I've only entered the Magic City catacombs once when I was rank 2, and it wasn't even for a few days. Zhao Lei and Xianxia have just entered upper stage rank 3. Since they're fine, I think I'll be fine too. Moreover, even if something happens, it's not a big deal. Martial artists can't always hide behind and cultivate. This doesn't fit the original intention, sure." Fang Ping did not try to persuade him anymore. He nodded and said, "Be careful. When you're there, listen to Dean Luo's arrangements. I won't say anything else." Also. Yang Xiaoman is going too, her? Fang Ping suddenly frowned. "She's only middle stage rank 3, isn't she? She broke through upper stage yesterday." "Just broke through, Fang Ping, we're all martial artists. We have our own paths. I know you're thinking about our safety, but it might not be beneficial to keep cultivating in the university. It might be better to go out and experience blood and adventure." Fu Chongding's expression was a little complicated. "You're already rank 5, and we're still rank 3. To be honest, we're not used to it either. Now that a storm is coming, we low-ranked martial artists still have the opportunity to train before a full-scale war breaks out. Once a full-scale war breaks out, people like us might not even have the chance to train alone." Fang Ping was silent for a moment. "Besides you guys, is there anyone else?" "There are a few. They want to go too." Fang Ping exhaled and nodded slightly. "Fine. I'm just the president of the Martial Arts Society, not your parents. Since you guys have this desire, then I won't stop you. If you want to go, then go. Everyone go to the logistics department to get a resurrection pill. It's a free gift." "Thank you. It's what we should do. Come back alive. Don't be an idiot and rush forward even if you meet a middle-ranked martial artist." Fu Chongding could not help but laugh. "We're not idiots. It's just training. We're not going to die." The two of them chatted for a while. Fu Chongding did not stay for long. He still had to inform the others. They would leave for Nanjiang together tomorrow. The Nanjiang catacombs was about to be fully opened. The passageway was about to be completely stabilized. When the time came, there would be many people entering. Now that there were fewer people, they could go in and reap more benefits. After sending Fu Chongding off, someone else came in not long after. Old Manly entered the door. This time, without saying a word, he carried Fang Ping and walked out. Fang Ping was speechless. He could not help but ask, "Instructor, what's wrong? You still have the nerve to ask? What's wrong?" Old Man Li's saliva almost sprayed on his face. He said impatiently, "You were the one who suggested the celestiality cultivation room. Now, you've thrown everything on Old Man Huang's head. Old Man Huang has been providing celestiality over there for the past few days. Now, his mentality has been exhausted, and the supply of celestiality has been cut off. Tell me, aren't you embarrassed?" Rank 7 Grandmaster powerhouses who had just entered Rank 7 had mentality around 1000 Hz. However, Huang Jing had entered Rank 7 for some time. His mentality was around 1500 Hz. According to the theoretical extreme conversion, 10 Hz mentality plus 100 calories vitality could convert 1 C celestiality. Vitality was not a big problem for Grandmasters. The main problem was mentality. Of course, it was very difficult to achieve the theoretical upper limit of energy conversion. At least 50% more would be wasted. In other words, even if Huang Jing exhausted his mentality, he could only convert about 100 C celestiality. The recovery speed of mentality was really not considered fast. Even if high-ranked powerhouses fought under normal circumstances, they would still mainly rely on vitality force. When celestiality battled, it was only at a critical juncture. With Huang Jing's ability, even if he could use mentality-vitality fusion to nourish it with vitality, it would be difficult for him to recover completely without 8 to 10 days. They also needed to cultivate, and Grandmasters actually had their own tasks. These few days, Huang Jing's mentality was exhausted. He had no choice but to stop supplying. If 100 C celestiality was supplied to a rank 6 alone, it could actually be consumed for quite a long time. The key was that MCMAU had more than one rank 6 here. In addition to Old Manly, who shamelessly leached celestiality to cultivate, it was used up in a few days. Huang Jing was not doing it anymore. The old man was still sulking. Especially when he met Li Chongqing, this shameless guy, who leached celestiality every day. Huang Jing was about to explode. Old Manly wanted to cultivate again today. In the end, he realized that there was no more. He had no choice but to catch Fang Ping as a coolie. As for Wu Kuxian, he went into closed-door cultivation again. He was too embarrassed to drag him out. Fang Ping heard that and was slightly surprised. He said, "Vice-Chancellor Huang's stamina is too bad, isn't it?" It had only been a few days. Huang Jing had been rank 7 for a long time. Fang Ping did not ask in detail how rank 7 was divided. Thinking about it, Huang Jing was probably in the middle or later stage of rank 7. Come on. It's really hard to recover mentality quickly when it's depleted. What do you know? Old Manly scolded. Did he think that everyone was like him? Even rank 7 powerhouses could not recover so easily. Moreover, he could not really deplete it completely. If he encountered an emergency and his mentality was depleted, even Grandmasters would be in trouble. Fang Ping pursed his lips and calculated in his heart. He condensed 1 C celestiality now. If he were to convert it, he would need to spend 1 million wealth points. If it was 100 C, that would be 110 million. As for a rank 7 Grandmaster like Huang Jing, under the condition that he did not consume too much, he could probably provide a full supply twice a month. That would be 200 C. 220 million wealth points. Whether it would consume 220 million wealth points or bind a rank 7 Grandmaster for a month, the price-performance ratio was hard to judge at the moment. Fang Ping thought about this and said, "How about this? I'll provide the celestiality cultivation room with 500 C celestiality every month, but the school has to pay me 1 billion. Old Manly shot him a look. The hand that was strangling his neck tightened. He gritted his teeth and said, "Can't you ask for less? At most, I'll compensate you with some pills and energy stones. That's enough. Do you really have to earn a sum?" He did not need to ask to know that Fang Ping had made a profit. However, 500 C still shocked Old Manly a little. The rank 7 Huang Jing and the rank 8 Wu Kuxian added together could probably only provide this much in a month. Of course, that was under the condition that they still had an appropriate combat strength. As for Fang Ping, he was a rank 5, but he could actually provide the same effect as a rank 7 and a rank 8. This kid was a little scary. Fang Ping complained incessantly, "Instructor, it's really not expensive. The key is that I consume a lot of energy and have to bear the power of the backlash. 500C should be enough. Currently, there are only about 30 rank SIXS in our school. Not everyone will cultivate every day. When the free time is used up, they have to pay in cash or credits. When the time comes, we'll charge a little more. I think it won't be difficult to earn it back. Moreover, even if you have money, you might not be able to make grandmasters go all out to be your cultivation supply. Is this the logic? If you ask for 1 billion a month now, can you hire 3 rank 7 grandmasters to go all out to be your energy supply for a month? Nonsense. Of course I can. Old Manly said impatiently, do you think that grandmasters can really earn a lot of money? Grandmasters also need to cultivate, and the consumption is huge. They don't have a high demand for pills, but their demand for energy stones is not small. If you really want to spend 1,300 million a month, I guarantee that I can definitely hire them. 300 million a month, 6 billion a year. Of course, grandmasters also need to cultivate. Excluding cultivation and mission time, it was not a big problem to take half a year out of a year. That would be 1.8 billion a year. 1.8 billion a year. Even grandmasters could not have such a harvest. Grandmasters are so cheap? Fang Ping said with a look of surprise, I don't have money. The next trip to the catacombs, get lost. Old Manly cursed. He could gain something just by going to the catacombs. Many grandmasters went to the catacombs and did not gain anything. It was normal for them to come back covered in injuries. Grandmaster powerhouses would also be targeted when they went to the catacombs. They would attract more attention than middle and low ranks. Then 800 million, 300 million. That's at most. Fang Ping's face darkened instantly. He would have to pay for it. Now, his consumption for converting celestiality was 10 times the normal state. If it was the normal conversion rate, forget 300 million, he would do it even if it was 100 million. However, the point was that he would need to spend 550 million wealth for 500C. Instructor, my consumption is really huge. Celestiality doesn't come out of thin air. I also need to use up a lot of energy stones. I'm only doing this for the sake of MCMAU. How about this, 700 million? I won't do it if it's any less, 500 million, at most. Otherwise, the school won't be able to bear such a price. Old Manly was not telling the truth. 500 million for 500C was equivalent to letting Huang Jing work for 5 months. Huang Jing only provided about 100C this time. He needed to recover for the rest of the time and was busy with other things. 100 million for a grandmaster to do it once was actually very worth it. After all, even if a grandmaster provided celestiality, there would still be consumption. They might not be able to earn much. 600 million. Don't bargain anymore. If you bargain anymore, I won't do it. I won't even be the University Council Secretary General anymore. Fang Ping shook his head again. This was the limit. At least let him earn a little. Moreover, he might not earn anything. He was not lying. If he provided a lot of celestiality, he would suffer from the backlash. He would have to spend some wealth to heal later. At the end of the day, he would only break even. Seeing Fang Ping's determination, Old Manly glanced at him. Finally, he nodded and said, then I'll ask the others later. But 600 million, in a year, that's 7.2 billion. This price, Old Manly sighed softly. It was still too expensive. If these rank 6 martial artists did not gain anything, then it would be a big loss. Of course, rank 6 martial artists who cultivated would have to pay something after the free time. The school would not subsidize too much, but there would definitely be 2 to 3 billion. Fortunately, the situation was different now. Otherwise, MCMAU would not be able to afford so much subsidy. Seeing that Old Manly had agreed, Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Some things still needed to ask for the opinions of these powerhouses. It was good that he had agreed. Otherwise, even if it was provided for free, he could not afford it. It would cost hundreds of millions of wealth points every month. Unless one day he had so much wealth that he could not spend it all, it was not a long-term business to just keep it for free. After discussing this matter, Fang Ping thought of the cultivation of a golden body. He said, "Teacher, tell me about the cultivation method of that half-golden body. I'll try cultivating it and see if I can create a half-golden body." Old Man Li did not approve of it in the past. But now, Fang Ping had even forged his golden bones. Old Man Li pondered for a moment and said, "Settle the celestiality matter first. I'll talk to you later." Okay. The celestiality cultivation room was also at the energy room. In reality, there was not much difference between the two. It was just that a few of the previous cultivation rooms had been specially modified. Celestiality was more overbearing than normal energy. The surrounding walls were slightly strengthened. When Fang Ping arrived, many rank 6 martial artists were waiting, including a few deans. Seeing Fang Ping, the dean of the School of Social Sciences, Chen Zhenhua said immediately, "Fang Ping, can you provide celestiality or not?" "You said before," Fang Ping said with a serious expression. "Dean Chen, will a man say no?" Chen Zhenhua was stunned at first, then he almost wanted to slap him to death. "I'm talking about serious business." Fang Ping did not continue this topic. What did a bunch of old men know? "Dean Chen, does a peak rank 6 like you consume a lot of celestiality?" Chen Zhenhua pondered. "Actually, the main reason we consume celestiality is to experience the composition of celestiality, to stimulate changes in ourselves, and to achieve mentality-vitality fusion. The consumption is actually not too high, but no matter how sealed the cultivation room is, there will still be energy consumption. Actually, when we are inside, we will consume. If it is provided to me alone, it will consume at least about 10 C a day." Song Yingji said from the side, "Martial artists like us who have not reached peak rank 6 actually consume more." Fang Ping was a little surprised. Song Yingji explained, "Actually, we are all trying to use celestiality to seal the Sanjiao gate. If the Sanjiao gate is not sealed, the energy consumption will be faster." Song Yingji said, "Of course, because our body strength is not as strong as peak rank 6, in summary, the time we stay is shorter, but it will consume about 10 C. In other words, in a day, everyone consumes 10 C. There are about 30 rank SIXS in our school, that's 300 C a day." Before Fang Ping could finish, Chen Zhenhua said, "That's not it. We can't stay in there all the time. If we stay for a long time, it won't be effective, and our bodies won't be able to take it. Under normal circumstances, once every 5 days is actually enough. If it is a month, 5 or 6 times will do. That means one person will consume about 50 C." As Fang Ping said that, he thought for a moment and said, "I can only provide about 500 C, which is to meet the cultivation needs of 10 people. Chen Zhenhua didn't wait for him to finish and said happily, "That's enough. You can really cultivate this daily. Come here twice a month, then we can all take turns to cultivate." "Fang Ping, can you really do it?" 500 luan of heaven and earth energy did not sound like much. However, if he were to really unleash 500 C of celestiality, it would be equivalent to a peak rank 8 powerhouse unleashing his full power, exhausting all the power in one strike. That day, Old Man Li's sword move that killed a rank 8 was actually about the same intensity as 500 C celestiality outburst, maybe slightly higher. If it was a vitality force outburst, it would be an explosive force of 250,000 calories to 300,000 calories. A rank 6 powerhouse would not be able to unleash such a powerful force. The upper limit of a normal peak rank 6 powerhouse was 10,000 cal. Old Man Li's explosive power had exceeded his limit by more than 10 times, in fact, it was more than 10 times. Even a rank 6 could not achieve a complete outburst of vitality force. Old Man Li had nurtured his sword for many years. It was unleashed after the longevity sword and his own half-golden body were shattered. He himself could not withstand this kind of intense outburst and exploded completely. If this kind of big move was not targeted at a person but a city, then the power of Old Man Li's sword that day would be enough to flatten a small district that was a few hundred acres in size, making it disappear completely. Compared to the destructive power of those high-yield nuclear bombs, it was naturally not as good. However, if it could be done continuously, it could completely flatten a city in a short period of time. Of course, Old Manly could not do it now. Even Wu Quishan found it hard to do it. Rank 9 powerhouses, however, could do this. Hence, Rank 9 was also an extremely terrifying existence. Once this kind of powerhouse battle appeared in the sky above the city, forget about mentality pressure, just the aftermath of the battle alone was enough to destroy a city. As for the stronger Rank 9 Paragon, Fang Ping could not determine the other party's strength. However, Fang Ping guessed that these Paragon powerhouses might be able to destroy a city easily. If a battle between multiple Rank 9 Paragon powerhouses broke out, a large province might turn into a lake. While Qin Zhenhua was in shock, Fang Ping was also thinking about these. As he thought about it, Fang Ping's expression suddenly changed slightly. Lake, Forbidden Sea, it was impossible, the Forbidden Sea was boundless. Could it be that it was really man-made? If it was really so, it would be too scary. Could a Rank 9 Paragon do it? Maybe they could. After all, he did not understand the power of a Rank 9 Paragon. However, even if they could, such a huge Forbidden Sea was present in all the catacombs. It might not be something that 1 or 2 Rank 9 Paragons could do. Dozens of them? Or hundreds of them? Fang Ping did not dare to think about it anymore. He exhaled and said quickly, in the future, after the free time, every time you cultivate for a day, you will need to pay 500 credits. Everyone's expression changed slightly, but they did not say anything. 500 credits was really not considered low. In other words, it was extremely expensive. However, at the rank 6 stage, everyone was actually working hard towards the Grandmaster level. If it was twice a month, 1,000 credits would be consumed. Whether it was worth it or not, it would depend on whether there were any gains. Everyone did not say anything. Fang Ping felt that it was not considered a lot. Consuming 10C, that would be 11 million wealth. Collecting 500 credits was just slightly more. It was not for himself anyway. The main reason was that he was afraid that the school would bear too much. These rank SIXS gains from entering the catacombs were actually not small. The matter was settled. Fang Ping did not delay. He could not condense 500C of celestiality in one go. Moreover, if he condensed too much at one go, it would dissipate easily, resulting in unnecessary waste. Fang Ping condensed about 5C in one go. He poured it into the funnel 10 times in a row. At this moment, Fang Ping's hand was already a bloody mess, revealing his golden bones. That's it then. In the future, I will come once every 3 days. Fang Ping shook his hand casually. His flesh was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, everyone who was watching was a little envious. This kid's recovery ability was also extremely strong. Qin Zhenhua nodded and said, once every 3 days is enough. If you really can't take it anymore, it's okay if you do it a few times less. Fang Ping smiled and said, we'll see. Actually, I still hope that the instructors can have some gains, especially Dean Chen and the rest. If you can achieve the stage of mentality-vitality fusion, then MCMAU will really prosper. Today, in MCMAU, other than my instructor, Dean Li, and Dean Tang, there are still 4 peak rank 6 people. The few of you have all become grandmasters. Then the number of grandmasters in MCMAU will reach 10. MCMAU's strength was extremely strong. Peak rank 6 meant that they had sealed off their Sanjiao gate. This was not something everyone could do. In NMAU, there were only 2 people who had sealed their Sanjiao gate, and even these 2 people had not reached the stage of mentality-vitality fusion. In other words, if Qin Zhenhua and the others went to NMAU now, they could all become vice-chancellors. If they went to other non-professional martial arts universities, they could also become vice-chancellors. These people were also the ones Fang Ping felt had the highest chance of becoming a grandmaster. Qin Zhenhua and the dean of the School of Production smiled bitterly at the same time. Grandmasters were not that simple. The few of them chatted for a while. Fang Ping did not want to disturb everyone's cultivation. He was just about to leave when he realized that Old Man Li was also heading toward the cultivation room. He could not help but ask, Instructor Li, you're not leaving? Old Manly said in surprise, I'm cultivating. At the side, Chen Zhenhua's expression changed again and again. Suddenly, he said, Dean Li, why don't you not go in? We'll consume 10 LUN, but I'm afraid you'll consume more than 30 LUN. Aren't you able to condense heaven and earth energy? Old Man Li's face fell. I can't, okay, he was still lacking in the ability to release his mental energy. How could he condense it? It was precisely because he could not, that he came to cultivate. However, at this time, he was too embarrassed to say this. The few grandmasters knew that he had not achieved rank 8, but the others did not. Now, he could not change his words. Old Manly coughed dryly and said vaguely, I'm just afraid that celestiality is too dense, and you guys can't handle it. I'm helping you guys to share the burden. Everyone stared at him. Are you really not embarrassed to say this? Old Manly was helpless. Forget it. If you don't want to freeload, then don't. I'll cultivate on my own, okay. Walking out of the cultivation room, Fang Ping looked along the way and saw many students walking toward the energy room. He sighed. Full of youthful energy. MCMAU today is getting better and better. It's not like when I first entered the school. Forget about the energy room, I had to save up for a normal vitality pill. Are you bragging about yourself? How could I? Fang Ping smiled. I'm just telling the truth. Oh right, how's Vice-Chancellor Huang's sale of the shares? Old Manly frowned slightly and said, it's a little difficult. Both major companies have expressed that these shares were given to MCMAU for free back then. If MCMAU wants to sell them, that's fine too. They'll have to take back all 5 billion. Fang Ping's expression turned cold. He humphed. In your dreams. Old Manly nodded and said, there's no hurry. Let's wait for old Lu and old Wu to recover first. By then, Lu Fengru will probably break through soon. At that time, he would hold a Grandmaster banquet and invite the two major companies. Invite more Grandmasters who have graduated from MCMAU. Don't make it too stiff. Show them what you've got. If Lu Fengru also broke through, including him, who was a dabbler, it would be 5 Grandmasters. If he invited another 7 or 8 Grandmasters who had graduated from MCMAU, that would be more than 10. These people were all on MCMAU's side. The two major companies also had to consider whether or not to persist. Right now, Huang Jing was only testing the waters. Everyone was waiting. Fang Ping did not say anything more. He still had the patience to wait for a few months. Let's just wait and see. As they spoke, Fang Ping and Old Manly arrived at MCMAU's old district. Some of the old people were chatting outside. Seeing the two of them, almost everyone was smiling. Nowadays, MCMAU's days were getting better. These old people who had given their lives to MCMAU were also in a good mood, greeting them one after another. Fang Ping also laughed and chatted with the old people for a while. These old MCMAU people might be sick or injured now. Some of their abilities were even completely crippled. However, it was because of these people that MCMAU was what it was today. Toward these old martial artists, Fang Ping had always treated them with respect. He was less of a profiteer. After chatting for a while, Fang Ping walked toward Old Man Li's courtyard. He said in a low voice, Instructor, some of these instructors were rank 5 or 6 powerhouses back then. It's just that they're sick or injured. Do you think life essence can heal them? Old Man Li's expression was solemn. It's good that you have this intention, but don't do anything rash. It's too dangerous. Last time, it was all luck. Luck doesn't come often. If you're a rank 9 now, then I'll definitely support you to snatch some back. But you're not, so don't think too much about it. Old Joe and the others are all sick and injured now. It's not necessarily a bad thing. If they were healthy, who knows how many of them would still be alive now. There were about 30 to 40 old martial artists in the old section. These people, when they were not injured back then, were almost all middle ranks. There were even 5 to 6 rank SIXS. If they were really healed, then MCMAU's strength would once again increase by a large margin. Moreover, these old martial artists had deep feelings for MCMAU. For MCMAU, they would not even blink if they were to die in battle. Fang Ping actually wanted to heal them, but he thought about it. Life essence was really hard to get. If the big willow tree did not open the passageway back then, he would not have been able to get it at all. Fang Ping's eyes flickered slightly. He said in a low voice, "We'll see. Maybe we can try to cripple a few more rank 7 and 8 martial artists in Skygate City. When that happens, Skygate City might open the Fountain of Life. I just don't know if that big tree in Skygate City has this thing." Old Manly did not say anything. Yes, that was for sure. It was just a matter of how many. Skygate City definitely did not have as many as gigantic Willow City. This was inevitable. In recent years, when both sides fought, it was not uncommon for high ranks to be injured. Skygate City's consumption was not low. After entering the house, Fang Ping glanced around. The house was very deserted. It was not dirty, but there were almost no decorations. There was a television in the living room, and it was the antique kind. Who knew how many years Old Manly had not changed the television? The sofa was not made of leather either. It was made of wood. The red paint had even peeled off. Compared to Lu Fenger's villa, Old Manly's place really had the style of an ascetic. Old Manly did not care about him. He walked straight into the house, saying as he walked, "This golden body cultivation method of mine is actually just tinkering with it blindly, turning my flesh and meridians into a golden body." Back then, my mentality was injured. After cultivating to peak rank 6, I had almost nothing else to do. I had the time to ponder over this. As he said that, Old Manly took out a pile of drafts. Yes, drafts. He did not systematically organize them at all to make a secret manual. He just recorded some of his cultivation methods, insights, and processes. However, he kept them quite intact. After asking Fang Ping to sit down, Old Manly explained, "When I was cultivating, my flesh and meridians had already been remodeled. After the remodeling, the meridians and flesh would be stronger than yours now. Those few years, how should I put it, I think I gave up on myself. Sometimes, I felt especially unresigned. Since I had nothing better to do, I shattered my flesh and meridians a few times." Fang Ping did not say anything. Old Manly did this because he had the intention of giving up. Normal rank 6 martial artists would not be so bored as to shatter their flesh and meridians after completing the remodeling. They were more like lunatics. After shattering, I honed again. I didn't expect to achieve mentality-vitality fusion anyway, so I didn't need to nurture mentality. After a few times, guess what happened? Fang Ping laughed. What else could have happened? After shattering, I became more and more tenacious. I achieved half a golden body. Old Manly shook his head, sighing. How is that possible? Do you really think that shattering and rebuilding is real? After shattering, I realized that my meridians and flesh were very weak. Hence, I realized that this path was a suicidal one. Fang Ping's expression froze. Are you kidding me? Old Manly said happily. After that, in order to train my flesh to the same strength as before, I wanted to get some supplements. I went to the catacombs and killed many monsters, devouring their flesh and blood. You don't say. After eating a lot, I realized something special. Monsters' bodies are stronger than ours. Fang Ping felt helpless. Nonsense. Everyone knew this. But why are monsters stronger than us? You know, we're all cultivators. We're also honing our bodies. This doesn't make sense. So I thought, and killed some monsters to study them. Only then did I realize the difference. I realized, monsters don't have meridians. Old Manly's eyes flickered. No, it's not that they don't have meridians. Meridians and flesh have completely fused. Do you know what I mean? Fused? Yes. Their flesh and blood have turned into meridians. Their vitality and energy flow don't actually go through the meridians. Instead, they really circulate through every cell. I thought, could this allow the flesh to be honed better? So I gritted my teeth and snapped my own meridians. Fang Ping was dumbfounded. Old Manly really did not want to live anymore. How dare he do something like this? Old Manly sighed again. During the period when I snapped my meridians, it was worse than death. My strength plummeted. Actually, I could have remolded my meridians, but I didn't. I kept insisting on using my cells to circulate my vitality. You don't say. Just like that, a year or two passed. Guess what happened? You remolded your meridians again? Fang Ping had been tricked earlier. Now he started to answer in reverse. Old Manly said disdainfully, how is that possible? Then I realized that all the cells in my flesh and blood were really honed to become stronger. I started the process of turning into a golden body. Then, anyway, I became half a golden body just like that. I didn't tell you before because I thought it wouldn't be very useful. For you, it would waste too much time. Also, I don't know if it's suitable for other people. If I really torment someone to death, then it'll be troublesome. Old Manly explained. Then, he said, but the chances of you torturing yourself to death are not high. If you really want to try, you can try it. After hearing what he said, Fang Ping was a little hesitant. Breaking his own meridians and then relying on his cells to circulate energy, in the short term, his strength would definitely plummet. Fang Ping pondered for a moment and said, I think it's actually possible not to snap my meridians. Spend more vitality and energy, honing deeply again and again until the strength and toughness of the cells reach an extreme. Can I also turn my flesh and blood into a golden body? Old Manly thought for a while and said, actually, someone has tried this before, but the effect is not too good. The main reason is that the honing is too time-consuming. Vitality force is mainly gathered in the meridians. If you want to hone our flesh and blood, that's even more difficult. If you want to hone to an extreme, the vitality force consumed is terrifying to the extreme. Because I don't have meridians, my vitality overflows and flows directly through my flesh and blood. That's why I can achieve subtle honing. We're different. Don't compare me with other people. Fang Ping's face was full of confidence. Without further ado, he picked up the drafts and said, I'll go back and take a look. I'll give it a try later. If I really succeed, I'll be a rank 5. My body's strength will be stronger than a rank SIXS. When that time comes, even a rank 6 can be killed by me. Up to you. Anyway, don't delay your own cultivation. After saying that, Old Manly briefly introduced the cultivation method and process. Whether Fang Ping adopted it or not was his business. In martial arts cultivation, the major meridians were the same. However, martial artists had their own ideas on how to cultivate. For example, in terms of combat techniques, people today had created many combat techniques because they had their own wild ideas. They wanted to find a combat technique that was most suitable for them. That was why new combat techniques appeared. When Fang Ping walked out of the small courtyard, the sky was already dark. Just as he walked out of the small courtyard and was about to return to the dormitory, he suddenly felt a few strong energy fluctuations. Fang Ping turned his head to take a look. He noticed that there were a few strong energy sources flashing in the sky above Magic City, disappearing into the distance quickly. Rank 8 or rank 9? Fang Ping frowned slightly. Were these the powerhouses guarding Magic City? Although Fang Ping saw the departure of the Magic City powerhouses, he did not know what exactly happened. No matter what these high-ranked powerhouses did, they would not report to Fang Ping. It was not until a few days later that Fang Ping received the news from Old Manly, or rather, Old Manly did not have to tell him specifically. Fang Ping saw the news. On the 12th of January, a huge earthquake occurred in an island country in the distant Caribbean Sea. According to the news report, the earthquake, this time in a small country with a small population, caused countless casualties. Old Manly's expression was solemn. He said in a low voice, "This is trouble." What exactly happened? Fang Ping frowned. The catacombs passageway has been breached? Old Manly shook his head. If that's the case, it's not a big deal. It's not like the catacombs passageways have not been breached in recent years. As he said that, Old Manly said gloomily, initially, there was no entrance to the catacombs in the island country. However, a few days ago, an entrance suddenly appeared. Suddenly, do you understand what I mean? Fang Ping's gaze changed. You mean, the kind that was completely unexpected? And there was no energy leakage beforehand? Old Manly took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, that's it. At that time, that passageway opened almost instantly. A few rank 9s nearby sensed it and rushed over immediately. However, powerhouses from the opposite side had already rushed out from the passageway. Both sides broke out in a huge battle. At that time, the situation was critical. Sino Nation received the news too. Many powerhouses went to support. Even so, it still caused intense damage and many casualties. This earthquake was not only because the catacombs passageway was hit, but also because of the huge battle. At one point, the other party rushed out. The huge battle almost sank the island country. In the end, although the other party was chased back, a few rank 9 powerhouses also messed up the passageway, messing up the energy, and temporarily sealing it. However, the key is not this, but, Old Manly inhaled again. But the passageway opened suddenly, almost without any preparation time. This means that perhaps as there are more passageways, the barrier between the two worlds has become easier to penetrate. If that's the case, perhaps we'll face all the territories next. Right now, not all territories have passageways. There are a total of 103 catacombs passageways in the entire world. No, including the one that's opened now, that makes 104. Right now, all the passageways correspond to a territory individually. There are no overlaps. Are these 104 territories all the territories in the catacombs? This was also Fang Ping's first time finding out that there were 104 catacombs passageways in the world. He could not help but ask, based on the calculation that there are at least 20 rank 9s in each territory, doesn't that mean there are at least 2,000 rank 9s in the catacombs other than the central territory? This is too terrifying. Old Manly shook his head. That won't be the case. There aren't that many. Some regions are actually very small, and not every region is like our side. Some regions only have 3 to 5 cities, and there are also guardian demon plants and demon beasts. Some regions actually don't have any. But if I calculate it, there should be 1,500 rank 9. Doesn't that mean that there are as many rank 9 martial artists as dogs? Just how many rank 9s are there on Earth? Old Manly thought for a while and said, on the surface, Sino Nation has 33. There should be more. I'm guessing there should be 40. Adding up the other countries, there are about 200 or so. In other words, the ratio of rank 9s between us now is 1 to 6. There were more than 200 rank 9s in the world, more than Fang Ping had imagined. But there were thousands of catacombs. Monster Life Clan didn't make a move all this while. A portion of the Monster Plant Clan cities didn't make a move either. Guardian demon plants and demon beasts rarely appeared too. In reality, there were about 2 rank 9s guarding a catacomb previously. Of course, it's usually one person. Every catacomb has a rank 9 stationed there. The other rank 9s have their own missions. There aren't many rank 9s fighting each other. That's why it's not really a ratio of 1 to 6. Previously, when rank 9s fought, it was usually one-on-one fights. Old Manly explained and said, but now, we don't know how many more passageways are going to be opened. Moreover, the opening speed is getting faster and faster. Will there be a situation where the two realms will merge officially? At this point, Old Man Lee's expression was extremely solemn. He said in a low voice, if it's a full-scale integration, then it'll be really troublesome. There's no boundary between both parties anymore. If both parties really start a full-scale war, we're actually still fine, but what about those ordinary people? If a large number of martial artists fight, perhaps the Earth mainland will really sink. When powerhouses reached Grandmaster level, their survival ability was extremely strong. Even if they were thrown into outer space, they might still be able to survive. But what about the others? If a war broke out, who would still care about those ordinary people, billions of people? Once the war started, there might be very few survivors. The disaster of human extinction might really come. Fang Ping's expression was solemn. When that time came, he might be able to survive, but what about his parents and family? Could he protect them? Old Man Lee did not care what he was thinking. He continued, now, Sino Nation and a few other big countries have already begun to gather the world's powerhouses to discuss countermeasures. Should we fully disclose the information? Or, we should just give up a part of the area and let the catacombs powerhouses come and go. We'll focus on defending a part of the area. We'll gather all our strength to resist the catacombs invasion. Fang Ping's expression changed. He asked, give up a part of the passageways? Does that mean that the battlefield will be shifted to the ground? Old Manly sighed. I don't know. It's not impossible. Also, if we give up a part of the area, we can use technological weapons to simply raze those areas to the ground. The catacombs' powerhouses can be resurrected, but it's not without a price. I'm afraid we can't use technological weapons to kill rank 9 powerhouses. It's also difficult for rank 8 powerhouses. But, rank 7 powerhouses without a golden body will also die if they're covered by a powerful weapon. This way, we can save a lot of trouble. Now, Asia has the most passageways. Sino Nation has 23, and the other countries have a total of 32 passageways. In other words, Asia has as many as 55 passageways, occupying more than half. Therefore, Asia will not be given up because it's more suitable for powerhouses to converge. The other scattered catacombs passageways are more likely to be given up. Fang Ping was not happy because of this. Instead, he had a splitting headache. If we give up, what about the people in other places? Some of them will migrate. Some of them may be left to fend for themselves. These words were extremely cold-blooded. But this was also the truth. There were too many people. If they were to stay in Asia, Asia could not withstand billions of people. Of course, they were still discussing it now. The powerhouses of other continents might not agree. Furthermore, it was not impossible to ask them to give up Asia. After all, with so many catacombs entrances gathered here, it was easier for modern weapons to cover them and attack them together instead of attacking them separately. This kind of matter was related to the future situation. Fang Ping felt that it would be difficult to reach an agreement. Everyone had their own selfish motives. If it was not the last resort, it would not be that easy to ask the higher-ups to give up their own country, their own territory, and their people. Unless it was really to the point where they could not defend it anymore and a large number of places were breached, these people might compromise for the sake of survival. Have they given up? Fang Ping mumbled, with some indescribable sorrow. After guarding it for so many years and sacrificing so many people's lives, are they going to give up now? If they give up now, won't the blood of the humans who died fighting in the catacombs all these years be in vain? Old Manly's expression was also complicated. He said in a low voice, no one wants to give up, but the situation is getting worse. This can be seen from Sino Nation. The number of catacombs in Sino Nation is increasing. 23, that's close to a quarter of the world. Although everyone thinks that it's more beneficial for us to drag it out. But now, it seems that it's not all advantages and no disadvantages. In the past, a catacomb only had one city, one every 4 years. The growth of our strength could actually offset the disadvantage of increasing catacombs entrances. But now, the catacombs are no longer fighting us with one city, but many. If this goes on, the speed of our strength growth won't be able to keep up with the advantage of opening more catacombs entrances. Old Manly said for a while, then took a deep breath and said, also, recently, there's news from the upper echelons that they're preparing to gather forces and destroy 1 or 2 catacombs. Fang Ping's expression changed. He said in shock, how many grandmasters will die? Aren't they afraid that the catacombs will attack all at once? Under normal circumstances, the catacombs today would only be at war with one city. However, to destroy the other, it would definitely be the entire catacombs city attacking. The casualties would be incomparably heavy. If so many people died, how would they defend the other catacombs? Did Sino Nation also have to give up a part of the catacombs, not to mention whether the powerhouses of the catacombs restricted areas would come out? It's just the news. Some people can't stand it anymore. Old Manly exhaled and said, the pressure is increasing, so much so that some people are unwilling to continue defending, continue waiting, and fight with their lives on the line, trying to see if there's a turning point. You also know that there are energy mines under the catacombs royal city. Destroying a royal city means a huge harvest. If we destroy a catacombs royal city, we can obtain countless energy mines and nurture many powerhouses. What these people mean is, maybe they want to go the elite route. Old Manly's expression turned even more grim. The so-called elite route was to give up a large number of hopeless martial artists and let these martial artists charge at the front, using their lives in exchange for a huge amount of resources to nurture powerhouses with hope. This was even crueler than breeding parasites. If such a policy was really implemented, who knew how many martial artists would die? including a large number of grandmasters and old grandmasters. These people, if they did not improve in the grandmaster realm for many years, might also become sacrifices. No, there would definitely be a batch of grandmasters who would become sacrifices, because without grandmasters, they could not attack the catacombs and destroy the royal city. For example, MCMAU's Lu Polu, an old grandmaster who had been stuck at rank 7 for many years. Once a war broke out, Lu Polu would definitely be enlisted. Fang Ping fell silent. No matter what he thought or said, he could not change the decision of the upper echelons. But now, it had not reached that point yet. If it really reached that point, Fang Ping did not know what kind of changes would happen. Would those martial artists who were destined to become sacrifices be willing? Perhaps they would. After so many years of bloody battles, many martial artists were prepared. Those powerhouses who came from martial arts universities and military schools, including the powerhouses in the military, had always been instilled with the idea of fighting for humanity and for the country. Back then, martial arts universities and military schools were established to weaken the strength of the sects. Today, to put it bluntly, perhaps it was to prepare for this moment, so that some people would be willing to die. Martial arts universities and military schools were both government institutions, upholding the ideals of loyalty and serving the country and the people. On the other hand, those martial artists who came from martial arts classes might not have such ideals. Of course, their strength was also weak. The government concentrated resources, subsidized martial arts universities, military schools, cultivated powerhouses in the military, and even weakened the resources and scale of the sections. These were not without purpose. Now, when it was time to fight for the country and family, would these martial artists who had been nurtured stand up? Fang Ping believed that a large number of people would stand up, like MCMAU's old vice-chancellor, Nanjiang's Zhang Dingnan, and MAU vice-chancellor Chen. These people would stand up when needed, even if they died in battle in a foreign land. In the end, Old Manly suddenly said, "There's one more thing. I'm afraid Tiannan's catacombs will open soon. The opening this time is different from Nanjiang's. The passageway is not stable. When Tiannan's catacombs opens, the passageway will be extremely stable in an instant. Even rank 9 powerhouses might not be able to seal the passageway. The government has already begun to gather powerhouses to prepare for the battle in Tiannan. I'm afraid, the battle in Tiannan will be very tragic." Old Manly sighed softly. If there are no accidents, Tiannan's catacombs martial artists will definitely not wait outside the passageway like Nanjiang. Instead, they will attack directly. Currently, we still don't know what the situation is like on the other side. If you have any relatives or friends over there, inform them and ask them to leave Tiannan as soon as possible. Is Tiannan's catacombs opening too? Fang Ping could not help but sigh. The situation was getting more and more difficult. When Tiannan's catacombs were breached and humans had to retreat, Fang Ping was still preparing for the Gaokao. Now, almost 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The opening of the passageway was indeed close at hand. Fang Ping could not help but think of Yang Jian's high school classmates. These people were still in Tiannan Martial Arts University. Of course, he thought of Wang Jinyang even more. His instructor was trapped in Tiannan's catacombs back then. When Tiannan's catacombs opened, Wang Jinyang had to go. However, Tiannan's catacombs were different from Nanjiang. Over at Nanjiang, this was the first time it opened. Most of the powerhouses on the other side did not know what was going on and were completely unprepared. However, Tiannan had opened before and had fought with humans for many years. Over there, it was much more dangerous than Nanjiang. Moreover, Huang Jing had also mentioned that the incident in Tiannan was related to the fall of a rank 9 paragon. This made things even more complicated over there. In addition, Tiannan Martial Arts University's former vice-chancellor had become an evil sect's higher-up. In short, the situation in Tiannan was extremely complicated and dangerous. The fall of a rank 9 paragon, the involvement of evil sects, the removal of human strongholds, the opening of the passageway. Before this, Fang Ping did not feel too much pressure. Of course, there was still pressure, but he felt that there was still enough time. However, now, Fang Ping felt that time was really tight. The whole world was in chaos. They even began to consider giving up a part of the area. This made Fang Ping's heart extremely depressed. How much longer until a full-scale war broke out? I'm only a rank 5, Fang Ping muttered to himself. With this kind of strength, he was only cannon fodder. No, he was not even cannon fodder. Compared to the catacomb's strength, a rank 5 like him was really not very useful. If he was not cannon fodder, then what about the other MCMAU students? They were all ants. I have to achieve rank 7 as soon as possible. No, maybe rank 9 will be enough. Fang Ping muttered. Beside him, Old Man Li's eyes twitched slightly. He said rank 9 as if he could achieve it by eating and drinking. Fang Ping did not care what he thought and said, I don't plan to go to the catacombs before the new year. After the new year, I want to go to the Magic City catacombs. Instructor, how about you accompany me when the time comes? You can just be my support. When he ran, he could run faster if he called Old Man Li along. Old Man Li's expression stiffened slightly. He was already calling him. Was he really going to do something big? Without saying anything, Old Man Li nodded. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Fang Ping did not say anything else. Now that he knew why the Magic City powerhouses were going, he could not be bothered to care about how the higher-ups discussed it. It was all rank 8 and rank 9 who were negotiating. As a rank 5, he still had some status in MCMAU. If he was thrown over there, who would give him a rank 5 face? He would not even have the chance to listen in. As for whether he would give up a part of the area, or give up Asia altogether, Fang Ping knew that he could not change it. On the 15th of January, it was officially the 12th lunar month. On this day, Fang Ping had finally finished honing the last of his internal organs. Middle stage rank 5, after all of his internal organs had been honed, Fang Ping once again felt that he was no longer human. Under the scan of his psychic energy, his internal organs were now translucent and crystalline. The bones were golden. The internal organs were translucent and crystalline. The blood was not pure red but the color of blood jade. Was he really human? Wealth, 8.73 billion, converted, vitality, 4,000 calories, 4,800 calories, mentality, 750 Hz, 839 Hz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 26 bones, 90%, 3 bones, 30% plus, storage space, 4 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute. In the past few days, Fang Ping had gone to the celestiality cultivation room a few times to inject celestiality, which had depleted a portion of his wealth. However, the school had not allocated the money yet, so Fang Ping was in no hurry. 600 million a month. Once he got the money, he could increase his wealth by another 600 million. Middle stage rank 5. Fang Ping's face was filled with joy. The honing this time was extremely fast. It had only been 20 days since he left the Nanjiang catacombs. The reason why it was so fast was because of the life essence from last time. After that, if he wanted to enter upper stage rank 5, he had to hone his meridians. The human body had 14 major meridians and 206 minor meridians. Once the reconstruction was complete, he would enter upper stage. Many martial artists were extremely slow at this stage. Out of the 220 meridians, he was able to reconstruct one in 3 days. This speed was considered fast, right? 660 days, which was close to 2 years, was actually a genius. Spending 2 years to go from middle stage rank 5 to upper stage was really nothing. However, to Fang Ping, that was too slow. Achieving upper stage rank 5 in 2 years, they were about to graduate, he had to think of a way to speed up the tempering process. Although Fang Ping could replenish his vitality force infinitely, there was a limit to the honing speed of vitality force. Even if he could replenish 1 meridian a day, Fang Ping could not accept it taking 220 days to achieve upper stage rank 5. It's best if I can make 10 a day and finish it in 22 days. Of course, this was just Fang Ping's beautiful fantasy. Reconstructing 10 meridians in a day was not something he could achieve even in the energy mine. Unless, he soaked in the life essence. Just as Fang Ping was fantasizing about bathing in life essence, MCMAU Southern Area, Energy Cultivation Room. Qin Fengqing was overjoyed. Peak rank 4, he broke through to rank 4 a few days earlier than Fang Ping, at the beginning of July. and now, only half a year had passed. In half a year, he had advanced from early stage rank 4 to peak rank 4. This speed was even faster than Wang Jinyang and the others. It wasn't that Qin Fengqin was more talented than them, but that he was willing to pay the price. He had gone down to the catacombs a few times and earned quite a lot of money. Especially with Fang Ping, they had done it twice, and each time, they had earned handsomely. He had spent so much money on the energy room as a hotel. Naturally, his cultivation speed would not be slow. Wang Jinyang and the others were not as extravagant as him. Not to mention the fact that they could not earn much in the catacombs. Even if they did earn a lot, they might not be as extravagant as Qin Fenghua. Under his unrestrained extravagance, Qin Fengqin finally broke through to peak rank 4 in half a year. I'm almost at rank 5. Qin Fengqin grinned. Peak rank 4. After stabilizing for a while, he could think of a way to break through to rank 5. Once he entered rank 5, he would be at the same rank as Fang Ping and the others. That's not right. I think I'm out of money again. Qin Fengqin's expression changed slightly. Living in the energy room as his home was great, but it also cost a lot. His previous harvest in Nanjiang had been spent by his unrestrained extravagance. How do I break through to rank 5, then? Also, I'm prepared to use a lot of energy stones to release energy, to achieve liquefaction, and then break through to rank 5. This will cost a lot. Qin Fengqin suddenly felt a headache coming on. He was prepared to do what Fang Ping did, to let his celestial bridge mutate, but now it seemed that the money needed to be spent was also a huge sum. He had spent all his money, where could he get more? Don't tell me. I really have to let that guy mine my mine? The mine vein that he had found was only guarded by a rank 7. With Fang Ping's ability to hide his aura, even if he was discovered by a rank 7 monster, the probability of him running away was still extremely high. If he brought Old Manly along, he might even be able to kill that rank 7 monster. However, Qin Fengqin had always treated this mine as his personal reserve, preparing to mine at rank 6. If he contributed it, with that guy Fang Ping's personality, he would be lucky if he could get a tenth of it. Qin Fengqin's expression kept changing. Should he go with that guy or not? If he did not tell Fang Ping, he would go by himself. He was only rank 4 now. If he went against a rank 7, he would really be courting death. But if he told him, he was a little unwilling. So annoying. Qin Fengqin had a headache. Suddenly, he felt that breaking through to peak rank 4 was not that exciting anymore. However, Qin Fengqin quickly thought of something else. I submitted my resume to the Nanjiang House of Governors last time. I haven't gone out these few days. I don't know if there's a reply. Thinking of this, Qin Fengqin walked out of the energy room and went straight to the dormitory. Halfway there, he coincidentally bumped into Fang Ping again. Qin Fengqin was afraid to see him now. When he saw Fang Ping, his face darkened instantly, wanting to ignore him. However, after thinking about it, Qin Fengqin felt the need to show off a little. He said, I'm finally peak rank 4. Looks like I can reach rank 5 soon. Fang Ping, rank 5 isn't just for some people. Fang Ping was about to say something too. After hearing what he said, he smiled and said, Congratulations, congratulations. You're almost rank 5. I'm also only middle stage rank 5. Looks like you're almost catching up to me. Rank 5. Middle stage? Qin Fengqin's expression changed. So fast, I'm at rank 4. Advancing a small rank is not as fast as you rank 5, Qin Fengqin's expression kept changing. Without another word, he quickened his pace and walked back hurriedly. He did not want to talk to Fang Ping anymore. Behind him, Fang Ping said slowly, Qin Fengqin, consolidate these days. It's already December. Try to nourish your 5 viscera to the extreme within a month. After the new year, I'll bring you to break through to rank 5. Humph. Qin Fengqin snorted heavily. He was still thinking of doing something to him. Fang Ping smiled and said, Stop snorting. I'm not after those mines this time. Those are nothing. I want to kill a rank 7 monster and get a divine weapon for MCMAU. Those mines, I'll give them to you when the time comes. No one wants this stuff. If you want mines, there are plenty of them. However, it's not worth killing a rank 7 monster for no reason. Killing a monster that's occupying the mine along with it is killing two birds with one stone. Do you understand what I mean? Qin Fengqing stopped in his tracks. He turned his head and said, "Really?" Fang Ping laughed. Of course it's true. It's not that it's impossible to find a rank 7 monster, but think about it. If you want to kill a monster, you can only kill it alone. Your mind might be sucked dry by that monster someday. These monsters don't have the thought of sustainable development. Qin Fengqing looked conflicted. After a while, he said, "The mines are mine." Of course, but, before Fang Ping could finish, Qin Fengqing's expression changed and he said, "At most 20%. The monster and 20% of the mines belong to you. The rest is mine." Fang Ping chuckled and said, "Qin Fengqing, what are you thinking? I don't want it. If I want it, I can just find a royal city and dig around. What I mean is that killing a rank 7 monster will definitely require a grandmaster's help. A grandmaster can't possibly help you for no reason, right? So, you have to at least give a portion to the grandmaster who helps. Isn't this what you should do?" Qin Fengqing struggled again. He nodded and said, "That's fine, but at most half. I won't do more than that." Fang Ping nodded and said, "Then I'll help you talk to him. It's not a big problem." Qin Fengqing breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Fang Ping again. He had a feeling that Fang Ping was not so kind. Did this guy really not want it? Fang Ping saw him looking at him suspiciously. He chuckled and said, "What are you looking at me for? I don't care about these things now. If I really cared, I wouldn't have lent my own energy stones to the school." "Qin Fengqing, don't put your poor mentality on me." Qin Fengqing's face turned purple, but he did not say anything. "Fine, you have money, you can be willful. That's the best." Without saying anything more, Qin Fengqing left quickly. Fang Ping waited for him to leave. He stared at his back with a faint smile on his face. "I won't split it with you. When I know where the mine is, I'll dig a batch first and leave some residue for you. I don't need you to split it with me." Thinking of this, he thought of the resume Qin Fengqing had submitted to Nanjiang. "You want to be Auspicious Sun's commander? You can do it." Fang Ping pursed his lips. Nanjiang was his hometown. Zhang Dingnan and the others were also in contact with him now. As an MCMAU student, Qin Fengqing wanted to work in Nanjiang. Nanjiang had communicated with Fang Ping immediately. Auspicious Sun was a prefecture-level city above Sun City. With Qin Fengqing's ability, if he broke through to rank 5, although he lacked experience and might not be able to become a commander, no one would reject being Auspicious Sun's deputy. Deputy Commander, or Auspicious Sun Military Region's Deputy Commander. Or they could just give him the title of Commander. It was not impossible to let the deputy handle the actual trivial matters. Nanjiang needed a large number of powerhouses to work there. Qin Fengqing's ability was not weak. There was still hope. Zhang Dingnan was actually tempted, however, Fang Ping naturally would not let this happen. He mentioned it briefly. Qin Fengqing's mother insisted that Qin Fengqing stay in MCMAU, threatening to kill herself. If Zhang Dingnan dared to accept Qin Fengqing, his mother would go to Nanjiang's House of Governors and block the door. As soon as this was said, how could Zhang Dingnan not understand Fang Ping's meaning? Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, he also gave up on this idea. Now that both parties had a lot of cooperation, there was no need to affect it because of Qin Fengqing. If Qin Fengqing went back to read the reply now, it would probably only be a rejection message. How pitiful. Nobody wants you. I'll see where you can go. Fang Ping laughed as he walked. Qin Fengqing's ability was not bad. After entering rank 5, it would not take long for him to step into rank 6. This guy was also brave. In the future, it would be quite suitable to ask him to do some more dangerous missions. In January, it was not only Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing who broke through. Chen Wenlong, who was training in the military department, also officially entered rank 5 in January, becoming MCMAU's second rank 5 student. After a short period of disappearance of rank 5 students, MCMAU once again produced 2 rank 5 students. Good news came one after another. With a lot of subsidies and preferential treatment, MCMAU's other students entered rank 4 again, and there were many who entered rank 3. When Fang Ping took over the Martial Arts Society at the beginning of the semester, there were 9 rank 4 students and 51 rank 3 students. When the second Martial Arts University Championship ended, there were 14 rank 4 students and more than 150 rank 3 students. At this moment, MCMAU had 2 rank 5 students, 15 rank 4 students, and more than 200 rank 3 students. There were even more rank 2 students. It was close to the 2000 mark. There were very few aspiring martial artists left. Only a portion of the freshman students were still aspiring martial artists. There were less than 500 of them, and they were almost there. After the new year, MCMAU would probably enter an era of full martial artists. This was almost impossible in the past. In previous years, even when the new students enrolled, a portion of the students were still aspiring martial artists. Since aspiring martial artists could not accept missions, it was difficult for them to obtain additional resources. They could only rely on time. Under Fang Ping's leadership, the loan system was opened up, and more daily missions were opened up, greatly reducing the difficulty of obtaining credits. Many aspiring martial artists chose to borrow some credits to break through and repay their debts. When they became stronger, they could naturally accept more missions. At this moment, MCMAU had entered a period of rapid growth. Not only did the students' abilities grow, but the instructors' abilities were also increasing day by day. The number of rank 6 powerhouses had officially broken through the 30 mark. The number of rank 5 instructors was also close to 300. There were also more than 100 rank 4 instructors now. The remaining rank 3 instructors used to mainly teach cultural studies, basic courses, or other courses. Now, many of them were also trying to break through to rank 4. The energy room was now overcrowded every day. It was no longer the same as before, when Song Yingji could sit there and doze off. Many people saw the changes in MCMAU. Fang Ping was overdrawing on MCMAU's years of accumulation. Many people could see that. However, when they thought about the changes in the current situation, even if they knew that he was consuming MCMAU's accumulation and overdrawing on future resources, no one in MCMAU's upper echelons said anything, including the Department of Education. This was because Fang Ping himself did not seem to be benefiting from it. Instead, he was constantly subsidizing MCMAU. He did not put these resources into his own pocket. He was still taking out money. Although MCMAU said that he was borrowing it, it was obvious that they would not return it in the short term. Based on this, even if some people felt that it was inappropriate, they could not say anything. With the support of MCMAU's upper echelons, MCMAU's transformation was also continuing. On January 16, the second day after Fang Ping's breakthrough, something big happened worldwide, something very big, at least that was what ordinary people thought. On this day, no one knew what kind of agreement the human upper echelons had reached. The World Martial Arts Federation announced a brand new list, a global list. On this day, everyone was shocked. It was an extremely long list. Rank 9 Grandmaster list, Rank 8 Grandmaster list, Rank 7 Grandmaster list. There were a total of 212 powerhouses on the Rank 9 list. No one would have thought that there would be so many Rank 9 powerhouses among humans, even if a previous list in Sino Nation showed that there were 33 Rank 9 powerhouses. That was internal. The outside world did not know about it. Many people only knew about the incomplete list on the internet. On that list, there were less than 10 Rank 9 powerhouses. According to previous estimates, there were at most 40 to 50 Rank 9 powerhouses in the world. After all, Sino Nation was currently the country with the most martial arts powerhouses. The more catacombs there were, the more powerhouses there were. Without so many powerhouses, it was impossible to guard so many catacombs entrances. However, this time, including some people in the martial arts world who knew about it, they were all shocked. More than 200 Rank 9 powerhouses. The Rank 8 list was also shocking. There were more than 500 Rank 8 powerhouses in the world. The Rank 7 list was even more terrifying. There were more than 1,000 people, and the last place was 1,600. This was the first time the human upper echelons announced such a list to the public. It was a list that shocked everyone to the point of disbelief. There were more than 2,300 Grandmaster level powerhouses in the world. And this, as far as Fang Ping knew, was not all. Of course, there were not too many hidden this time. The powerhouses that Fang Ping knew were all on the list. Even if there were hidden, there were not many. Moreover, most of them were concentrated in rank 9 or even rank 9 paragons. Rank 7 and 8 might not be hidden. Even if there were, it should be very few. Fang Ping was still fine. Some low-ranked martial artists were actually more shocked than ordinary people. Only when they became martial artists would they know what it meant to be a grandmaster. In the past, in everyone's impression, grandmasters were very rare. But now, reality told them that grandmasters were not that rare. It was just that they did not know about it. Mekmo. Following the announcement of this list, some people were shocked, some people were hopeful, and some people felt that they had seen a new world. Of course, there were also people who were furious. The rank 8 golden body list. A certain fake rank 8 was also on the list. It was probably not easy to judge this person's specific situation, but the golden body was real. Therefore, in the end, this person was on the rank 8 list, but in terms of ranking, 525, and the total number of people on the rank 8 list, 525 people. I'm definitely not the weakest. I can already release my mentality. Even if I'm not a real rank 8, combat strength doesn't depend on the realm. I killed a rank 8 when I was a rank 6. It's not difficult to kill a few rank 8 now. How dare they put me last? They've gone too far. They might as well put me first in rank 7. What kind of stupid list is this? The World Martial Arts Federation? This rubbish organization is just an organization to transmit information. There's only one rank 7 in charge. How could they have the right to publish such a list? Did they ask for my opinion? Old Manly was about to explode. Yes, he was a fake, yes, but he might as well not enter it. What was the meaning of putting him last? Of course, these 3 lists did not have an official ranking. It was even written at the top that it was not a ranking based on ability, it was random. But even a fool knew that random was bullsh**. That was definitely a ranking based on ability. If it was random, why would it be from one country and then another country? Moreover, comparing it with Sino Nation's list, everyone could see that it was clearly in order of ranking. The last rank 8 was really not as famous as the first rank 7. No, he was not even as famous as the top 10 rank 7. Who would look at the last place in the top 500? Old Manly was furious. Huang Jing, who was beside him, said impatiently, "That's enough. You're a fake rank 8. It's already good enough that you can go up. Still asking for so much." Old Manly had only killed a rank 8 powerhouse. Otherwise, based on his situation, he might not even be included. Who's a fake rank 8? I'm a half-step rank 8. Do you understand? Old Manly was fuming. Fake sounded so bad. Would it kill him to call it half-step? Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. At this moment, he was still looking at the list. The first rank 9 was not the military department's Commanderly. Commanderly was ranked 3rd. There were still 2 people in front of him. After scanning for a while, Fang Ping said, "Among these 212 rank 9s, are there 30 rank 9 paragons?" He also saw other people's rankings. Zhao Xingwu, rank 9 48th, Wu Chuan. Rank 9 98th. Previously, one was 8th and one was 9th. The gap seemed extremely small. However, when it came to the global ranking, Old Wu was actually ranked 98th. Even Fang Ping felt ashamed for him. Most of the other rank 9s in Sino Nation were outside the top 100. However, the low ones were low, and the high ones were also extremely high. Commanderly was 3rd. As for the others, among the top 10, the 5th, 8th, and 9th were all Sino Nation powerhouses. In the top 10, Sino Nation occupied 4 places. From 10th to 20th, Sino Nation also had 2 people on the list. The Grandmaster, who was previously ranked 7th in Sino Nation, was now ranked 35th, followed by Zhao Xingwu. The biggest difference in ranking was Wu Chuan. From Zhao Xingwu's 48th place to his 98th place directly. Obviously, the gap between both parties was not small. After hearing that, Huang Jing said, "Not necessarily. It shouldn't be a big problem for the top 10 to be rank 9 paragons. However, I saw that the Department of Investigation Services Chief Nan is ranked 14th. Chief Nan probably hasn't reached rank 9 paragon yet. The Department of Investigation Services chief was previously ranked 5th in Sino Nation. He was also a top-notch magnate. However, Huang Jing had contact with him before. Judging from his aura alone, he was far from the education department's Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao's ability was still extremely strong. On the list, he was second only to the military department's Li Zhen. This time, he was also ranked 5th in the world. It could be seen that this was the real top-notch figure. That was true. The education department governed all the martial arts universities. If they were not strong enough, they would not be able to control the scene. In terms of the number of martial arts universities powerhouses, excluding rank 9s, just rank 7s and 8s, the military department might not be much more than the martial arts universities. That's it? Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. Only the top 10 were rank 9 paragons. After all, this was the global ranking. Sino Nation only had 4 people in the top 10. Could it be that Sino Nation only had 4 rank 9 paragons? It seemed that this ranking was not too complete. Fang Ping did not look at the rank 9 ranking anymore. Instead, he looked at the rank 8 and rank 7 rankings. Wu Quishan entered the rank 8 ranking. His ranking was much higher than Old Man Li's, 129. This was the global ranking. It was not considered low. Wu Quishan was only the vice-chancellor of a university in Sino Nation. There were 1,600 people in the rank 7 ranking. Huang Jing and Lu Polu were also on the list. Lu Polu ranked 390. Huang Jing was 725. It was not considered high, but not too low either. However, in the rank 7 ranking, Fang Ping saw a familiar name that was slightly higher up. Chen Yaoting, ranked 3rd among the rank 7. In the global ranking, Chen Yaoting was actually ranked 3rd among the rank 7. He was also the strongest rank 7 in Sino Nation. This was really surprising. It seemed like the old man's ability was really quite amazing. Old Man Li was probably not his match. Old Man Li should not have too much of a problem fighting a typical rank 7. However, if he encountered Chen Yaoting, he would most likely lose. Fang Ping pointed at Chen Yaoting's name and looked at Old Man Li. Old Man Li was so angry that his face was flushed red. I can definitely beat him. Look at your grandfather. He was cursing wildly in his heart. However, Old Man Li had to admit that the current him might not be Chen Yaoting's match. Chen Yaoting aside, he was probably not a match for the top 10 rank 7s. He had to admit that this was very embarrassing and miserable. In the office, Old Man Li looked furious. Huang Jing was calm and composed. Fang Ping scanned the list and said in a low voice, "They're trying to build momentum." The purpose of suddenly announcing such a list was obvious. Were thousands of grandmasters powerful, those who did not know the details of the catacombs would not think that humans were weak. Martial artists who did not know much about the catacombs, if they were hopeless before, would have their confidence boosted now. In many people's impression, humans fighting against the catacombs were only fighting against individual cities. In a city, most people did not know about the monster plants and beasts. That was 1 rank 9, 2 or 3 rank 8s, and about 10 rank 7s. Based on this comparison of strength, Sino Nation only had about 20 rank 9 martial artists. In Sino Nation, there were 33 rank 9s on the list. As for golden body powerhouses, there were more than 100 of them. If it was the Fang Ping from the beginning, he might think that Sino Nation had the resources to fight against the catacombs. The announcement of the list was not just a simple ranking statistics. Fang Ping guessed that it was preparation for the upcoming announcement. What did the general public know? If they knew that the country was so powerful and that humans were so powerful, even if they knew about the existence of the catacombs, they might still be optimistic. They might even have the mentality of opening up a new world. Huang Jing agreed with Fang Ping's words. He nodded and said, "It's indeed building momentum. If nothing goes wrong, the catacombs will be announced to the public soon." After all, at this juncture, the safety of ordinary people can no longer be guaranteed. Moreover, knowing about the existence of a new world can also stimulate the mentality of many people to become stronger. In the past, those who are not rank 3 can't enter the catacombs. Many rank 1 and 2 martial artists think that practicing martial arts is purely for the sake of becoming a privileged class. At this time, if the existence of the catacombs is publicized, if the government gives some guidance, such as the catacombs cultivation resources everywhere, I'm afraid that a large number of casual martial artists will have new motivation to work hard to enter the catacombs and become rank 3 martial artists. Old Manly snorted. What guidance? It's still deception. Huang Jing humphed. Deception? Nowadays, many martial artists have no motivation to cultivate at all. Without benefits, who would risk their lives to cultivate? Don't tell them that if they cultivate to rank 3, they might lose their lives in the catacombs. If that's the case, do you believe that many cowardly people will not break through even if they can break through? Old Manly retorted, what's the use of these cowardly fellows becoming stronger? I'm afraid I'll wet my pants when I enter the catacombs. You can't say that. Many people are afraid in the beginning. Huang Jing laughed. Including you and me. Don't tell me you're not afraid at all when it's your first time in the catacombs. However, humans were also the race with the strongest adaptability. When faced with the crisis of life and death, the extinction of a race, and the destruction of a country, there would always be some people who would stand up. There would always be a group of people who would erupt with greater potential at this time. Whether it was for humanity or for their own lives, they would fight a bloody battle and break through their limits. Chongqing, there are many people like that. You have to understand that when it comes to that stage, only a minority would be afraid to fight. The history of Cathay proved all of this. In the face of danger, most people would not resign themselves to fate. These people might only be small hooligans on ordinary days, and they might even have committed all kinds of evil deeds. However, human nature still existed in the end. It was not impossible for the prodigal son to repent and become a hero in the end. Old Manly heard that and did not refute anymore. There were people like that, whether it was in the past or now. Some of the Grandmaster powerhouses today might not have been very amazing when they were young. However, when they knew about the existence of the catacombs, many of them eventually made breakthroughs, even stepping into the Grandmaster realm. Fang Ping did not interrupt either of them. After they finished speaking, Fang Ping said, will the rank 6 ranking list be released next? Today, the ranking list of all ranks was out. The only one that did not have it was the rank 6 ranking list. The purpose of the ranking list was to promote martial strength and strength. It was also to stimulate martial artists' desire to become stronger. There was no first place in literature, and no second place in martial arts. Martial artists still had the hot-bloodedness. No one would feel that they were inferior to others of the same rank. The appearance of the ranking list and the ranking list would make many people choose to make greater breakthroughs in the same rank. This was also what the government wanted to see. If all of them became vitality martial artists and only had a rank but no strength, then the probability of such martial artists dying in the catacombs was too high. A rank 7 might not be able to defeat some rank 6, but once you entered the catacombs powerhouses would not care if you were a weak rank 7 or not. If you were a rank 7, the other party would definitely send a rank 7 or even someone of a higher rank to kill you. If you were too weak, then you would be courting death. To put it more seriously, it might affect the entire war situation. Once a great war broke out, judging from the ranks alone, both sides were equal in strength. The deployment and response would also be made under the situation of equal strength. However, if a same-rank weakling was quickly killed by the other party, then it would be troublesome. It would cause a chain reaction. Just like that time in the Nanjiang catacombs. Commander Zhou Dinghua was considered a powerhouse among the same-rank powerhouses. That day, he resisted 3 rank 8s for a long time. However, if he was a rank 8 weakling, like Old Manly, then it would be a tragedy. He would be quickly killed by the 3 of them. Without the 3 golden bodies restraining them, the remaining rank 7s would all die. If the rank 7s and 8s were all dead, Wuchuan would probably be surrounded and killed. Therefore, even though an individual's same-rank powerhouse's strength seemed to be his own business, in reality, it affected the whole situation. The rank 6 ranking list had not been published yet because many peak rank 6 powerhouses were still in the catacombs. Moreover, it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. However, the government might not care about these now. They would make a ranking list first. Huang Jing thought for a while and said, "It's probably going to be published soon. The government has more information than we do. It's not impossible that the government doesn't know about some missing powerhouses." Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. Then, do they know all the information about the evil sect powerhouses? The evil sects don't have powerhouses on the ranking list, but there are many of them. I've seen some rank 7s and 8s. Even if they knew, they wouldn't publish it. Huang Jing shook his head. Nowadays, what humans needed was unity. How could they tell the public that a group of high-ranked powerhouses was causing internal strife? Fang Ping did not say much after hearing that. He only said regretfully, "The ranking list's determination is actually not very reliable. I didn't even get on the rank 5 ranking list. You should know that I've fought with a rank 9 in the catacombs. Which rank 5 is stronger than me?" Huang Jing shut up immediately. Could he not mention this? "You fought with a rank 9, alright." He knew a little about what happened to Fang Ping in the Nanjiang catacombs. He did fight with a rank 9. For example, from a distance of more than 10 li, fighting with a few of the other party's roots should also be considered fighting with a rank 9, right? If that was the case, back then, Li Chongqing had also fought with a rank 9 when he was a rank 5. As for him, he had also fought with a rank 9 before. Because he had seen a rank 9 battle from afar, there were also aftershocks. However, Fang Ping's ability was indeed not weak. At the very least, his foundation was solid and unparalleled. As he said that, Huang Jing suddenly said, "Oh right, did you guys notice the annular solar eclipse yesterday?" Fang Ping shook his head. He did not pay much attention to it. On the other hand, Old Man Li's expression was slightly solemn. He nodded slightly and said, "I noticed it. It seems like, an energy tide erupted in some areas." Huang Jing said softly, "Earth's energy concentration has increased. Yesterday's annular solar eclipse seemed to have opened up something similar to the feeling of opening up the catacombs passageway. However, a Grandmaster has explored it. Other than the opening of the passageway on the island, no new passageway has appeared." Old Man Li said softly, "What I'm afraid of is, will the catacombs passageway appear in outer space?" Huang Jing's brows furrowed immediately. Fang Ping could not help but say, "It can't be, right? Are they really planning to attack Earth from outer space? If that's the case, they might as well open up more passageways on Earth. The catacombs don't have any high tech. If they really open up a passageway in outer space, then other than high ranks, middle and low ranks won't be able to survive at all." Old Man Li said faintly, "Maybe they're planning something that we don't pay attention to. After all, it's easier to break through the humans' defense if they work together." Human powerhouses had been keeping an eye on the catacombs passageways. However, if powerhouses attacked from outer space or blended into the human world, no one might really notice them. Fang Ping frowned. This could not be prevented. Although there were a lot of satellites in every country now, a person in the universe was as small as a speck of dust. It was really difficult to notice them. Especially powerhouses, who already had strong mobility. If they had enough understanding of human technology, it would be very easy to avoid them. Rank 7 and 8 might not have much freedom in outer space. However, once they reached rank 9, Fang Ping believed that it would not be difficult for them to survive. Perhaps rank 8 would be able to do as they pleased. It was not a lie to say that their golden bodies were indestructible. "We've thought about it. The powerhouses should have thought about it too." Fang Ping said nonchalantly, "Moreover, I don't think it's possible to open up a passageway anywhere. If that's the case, 104 passageways would be opened in Sino Nation or other small countries. They would have collapsed long ago. I think the opening of the passageways might have something to do with life energy." Fang Ping made a casual guess. The so-called life energy, Fang Ping was referring to human life energy. From the current distribution of the catacombs passageways were more likely to appear in places with more people. The location of the passageway connecting the two worlds might be determined based on this. Humans had guessed this a long time ago. The possibility was still not small. Huang Jing and Old Man Li nodded. Perhaps. Worrying about the appearance of passageways in outer space now was also a groundless worry. This matter should be worried about the higher-ups and peerless powerhouses of every country. As they were chatting, the school administration director knocked on the door and entered. Seeing that all three of them were there, the school administration director greeted them for a while. Then, he said, Vice Chancellor, Dean, there's a document from the Education Ministry. What document? All schools are required to report the specific information of rank 6 martial artists, cultivation progress, catacombs battle results, statistics of enemies killed. The school administration director spoke for a while, then said, I've asked the people from the Education Ministry. It should be for the rank 6 ranking list. However, the Education Ministry has hinted that they might want to prioritize nurturing a batch of Grandmaster-level powerhouses. Fang Ping and the others were shocked. Fang Ping said quickly, prioritizing nurturing a batch of Grandmasters? Does this mean that the government is prepared to sponsor these rank 6 powerhouses? I know that the government must have a lot of good stuff. Energy stones, life essence, even some monster plant fruits, the government must have a reserve. If that's the case, doesn't that mean we can take advantage of it? At this point, Fang Ping said immediately, report all the information of MCMAU's rank 6 powerhouses. Also, make them sound more powerful. If the government really wants to prioritize nurturing a batch of people, then we'll make a huge profit. In terms of good stuff, MCMAU definitely could not compare to the government's reserve. At the moment, it was hard to say how many monster beasts and monster plants those powerhouses had killed. However, other things aside, during the capital city catacombs battle that year, when 2 cities were destroyed, there must be a lot of good stuff. The government might not have many things like the sunflower seeds from the monster sunflower in Monster Sunflower City, but Fang Ping guessed that they definitely had them. This was something that could increase one's mental strength. For middle and high-ranked martial artists, no matter how precious or how much vitality-replenishing pills or energy-replenishing energy stones were, they could not compare to things that could increase mentality. This was a truly rare resource, even rarer than divine weapons. Divine weapons could still be refined after killing high-ranked monster beasts and monster plants. Things that could increase mentality might not necessarily be available after killing high-ranked monsters. Huang Jing frowned slightly and said, if that's the case, it means that the situation is indeed getting more and more tense. The government is going to use its reserve resources. However, there are many rank 6 martial artists in Sino Nation. I'm guessing that even if there are things that can help with breakthrough, there won't be too many. I just don't know how the government will choose a batch of people. Judging from their strength alone, I'm afraid that it will cause a lot of dissatisfaction. After all, some people, like some generals in the military department, have extremely dazzling battle results. Fang Ping did not care about this. After thinking for a while, he said, why don't we apply for me too? I think I'm going to reach rank 6 soon. If there are really benefits to be distributed and I miss it, that would be such a pity. The dean was stunned for a moment. Huang Jing and Old Man Li were also speechless. You really dared to say it. Fang Ping said seriously, it's true. I think it won't be long before I reach rank 6. Maybe I'll break through before the government's policies come out. If I miss those good things, wouldn't it be a pity? Old Man Li said wearily, all right, shut up. We'll talk about it when you reach rank 6. However, I think I should be able to apply for it. After all, I'm only rank 6, Huang Jing's face darkened. The dean was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Even Dean Li had started pretending to be a rank 6. He had not even mentioned the benefits. Old Man Li said seriously, just get me off the rank 8 ranking. I'm a real rank 6. If there really is something that can increase mentality, it's better to give it to me than to others. Huang Jing's face darkened. Don't embarrass MCMAU. If the outside world says you're a rank 8, then you're a rank 8, for the sake of some benefits that we don't even know if there are any, now you want to be a rank 6. What will the outside world think of MCMAU? He glared at Old Man Li, then at Fang Ping. Huang Jing was mentally exhausted. Next time, he would not talk to these two bastards about this anymore. Seeing that the dean was still waiting, Huang Jing said, just report all the information about the rank 6 martial artists in the school. reported truthfully. If they really want to train some grandmasters, there's still hope for MCMAU to get a few places. Others aside, Lu Fengru and Tang Feng had not broken through yet. There might be a chance. Alright. Vice-Chancellor, Dean, I'll leave first. The Dean did not stay any longer. If he stayed any longer, his worldview would be ruined. Rank 5s pretending to be rank 6s. Rank 8s pretending to be rank 6s. Did they really think that the government would not review it? As soon as the Dean left, Huang Jing began to chase people away. Finally, he thought for a while and said, "Get everyone back from Nanjiang before the end of the year. We can enter on a large scale now. People from other places are rushing to Nanjiang. Don't throw your life away for some benefits. This is the best way." Fang Ping nodded. It had been almost 20 days since Xianxia and the rest entered the catacombs. In addition, it would be the new year in less than a month. Although martial artists had great responsibilities, reunion during the new year was also a concept that most Sino nation martial artists had. Nowadays, even some catacombs that had been at war for many years knew that there would be fewer martial artists in the land of rebirth during the new year. In previous years, there were even catacomb cities that attacked during this time. However, while there were fewer martial artists, during the new year, there were more powerhouses keeping watch. Grandmaster-level powerhouses might not usually enter the catacombs. On the contrary, they would spend most of their time in the catacombs during the new year, mainly to relieve some of the martial artists stationed there. Thinking of this, Fang Ping wondered, would the martial artists stationed in the catacombs celebrate the new year? If they did, would the catacombs humans be confused? Right, did the catacombs have festivals like New Year's Eve and the New Year? January 20th. Just as Fang Ping predicted, on this day, Sino Nation announced the Rank 6 ranking list to the public. At this point, the ranking list for all grades was complete. Fang Ping was not on the Rank 5 ranking list. He did not care too much and did not pay much attention to it. However, in the Rank 6 ranking, a few people from MCMAU had made it into the list. The middle and low ranks list was different from the high ranks list, which only listed the top 100. As for MCMAU, quite a number of people had entered the ranking this time. Tang Feng, 6th place on the Rank 6 ranking list. Lu Fengru was ranked 8th. Luo Yichuan, 37th. The peak rank 6 in charge of Magic City's catacombs, the chubby-faced old man Zhang Jianhong, was also ranked 64th on the list. Other than Old Man Li, MCMAU only had 6 peak rank SIXS at the moment, and 4 of them were on the list. The 2 peak powerhouses from the School of Liberal Arts and the School of Production were not on the list. This also meant that there were more than 100 peak rank 6 powerhouses. Tang Feng was ranked 6th, while Lu Fengru was ranked 8th. Fang Ping still had some doubts. Lu Fengru's mentality-vitality fusion was reported to the Ministry of Education. Even so, Tang Feng's ranking was still higher than Lu Fengru's. Clearly, the government had thought that Tang Feng was stronger than Lu Fengru, who had undergone mentality-vitality fusion. Was that even possible? Old Man Li had said before that Tang Feng was stronger than Lu Fengru. Even without mentality-vitality fusion, Tang Feng could enter the top ranks of rank 6. Now, the experts on the ranking list obviously thought so too. Was Big Lion really that strong? 4 of them entered the rank 6 top 100 ranking, and 2 of them entered the top 10. This time, MCMAU could be considered to have demonstrated the strength of the number 1 elite university. In the rank 6 ranking list, CCMAU also had 4 people on the list, but only one of them was in the top 10. Moreover, his ranking was not high, only 9th. Fu Chongdang's grandfather, Fu Guoxing, was also on the list, but he was not too high up. He was a little lower than Luo Yichuan, ranked 48th. Of course, being able to enter the top 100 meant that Fu Chongdang's grandfather was not weak. As for the rank 6 ranking list, Fang Ping had never heard of the few names before Tang Feng. It was very likely that they were old antiques. 2 from the army, 1 from the sects, and the other 2 only had names, not belonging to any faction. This meant that they were independent martial artists who had not joined any organization. Martial Arts Club. Nowadays, there were very few people in the martial arts society. They had either gone to Nanjiang or were cultivating in the southern district. At this moment, on the Martial Arts Society's side, other than Fang Ping, the only middle-ranked idler left was Jin Fengqing. Both of them had just broken through, so they were not in a hurry to cultivate. Qin Fengqing was not in a hurry, mainly because he had spent all his credits. He had been relying on himself to absorb energy for the past few days. Both of them were idle. Although Qin Fengqing did not really like Fang Ping, he did not have many friends in school. He could not even find someone to chat with. Passing by the Martial Arts Society, Qin Fengqing saw that Fang Ping had nothing to do, so he dropped by to take a look. Then, he would pour out his grievances. Things haven't been going well lately. Fang Ping, I suspect it's all because of you. Your bad luck has been passed on to me. Qin Fengqing sighed and smiled plainly. What did I do to you? Tell me, what's wrong with you? Qin Fengqing sighed. There were too many unlucky things. Looking for a job wasn't going well. He submitted his resume to Nanjiang, but Nanjiang didn't want him. He was so angry that he almost exploded. He joined the military, the Department of Investigation Services, the Guardian's Mansion. In the end, they were all rejected without exception. Qin Fengqing was puzzled. What was going on? He was a peak rank 4 martial artist after all. Why was he so unpopular? Previously, the Southern Guardian's Mansion had promised him. That was a promise from the rank 9 Guardian himself. It was not a problem for him to go to the Guardian's Mansion. In the end, he submitted his resume and the other party rejected him. Qin Fengqing was so angry that his liver hurt. Wu Chuan was still in Nanjiang's catacombs. He told the Southern Guardian's Mansion that the Guardian had promised him personally. In the end, the other party ignored him. Of course, Qin Fengqing was too lazy to tell Fang Ping about his job rejection. This guy would definitely laugh at him. Qin Fengqing did not talk about this. Instead, he talked about the rank 4 ranking list. He complained, I've entered peak rank 4. Are there still any rank 4 opponents for me? In the end, I'm only 96th on the ranking list. How much are they looking down on me? I, Qin Fengqing, have met countless high ranks and killed a bunch of rank SIXS. In the end, I'm only 96th. How is this ranking determined? It's complete nonsense. Do I have to challenge them one by one? Let's not talk about this. Fang Ping, you've gone too far. Why was my channel shut down about the school's credit loan? Everyone else can borrow, but I can't. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Fang Ping said seriously, I didn't do this. It's really the system's evaluation. You're too risky. Not only is it risky, but your credit is also bad. You're often overdue. You've borrowed money a few times before. It was always the platform that came to you to collect the debt. Only then did you pay back the credits. Think about it. Would they still lend it to you? Didn't I forget about it? Qin Fengqing was speechless. I'm so busy. Who would remember to pay the debt every month? I thought it was once a year, Fang Ping sneered. You forget about it when it's time to pay back the money. You're so proactive when it's time to borrow money. He could not be bothered with him. This guy deserved it for not being able to borrow money. Even if he managed to borrow it, it would be squandered in no time. After chatting for a while, Qin Fengqing thought for a while and said, there's one more thing. It's quite unlucky. Do you remember that tigress? Tigress? Fang Ping thought for a while before asking suspiciously, you mean that Zhou Qiyue from Magic City Women University? Yes. Qin Fengqing sighed. It's this woman. She's been pestering me lately. It's so annoying. The corner of Fang Ping's mouth twitched. He could not help but ask, pestering you? How? How else can I pester her? Qin Fengqing said helplessly, she sent me a message saying that she wanted to spar with me. She thinks I'm stupid. Spar? She just wants to take the opportunity to have something happen between us. Women are all like that. If we really spar, she'll definitely pretend to be injured and ask me to send her back. She might even have to stay in the hospital and ask me to visit her every day. Women are so troublesome. Tell me, why is she pestering me? Fang Ping did not know how to reply. The spar that Zhou Qiyue mentioned, Was probably a real spar, right? Shaking his head, Fang Ping did not say much. He would let Qin Fengqing worry about it himself. As the two of them were chatting, Chen Zhenhua walked in. Chen Zhenhua rarely came to the martial arts society. Fang Ping was slightly surprised to see him suddenly this time. He stood up and said, "Dean Chen, why are you here?" Chen Zhenhua felt a headache coming on. He sat down and complained, "Lian Tang is missing. Dean Li can't be found either. Vice-Chancellor Wu and Vice-Chancellor Huang are nowhere to be seen. Vice-Chancellor Liu is still recuperating. Dean Luo went to Nanjiang. Dean who went to capital city yesterday for business. MCMAU is so big, but there's no one in charge now. Everything has been thrown to me. The other instructors are either in closed-door cultivation or cultivating. They're all crazy. I can't even pull them out. But now it's the end of the semester. The final assessment is coming. Can I manage thousands of students by myself? Can't the Martial Arts Society do something? It's fine if others aren't here, but you two have the time to chat. Can't you go and help?" Fang Ping was stunned. After a while, he said, "Final assessment? I don't know about this. I know that MCMAU has a final assessment, but he has not participated in it even once since he entered MCMAU for 3 semesters. In the first semester of his freshman year, he did not participate in the assessment to prepare for the first martial arts championship. In the second semester, the assessment began. He entered the catacombs. When he came out, the assessment had already ended. Now, it was the third semester. This semester, however, no one asked him to take the assessment. Fang Ping had forgotten about this. Qin Fengqing was even worse than him. With a dumbfounded expression, he asked, "MCMAU has a final assessment?" This time, it was Chen Zhenhua's turn to be dumbfounded. These two, were they really MCMAU students? Fang Ping. Alright, let's not talk about Fang Ping for now. Qin Fengqing was a student who was about to graduate. Fang Ping was also stunned. "You're already a senior, you're about to graduate, you don't know that MCMAU has a final assessment." Fang Ping knew about it, but he did not participate. Seeing the two of them looking at him, Qin Fengqing said gloomily, "Why are you looking at me? I really didn't know about it. At the end of the first and second semester of my freshman year, I had something to do at home and left early. No one told me about it. In the first semester of my sophomore year, that bastard Wang Jinyang came to provoke me. I was injured and hospitalized. In the second semester of my sophomore year, I happened to be entering rank 3, so I'd been in closed-door cultivation. In my junior year, I started entering the catacombs. I'm not even in school at the end of the semester. I really didn't know that we have a final assessment." Chen Zhenhua suddenly felt very tired. He gave up. These two were more powerful than the other, one had probably forgotten about it, and the other did not know about it at all. Chen Zhenhua, who was extremely helpless, could only say, "Nonsense. Of course there is a final assessment. It's divided into martial arts assessment and social sciences assessment. Also, the school will give out some credits as rewards every year. Many students can't take on missions because of their strength, so they can only rely on the assessment to get some credits." Qin Fengqing's eyes lit up instantly. He said quickly, "Credits reward? Dean, how much are the rewards for seniors?" "Seniors, there are no rewards for seniors." Chen Zhenhua said with a faint smile, "Seniors have passed the stage where they need subsidies. Also, a lot of students are not in school, so there are no subsidies for seniors." Fang Ping did not ask about sophomores. He did not really care about this little bit of subsidies now. In the past, he would have asked and then participated in the exam. Now, however, the rewards were at most 100 or 200 credits. He really did not care too much. After hearing this, Qin Fengqing was a little disappointed. He was very poor now. He had finally found an opportunity, but there was no subsidy for seniors. In reality, at their stage, the school's subsidies were very little. When Fang Ping had just broken through to rank 4, the school had given him quite a lot of credits as subsidies. However, when he broke through to rank 5, there was no more. According to the school, the middle ranks were only subsidized once. There was no reward for rank 4 to rank 5. For martial artists in the 3 lower ranks, there was a lot of support. For the 3 middle ranks, the school meant for self-reliance. Xianxia explained, then said, since you guys have nothing to do, arrange for some people to help me assess the freshmen. There are more freshmen this year. Many instructors are not in school now. The others are also in a critical period. We lack manpower. You guys can help solve this. Qin Fengqing was not interested. He said disinterestedly, I'm very busy. I need to cultivate, cut the crap. Xianxia was really having a headache now. He scolded, you've just broken through to peak rank 4. You have the time to wander around, but you don't have the time to help the school solve a small problem? If you don't do it, I suggest that you be removed from your position as vice president of the Martial Arts Society. As soon as these words came out, Qin Fengqing wilted. He had received a lot of salary from the Martial Arts Society, and it had been paid in advance. Last time, Fang Ping withheld it. After that, in order to prepare for the second championship, he still paid it to him. Now that he had spent it all, if he was removed from his position, with Fang Ping's personality, he would definitely come to him to collect the debt. All right then, Qin Fengqing nodded. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up. Instructor Tang isn't in school? Yes. Recently, he went into the catacombs to cultivate in seclusion. The energy concentration in the catacombs was higher than on Earth. Tang Feng did not want to waste energy stones for cultivation, so he went into the Magic City catacombs a few days ago. Qin Fengqing raised his eyebrows. Tang Wen was a freshman, right? Big Lion had beaten him up once last time. He insisted that he had blackmailed Tang Wen. It did not make sense at all. After that, he bullied him again and sent him flying once. Now, it seemed like the opportunity had come. Qin Fengqing suddenly laughed. Alright, Dean Chen, then I'll take it. It's a small matter. I'll be the examiner this once. Xianxia glanced at him. Fang Ping also looked at him. This guy seemed to be looking for trouble. When he asked if Tang Feng was in school, Fang Ping could guess what he was planning. If he could not deal with Tang Feng, then he would deal with his daughter. This was also Fang Ping's original plan. Now that Fang Ping had tricked Big Lion into supporting him fully, it was not good to continue tormenting Tang Wen. However, looking at Qin Fengqing's intentions, was he looking for trouble? Did this guy think that he had not been beaten up enough? When Tang Feng returned, he might have to deal with him again. Not caring whether this guy died or not, Fang Ping also nodded. Alright then, I'll arrange for rank 3 students in school to be in charge of assessing the freshmen. As he said that, Fang Ping thought for a while and said, Dean Chen, if you need to cultivate, you can also put these trivial matters aside. When the rank 6 ranking list comes out, you and Dean Hu, Xianxia's expression stiffened slightly. Don't mention this. Of the 6 peak rank 6 in MCMAU, only he and the dean of the School of Production were not on the list. It was indeed embarrassing. However, Sino Nation was so big, and there were many rank 6 martial artists. There were also some old antiques. It was understandable that he was not on the list. Fang Ping did not intend to hurt his feelings. What he meant was that peak rank 6 martial artists had a chance to become grandmasters. At this juncture, it was better to think of ways to become grandmasters. Moreover, Fang Ping suspected that if the government really wanted to subsidize rank 6 martial artists, it would probably be the powerhouses on the list. Not to mention the sects, the martial arts universities and people from the military department who were on the list were probably the targets of subsidies. If Xianxia's ability was slightly stronger, it would be best to challenge the people on the list to prepare for what came next. Fang Ping explained the situation to him. Xianxia pondered for a moment, nodded and said, it makes sense. If there are really potions or other things that can increase mentality, it is indeed worth a try. With a plan in mind, Xianxia did not say anything more. After leaving the freshman assessment to the Martial Arts Society, Xianxia left quickly. As soon as he left, Fang Ping saw that Qin Fengqing was about to say something and said with a smile, Qin Fengqing, this assessment task is handed over to you. Qin Fengqing was instantly overjoyed and said hurriedly, no problem. Seeing him leave happily, Fang Ping observed a moment of silence for him. You better take it easy. There were many children of MCMAU instructors among this batch of freshmen. Tang Feng's daughter, Luo Ichuan's son, and the children of a few rank 6 instructors were also there. If Qin Fengqin found fault in the assessment, if he was beaten to death later, he could not blame others. He asked for it. Fang Ping did not really care about the MCMAU students' end-of-term assessment. It was a group of students who were mainly aspiring martial artists and rank 1 martial artists. Rank 3 students were enough for the assessment. At this time, Fang Ping was busy communicating with NMAU, SCMAU, and CCMAU, preparing to launch the platform integration policy. This matter had already been prepared during the championship. Fang Ping wanted to collect more raw materials for MCMAU and sell them to the students from other schools. That was not the cost price, but double the price. CCMAU was fine, but the other schools had a demand. Even if it was double the price, it was still cheaper than if they bought it themselves. The other martial arts universities did not have enough pills and weapons to supply. Even CCMAU was similar to MCMAU in the past. The supply of pills was not enough to satisfy the students' cultivation needs. After the reform, the difficulty of obtaining credits in MCMAU had decreased. Even if the price was double the previous supply, it was still about the same as CCMAU's current price. If CCMAU felt that the supply of pills and weapons was not enough, it was not impossible to exchange from MCMAU. Other than that, Fang Ping was also communicating and negotiating with a few schools about combat techniques and instructors. Fang Ping was ready to turn the e-commerce platform into a modern martial arts community. Now that they had entered 2010, the 3G network had been promoted for more than a year. There were also many 3G-enabled smartphones in the market. As communication became more convenient, Fang Ping felt that martial arts communication would become easier as well. In the past, when people asked for advice on martial arts, they would communicate face-to-face, and they might not even find the person. Now, Fang Ping felt that things like video chat and voice chat on mobile phones were actually valuable, and they were not just simple chatting. Making the exchange of martial arts more convenient was a great benefit for martial artists. In addition, the government was now promoting martial arts for all. The news of the catacombs could be made public at any time, and more people would enter the martial arts world in the future. Nowadays, the general public's understanding of martial arts mainly came from martial arts training classes. There were only bits and pieces of information on the internet. While Fang Ping was preparing to build an e-commerce platform, he also wanted to build a relatively professional martial arts community. The government was actually doing this, but most of the time, the government might not be better than the private sector. When I first entered the school, I wanted to be the biggest martial arts resource distributor. Now, it seems like it might not be impossible. Fang Ping could not help but feel a sense of accomplishment after communicating with the various schools. Some of the fantasies of the past were no longer fantasies. He had already started to take the first step. As for the delivery company, Fang Ping felt that maybe one-day delivery to the catacombs was not a fantasy. I still need to have dreams, or else I'll be no different from a salted fish. As Fang Ping was busy, New Year's Eve was approaching. MCMAU was about to start its winter break. On the 28th of January, the batch of students and instructors who went to Nanjiang returned. The trip to the Nanjiang catacombs had been relatively safe because it was the first time both parties had encountered each other. However, once they entered the catacombs, there was no such thing as a foolproof plan. This time, there was still a situation where the number of people was reduced. An instructor and a student were ambushed by a peak rank 4 monster when they were mining the mineral veins. The others were further away and could not rescue them in time. Both of them were killed almost instantly in the mine tunnel. It was hard to blame anyone when they encountered such an unexpected situation. Luo Yichuan, who was leading the team, was on guard at the time. The monster hid very well in the beginning. Luo Yichuan's mentality had not reached the stage where he could release it, so he did not sense it. When they arrived, they were already dead. Encountering such a situation, they could only resign themselves to fate. They were used to seeing death. This time, 2 people died. Everyone might feel sad, but it was not to the extent of being too sad. Treating every trip to the catacombs as a final farewell was a martial artist's philosophy. If there were too many casualties, everyone would not be able to accept it. If the casualties were within a reasonable range, other than family and friends who would be sad, everyone else would be sad for a while. Because many of them were injured, Fang Ping and the others who were still in school did not do too much formality. Those who needed to heal healed, those who needed to cultivate cultivated. This time everyone had gained a lot in the catacombs. After some time, after digesting what they had gained this time, this batch of instructors and students would improve their strength. Furthermore, this time everyone had experienced many battles. Many of the students seemed to be much more mature and steady than before. As for the others, some were healing, some were resting. After they had all left, Fang Ping glanced at Xianxia who had not left. He could not help but rub his temples, smiling. Congratulations. Xianxia, who had only broken through to upper stage rank 3 in mid-December, had actually broken through to peak rank 3 this time. This speed was extremely fast. Xianxia broke into a smile. She could not hide her excitement. It's all because you gave life essence last time, Fang Ping coughed softly and interrupted her. He felt that next time, he should use the term energy essence to define that thing. If anyone mentioned life essence to him again, he would be angry with them. However, Xianxia's breakthrough indeed had a lot to do with energy essence. Although Fang Ping did not give her much last time, Xianxia was only at rank 3. From upper stage to peak rank 3, she did not hone her bones. She only needed to achieve unity of fist force. With the help of the energy essence, Xianxia had fought many times with the enemies in the catacombs. Soon, she had crossed the threshold and stepped into peak rank 3. From the looks of it, maybe you'll break through to rank 4 earlier than Han Su. Before Fang Ping could finish his sentence, Xianxia said softly, let's not talk about others. Fang Ping, it's almost New Year. How are you going to spend it? Fang Ping was speechless. How else can I live? Live normally. No. That's not what I meant. Although Xianxia was usually reserved and shy, she was extremely bold at this moment. She whispered, I mean, if it's the new year. After the new year, I'll go to Nanjiang to play. What do you think? Fang Ping coughed lightly. I'll be returning to Magic City after the new year. I still have things to do. You've just come back, you should go back and rest early. Oh, then what hobbies do uncle, auntie, and sister Fang Yuan have? I'll buy some gifts. Can you deliver them for me? When Fang Ping heard this, he suddenly laughed. Hobbies? Fang Yuan likes money. Why don't you give her some? Xianxia was stunned. She had met Fang Yuan before. Fang Yuan had also come to MCMAU twice before. However, this hobby that Fang Ping mentioned was so special. No, it was not special. Fang Ping seemed to like money a lot in the past. Fang Ping was joking, but Xianxia pondered for a while. She blinked and nodded. I know. What do uncle and auntie like? Fang Ping looked at her deeply for a while. He said softly, don't worry about these things. Work hard on your cultivation. The situation is getting worse. You've just come out of the catacombs, so I'm afraid you don't understand it too well. If nothing goes wrong, a great war will break out in the next few years. When that time comes, martial artists below the high ranks will all be cannon fodder. If you and I were normal people, we could ignore all these. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. But you and I are not. At the very least, I won't sit and wait for disaster to come. Xianxia bit her lip. After a while, she nodded again. I know. I'm too stubborn. Fang Ping, I won't disturb your cultivation. Fang Ping was tired. Women were just like Qin Fengqing said. Troublesome. Forget it. He was too lazy to continue talking. Whatever had to be done, he would do it. Fang Ping did not care about Xianxia anymore. Just like what she said, Xianxia did not show too much. At this moment, she was also seizing the time to cultivate, preparing to break through to rank 4. When these people came back, it was already the 14th of December. At this time, normal universities had already started their winter break. In MCMAU, according to the curriculum, it had also entered the holidays. However, this year, there were very few people who left early. The energy cultivation room and the vitality pool were almost full every day. Some students did not plan to go back for the new year this year. They did not plan to go back, but Fang Ping did. He planned to enter the Magic City catacombs after the new year. Throughout the year, it was rare for him to go home a few times. Even during the summer break, he was still on the northbound road. Every time he went home, he passed by in a hurry. When the new year came, Fang Ping still preferred to spend the new year at home. He did not want to travel all the time and make his family worry. On the 1st of February, the 18th of December, Fang Ping had also settled the school's affairs. The issue of the platform integration had also been confirmed, and it would only be started next semester. After settling all these, Fang Ping packed up and prepared to go home. In the end, when he was about to go home, Li Qing's call forced Fang Ping to delay for a while to go to the company to settle some matters. Distance Company did not seem to be providing as much help to Fang Ping as he had expected. However, Fang Ping did not plan to give up. Now, Distance Company was expanding to the whole country. Express delivery, takeout, platform. In Fang Ping's opinion, they still complemented each other. When the e-commerce platform completed its expansion, there might be a time when it would be useful. Moreover, at this moment, Fang Ping had also thought it through. As the situation worsened and technology advanced, once the whole nation really practiced martial arts, then everyone's time would be even tighter. At this time, it would be an opportunity for takeout delivery. Some people, in order to cultivate, might not even have time to go out to eat. But, they still had to eat. Before reaching the middle ranks, it was still very necessary to eat. Even at this moment, Fang Ping would not completely give up the habit of eating. Even if he did not eat for a month, he would not feel hungry. In January, the school also gave Fang Ping 600 million as a fee for providing celestiality. This time, Fang Ping did not waste it, throwing it all to Distance Company. Last time, he sold shares of the ordering platform, but no one else had shares in the takeout delivery and express delivery network. Fang Ping now had money, and he did not need it much, so he invested it in the company to try. If it could really develop and grow, in the future, it might also provide him with tens of billions of wealth. That was not a small amount. The next time the system upgraded, it might be hundreds of billions of wealth. Fang Ping felt that if he wanted to earn hundreds of billions of wealth, it would still be very difficult. Even mining. It was not like there were mines everywhere for him to dig. Mining in the royal city sounded easy, but the royal city's mine veins were extremely well protected. That was walking a tightrope with the risk of being discovered by a rank 9. A little carelessness, and he would lose his life. Unless there was no other way, or if he had a foolproof plan, Fang Ping would not rashly go mining. After settling the company's matters, it was already February 3rd. On this day, Fang Ping decided to go home. Before going home, Fang Ping originally planned to meet with Qin Fengqing, to remind him to return early after the new year. In the end, he did not find him. After asking around for a while, Fang Ping found out that Qin Fengqing was hiding somewhere. Tang Feng was back. Not only Tang Feng, but Luo Yichuan had also returned to school. During the freshman year's final exam, Qin Fengqing used a chicken feather as a token of authority, satisfying the craving of being an examiner. This person had almost forgotten what his surname was once he grasped all the power in his hands. During the exam, Qin Fengqing made things difficult for a few freshman students many times. Among them, Tang Wen was the main target of his retaliation. The freshman year's final exam was originally only to test vitality, pole standing progress, and basic combat techniques. For Tang Wen, who had already stepped into rank 2, this was child's play. However, Qin Fengqing insisted on adding an actual combat assessment, saying that he wanted to test everyone's true combat level. This shameless guy personally went up to do the assessment. He was a peak rank 4 martial artist. Even if he stood there and let Tang Wen hit him, Tang Wen might not be able to do anything to him. In the end, Qin Fengqing was not the kind of Mr. Nice Guy who would let others hit him. This guy took the opportunity to beat Tang Wen up. At that time, it was extremely satisfying, and he felt that he had taken his revenge. At the same time, he also beat up a few other freshman genius martial artists. He always felt that these freshman geniuses were too arrogant, and needed more polishing. In the end, he changed the assessment content carelessly, and even beat up a few low-ranked martial artists. Before Qin Zhenhua could find him to settle the score, Tang Feng and Luo Yichuan returned one after another. Knowing that Qin Fengqin was a shameless guy who bullied the weak and used his power to bully others, the two of them were angry and went around looking for him to settle the score. Qin Fengqin was not stupid this time. He knew that there would be trouble, so he ran away in advance. No one knew where this guy went. Maybe he had already gone back to his hometown for the new year. They could not even get through to him on the phone. Fang Ping had already expected this, but he did not expect Qin Fengqin to personally beat someone up. He thought that Qin Fengqin would increase the assessment difficulty for Tang Wen, just to make things difficult for her. He did not expect Qin Fengqin to be so straightforward and just beat her up. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. This guy was really narrow-minded. Unable to find him, Fang Ping did not continue looking. He would try to call him later. This guy could not hide for long. Without resources to cultivate, he was even more anxious than Fang Ping. He would show up sooner or later. Before leaving, Fang Ping met Chen Yunqi downstairs in the dormitory building. Chen Yunqi, who had not gone back yet, had purposely waited for him here. She had even brought him a gift. There were 3 gifts. 2 of them were for his parents. They were not 2 special gifts, just ordinary daily necessities. The 3rd gift was for Feng Yuan. This gift was done with all her heart. It was a cute crystal doll with a round face. The key was not that, but the doll was holding a huge gold ingot in its hand. Fang Ping weighed it in his hand. After a while, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Is this real gold? The gold ingot was made of real gold. Chen Yunqi smiled and nodded. She said, "Don't you think it's cute? I think Sister Feng Yuan will definitely like it." Fang Ping smiled bitterly. I think she will like it too. It might not be because she liked this cute doll. The key was that the ingot was made of gold, and the doll itself was made of natural crystal. This cartoon doll was not cheap to make. Of course, for martial artists, especially for Chen Yunqi's family, which had a grandmaster who was about to enter rank 8, this was not a big deal. Not to mention her family's financial situation, even Chen Yunqi herself had gained a lot from her trip to the Nanjiang catacombs. Fang Ping stuffed the doll into the box, smiling and shaking his head. Feng Yuan would be overjoyed if she got it, right? He did not reject it. He stuffed the things into the car, thought for a while, and said, I won't give you anything. As for Vice-Chancellor Chen and your parents, please send my regards, okay? Be careful on the way. Chen Yunqi did not mind. She waved and watched Fang Ping get into the car. Fang Ping got into the car and drove away. Not long after Fang Ping drove away from MCMAU. Somewhere in Nanjiang. In an ordinary residential building, in a small house, there were a few men and women gathered at the moment. One of the middle-aged men hung up the phone and said lightly, Fang Ping has left MCMAU. Sir, are we really going to attack Fang Ping? As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, an old man beside him frowned slightly. When he saw the middle-aged man looking at him, he bowed slightly and said, Fang Ping is only a rank 5 martial artist. He has no influence on the overall situation. If we attack him rashly and draw out a few of MCMAU's grandmaster powerhouses, I think the losses outweigh the gains. The middle-aged man said coldly, Fang Ping is not a dispensable existence. It was because of him that a few of our divine sect's Lord Guardians were killed. The divine sect will never forget this. As for Fang Ping himself, this time in the Nanjiang catacombs, he played a huge role and influence. Li Chongqing and Lu Polu are both from MCMAU. Without Fang Ping's help, these two might not have helped Nanjiang. In the end, Li Chongqing killed a rank 8 martial artist, causing the situation in the Nanjiang catacombs to change. The old man was a little hesitant, but after a moment, he still said, I'm worried that if we kill Fang Ping, MCMAU will become our enemy. Right now, MCMAU only cares about Magic City. The Grandmaster powerhouses in the university don't care about other things. Besides, sir, our goal is not to kill or injure human powerhouses, but, the old man had not finished his sentence when the middle-aged man's expression turned cold instantly. He said coldly, "What are you questioning? The divine sect and the catacombs are not on the same side. The divine sect's goal is also to resist the catacombs' invasion. But now, some stubborn people are preventing us from completely eliminating the catacombs threat. It's all because of these people that there are more and more passageways and territories that are connected. If we had implemented the divine sect's strategy earlier, targeting one of the territories and completely connecting the world barrier between Earth and one of the territories, then the suppression of the rules would no longer exist. We can totally enter the catacombs world through one of the territories and slaughter those catacombs powerhouses, completely annihilating them. And not like now, constantly being nibbled away by others. Everyone did not say anything else. The old man who questioned earlier was silent for a while, then said again, "Sir, the Pope once said that humans' life energy and vitality force are absorbed in large amounts by the passageways. Only then can we connect and expand these territory passageways and completely integrate them." The old man did not say anything doubtful, but his meaning was clear. The middle-aged man looked at him coldly and said, "Of course it's true. Sacrificing some people to completely connect the world barrier is feasible. Are you questioning the Pope's words? Do you know why the more people there are, the more likely it is that a passageway will appear? Because as long as humans are alive, they will constantly emit vitality force. This is the catalyst for the opening of the passageway. The world passageway doesn't exist in the first place, but because there are too many people, the vitality force produced is too strong and overflows into the void, triggering the opening of the passageway. Therefore, some people must be sacrificed, not only to completely connect the world barrier, but also to reduce the chances of other passageways opening. You may think that it's cruel, but compared to the survival of mankind, the death of some people will allow the survival of others to be better. Completely opening up a realm and letting martial practitioners and ordinary people fight in that realm. Even if they died, it would only affect that realm, not the whole world. The stubborn people were not unaware of all this, but they still chose the stupidest method, which was to let Earth be constantly nibbled away. If this continued, mankind would be destroyed by their hands sooner or later. People like Xianxia are hailed as heroes of mankind, but little do they know that it is precisely because of the existence of these idiots that mankind's situation is getting more and more difficult. If these idiots are willing to sacrifice for mankind, then let them die in the catacombs. As for Fang Ping, not only did he join forces with Zhang Dingnan and the rest to lure and kill the divine sect's guardian, he himself is also a stubborn person. No, the martial arts university instructors and students are all stubborn people. It is because of them that the seemingly great sacrifice is actually fishing for fame, making mankind more and more dangerous, more and more difficult. Now, before a full-scale war breaks out, we must completely open one or a few passageways, connecting the boundaries. Move the humans from other areas to these boundaries. Without humans living, the passageways may close automatically. Perhaps? The old man murmured. These words obviously meant that he was not sure. This was gambling with the future of mankind. The old man's murmur made the middle-aged man's gaze turn colder. Even you are starting to doubt, are you starting to waver? Sooner or later, you will understand that the divine sect is the true savior of mankind. For the sake of mankind, why can't we sacrifice some people? Nowadays, those stubborn people are also prepared to sacrifice some people to buy time for mankind, aren't they? However, those stupid fellows have not learned their lesson. Ordinary people are the ones who should be sacrificed the most. If 90% of mankind died and 10% of the elites were left, they would be better off than they are now. Instead of letting elite martial artists be sacrificed like now. This is the most stupid policy in 100 years. A large number of mankind's hopes have been buried in the catacombs by these idiots. And what kind of people are they feeding? Those mediocre people who only know how to eat, drink, poop, and sleep, enjoying peace and stability, and still complaining about the injustice of society. If someone has to die, it should be these people who die first, not them. Thoughts flashed through the middle-aged man's mind. Finally, the indifference on his face dissipated, and he said softly, "No matter what, we must kill Fang Ping. In Magic City, it is not convenient for us to make a move. But in Nanjiang, there are not many powerhouses in Nanjiang now. Of course, it is not convenient for the Lord Guardians to make a move this time. It is easy to be targeted. Leave the task of killing Fang Ping to us. Fang Ping is very strong. This can be seen in the championship. After breaking through rank 5, he may be comparable to a peak rank 5 martial artist. Therefore, this time I will make a move personally. Protector Jing and Protector Mei, follow me. As soon as he said that, everyone in the house was a little surprised. The middle-aged man was a peak rank 6 powerhouse. Of the two protectors whose names were called, the old man was also a rank 6 powerhouse. To kill a young man who had just entered rank 5, one of them was a peak rank 6 and 2 rank SIXS. Under the circumstances that no high ranks were involved, it was already extremely important. Last time, to kill Fang Ping, they sent out high ranks, which resulted in many high ranks dying in battle. Nowadays, the higher-ups of mankind were keeping a close eye on them. Sending out high ranks would also easily attract attention. Under this premise, 3 rank SIXS killing a martial artist who had just entered rank 5 was already thinking highly of Fang Ping. The middle-aged man had already made his decision. Even he himself was going to make a move personally. The old man did not say anything more. He only said slightly hesitantly, "Do we do it in Sun City?" The middle-aged man nodded. In Sun City, Fang Ping would not run. At least, he would not run unless he was in despair. That was because his family was there. In other places, if a rank 5 martial artist was determined to escape, even a rank 6 might not be able to kill him easily. Of course, it would be best if Fang Ping's family did not die so easily. If they died, Fang Ping would have no worries, and it would be difficult to kill him. If he escaped back to Magic City, killing Fang Ping in Magic City was not their goal. As he thought about it, the middle-aged man said again, "Take action on New Year's Eve." On that day, a large number of powerhouses would enter the catacombs to guard the catacombs. After they killed Fang Ping, they could also maximize their safety and escape quickly. This time, Fang Ping must die. Sun City. It was already the 20th of the 12th lunar month when Fang Ping returned. The festive atmosphere of a small city was much stronger than that of a big city. The streets and alleys of a small Sun City were filled with people. Fang Ping did not tell anyone that he was back. He had received many calls even before he reached home. In Nanjiang, the House of Governors had asked about Fang Ping's itinerary. In other words, the House of Governors was prepared to send him some festive gifts. Fang Ping wanted some peace and quiet when he returned home, so he rejected their good intentions. Other than the House of Governors, people called from Sun City and auspicious Sun City. A few of his high school classmates also called to ask if he was coming back for the new year. Fang Ping's reputation had risen since the second martial arts university championship. He was no longer the minor celebrity he once was. Now, he was known as the #1 person in Sino Nation Martial Arts University. Although this title was limited to students, being the #1 in the country was still a well-known title. Scenic Lake Gardens. Fang Ping opened the door and entered. Fang Yuan, who was lying on the sofa watching TV, poked her head out and looked at him. Then, she retracted her head and continued watching TV. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. Was this girl seeing things? "Your brother is back." Gun? Humph. Fang Yuan, your brother is back. Didn't you see him? I saw him. Then why are you ignoring me, you stupid girl? Fang Yuan poked her head out again and said angrily, "I don't want to talk to you. You lied to me." Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. Who told this girl? Had his talent been exposed? As he thought about it, Fang Yuan pouted and said pitifully, "You said my talent could increase, and you even gave me medicine to increase it. But it's been so many days and my talent hasn't increased at all. Now, my vitality is stuck at 179 calories, Fang Ping, you big liar." Fang Ping was stunned for a moment before he realized what she was talking about. He was speechless and said impatiently, "Nonsense. Isn't this normal? 180 calories twice honed. You're stuck here. It means my talent is still too low." Her words made sense. Fang Ping could not refute her. He changed his shoes and entered the house, smiling. What's the rush? It's normal to be stuck for a while when you hit a bottleneck. But your twice honing shouldn't be a problem. You'll probably be fine in a few days. Although twice honing had a requirement for talent, it was not too high. Usually, the children of powerhouses could be twice honed. Was it because the children of the strong were more talented? That may not be the case. Twice honing was different from thrice honing. If he was willing to spend money, it was not impossible to throw it in. Of course, there was a limit to the human body. Some people really couldn't hit it. However, since Fang Yuan was able to reach the hurdle of 179 calories, twice honing should not be too difficult. This girl's progress was slightly faster than Fang Ping had expected. Fang Ping had thought that the girl would only be able to complete her twice honing at the end of her first year of high school. It had only been a semester. However, this also had something to do with the recent increase in energy concentration in Sun City. Nowadays, humans cultivated much faster than before. Many ordinary people could reach 110 calories and above in vitality just by standing a little closer to the passageway without taking any pills. In the past 2 years, students with 110 calories had been the talk of the town. Fang Yuan seemed to be in a better mood after hearing Fang Ping's words. She rested her head on the sofa and asked uncertainly, "Can I really twice hone?" "Of course." Fang Ping chuckled and went forward to pat her head. He grinned and said, "What a big pig head, you're the pig head." Fang Yuan rolled her eyes at him. Her mood improved, and her smile returned. She said happily, "Fang Ping, does that mean I'll be a martial artist soon?" "I don't know." Fang Ping said casually. He looked around and asked, "Where's Mom and Dad?" "Dad's still at work. Mom went shopping with Auntie Chen and the others." Fang Yuan suddenly saw the gift bag that Fang Ping had placed at the side. Seeing that Fang Ping had gone to pour tea, Fang Yuan sneakily poked her head out to take a look. Then, she hurriedly opened the gift. When she opened the gift box that contained the Yuan Bao doll, Fang Yuan's eyes widened. "It's so cute." She turned her head to look at Fang Ping, who was still pouring water in the kitchen. Fang Yuan suppressed her joy and said, "Brother, did you bring me a gift this time?" "I forgot. Maybe next time. Why don't we go to the supermarket to buy some for you during the new year?" "Oh, someone asked me to bring some gifts for a friend." "Don't touch them. It'll be hard to explain if you ruin the packaging." "A friend's?" Fang Yuan was stunned. She stared at the crystal doll in her hand and said gloomily, "You didn't bring me a gift?" "We're family. I can buy one whenever I want." But, Fang Yuan looked at the exquisite doll in her hand and then at the golden Yuan Bao in her arms. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. Moreover, this doll looked very much like her. "Seriously, brother. I thought he bought it for me." Fang Yuan was unhappy. She stuffed the doll into the gift bag and pouted without saying anything. Out of sight, out of mind. In the kitchen, Fang Ping grinned. He entered the living room with a cup of tea in hand. Seeing that Fang Yuan had returned to her angry state, he chuckled. "Are you angry?" "No. Look at you. You're almost a martial artist. Why don't you have any self-control?" After teasing his sister for a while, Fang Ping was in a good mood. He chuckled. "Alright, I was just joking. The gift is for you. Do you like it?" "Really?" Fang Yuan felt like she was on a roller coaster. She hurriedly took out the doll. Fang Ping chuckled. "Girl, I'm not done yet. Do you see that golden Yuan Bao? It's real gold." "Gold?" Fang Yuan's eyes curved into crescents. She suddenly coughed softly and regained her composure. She said calmly, "I only like the doll's appearance. I don't like gold at all." Fang Ping sneered. Fang Yuan looked embarrassed. "It's true. I'm rich now. I don't care about gold." "You? How much money do you have? Tell me." "I'm not telling you." Fang Yuan looked proud. "I'm rich now." Now, she had really started a big business. Yuan Ping Club had even started Yuan Ping Company. Now, she had businesses all over Sun City. 5 stationery stores and 3 snack stores. She was about to open her 9th chain store. Fang Yuan had spent all her money. A few rich people from Yuan Ping Club had also invested a portion of the money to open Yuan Ping Corporation. Although they were not earning much at the moment, Fang Yuan believed that they would make a lot of money sooner or later. Initially, she wanted to start another business, but after some thought, she gave up. She was a little scared. Someone had leaked the news, but a few days ago, many people had approached her, wanting to start a company with her. These people had hundreds of millions in cash. They wanted to partner with her to open a martial arts dojo, do other things with her, and even develop real estate. Fang Yuan did not even have to fork out any money. As long as she was in the company, she could earn a huge sum of dividends every year. She could even get a lot of shares. After a while, Fang Yuan did not dare to say that she wanted to start a company. In the end, she was unwilling to give up and opened a few small shops. They were not big enough, but there were enough of them. She was already the boss of 8 shops. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Fang Ping smiled and did not say anything else. Do you really think I don't know? He did not really care about this in Magic City, but his father was still at home. As the deputy director of Sun City's municipal government office, Old Fang did not get promoted this time, but his treatment had increased. He could enjoy the benefits of a full-time employee. His daughter was in Sun City. How could she hide something from him? As soon as the shops opened, Fang Ping heard the news from his father. Even so, Fang Ping was too lazy to care. The few shops this girl had opened were not even enough for her to produce and sell on her own. The Yuan Ping Club students bought stationery and snacks from these few shops, and they even had to give discounts to their own people. What kind of money could they earn? Fang Ping did not expose her, and Fang Yuan did not want to flaunt her wealth. At least, she was not as rich as her brother. It would be a blow to her. She played with the doll in her hands. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. She giggled. Fang Ping, you're really generous this time. I thought you would buy me a few new clothes at most. Fang Ping chuckled. If it were me, I wouldn't want to buy anything. If I want to buy something, I'll buy it myself. Someone else gave it to you. Someone else? Fang Yuan was stunned. Then, she asked in surprise, a guy or a girl? A girl. You're in a relationship? Fang Yuan was shocked. She said in disbelief, you can find a girlfriend too? Fang Ping felt bad when he heard that. He said with a dark expression, what do you mean? I, your brother, am the center of attraction. Which girl doesn't like me? Why does it sound like no one wants me when you say it? Did this girl know how to speak? Fang Yuan shook her head hurriedly. No, I mean, I think it'll be hard for you to find a girlfriend. Although she said that, Fang Yuan said sourly, who's that girl? Brother, now that you found a girlfriend, are you not going home anymore? You're not going to buy me a present? Also, is that girl ugly? Why are you in such a hurry to find a girlfriend? You don't even know her. Why don't you wait a few more years? Many of my friends are very beautiful. It'll be nice to have someone I know as my girlfriend. It'll be nice to have someone from Yuan Ping Club as my sister-in-law. In the future, I'll still be in charge of the Fang family. Fang Ping could not be bothered with her. He chuckled. Don't talk nonsense. What girlfriend? Friends. Female friends. Do you understand? Fang Ping did not say much. He quickly changed the topic. While I'm at home these few days, cultivate well. See if you can complete the twice honing. She had completed the twice honing. 3 honing was probably out of the question. This girl should be able to officially become a martial artist soon. However, Fang Ping looked at her tiny head and said, don't be in a hurry to break through even if you've completed the twice honing. Wait a little longer. If one broke through to martial artist too early, their bones would really be set in place. This girl was only so tall now. Although Fang Ping thought she was cute, if she really became a dwarf, she would look ugly. Girls at this age grew quickly. When they were almost there, it did not matter if their bones were set in place. As for her appearance, baby fat, and small round face, these had nothing to do with her bones. He would let this girl grow however she wanted. The siblings chatted. Not long after, Li Yueying came back from shopping, carrying a few bags of things. Fang Mingrong came back early that night. He asked a few simple questions about Fang Ping's life and school, but Fang Mingrong did not say much. Although he did not ask in detail, it did not mean that Fang Mingrong knew nothing. At least he knew one thing. A few days ago, his son had become the Secretary General of Magic City Martial Arts University School Council. This was a semi-official matter. People from other places might not have noticed. However, in Sun City, there were still many people who were concerned about Fang Ping's situation. When the news of Fang Ping becoming the Secretary General of MCMAU's School Council came out, the entire city government was talking about it. When Sun City's commander Bai Jinshan met Fang Mingrong, he half-jokingly said that he would have to call Fang Ping leader when he met him in the future. This was not a joke. According to the administrative level, MCMAU was on the same level as the House of Governors. The school council was MCMAU's core organization. Other than the vice-chancellor, the other members of the school council were similar in status to the other deputy governors in Nanjiang's House of Governors. According to rank, Fang Ping was a few ranks higher than Bai Jinshan. Fang Ping was not a good analogy, but the other person was Bai Jinshan's superior, Wang Jinyang, who was the real deputy governor. Wang Jinyang had lost to Fang Ping before, and NMAU was not much better than MCMAU. Based on this, Fang Ping's status was even higher. The small Sun City had produced two young prodigies. Recently, Bai Jinshan's hair had almost turned white from worry. This was both a good and a bad thing. The good thing was that Sun City was famous, and they had more confidence. The bad thing was that Sun City was famous, and its status was high. He, a peak rank 3 commander, seemed too weak. Originally, it was not bad for a county-level city's commander to reach peak rank 3. Now, however, he seemed too weak. Fang Ping could not care less about Bai Jinshan's matters, and he would not care. Whoever became Sun City's commander had little to do with him, as long as it was not that idiot Qin Fengqing. During dinner, Fang Yuan told his parents that the gift Fang Ping brought back was not bought by him, but by a girl. This made his parents ask about it for a while. Fang Ping did not hide it from them. Of course, he did not say much, just briefly mentioning Chen Yunqi. Fang Ping did not stand out too much when he returned to Sun City. He went home for peace and quiet, and he did not want to be disturbed. Even when Wu Zhihao mentioned the class reunion, Fang Ping politely declined. It was okay to meet up once before he left, but not now. During the few days at home, while his parents prepared for the new year, Fang Ping did not idle. He honed his meridians and cultivated combat techniques while guiding Fang Yuan's cultivation. His meridian honing speed was not too slow. These days, Fang Ping had already honed 4 of his 14 main meridians, which was considered extremely fast. It had only been less than 20 days since he broke through on the 15th. The difficulty of honing main meridians was slightly higher than minor meridians. Reshaping meridians was also a work of effort. 1 main meridian in 5 days was considered fast. If this continued, he could completely reshape his main meridians in 2 months. 206 minor meridians, the speed should be even faster. Maybe 10 months would be enough. However, in the past year, Fang Ping was less motivated to cultivate. These days, his main focus was on combat techniques, including the cultivation of half-golden body. The difficulty of cultivating half-golden body was slightly lower. Fang Ping only needed to use large amounts of vitality to constantly cleanse his flesh and meridians. He did not need to care too much about other things. February 6, 23rd of the 12th lunar month. Wang Jinyang, who did not come back for the new year last year, returned to Sun City this year. Like Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang kept a low profile when he came back. Fang Ping knew that he was back, but the two of them did not meet up. New Year's Eve was approaching. It would not be too late to meet up and talk after the new year. In the next few days, the New Year atmosphere in Sun City grew stronger. The Fang family was also immersed in celebration. With Fang Yuan at home, it could not be lonely. This girl was busy everywhere. When Fang Ping arrived home, he had to listen to her and was ordered around. For example, cleaning was Fang Ping's responsibility. There was no other reason. Fang Ping could fly. Fang Ping was the most suitable person for cleaning windows. Fang Yuan even suggested that Fang Ping should take advantage of the new year to open a cleaning company to help people clean. Fang Ping almost squeezed her face into a steamed bun. Asking a rank 5 powerhouse to clean? How could this girl say that? Busy, Fang Ping threw the catacombs matters and MCMAU matters to the back of his mind. Before he became a martial artist, he only thought about becoming a martial artist, about becoming a Superman. When he became a real martial artist and learned about the catacombs, the pressure followed. Although Fang Ping usually appeared relaxed, in reality, he had always been under a lot of pressure. He did not worry about the future of mankind. That was not his responsibility, at least not now. He did not have the right to do so. He did it for himself, for his family, for his friends. The catacombs passageways kept opening, and the threat grew. Before the two sides entered a full-scale war, if he did not have the strength, he could not even protect himself, not to mention others. The increasing pressure made him want to change something. That was why there were a series of changes in MCMAU. Otherwise, Fang Ping might not have done it. With a sense of relief after letting go of the pressure, Fang Ping's days at home were quite enjoyable. 13th of February. New Year's Eve. Sun City was filled with the sound of firecrackers since morning. Scenic lake gardens. On New Year's Eve, the Fangs were especially lively. The one who caused the commotion was none other than Fang Yuan. On the night of the 12th, Fang Yuan broke through the barrier and completed her twice honing under the stimulation of Fang Ping's energy stones. This girl's control over her strength was very weak. Things were getting lively now that she had just completed her twice honing. Early in the morning, Li Yueying was busy in the kitchen. Fang Yuan insisted on helping, but everything she brought was destroyed. Li Yueying was so angry that she pushed her daughter away a few times and finally chased her daughter away. Fang Yuan destroyed everything in her way from the kitchen. A twice-honed aspiring martial artist was not very strong, but she was not much weaker than a beginner rank 1 martial artist. She still destroyed a lot of things in the house. Fang Ping held in his laughter for a while as he watched her walk carefully. Fang Yuan was not strong. If she had been like Fang Ping, the floor would have been trampled, not to mention New Year's Eve. Fang Yuan had become a destructive maniac. The Fangs did not care about things like this anymore. If they broke, they could just replace them. Fang Yuan could not stand it, though. She was on the verge of tears. The phone she had just bought with money had been crushed by her, the teddy bear she usually hugged to sleep had been torn to shreds by her the night before. In the morning, she realized that it had been shattered into many pieces. Now, she did not even dare to return to her room. She could only sit in the living room obediently, motionless. Even when Fang Ping walked up to her maliciously and pinched her cheeks hard, she did not move. She could not control her strength. She had fought back and punched Fang Ping, but she had used too much force. Fang Ping was fine, but her hand was almost swollen. Now that Fang Ping had come to bully her again, Fang Yuan felt wronged. She shouted, "Dad, Fang Ping is bullying me again." Fang Mingrong, who was pasting couplets, only smiled and did not reply. A house like this was lively enough. Fang Ping was overjoyed. He pinched her cheeks and smiled. "What do you know, little girl? I'm helping you get used to your strength. Who are you trying to fool? Who would need to pinch their cheeks to get used to their strength? It's true. Your strength is concentrated on your face. I'm helping you to disperse it so you can get used to it faster. I don't believe you. It's fine if you don't believe me. Besides, you've just broken through, so your face has accumulated too much energy. If I don't dispel this energy, you'll have a big fat face for the rest of your life. Although I think it looks good, do you like it?" Fang Yuan was dubious when he said that, but he did feel blood rushing to his cheeks. However, this feeling was quite familiar. It was almost the same feeling when Fang Ping pinched his face in the past. Fang Yuan was skeptical, but Fang Ping said with a straight face, "Trust me. I'm serious. Of course, if you don't mind having a round face, you don't need my help." She would rather believe it than not, so she accepted her fate and allowed Fang Ping to pinch her cheeks as he pleased. After teasing his sister for a while, Fang Ping did not continue to bully her. He chuckled and went about his own business. On New Year's Eve, there were a lot of phone calls this year. If others wished him a Happy New Year, he had to wish them a Happy New Year too. However, Old Man Li, Lu Fengru, and the others were all in closed-door cultivation now, so there was no need to disturb them. Both of them were working hard to become true grandmasters. Before Fang Ping left the university, they had gone into closed-door cultivation and had not shown their faces since. While Fang Ping's family was enjoying themselves, a small car was parked by the roadside outside Scenic Lake Gardens. There were 3 people in the car. The middle-aged man sat in the back. He glanced at a tall building in the district and said in a low voice, "We'll act as soon as it gets dark." In the front row, Guardian Plum, the old man from before, said softly, "Do we attack him directly or lure him out?" The middle-aged man said in a low voice, "Attack him directly. Of course, we don't have to kill his family. If we don't have to kill them, we don't." After saying that, the middle-aged man added, "To prevent him from escaping, Guardian Plum will attack first. Let him feel that there's a chance of survival." Fang Ping is an extremely confident person. Guardian Plum is an early-stage rank 6. Plus, his family is here. He might not be afraid and run away immediately. As long as we fight him, Fang Ping will be entangled. He won't be able to escape. The middle-aged man made some arrangements. If a rank 5 encountered a rank 6 and fled before the fight started, he might not be able to kill Fang Ping. However, if Fang Ping were to engage in combat with someone, he would definitely be entangled. He would not even be able to escape. As for holding Fang Ping's family hostage to threaten him, very few martial artists would do such a thing. It was meaningless. Television was just television. Capturing his family and forcing Fang Ping to cripple his own martial arts was an idiotic move. As long as one wasn't stupid, no one would do such a thing. He knew that the other party wanted to kill him, but he still crippled his own martial arts. Not only would he not be able to save others, he would also die. Such an idiot would die in vain. Guardian Plum was just an early-stage rank 6. Fang Ping might not run away without a fight. Of course, they could not rule out the possibility that Fang Ping was cold-blooded enough to abandon his family and flee after sensing Guardian Plum's aura. In response to this situation, the middle-aged man also made arrangements. Another protector was waiting outside to prevent Fang Ping from escaping. On the other hand, he would follow Guardian Plum. As long as Fang Ping didn't choose to escape, he would find an opportunity to kill him. After that, the middle-aged man looked out of the window again. The sky had already darkened. A cold glint flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. It seemed like Fang Ping would not have the chance to eat this reunion dinner. In Scenic Lake Gardens, Fang Ping was still on the phone. The phone call was from Xianxia. Fang Ping did not say much. He could hear a cold snort coming from the other side of the phone. A certain old man was listening in on his granddaughter's phone call again. Fang Ping was helpless against Qin Yaoting, the old man who liked to eavesdrop. "I didn't say anything. It's your granddaughter talking. What's the point of you snorting and snorting?" Qin Yunqi said a lot, especially asking if Fang Ping's parents and sister liked the gifts she bought. At that moment, the sound of breathing over the phone became heavy. Old Man Chen looked like he was about to explode. His granddaughter was rushing to throw herself at him. That bastard Fang Ping, he did not see any gifts. Fang Ping did not provoke the old man anymore. He was afraid that the old man would come after him during the new year. After chatting with Chen Yunqi for a while, Fang Ping hung up. After he hung up, Fang Yuan, who was beside him, tried to sneak away. She used too much force and almost knocked over the potted plants on the balcony. Fang Ping was speechless. He grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up. Watching the girl struggle, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Very good, I found my chance." He had wanted to experience this feeling for a long time. Every time he would be lifted up. Now, grabbing someone else by the neck and lifting them up felt really good. Fang Yuan looked embarrassed. Fang Ping was becoming more and more of a bully. "It's very embarrassing." Okay. After the siblings fooled around for a while, the sky started to darken. In the kitchen, Li Yueying had prepared the New Year's Eve dinner and started to serve the dishes. Time to eat. Following his mother's call, Fang Ping put Fang Yuan down and prepared to eat. At that moment, the sky was already dark. Fang Ping had just taken a few steps when he suddenly frowned slightly. He tilted his head and looked out the window. Fang Yuan rubbed her neck and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Fang Ping gave a perfunctory reply, his brows still furrowed. That feeling earlier. Vitality fluctuation, now, his mentality had reached more than 800 hertz. His senses were very sharp. Catacombs powerhouses and human powerhouses could detect each other from thousands of miles away. This was all because of the strength of their mentality. Mentality's sensing and attack range were different. A rank 7 powerhouse's mentality attack range might only be 100 meters, but their sensing ability was more than that. It was possible to expand it by 10 times. However, outside the district, more than a few hundred meters away from the building, Fang Ping only had a weak sense. It was not very obvious. Are there martial artists passing by? Fang Ping muttered to himself. The vitality fluctuation earlier was very weak. He even suspected that he had sensed it wrongly. After thinking for a while, Fang Ping's ears twitched again. After honing his ossicles, his hearing was also very good. When Fang Ping's ears started to vibrate, countless voices nearby poured into his ears, making him dizzy. "Hubby, Happy New Year's Eve. Daddy, I want to eat. I'm so hungry." Voices came from all around him. Fang Ping even heard some voices that he should not have heard. He cursed silently. It was not even night yet. Today was New Year's Eve. Was this how the two of them celebrated New Year's Eve? Cursing aside, Fang Ping quickly ignored these voices and listened in the direction from earlier. After a while, Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. He did not hear anything. The only thing worth noticing was a few weak breaths. That was not the point. The point was that the breaths were very long. After a long time, there would be a breath. This? Only martial artists would do this. Fang Ping took a deep breath, his heart beating slightly. Was it a martial artist passing by? Not necessarily. Seeing that Fang Yuan was still looking at him, Fang Ping waved his hand and said, "Go eat first. Brother, go." After forcefully sending Fang Yuan away, Fang Ping thought for a while and dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, he said quickly, "There's a martial artist outside my district." "What rank?" "I don't know. I'll be there in a minute." Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "Come and take my family away. I can fight or retreat, please." Fang Ping, "Brother Wang, please." "All right. I'll inform Commander Bai." "Who's stationed at Auspicious Peace?" "Auspicious Peace is only about 100 li from here. If Commander Bai goes all out, he'll be here in 10 minutes at most." That being said, the other party was a Grandmaster powerhouse stationed at Auspicious Peace. It was hard to say if he would come. After all, Commander Bai had to be responsible for the Nanjiang catacombs. Even if he really agreed to come, he still had to make arrangements. 10 minutes. That was the best he could hope for. It still depended on Commander Bai's speed. Fang Ping did not say much and hung up quickly. After thinking for a while, he sent a few more text messages. Although there might not be any danger at the moment, and it could be a martial artist passing by. It was the new year. What was a martial artist doing outside his district instead of spending the new year at home? Fang Ping had never been stingy with assuming the worst of others. It was better to be safe than sorry. Fang Ping valued his own life and the safety of his family very much. Back then, Huang Bin upstairs might have done him harm. Fang Ping was not even a martial artist. His first thought was to strike first and gain the upper hand. Now, even if it was a martial artist passing by, Fang Ping would not let his guard down. Moreover, he had offended a lot of people. The first thing that came to Fang Ping's mind was not the evil sect, but the two major companies. Some of the recent changes in MCMAU had infringed on the interests of the two major companies. It was not incomprehensible for people to do the impossible for the sake of profit. Fang Ping inhaled slightly. Seeing that his parents and sister were waiting for him in the dining room, he walked over and said softly, "Dad, Mom, leave the house first. Take the stairs downstairs. Don't leave the floor, find a random staircase and wait for a while." "Brother, Ping Ping," Fang Ping smiled and said, "It's okay. I might be overthinking, but you guys go first. If there's nothing else, we'll come back for dinner." Fang Mingrong glanced at his son. Seeing that he was holding a Chengdao, he nodded and said, okay. Be careful. Brother. Fang Yuan gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, it won't be dangerous, right? Of course. Alright, that's enough. Let's go down first. Fang Mingrong hesitated no more. He dragged Li Yueying, who still wanted to ask more questions, and left. Fang Yuan looked reluctant, but she said nothing more and quickly followed her parents. Once his family had left, Fang Ping did not act rashly. Instead, he chose to wait. At this moment, Fang Ping was standing on the balcony, deliberately revealing himself. His mentality and hearing were fully activated. He observed carefully, looking back at the house from time to time as if he was talking to someone. After a while, Fang Ping's phone rang. We're here. Don't come through the front door. I know. My parents are in the corridor. Don't come over yet. Wait. If they don't make a move, then don't. Once they do, bring them away immediately. Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang exhaled and said in a low voice, okay, I know. Delay is the main thing. As he said that, Wang Jinyang said, Commander Bai agreed to come, but today is New Year's Eve. There aren't enough powerhouses stationed on the ground. Commander Bai needs to delay for a while to make arrangements. Fang Ping was not surprised. No matter how important Fang Ping's safety was, it was not as important as the Nanjiang catacombs. Commander Bai was currently the strongest powerhouse in Nanjiang. He was also a member of the military department. He would not leave his post without permission. It was already very difficult for him to agree to come back. I know. I hope I can make it. It's okay. After saying that, Wang Jinyang hung up the phone without saying anything else. He did not investigate. It would be troublesome if someone found out. If they really had ill intentions towards Fang Ping, the person would not be weak. If they had no ill intentions, it would be fine even if they made a mistake. Both he and Fang Ping were prodigies. Even if there was a misunderstanding, the Grandmaster would not be offended by a few polite words of thanks. It was at this moment that Fang Ping suddenly stopped talking. The few breathing sounds that he had been paying attention to were heard. He stood by the window. Outside the district, the middle-aged man frowned slightly. He stared at the floor Fang Ping was on. Seeing that Fang Ping seemed to be on the phone, he muttered, it's already dark, should we make a move now? The old man said, let's wait a little longer. If we go now, we'll be easily discovered. The middle-aged man frowned. After a moment, he said, we're not waiting anymore. Time is of the essence. Guardian Plum, you make the first move. I'll go to the other side and attack at the same time. The old man nodded. Without delay, he got out of the car. The other person got out too, but he did not move. Instead, he stayed where he was. The middle-aged man got out of the car at the same time, but he did not walk. Instead, he used flight step and disappeared into the horizon. Inside the house, Fang Ping cursed silently. As expected, they were here for him. Moreover, the other party was going to make a move now. It was faster than he had expected. It seemed like he could not delay until Commander Bai arrived. Taking a deep breath, Fang Ping held on to his Chengdao. He could not leave now. If he did, the other party might destroy the entire building in a fit of rage. However, if they fought, he could escape. The other party would not waste too much time here. At this moment, Fang Ping concealed all his aura. He set up layers of mentality barriers in front of him. He also condensed streams of celestiality in his hands and quickly channeled them into the chaos-vanquishing saber. There was more than one person. He would kill one first. Large amounts of celestiality were channeled into the saber. Fang Ping's palms became a bloody mess. His golden bones exuded a faint golden glow. At this moment, he was ready for his strongest attack. He could not tell how strong the other party was, but he was sure that they were not high-ranked. Fang Ping was sure of this. End of chapter 412. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.